This is part 1 of every Pokemon Journeys episode reviewed. I recorded these over the past 3 years, so some videos will have different mic qualities than others, and some will have more editing than others. I apologize since I was still trying to figure out my style when this series began. It should get more consistent as the series progresses. Anyways, enjoy every single Pokemon Journeys episode reviewed, starting with episode 1. That Mew vs Nidoking battle might have been the most one-sided battle in the history of the anime. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here reviewing the new Pokemon series, Pocket Monsters, or most likely what it'll just be called in the States, Pokemon the series. And this is the first episode, called The Birth of Pikachu. Not his actual birth, that would be weird, just how he evolved from a Pichu to a Pikachu. This episode also has the backstory of Go. So, let's get started. I want to start off talking about the intro first, even though the intro for this episode was at the end of the episode instead of the beginning. But anyways, the visuals kind of remind me of a mix of the XY and Sun and Moon. It has that cartoony aesthetic of Sun and Moon with a similar, very utilitarian style to XY. Honestly, it immediately reminded me of the first XYZ opening. I'm probably going to put up a side-by-side comparison so you see what I'm talking about. But yeah, so it reminded me of that. But the dancing and fun of the Sun and Moon episodes. The visuals itself are fine, but I think the more important thing is about the music. Personally for me, I think it might just take me a while to get used to. It didn't immediately grab me. It kind of sounded like any other generic anime opening, which is a bit disappointing because Pokemon usually tends to have a very unique sound. But like I said, maybe eventually I'll get used to it. Let me know in the comments how you feel about the new opening. So this episode's really just split up into 2 parts. The intro to Pichu and how it became a Pikachu, and Go and Koharu's introduction. For the intro to Pichu side, we originally see that Pikachu was a Pichu, and originally it wanted some sort of companionship. Then it eventually found one in a baby Kangaskhan and a mama Kangaskhan, who was willing to take Pichu and raise it as their own. Pichu has fun with it and all that. But eventually, it leads to a point where Pichu thinks that it's being more of a burden than helping, so it decides to go on its own journey. But before it does that, it evolves into a Pikachu. Pretty quick, pretty self-explanatory. For the Go and Koharu introduction, the episode really begins with Ash wanting to go to a camp, but like usual, he's late so he doesn't get to go. Instead, we see Go and Koharu are in this camp right here, so this is different from the camp that he later went to, presumably. We meet Go, who is a young child who's smart, loves Pokemon, and Koharu, who's a friend of her, and we don't really get to know much about her except that she's the daughter of the professor that we're going to meet next episode. But what's more important here is that Go is fascinated with Pokemon. His goal is to capture all the Pokemon in the world, but that goal doesn't, I don't want to say necessarily changes, but his goal upgrades to just capturing all the Pokemon to capturing Mew specifically when he spots Mew battling a Nidoking. And this battle between Mew and Nidoking is super one-sided, but it's also an incredible battle in terms of animation. After it learns about Mew from Professor Oak, it decides that it wants to capture Mew. So there it is, that's the entire episode. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, and honestly, it's split up into 2, so it's really not that much. It's more of a backstory episode, so there's not going to be a lot of new information here, except for about Go and Koharu. The first thing I'm going to say is that I'm glad that Ash missed his camp here. If he would have made it, the show would have had to fit in Serena somehow, and that would have been a nightmare because then the episode turns its focus from introducing these 2 new characters to, oh, Serena. I don't have a problem with Serena, but I'm just saying that her being there would take away from the episode, so I'm glad that they decided to do that. In terms of the episode itself, just like it's split into 2, I'm on 2 minds of it. One half of the episode I really like, and one half of the episode I kind of found a bit boring and useless. Can you tell which is which? The Go and Koharu and the Pokemon camp stuff I really love, and on the other hand, I think the Pichu bit was a bit unnecessary. It was purely there just to connect Ash with his upcoming friends, because in the middle of this episode, Go and Koharu are chasing Mew after spotting it, and eventually Mew is running away, and it comes across the baby Kangaskhan that the Pichu knows. The Mew then plays around with this baby Kangaskhan on a cliff before the cliff falls, and Mew saves it, and Go and Koharu are there to witness that. So that's a connection there. But those two things, they don't need to be connected. Those two things can stand alone. You can have the thing with Mew and Go and Kangaskhan be a standalone thing and not regarding Pichu at all, and it wouldn't make a difference. I guess it's good to have a backstory for Pichu, but the reason there's unnecessary. Here's why. What does it tell us about Pikachu that we didn't know before? Think about that. And I don't mean how it became a Pikachu, I mean in terms of its character. Does it tell us something new? And the answer to that, unfortunately, I found is no. The thing with doing backstories is that they need to serve a purpose. They need to tell us about a character, why they are the way they are, or need to tell us something that'll come up in the future. And in this case, they didn't do either. Sure, there's a thinly veiled connection between Pichu and Go now, but that's never going to be important to the story. Go doesn't know that Pichu he saw was eventually going to turn into Ash's Pikachu, and Ash's Pikachu doesn't know that the kid it saw, or maybe didn't see, the show doesn't really make it that clear, was Go. So it's never going to come up in the future. Not only that, but it really doesn't tell us about Pikachu's past either. I mean, we learn about Pichu and how it evolved into a Pikachu, that's fine, but what does it tell us about Pikachu itself? It doesn't tell us why it was so upset when it was caught by Oak. I mean, we can assume that it's because it wanted to find its own adventure and was upset that it was caught, but even then, we're making assumptions. You want to know a backstory episode done right? There's really been only two in terms of the entire Pokemon series that have really been done excellently in my opinion. The James backstory, where we learn about his past and what caused him to join Team Rocket and abandon his rich house, and Go West Young Meowth, the episode where we'll find out about how Meowth came to be. If you look at those two episodes, it tells you more about their characters than any other episodes. It explains why Meowth can talk and gives sympathy to him, and we find out what leads to him wanting validation. For James, we find out that even though he has everything, he was searching for something more. Those are backstories done right. This one, it wasn't a bad episode or a bad backstory by any means, but honestly, if it didn't exist, it wouldn't make a single bit of difference. It's funny because in the same episode where they do this Pichu backstory and I'm complaining about it right now, the Go backstory is actually done pretty well. We find out about his personality, that he knows a lot about Pokemon, we find out about his goal to capture all the Pokemon, and we see the events that lead him to wanting to catch Mew in the future. Bam, that's how you do it. It tells us the who, what, and why. I don't want to just talk about the negatives though, let's also talk about the positives, namely the art and animation in this episode. Some of the moves here look like they got a massive upgrade like Bubble Beam and Fire Blast, and the fighting just looks so crisp. The art style is so pleasing to the eye, and it's crazy because there's a shot right after the baby Kangaskhan gets saved by Mew, and it's a shot from behind of Go and Koharu looking ahead. And it's not really particularly an important shot, they're just kind of looking ahead and all we see is this mountain. But the coloring, the art style, the composition, oh man, it just looks incredible. If they're able to do that with just something like a mountainside cliff, I can't wait to see what they can do with a more interesting background. We didn't get to see the outro of this episode, so we don't really know how the outro to the series is going to be, but I guess we'll find out next episode. And you know what, I'm really looking forward to that. This episode though, it's a decent episode with seeing Pikachu's backstory and learning about Go. Honestly, even though I'm kinda complaining about it, don't skip it because the battle scenes are really worth it. It just looks incredible. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 2 of the Pocket Monsters anime titled On Lugia They Go, Ash and Go just dropped, and this is the episode where Ash and Go meet. They meet in a very interesting way. How? Well, let's find out. Just like his first journey, we start the episode with Ash throwing his ringing alarm clock like a Pokeball across the room and breaking it. This time though, he has Pikachu who tries to wake him up with Thunderbolt, but even though, Ash still goes right back to sleep. However, just like the first episode, his mom comes to his room to wake him up and let him know that he's gonna be late if he doesn't hurry to Professor Oak. He wakes up and starts hurrying out. I like this nice throwback to the first episode, with some changes of course. We got to see in the room all of his trophies and awards. You could see his Alola title. You can also see some of Professor Kukui's titles on the desk.
presumably from winning the exhibition match. I like that nice detail. He goes to Oak, and it turns out that they're heading to Vermilion City to go to the opening of a new research facility, but it turns out it's not even going to be just Ash and Professor Oak. Even Ash's mom is coming with them. So they drive to Vermilion, and during the ride, Oak asks Ash if he's still working towards becoming a Pokémon Master, and he says that he is, along with Pikachu. They then arrive at the research facility, and while Ash's mom heads out to do some shopping, Oak goes to park his car, and there's a funny scene here where Ash is going up to the research lab. He sees a Yamper, which is the first time he sees a Yamper, and Ash crawls towards it to try to get close to it to grab it, and eventually when he does picks it up like a dog, he gets hit with a spark to the face. That's hilarious. Then Koharu comes from school and sees Ash laying on the floor with Yamper in front of him and just kind of scoots away. A great introduction between the two. So Ash and Oak eventually go to the room where Professor introduces themselves and talks a bit about the Pokemon world in general. His name is Professor Sakuragi, and while he's doing that, we see Koharu, his daughter, on the floor above him reading a book when she looks out of the window waiting for Go so she can give him his school stuff, when she gets a message from him saying that he's about to have a fateful encounter. Go's outside with a book, laptop, and his Rotom phone counting down for something to happen. As you'd expect, when it hits 0, nothing happens. Instead, a Psyduck shows up. But no, it's a double swerve, because then we see in the professor's research lab that something is happening. And when the professor explains that it might be a super rare Pokemon, Ash and the rest of the people in the lab head out to see what it might be. Ash is trying to get there, but just like in the game, there's a roadblock of a Snorlax. That was also another nice touch. There are black clouds near Vermilion Docks, and out comes Lugia. And as the Lugia comes out, a raid battle starts taking place between it and a bunch of trainers. It easily beats almost all of them. By the way, the animation for this battle is spectacular, specifically when Lugia is battling the adult trainers. You even see a Corviknight in battle, and that's pretty cool. Then it shows up in front of Ash and Pikachu, who battle it, but just like everyone else, they get beat pretty easily. I will say that the Thunderbolt that Pikachu uses here might be the best Thunderbolt that we've ever seen. It just looks completely awesome. And then after failing to beat it, both Ash and Go are going after it on foot and jump towards it as it's in the air and grab onto it. This is when Ash and Go first see each other. Once they're on top of Lugia, Go starts to record things about Lugia. Then we see Lugia fly in the air, flying next to some Fearow in a pack, which once again, nice throwback to the first episode of the anime. Then it flies in the water, and we get this great visual of water Pokemon, as well as just jumping in the water in general. Then finally Lugia flies out of the water and close to land and in a flower field, and eventually Lugia dumps them from its back and leaves. Also forgot to mention that once they get out of the water, that's when Ash and Go introduce themselves to each other and decide to become friends. After they land in the field, they discuss a bit about Pokemon and how vast the world is before realizing that they have no idea where that is, which is pretty funny because this is a trope and happens in almost every movie with flying creatures. The main character will go on like a flying journey with the creatures, and then they just cut to the aftermath, but in reality, you might not have a clue where the creature landed you, so well done playing on that trope. They eventually do make it back to the research lab, and we get a bit of character development from Koharu, finally, when Ash asks her if Professor Sakuragi is her dad, and Yamper barks at Ash for asking that. Now we know that for Koharu, that's a pretty touchy subject. In the lab, Go shows the professor the footage he captured, and Ash talks about how he felt a spark with Lugia and how he heard Lugia say, "Let's go," when they're about to go underwater. Professor Sakuragi is impressed with the both of them and offers them to be research fellows for the laboratory. They both accept, and when Ash's mom says that it might be too difficult to commute from Pallet to Vermilion every day, Sakuragi offers them a dorm in the laboratory for the both of them to sleep on. So, it's settled. Ash's mom also tells Mr. Mime to stay with Ash and look after him. The episode ends with Professor Sakuragi giving Go a choice of Pokemon from the Kanto starter, but Go decides he's not going to take any of them and says that he'll capture Mew as his first Pokemon. Psst. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. Overall, though, it's a pretty good episode. Much better than the first episode. I don't really have much to complain about since this is really just an introduction episode. Heck, it even gives the World of Pokemon speech. The animation was fantastic for this episode, both for the battle stuff and just the animation for the environment. The only thing, and this isn't really a complaint, but just something that it's going to take me a while to get used to, is the music. Don't get me wrong, there's some good Pokemon music here, like during the raid battle, I used a remix of the Sword and Shield trainer battle, but during epic moments or just non-action moments in general, it sounds more like My Hero Academia than it does Pokemon, and that's mainly due to me being used to Shinji Miyazaki's sound for so long. Similar to how I got used to Sumimoto's score for Dragon Ball though, eventually I will get used to Hayashi's sound in Pokemon. If you haven't seen this episode yet, I highly recommend it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 3 of the Pocket Monsters anime titled
Ivysaur is quite mysterious, don't you think? Just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes are going to investigate a group of Ivysaurs that are heading somewhere, as well as meet Team Rocket for the first time in this series. How will these encounters go? Let's find out. The episode begins with Go's alarm clock ringing and both Ash and Go not wanting to get out of bed until Mr. Mime, who, ever since Detective Pikachu, I've grown a lot better appreciation for, is mime vacuuming their blankets off of them and wakes them up. It's most likely just using psychic powers, but still, I think it's awesome. It's just way more creative than just having it use like a psychic move. And just to assure the people that this is in fact a continuity from Sun and Moon, Ash is telling Go about his league matches in Alola while they're eating breakfast. Or at least I think it's league matches. He's basically talking about fighting something. Then, Koharu and the professor come in and Ash and Go thank him for the food. While Koharu leaves for school after giving some food to her Yamper, Ash and Go to the research lab to begin their first day as research fellows. Once they're in the lab, we're introduced to the professor's two assistants that we saw last episode. The guy's name is Renji and the girl's name is Kakuna. No, not like the Pokemon. Renji came in late because there seems to be a massive wave of Ivysaur around the city causing traffic jams, so our heroes decide to investigate it as their first assignment as research fellows. But before they do that, Sakuragi gives both Ash a smartphone and puts Rotom on both Ash and Go's phone. This brings up the question, if they're just gonna give another Rotom device to Ash, why not just keep the Rotom from Sun and Moon? I know the real answer is that so they can advertise Sword and Shield, which has the new Rotom phones, but narratively, why not just have Rotom from Sun and Moon carry over, especially since it's going to provide basically the same function as the Sun and Moon Rotom of just being a device that just gives out information. I don't know, it's not the biggest deal. I mean, I've had my fair share of problems with the Sun and Moon Rotom before, just watch my review on episode 98 of the anime. But I just think that it would be nice to have some semblance of Ash's past with him if he's going to continue to get the same thing as before, but just upgraded. Anyways, we then meet Team Rocket for the first time in the series, and they're going over basically what Team Rocket is and what their goals are. To be evil, capture rare Pokemon, and create an army of rare Pokemon. Honestly though, even though it might feel like everyone knows who Team Rocket is, why waste time introducing them? Beside the obvious that it's a new series and they want to introduce it to people watching Pokemon for the first time, it's kind of needed after Sun and Moon. They really didn't do that much evil things in that series, and I even forgot what their ultimate goal was beside capturing Pikachu, so it's a good reintroduction for them. Ash and Go are looking for Ivysaur in the city when they hear Officer Jenny direct traffic and go over. They see a group of Ivysaur headed somewhere, and Officer Jenny tells them to be on the lookout for Team Rocket. Go doesn't believe that there's a talking Meowth there, but Ash knows the deal. Just like Ash, it seems like Jenny got an updated look as well. Her clothes are different from the original Kanto Jenny, but they still look pretty similar. They look very distinctly different from the Alola Jenny though. Her pulling out the Team Rocket wanted images are also reminiscent of the second episode of the original anime, which is a nice throwback. Ash's Pikachu hears some banging and runs towards it, prompting Ash and Go to do so, and they see that it's an Ivysaur that's struggling to get over a wall, who's just tackling it over and over. Ash decides he's gonna go help it, but Go starts arguing with them that they shouldn't help Pokemon when they're investigating, and that basically, if the Pokemon needs human intervention to survive, then too bad. Survival of the fittest, essentially. They argue about it for a bit, and eventually Ash decides to help anyways, only to get tackled by the Ivysaur, before it figures out that it can use Vine Whip to get over the wall. Ash and Go decide to follow it, and eventually, when they smell its sweet scent as it's walking through, Go figures out that it's about to evolve. So, I found this confrontation kind of bizarre. From purely a research point of view, Go is absolutely right. When you're doing investigations or research on nature, you shouldn't try to influence it in any ways. And I can agree with that. But that's not the case here. This is more similar to seeing a family of ducks crossing the street, only to see one of the ducks not being able to jump up a ledge. If you're just investigating ducks, then no, you wouldn't help them. But they aren't just investigating a duck, they're investigating where the ducks are going. Or in this case, where the Ivysaur is heading. So helping it doesn't affect the research at all. In fact, it probably helps them because then they'll be able to follow the Ivysaur and see where the Ivysaur went. Not only was the confrontation bizarre, but Go came off super unlikable here. Even though he ended up being correct in the end, the Ivysaur does figure out that trying to tackle through a wall won't work, so it's going to use Vine Whip.
It is weird that he would carry such a philosophy of survival of the fittest in the Pokemon world. I don't know if we've ever seen that before. The research thing we have seen before with Todd Snap in the Orange Island, but that's never ever been a good guy with the idea of if a Pokemon can't make it through human help, then oh well. That's so strange. He also says during the fight that Ash must be one of those people, when Ash tells him that he didn't need him to be his friend. So I guess that attitude of Go has cost him his friends in the past. So I guess you could say we do get a bit of characterization from this argument, which is good. We also see here that Ash is way more nimble and athletic compared to Go, since he can climb walls way more easily. And we learned that there's another gym being built in Kanto. I wonder if this gym's going to be important in the future. I guess we'll find out. In this case though, the gym was just important because it was built on the grounds where the Bulbasaur and Ivysaur usually go to relax in the sun. They follow the Ivysaur and we see that it's not only a group of Ivysaur headed there, but also a group of Bulbasaur. And once they get to the construction sites, while the Ivysaur and Bulbasaur use their vines to get to the top of the building, Ash and Go have to use each other to get to the top. Once they do that, Ash decides to find out why they're here by pretending to be Ivysaurs, just laying on the floor on the hot sun. And Pikachu's the bulb, by the way. Go, just like a lot of other Ash companions, finds this a bit strange at first, but eventually he does the same thing and they find it relaxing. After a while, the Ivysaurs look like they're about to evolve when Team Rocket comes up and tries to capture them in a net. Pikachu breaks the net using Iron Tail, and Team Rocket heads down from their balloons to confront them, when all of a sudden, Pelipper drops a vending machine, a Pokemon on them. This is their secret weapon that Giovanni told them when we were first introduced them. They use Meowth's coin to get 2 Pokeballs, and when they throw it out, Jesse gets a Gyarados and James gets a Tyranitar. Ash's Pikachu fights them for a bit, but gets overpowered, until the Ivysaur decide to help and use Solar Beam to fight back. Eventually, Team Rocket wants to use Hyper Beam on the Ivysaur before capturing them, but Ash stands in front of them and has Pikachu use Thunderbolt, which overpowers both of them, sends them blasting off, while Team Rocket says that they're going to go back to their plan of capturing Ash's Pikachu since it's so strong. So, in this whole sequence, we see a slow change in Go. During that argument where he says Ash is probably one of those people, but during this sequence he sees that that's not the case. He sees that Ash wasn't just trying to help earlier just to help Pokemon for his conceit, as he put it. He was just willing to help anyone, and he sees that Ash puts Pokemon before him when he confronts Team Rocket on its own. So now Go has a lot more respect for Ash and wants to be friends with him. After they beat Team Rocket, the Ivysaur evolve into Venusaur, they spread their pollen, causing all the flowers in the city to bloom. They go back to the lab where we see that Go wants Ash to be his friend, but Ash tells him that they already are. Koharu returns from school, complaining that she had to help clean up a bunch of the flowers since it bloomed all at once, and the episode ends with Ash and Go getting excited for their next episode. The episode was what I predicted it would be. Nothing special, really. Just like he's had in the past, it's an episode of misunderstanding and Ash and his companions learning to accept one another. I forgot to mention that Ash in the end says that now he understands what Go meant when he was talking about Pokemon needed the strength to live. What's more interesting to me is that Go has lost friends from this attitude before, and it's not surprising. In the second episode, Koharu told him that this attitude would cause people not to like him, and I guess that's happened. And while as a kid he said he wouldn't care, we see that it definitely did affect him as he's grown up. Also, like I said in the last episode, don't expect the animation quality to last, and this episode definitely had some shoddy animation. They didn't even show the Ivysaurs being fully evolved, just the bulb changing. I hope the animation does get better over time. I will say though that I am starting to get used to the soundtrack a bit more. It still doesn't really feel like Pokemon, but it does sound nice, so hopefully that keeps up. Overall, it's a below average episode. The most important things here are just the reintroduction of Team Rocket and their new gadget, and Ash and Go overcoming their differences. You know, typical episode that happens early in the season for most other series of Pokemon. Hopefully the next episode will be better.
You know, the Pokédex isn't as smart of a device as I thought it was if it can be fooled by some dirt and some dust on some Pokemon. Come on now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 4 of the Pokémon Masters anime titled Let's Go to the Galar Region, an encounter with Scorbunny just dropped, and Ash is finally going to the Galar region in this series. He's going there to investigate Dynamaxing, but he's going to have an encounter with the mischievous Scorbunny who steals his backpack. Will he get it back? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with a small recap of the first 3 episodes before we start with Go and Ash just waking up. Go's tired and he's brushing his teeth, but Ash has a lot of energy because he's brushing his teeth by just moving his head all over the place. Eventually he gets dizzy because of it. They then go to eat breakfast before Go tells Ash let's go to the research lab. But before that, there's a funny bit with Mr. Mime where he pretends to make breakfast and hands Go imaginary milk, and Go's so busy looking at his phone that he just reaches for this imaginary milk because he isn't paying much attention. That was great. The reason Go wanted to go to the lab so bad is because he got data on his phone about Pokemon becoming giant, aka Dynamaxing. The professor explains to him that it's a phenomenon in the Galar region, and he allows them to go to Galar to research it for themselves. It's kind of crazy to think about, but this is the longest that Ash has ever been in a series without going to the new region. Think about it, this is 4 episodes in and we're finally going to Galar. Also, I didn't mention, but the intro updated with a small bit showing both Zamazenta and Zacian, so I think we can expect them to go to Galar a little bit more often. Anyways, they go to Galar on a plane and end up in the Winden train station, but they can't go to the wild area yet because the next train is in a couple hours. So instead, Ash says he wants to go eat, so they find a shop selling scones and start eating that. As they're eating it though, a rock flies by and goes into a trash can. Pikachu goes to check it out, and then another pebble comes flying by. But as this is happening, we see 3 Nickets stealing Ash's backpack while a Scorbunny distracts Ash and Go. They begin chasing the Pokemon to get Ash's backpack back because he has his ticket for the wild area train in the backpack. The chase isn't too long, but we do see that during the chase, the Scorbunny is pretty clever. It hits a bell on a bike with a rock to make it sound like the Nicket are going a different direction. They even come to impasse during the chase, so Ash and Go decide to split up. Go finds footsteps on his side, while Ash gets to a dead end on his side, but Ash gets a call while he's on a dead end because Go has found where they're at. And as Ash comes to where Go is, Go has to tell him to be quiet because they're just watching the Pokemon from a distance. They identify the Nicket from their Pokedex, but for some reason the Pokedex can't identify the dirty Scorbunny, so our heroes think it might be a brand new species of Pokemon. The Scorbunny takes out the scones from Ash's backpack and splits it up with the Nickets, but even after it eats them, the Nickets are still hungry, so the Scorbunny shares its scone with them. But just then, Ash makes too much noise and draws their attention, so while the Nickets run, Scorbunny kicks Ash's backpack in the air and then proceeds to fight Pikachu. It's a short but nice little fight where originally it looks like it might have the advantage over Pikachu, but Ash's fighting experience shows through and he's able to beat the Scorbunny using Electro Web. Ash then gets his backpack back when we hear a shopkeeper who cornered the Nicket who have stolen some more food, and before the Nicket can get caught, the Scorbunny jumps in front of the shopkeeper and the shopkeeper yells at it for causing more trouble. But from behind comes Go who says, "Oh, it's my Pokemon, I'm sorry." And then we cut to the Nicket and Scorbunny eating, and the shopkeeper tells Go that he didn't have to lie. That's so refreshing to see. Usually they make local people look like idiots in anime, so I'm so glad they didn't do that because of course they know that that's not anyone's Pokemon. He's been causing trouble for a while. You don't have to lie. Anyways, the shopkeeper tells Ash and Go that the Pokemon they were chasing was a Scorbunny, and that the reason the Pokedex probably didn't catch us because he's so dirty, he has dirt and stuff in it, most likely to blend in with the Nickets, because basically the Nickets have always been around these parts causing trouble, but they were hungry all the time, and then the Scorbunny came to them and eventually became their de facto leader and helped feed them. So that's kind of similar to Ash's Bulbasaur in a bit. After learning his story, Go tells the Scorbunny that they're only this way because they've resigned themselves to this life. He basically tells them there's so much more they can explore since the world is so big, and since the Pokedex says that its feet are seen as good luck, he can kick any problems away. There's a bit of playing around here as the Scorbunny kicks Ash and Pikachu chases it around, before Ash and Go have to go catch their train and start running towards it. As they're leaving, it looks like Scorbunny's inspired by Go's word, but chooses not to follow him to take care of the Nicket, but it seems like the Nickets see that, and as a group, they take it together and throw it into the train in the train station. And they show the Scorbunny that they can survive themselves by kicking a can around into a trash can like Scorbunny can, and working together. Scorbunny tears up seeing this, and they wish it luck and it waves them goodbye. And the episode ends with our heroes heading to the wild area, telling Professor Sakuragi about the story of the Scorbunny, and the Scorbunny is in another train wiping the dirt off, ready to adventure. This was a much better episode than the last one. The animation actually looked, nice. And you know how you can tell? Well, the eye test number one, but look at the difference between this Electro Web from episode 3 and this Electro Web from this episode. So much better looking. It is interesting that if we're to believe the promotional art and Go is going to get the Scorbunny, how much they're focusing on him versus Ash. So far, Ash hasn't gotten a new Pokemon at all, which I believe is the longest he's gone to a new region without getting a Pokemon, or a new series I should say. I'm sure he eventually will, but we might have to wait a while before Ash gets a Galar Pokemon. All this to say that this episode felt like one of those episodes that happens before Ash gets a new Pokemon, except this time it went to Go, and I find that really interesting to me, and it has me questioning, are they trying to slowly transition away from Ash? I wonder. I'm a bit disappointed though that we came to Galar region and we didn't get to see much of it at all. The entire episode took place near a train station and some alleyways, so there's no interesting visuals anywhere. Like, I was hoping to get some really nice shots of Galar or Winded, especially for the new region. I know that Ash is going to Hoenn soon, so maybe they're saving his Galar stuff for later once he goes to Galar for longer, but man, I was really hoping to get to see Galar more. There isn't much to say about this episode otherwise though. It's a solid enough episode that'll eventually lead to Go getting a Scorbunny, but I was hoping that this episode would show off Galar just a bit more, and it didn't. Maybe next episode when Ash and Go to the wild area, we'll see more Galar, hopefully.
You know, I always wondered what the biological reason that Snorlax, when it Gigantamaxes, gets a tree growing from its stomach in the game. Like, that never made sense to me. And I'm so glad that this episode kind of addressed that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 5 of the Pocket Monsters anime titled Snorlax Grows Gigantic? The Mystery of Dynamax is here, and finally we get to see some Dynamaxing and some Gigantamaxing on this Pokemon episode. On top of that, will Go accept his Scorbunny as the first Pokemon? Let's find out. This episode begins with a small recap of last episode where Ash and Go have that encounter with Scorbunny before we start the episode in the train with the Scorbunny daydreaming about Go. He looks around for Go in the train before hearing Ash and Go's voice while they're eating breakfast and tries to get their attention by just jumping around in front of them and stuff like that, but they're too busy eating breakfast. Then he tries to whistle, but nothing. So he gets upset and it picks up and eats part of an orangeberry before kicking it, and it accidentally hits a waiter who gets knocked down, so it has to run away so it doesn't get caught. The train finally comes to a stop and it's tired, but because it takes so long to get out of the door, the train door closes before it's able to get out of the stop where Ash and Go are getting off, so it tries to hurry up and jump out of the window, but they're inside a tunnel, so he can't jump out of a window either. Poor Scorbunny. Meanwhile, Ash and Go get off the train and ask one of the workers in the station about giant Pokemon, and the worker tells them that that's called Dynamaxing, and they can find one just by looking for the red light. On the other hand, Scorbunny finally gets out of the train window after they get out of that tunnel. That Scorbunny is determined to find Go. So this is basically a tale of two tapes here. One is Scorbunny's struggle to try to find Go in the wild area, while the other is Ash and Go in the wild area enjoying themselves. Ash is even riding on a Flygon. That's pretty cool. Ash and Go eventually find a slightly bigger than average Snorlax, who they think is Dynamax, so they're disappointed that it's just slightly bigger, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, Scorbunny finally finds Go, and it tries to get Go's attention for a while, until eventually it does when it kicks a rock which hits Ash in the head, and it causes a fruit to fall, causing Snorlax to jump while sleeping. Go asks the Scorbunny if it was following them, and Ash tells him that the Scorbunny probably wants to be his Pokemon, but just like before, Go reiterates that he has made up his mind that the first Pokemon he's going to capture is going to be Mew, which really saddens the Scorbunny. Aw, poor thing. But then all of a sudden, red orbs start coming around the Snorlax before a beam of light comes into the sky, and the sky darkens and the Snorlax becomes giant. So, real quick, they call it Dynamaxing throughout the episode, even though the Snorlax is called Gigantamax Snorlax. So, is a phenomenon called Dynamaxing even if they Gigantamax? I guess that's the case. They didn't really clarify it in this episode. Maybe in the future they will, but in the game I don't think they ever call it Gigantamaxing. They just call it Dynamaxing. So maybe it's just Gigantamax Pokemon who Dynamax. I don't know. Yeah, that sounds a bit confusing, but you get what I mean? Anyways, the Snorlax Gigantamax and becomes giant, and for once, they actually give it a solid biological reasoning as to why it has trees growing off its belly. Basically, it eats food and it spits out the seed which lands on it, so when it Dynamaxes, the Dynamax power causes the fruit to grow. That's basically how it works. Now that doesn't explain how the trees just kind of disappear when the Gigantamax disappears, but that's neither here nor there. Anyways, the main thing is just that the Gigantamax Snorlax is blocking the railroad, so a train could crash into it if they don't get it to move. So our heroes decide they're going to make it jump away from the track by using the fruit that's on the tree that it's sleeping on. Basically, the tree coming out of its tummy. They do a good job of giving scale to the Snorlax because as they're going up to the Snorlax looks unbelievably giant. Even the fruit on the tree is huge. Ash and Pikachu are able to get it down with repeated Iron Tails, but it gets stuck on some hedges before it can reach Snorlax's mouth. So Go tries to push it, and he can't, but eventually Scorbunny jumps in to help him. And while they're pushing the fruit, Go notices the fire on Scorbunny's feet and has it use Double Kick, which works and gets the fruit going in the air along with Scorbunny in the Gigantamax Snorlax's mouth, causing Snorlax to jump away from the tracks right before the train can arrive. But Scorbunny's being eaten now. Lucky for them, the Gigantamaxing ends, and the Scorbunny spits out the Snorlax. Go thanks Scorbunny for its help and tells it that it's cool, but while the Scorbunny tries to keep a happy face, it walks away sad. Aww. Then, right there, Go decides that, you know what? Scorbunny will be my first Pokemon. He captures it, and is kind of shocked that he caught his first Pokemon, honestly. They head back to the lab, and they're telling Dr. Sakuragi about their adventure, and the episode ends with Go introducing Scorbunny to Dr. Sakuragi as his Pokemon, after playing around with the Yamper for a bit. I really liked this episode. It was a good introduction to Gigantamaxing/Dynamaxing, but more importantly, it was just a really fun episode to watch for the adventures of Ash, Go, and Scorbunny. There was a bit of comedy, some sad moments. It was a blend of everything, and I think that this episode really succeeded in making an all-around great episode. Not only that, but it made the wild area look really nice. I don't know, I am a bit disappointed that it didn't look like what I had imagined it in my head. Basically a giant area where there's just Pokemon everywhere. The episode kind of split it up into different areas and different Pokemon, and while that is the case in the game too, I just kind of imagined it would be like way more Pokemon in an area. They only showed like a couple at a time, so it's a bit disappointed, but it still looked really nice in terms of the coloring and things like that. Same thing with the Gigantamaxing/Dynamaxing sequence. The red lights coming off of Snorlax, the transformation, it all looks fantastic. It's one of those things that you wish the game did, but, you know, the game just starts off with a Dynamaxing Pokemon, and that's it. But, oh well, what can you really do? The third episode, that must have just been an outlier in terms of animation, because after that, all the episodes have looked fantastic and fluid. And the music too, I'm really starting to dig it a lot more. Although there are moments where I noticed the difference, like, for example, when Snorlax is Gigantamaxing, they could have used some sort of remix for the raid battle theme, or like, you know, battle theme or anything, but didn't. I know this wasn't really a battle, but, you know, it was really noticeable. But then again, right now I'm assuming what Miyazaki would have put in, so I can't really say much either. This Scorbunny that Go has so much personality, I really like it. Like I said last episode, this is the type of Pokemon usually Ash gets, so for it to go to Go is kind of surprising. Not in this situation, I mean the promotional art showed Go and Scorbunny, but just in general. I think this is going to lead to Go's goal of capturing all the Pokemon now. If you didn't know, before the show was out, they were advertising Go as the Pokemon capturer while Ash would be the battler. And so far we haven't seen that yet, and I was wondering when that would happen. So it looks like this episode and the following episode are really going to be the catalyst towards that change. But before I talk about that next episode preview, I'll just say that check this episode out. Honestly, it's a really, really good episode, and I think you'd really highly like it. Go has impeccable accuracy with his Pokeball throws. He could be a baseball player if you wanted to. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 6 of the new Pokemon series titled, I'm gonna get a ton of Pokemon, The Road to Mew just dropped, and this episode, Ash and Go are going to a forest to capture a bunch of different Pokemon. Go wants to capture all the Pokemon in the forest. Will he be able to? Let's find out. The episode begins with Go asking the professor about a button in his Pokedex, and the professor explains to him that the Pokedex gives you the description of the Pokemon like usual, but it also keeps track of all the Pokemon you've captured. Finding this out, Go says that he wants to capture a bunch of more Pokemon, so Ash says, let's go capture some. They head to a forest, and we see that Go has bought a whole bunch of Pokeballs. First, they come across a Pidgey, and Go tries to throw a Pokeball at it to capture it, but misses, and then gets hit by Gust, as all of them get sent back and the Pidgey flies away.
Ash tries to tell him that he needs to weaken the Pokemon before capturing them, but Go's not really listening. Then they come across a Pidgeotto, but it runs away after Scorbunny makes a ton of noise running towards it. Go tries to tell Scorbunny to be a bit more quiet, but it doesn't really work because when they come across a Diglett, it's just messing with them as Scorbunny is rushing towards it and Go can't capture it either. Same with Dugtrio, who comes from underground and just carries them around. They fail to capture both of them, and afterwards Go tells Scorbunny to chill a bit. But then Scorbunny hears a Caterpie, and before it can rush towards it and alert it, it's held back by Go. Go then sneaks up behind it before throwing a Pokeball at the Caterpie as it's munching on some leaves, and he even gets a nice bonus. The Pokeball shakes, and bam, he's captured the Caterpie. Go then asks the desk what else Pokemon are there, and he sees that a whole bunch of bug Pokemon, so he decides to capture all of them, starting with the Butterfree line. Ash and Pikachu also decide to help him. Look, there's a funny bit here where they finally find out where the Metapod is, and Ash and Go kick a tree that the Metapod is on, but all it drops is a twig on Go's head. When Pikachu and Scorbunny kick the tree though, Metapod falls on Ash's head. Afterwards, Go catches the Metapod. Then they see a Venonat, and Go catches that as well. Then a Paras and a Parasect. They see a Butterfree and chase it. It goes up a tree, and with Ash's help, Go's able to jump up there. Even though Go misses the Pokeball throw, with the help of Scorbunny, he's able to catch the Butterfree as well, completing the Caterpie line. Ash then hears some rustling bushes and comes across a Pinsir. The Pinsir traps Ash using Stealth Rock before going after Go, but in a panic, he just throws a Pokeball and gets lucky capturing it. Ash tells him, "Man, you're a pro," and Go's like, "Yeah, I know," even though he knows he got lucky with that last catch. Go then comes across a Scyther, and he tries to throw a Pokeball, but the Scyther just deflects the ball back at his face before using Razor Wind on them and running away. Because Scyther gets away, Go decides that he'll capture the other ones first, so he manages to capture Weedle, Kakuna, and after being chased by a group of Beedrill, which Ash stops with Electro Web, he captures the Beedrill as well. Then he captures a Venonat by battling it after it breaks out of the Pokeball pretty easily. It's a pretty short battle. Go uses Quick Attack, gets hit by Poison Powder, and attacks with Double Kick before capturing it. But the bigger part of this is that Go isn't used to battling, so because Scorbunny gets poisoned, they have to go to a Pokemon Center. After healing it, Go apologizes to Scorbunny for being reckless, and Scorbunny says that it's going to help him capture the rest of the Pokemon, which the last Pokemon is the Scyther. Ash and Go compete to see who can capture and find that Scyther first, and immediately Scorbunny finds it and stops it by hanging onto it from a tree. Go then fights it. Well, first it tries to throw a Pokeball, but no luck, and since he only has one Pokeball left, Scorbunny's ready to fight. He starts off with a Quick Attack, which the Scyther dodges, and then uses Razor Wind, and Scorbunny dodges that. Go tries a Double Kick, no luck, and gets hit by Slash. Go then tells Scorbunny calm down since it's so fast and has it use Quick Attack, and even though this time the Scyther dodges, Scorbunny rebounds with a Double Kick and hits it, and Go then throws his last Pokeball and gets an excellent throw. The ball shakes, 1, 2, 3, and captured, meaning now he's caught all 12 bug types in Kanto. Him and Scorbunny celebrate. The next morning, Koharu and the professor are eating breakfast, but Go and Ash aren't there, and they're wondering why, and they're like, they must have just been sleeping when they hear ruckus from the room, and they go to the room and see Ash hanging from a ceiling from, like, a web, probably from, like, Metapod or something, while Go's playing with all of the bug Pokemon in the room, and the room is super cramped. But Professor Sakuragi tells them, hey, not to worry, since he has a park where he can leave his Pokemon called the Sakuragi Park, which is pretty much the same as the Go Park. Go leaves them in that park, and Koharu asks Go, wasn't Mew supposed to be your first capture? And he responds by saying that since Mew has the DNA of all the Pokemon, by capturing them, he's going to get closer to Mew. They then ask Ash what his goal is, and he says that he wants to be a Pokémon Master, which includes being more than just a battler. And now with these two goals set, that's the end of the episode. I don't know if y'all noticed, but Go's first wild capture, besides Scorbunny, was the same as Ash's, Caterpie. A nice little throwback. But anyways, this episode was good. I like the fact that we get to see so many captures. I know especially here in the States, since the tagline for the show was, gotta catch 'em all. People always wondered why Ash never tried to catch 'em all, and now Go fills that role. He can be the person capturing all the Pokemon while Ash does the battling.
And while he captures all these Pokemon, he still has a goal of ultimately capturing Mew, which is nice. This episode felt more like an introduction to the kids about how to capture a Pokemon while integrating Pokemon Go to it. And I don't know how I feel about that. Not the introduction to the kids, but while I don't mind Pokemon Go that much, when a Pokemon is being captured and the Dex randomly yells out, "Great!" or "Excellent," it's super distracting and jarring. I honestly do not like the voice of the new Pokedex at all. It feels way too human and not like a machine. Remember, it's a Rotom phone. Why does Rotom sound so human? At least the Alola Rotom sounded like, well, a Rotom. There's some battles in this episode, nothing too big, nicely animated for both of the fights, but quick fights nonetheless, and I don't mind. I do wish we got a bit more battling, but since I know that next episode is the Battle Frontier episode, we're gonna get plenty there, so I have nothing to complain about. There is one thing I really loved about this episode though, and I really hope it continues going forward, and that's that they used a ton of in-game music, and I love this so much. See, I always think that when a battle is happening in the show, it should feel like a game in a little bit of the sense. In another sense, it shouldn't, because, it's the anime, you can do a lot more with it. And I think using a remix version of the game's battle theme does that perfectly, in my opinion. I'm really starting to get used to the music for this series, and one of the biggest highlights in this episode was the musical composition. Really, keep that up. That was very, very nice. One thing, and I brought this up in the last few episodes, is I'm really beginning to worry about how little Ash has done anything in this series so far. It's mostly been Go, with Ash just tagging along with him, and maybe that's why the show feels so disjointed. I've talked to a couple people and they're like, I like the show, but something just feels off, and I think that it's that for 20 plus years, Pokemon was the story of Ash. He had friends, of course, but most of the time, it was about him and his journey. This show is different. It's about both Ash and Go's journey. That wouldn't be that big of an issue, except that Ash isn't doing anything particularly new in these regions. He's not having a real journey. For the last 6 episodes, he's just been kind of following Go and doing battles, and that's it. Even his research fellow title doesn't mean anything because he doesn't do any research. That's all left up to Go. So maybe that's why this series feels so disjointed. Go doesn't really have a goal besides capturing Pokemon, and while capturing Mew is a goal, that's so abstract, there's no concrete way to get there. And neither does Ash. He's not getting any badges or going to Galar to do things yet, so there's no goal there either, which makes both characters feel like they're in limbo in perpetuity. If Pokemon was always like this, people wouldn't mind, but for 20 years, it's not been like this. It's going a lot more episodic now, so it's gonna take a long time to get used to, myself included, and I'm a huge Pokemon anime fan. I really hope that they do give both characters a goal to strive to soon though, otherwise the show's always gonna feel off. Overall though, it's a solid episode. I hope Ash gets a new Pokemon soon, but other than that, check it out. Mr. Mime is just incredible in this episode, no two ways about it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 7 of the new Pokemon anime series titled The Hoenn Region, the site of fierce fights. The Battle Frontier Challenge just dropped, and this episode, both Ash and Go will be fighting in the Battle Frontier, but a challenger approaches to face them. Will Ash or Go be able to beat him? Let's find out. The episode begins with Go, Koharu, and Professor Sakuragi, who are doing some kung fu exercises in the morning with Mr. Mime leading the way. While doing that, Scorbunny kicks Metapod, sending him crashing to a rock. Yikes, that sounded painful. Anyways, then Ash comes from behind and hands Go his backpack, telling him, let's get ready to go to Hoenn. Go seems a bit surprised. Once they arrive at the Battle Frontier facility, it's for a tournament called the Flute Cup, where the winner gets the colored flutes, the same one from the games that reverse the status conditions. And when Go asks Ash what Pokemon he's going to be using for the tournament, Ash says Pikachu and Mr. Mime. Go, on the other hand, will be using Scorbunny and Scyther. He originally wanted to use Pinsir, but the Pinsir refused. He asks Ash what the reason he likes Battle for is, and Ash says that it's because he feels like he can do anything when he's out there with his Pokemon. Go, on the other hand, doesn't know why he entered, but honestly it was because Ash signed him up without really telling him. Anyway, Scorbunny sees a Tailo, and both Go and Scorbunny follow it as they want to capture the Pokemon. As Go is chasing the Tailo away, Ash sees a Hariyama. The Hariyama approaches him and he sees a trainer on top. They have an intense stare down, and Ash thinks he might have to battle before the actual tournament, but the guy's just asking Ash to move away from the recycle bin so he can throw in his bottle. Ash moves out of the way, but when he tries to reach in to throw the bottle in, he faceplants into the recycle bin and loses the bottle. After Ash throws away the bottle for him, he asks him if he's okay, and while he is, he has this giant, painful looking circle on his face from smashing his face into the bin. We cut to Go, who catches the Taillow he was following before following the Taillow to find some Wurmple, and coming across a Mightyena, who he accidentally makes upset when Scorbunny pulls some of its fur. Back to Ash, and we find out that the trainer's name is Hoji, and he's from Lava Ridge Town. He's also participating in the Battle Frontier, and his two Pokemon is going to be Hariyama and the Mightyena, the same Mightyena that Go was chasing and thought was a wild Pokemon. Hoji calls Go cute for capturing Taillow, and hearing this, Scorbunny's ready to kick him, but hijinks ensues when Mightyena scares him off, and Scorbunny hits Ash instead. Then, Hoji gets a notification from his phone about the tournament bracket, and we see that Go and Hoji will be facing in the first round in the first battle. As they're in the arena, we can see that Go's nervous because he hasn't had a proper trainer battle yet. This is going to be his first one. He sends out his Scyther first, and then after checking the type matchup on his Pokedex, he's like, you know what, I think we can win. So he goes with a more slower strategy. He starts off with the Sword Stance, but it's all for naught as Hoji rushes him using Fire Fang and KOs the Scyther in one hit. Scorbunny then is ready to go, and this time Go wants to be a little bit more aggressive, so he tries to go with Double Kick, but Hoji counters using Snarl, and then with Crunch, KOing the Scorbunny super easily, and Ash is watching from the stands and feels bad for Go. Cut to the Pokemon Center where Go and his Pokemon are being healed, and he calls out his Pokemon after they've been healed. He looks upset, and he's like, man, capturing is so much better than battling. And as he's about to leave to capture more Pokemon, Ash tells him to watch their match. Go just runs away without saying anything. We then cut to Ash, who's destroying his way through the Battle Frontier with Pikachu. Hoji's doing the exact same thing. He's just wrecking his way through the frontier, and they meet in the finals. Go also makes it inside the stadium just in time for their battle. Hoji starts off with the Hariyama, Ash brings out Mr. Mime, and Go's a bit nervous because he's never seen Mr. Mime battle. So Hariyama starts off with a Force Palm, but then Mr. Mime dodges it. Hariyama then goes for more Force Palm, but Mr. Mime dodges all the attacks, and after tiring out the Hariyama, Ash has Mr. Mime use Focus Punch. Go's shocked at how good Mr. Mime is, so is the audience by the way. Hariyama looks hurt, but then he keeps using Thrust, and Ash keeps blocking it with Reflect, and it turns out once he tries to do that over and over, Mr. Mime has completely surrounded Hariyama by Reflects, and Ash finishes off the battle with Psychic. Hoji then sends out Mightyena, and Ash is ready to battle with Mr. Mime when all of a sudden, nope. Mr. Mime says that he doesn't want to fight anymore, so he lost his will to fight, and we can see it shaking a bit. So Ash calls it back and sends out trusty old Pikachu. Mightyena starts off the fight with Snarl, and Pikachu dodges with Quick Attack and then gets a hit in. Then Pikachu goes in for an Iron Tail, with Mightyena tries to go for Crunch, but he gets hit in the face anyways. As they're falling to the ground, Pikachu goes for a Thunderbolt, but Mightyena counters with Snarl and deflects the Thunderbolt from hitting it, making it actually go break through the stadium ceiling. Hoji then has Mightyena go for Sucker Punch, and he hits Pikachu, sending it flying up to the ceiling where the Thunderbolt made the hole, but just as it's about to fly away, Ash has Pikachu use Electro Web on the ceiling that's busted so that he can ricochet off of it, come back really fast, hit the Mightyena with Iron Tail before it can react. He does, and boom, the Mightyena has been KO'd. I didn't mention this, but throughout the battle, we keep cutting back to Go, who's getting more and more in awe of the battling aspect of seeing Ash control the floor with Mr. Mime, and then react and respond appropriately with Pikachu. Ash wins the tournament, and gets the set of flutes and the trophy, and Hoji comes up to Ash. At first it looks like it's going to be confrontational, but he just congratulates Ash on the win, but fails to shake his hand, and falls again. As they're leaving, Go congratulates Ash for the win, and talks about how awesome Mr. Mime was. He also says that maybe Pokemon battling can be fun. Back in the lab, we see that Go did manage to capture the 3 Wurmple he was after. He caught it, so he can have both a Cascoon and a Silcoon. Ash tells Go, look, it's about to evolve, but it isn't, he's just joking, and gets kicked by Scorbunny for it. The episode ends with Mr. Mime looking at the flutes he won and playing it. This is a pretty good episode. It felt like an episode where the anime knew its strengths and played to them, namely the struggle behind battles. There was Go, who in his first ever training battle gets demolished, and this, understandably, leaves him upset, but what I like is that unlike other shows where the character pouts and someone has to convince them the battling is good or they have to save something or someone, this one is done through just seeing.
Go sees Ash battle, and without saying much, we can see his facial expression change over the course of the battle. I like this so much. It's better than doing the standard types of way you can do these episodes. I also like Hoji. He's a bit arrogant, but he isn't a bad guy by any means. He congratulates Ash on his victory, and the show makes it clear that he cares for his Pokemon a lot. Not only that, but it's a nice touch that since he was born in Hoenn, he has Hoenn Pokemon, and 2 of the more prominent ones at that. I complained a couple episodes about Ash not being utilized well, so I'll praise it here. They used him incredibly well. This episode showed my favorite type of Ash, the incredibly intelligent one in battle, yet still goofy. Not only did he show his incredible battling ability by using out-of-the-box thinking, but he also showed a very goofy side of himself. Speaking of goofy, I love Mr. Mime in this episode. I've mentioned this before, but ever since Detective Pikachu, Mr. Mime's been getting a lot of love, and the anime continues that. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a shot here that's a throwback to the face he makes in Detective Pikachu. Not only is Mr. Mime goofy, but he's a strong battler. It destroyed the Pokemon that had a type advantage, which it should have, and it chickened out against a stronger Pokemon. But you know what? I think that's actually pretty great. I wonder if this episode was just an exception or it'll be going forward, but if Mr. Mime is going to be one of Ash's regular Pokemon, it'll be really interesting and fun to see. One thing I'm really starting to love, and I really loved in this episode in particular, is the music choice. Man, the music really elevated the battle in my opinion. It still sounds a bit too My Hero-y, but you know what? I don't really care. It sounds awesome, and the battle sounds epic. And I think in that respect, it was a good decision to change the music composer, because this show really does have its own musical identity. Another feather in the cap for Ash as he wins another tournament and proves his superiority in battle. Overall, this is a really good episode. I highly recommend it. That Croagunk is really stirring up that Piplup on purpose, isn't it? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after 2 weeks to review Episode 8 of the new Pokemon series titled Don't Give In, an Ice Drift Race in the Sinnoh region. And in this episode, Ash and Go will be heading to the Sinnoh region where they meet up with Piplup and get involved in a race. Who will win this race? Let's find out. The episode begins with Ash and Go at the harbor looking at a swarm of Tentacool. Ash tries to poke around and gets bubble beamed by one of the Tentacools in the face for it. And Go, on the other hand, wants to catch a Tentacool and spots one and throws a Pokeball at it, but misses the one he's aiming at and hits a completely different one before capturing it. Imagine being a Tentacool just chilling when some random trainer just catches you out of nowhere. I would be so annoyed. Anyways, they see something coming at them full speed from the ocean and they're ready to capture / battle whatever it turns out to be, but it turns out to be a Piplup. It jumps on the dock, but it looks extremely skinny, and it faints in front of our heroes, freaking them out. Honestly, I'm surprised Go didn't try to immediately catch it, since he tends to do that quite a bit. They take it to the professor's lab where it's stuffing its face, and they're trying to figure out where it came from. As they're discussing this, Koharu comes back from school, and they try to shore the Piplup, but it's gone. Turns out it's in their bathroom sink, swimming back and forth as fast as it can. Eventually, Renji, one of the professor's assistants, comes up to let them know that they found the trainer of this Piplup. Her name is Misaki, and she's from Snow Point City. The Piplup doesn't look particularly thrilled to see her again. Regardless, Ash and Go decide to go to the Sinnoh region to return the Piplup, as well as meet some other Pokemon. On their way there, they notice that it's like a festival-like atmosphere in Snow Point, before Go sees a poster that says that there's going to be a Pokemon race in the city soon. Ash is also sneezing, saying it's cold, but he's still wearing shorts. I wonder why he feels cold. Anyways, they land in the city, and while Ash is looking for Misaki, Go has Scorbunny throw a snowball at a Mantine to make it jump from the water before capturing it. People even applaud for him, because that's pretty smart. So does Ash, who congratulates him on the capture before Misaki shows up. After apologizing to them for being late because she dropped her glasses, the Piplup doesn't seem to be happy being back with her at all. That's when we see her Croagunk. By the way, she doesn't have her glasses on. Her eyes look like mouth. It's super freaky. Anyways, the Piplup and the Croagunk also don't seem to like each other at all, and that's where we learn their story. Basically, Misaki met Piplup when she dropped her glasses in the ocean and the Piplup brought it back to her. She saw how much it liked swimming and entered it in the Ice Drift race and it won. Then, later, she met her Croagunk. The Croagunk also picked up her glasses when it fell in the ocean, and the Croagunk seemed to be just better at the Piplup at everything, even swimming. And when she finally praised Croagunk for being faster than the Piplup, that's when Piplup seemed to have ran to the Kanto region to train, essentially. And since it trained by swimming all the way to the Kanto region, and even at the sink in the professor's lab, it seems to be confident because it brings out Drift Ice Race stickers and sticks one on Croagunk, basically saying he's ready to go. Go also says that he's going to enter with his newly caught Mantine, and Pikachu says it wants to go, so Ash decides to enter it as well. Misaki's devastated that her two Pokemon are turning into rivals, not friends.
I forgot to mention earlier that Team Rocket was following them, and now they're excited because Pikachu is going to enter this race. You know why, right? So they can capture them. Anyways, the race is about to start, and they're all mostly water types except for Pikachu in the race. When the race is about to begin, they light up the course using a bunch of Chinchou, which is really creative. I like that. And then Octillery starts the match. And this race is really one-sided from the beginning. There's an Empoleon who's at first place with Piplup and Krogan behind it, and then everyone else. Pikachu especially is struggling in the water. Goes Mantine sees that and picks up Pikachu on its back as it continues to swim, so I like that. As they go to the point where they have to turn around after reaching their destination, both Piplup and Krogan are really ahead of everyone. And just as they pass everyone, Team Rocket comes up underwater to stop everyone else who's racing behind them. After they say their motto, they trap all the other Pokemon using the net, but luckily Pikachu's outside of the net, so it's able to free everyone with Iron Tail. They then call on their vending machine, and their Pelipper brings it out. This time, the Pokemon that they get are Machamp, which sucks for a water battle, and Beartic, which is slightly better. Battle emerges, but ultimately, Pikachu is able to use Thunderbolt on Machamp, which hits both Machamp and Team Rocket as well, and in his anger, James tells Beartic to use Trash on the ship. Both Piplup and Krogan are still racing and are close to the finish line at this point, when all of a sudden, when the Beartic uses Trash on the ship, Misaki almost falls overboard, and when she's hanging onto the ship, her glasses fall. Hearing her glasses hit the water, her two Pokemon rush to her aid and see that she needs help, so they cut a lifeboat from the ship and put it under her so when she falls, she's safe. It looks like saving her made Krogan and Piplup friends, and she hugs the two Pokemon. And now with her safe, Go has Scorbunny use Double Kick on the Beartic, and Pikachu uses Thunderbolt to blast off Team Rocket. The race is cancelled because of Team Rocket, and Go says that he might join next year's, and they see that Misaki, Piplup, and Krogan are all friends again now. The episode ends with Ash and Go heading back, and as Misaki, Krogan, and Piplup are heading home, a wind blows their glasses away to the ocean, which is then picked up by a Psyduck, who's faster than both Piplup and Krogan. I think this is a decent episode overall. Honestly, it reminded me of the Pokemon episodes of old, the filler ones. There's like an event, Team Rocket interrupts, and Pikachu saves the day. To me, it's just weird how far they're taking the soft reboot approach, because I feel like they're saying that it's the same world as before by showing Ash's trophies and such, but when it comes to mentioning anything about his past on any of these regions he's visiting, zilch, zero. I don't understand that. I would love for him to say anything like, hey, I've been here before or something, but nope. It doesn't really fully bother me, but it does create this weird feeling because you know Ash has been here, but he's not saying anything about it, at least for me. The main thing I actually want to talk about for this episode, since the rest of the episode is just whatever, it's a nice episode, but there's nothing too special, is about Team Rocket's vending machine. I want to hear your opinion. What do you think about it? I'm of two minds about it. It brings a certain randomness to an episode, which I really enjoy. Like, I thought that when they were getting out their Pokemon from the vending machine, it was going to be water type so they can battle in the water, but no, two fighting type. So you can't always predict what they're going to get. So that's cool. But on the other hand, this makes me think that they won't get any set Pokemon in this series, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. That means no more Pokemon like Mimikyu, Arbok, Weezing, Cacturne, anything really. And I don't know, I feel like that kind of makes them lose part of their personality. Usually, their Pokemon are extensions of their personality, and how they respond to their own Pokemon is part of them. So if they have a vending machine throughout the entire series and don't capture any Pokemon, I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about that. What do you guys think? Should they stick with the vending machine, or eventually should they get their own Pokemon? Or should they use their own Pokemon and the vending machine in combination? I don't know what you think. I think there's a problem with that last one because I feel like what's going to happen is that their Pokemon are going to get defeated and then they're just going to bring out the vending mon, and then that's going to be defeated as well. So I don't know how much that works, but I want to hear your thought. Also, I know I brought this up before, and I'll stop soon since it seems like maybe in the future that now with the expansion pack for Sword and Shield being brought up, the anime is ready to move on to Galar as the main region. The fact that Ash hasn't done anything in this series yet, listen, I know he won a Battle Frontier battle with Mr. Mime and Pikachu, but that's it. That's all he's done. Bo's already caught a whole host of other Pokemon. I'm starting to really get impatient, but knowing that the story might be moving towards the Galar region makes me feel a little bit better. Overall though, it's your standard filler episode, nothing too special. Check it out if you want, but you don't honestly have to.
The animation for this episode had no right to be as good as it was. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 9 of the new Pokemon series titled The Pledge We Made That Day. The Ho-Oh Legend of Johto region just dropped, and this episode, our boys are finally going to the Johto region to try to capture Ho-Oh. What's gonna happen? Are they gonna be successful? Well, let's find out. We start in the park where all of Go's Pokemon are when Go says that they've sighted Ho-Oh recently. So, they go to the lab and we find out that the sightings were in Ecruteak City. Ash says that they always wanted to battle Ho-Oh, and Go says that he wants to capture Ho-Oh, so they decide to go to Johto.
They arrive at Ecruteak, and Go says that the bell tower has had the most sightings, so they head up there. And Go's about to give the story of Ho-Oh to Ash when a Sentret pops up. After he captures it, Pikachu spots Ho-Oh, and both Ash and Go start chasing after it. Ash's Pikachu's Thunderbolt, it hits Ho-Oh, and it goes down really easily, and Ash and Go are surprised that it was so easily. When they chase it up near the bell tower, they end up finding out that it was a kid who had dressed up his Fearow and his Cyndaquil as a Ho-Oh. He was the reason for all the reportings of the sightings. The reason was that for his grandfather, because as soon as this happens, the kid's grandfather comes up to him and tells him that Ho-Oh doesn't exist, and Ash tells the grandfather it does. He talks about it his first day as a trainer, and the grandfather still doesn't believe it. We find out from the kid that the grandfather used to believe in Ho-Oh. He had a rainbow wing he found in his journeys, but after searching for it for so long and never finding it, he just kind of gave up on it. Ash says that instead of trying to trick their grandpa into believing it, they'll find the real thing, and Go says that according to his data, if you have a rainbow wing at the top of Bell Tower, Ho-Oh will appear. But Curio says that his grandfather's already tried that multiple times. They go in the tower and they see a painting of Ho-Oh, and they notice that in every painting, and even in Ash's experience, there's usually a rainbow associated with Ho-Oh. So, since it was raining earlier, they'll wait for the rain to stop and then try waving the rainbow feather from the top of the bell tower once they see a rainbow. Curio runs to go and get the rainbow wing. When he returns with his grandfather. The grandfather's skeptical, but he comes with them anyways, and they start climbing the tower. As they start climbing the tower, we can see behind them that they're followed by Mischievous and Stantler, and Mischievous uses a move on all of them as they're climbing up the stair that causes the stair to sink before turning into a slant, making them all slip off. On top of the stairs, Stantler uses another move and sends our heroes on a cliff. When they finally climb the top of the cliff, they end up on a desert. The grandfather is suspicious, so he has his Hoo-Oo use Foresight and they break the illusion. Then they spot the Mischievous and Stantler, and before Stantler can use another illusion, Go throws a Pokeball at it and catches both of them. Then you can see, like, in the background, the rainbow wing is pulsing. They get to the top of the tower, and the stair leading up to the bell is broken, so they help out Curio and his grandfather to the top of the tower, and they start calling for it. It's still cloudy, there's no rainbow yet, and as they're calling for it, a rainbow appears, so they start calling for it even louder, when a wind blows the rainbow wing out of Curio's hand, and his grandfather is able to catch it. And his grandfather's like, thank you, Curio, for helping him find that spirit to basically continue that journey. The rainbow wings start shining, and they try for a bit more, but nothing. The grandfather said that maybe they should just give up. Just for today, so they'll try again tomorrow. And as the kids are heading down to eat because they say they're hungry, the grandfather spots Ho-Oh. When he calls for the kids to show him the Ho-Oh is gone. So the grandfather's just happy that he's now seen it. Go and Ash then head back to the lab where they tell the professor about the fake Ho-Oh thing, and the episode ends with both Ash and Go talking about their goals. Go catching all the Pokemon including Mew, and Ash wanting to become a Pokémon Master. So if you couldn't tell by that summary, this wasn't that great of an episode. I mean, it was alright, but it was just kind of boring. The motto to this episode, if you will, was chase your dreams, but I feel like the last couple episodes, that's been the case for almost every episode, hasn't it? It's just weird that it's coming up over and over again. I wonder if they're going to have a specific dream that they're building towards, because they're repeating that ending of Ash saying that he wants to become a Pokemon Master, and Go wanting to capture all the Pokemon, including Mew, at the end of the last, 3 or 4 episodes. Even this episode, the ending was so abrupt just to include that, I feel like, because the ending to Johto is there's no goodbye to Curio or his grandfather or anything. They start heading down to eat, and then boom, we're cut right back into the lab. Why? Why is that no goodbyes or anything? Why? Like I said in the beginning though, the animation in this episode, I will give it the positive, is that there's some fantastical animation moments here. Specifically, 3 moments. The first one is when Pikachu uses Thunderbolt on Ho-Oh, the Fearow and Cyndaquil, and it just looks awesome. Pikachu looks ridiculously powerful. And then there's 2 times. One is when Go captures the Sentret. The animation for throwing the Pokeball is just, it looks so smooth and clean and dynamic. It looks great.
And the second time is when he does that again to capture both the Stantler and the Mischievous. Again, the animation of throwing the Pokeball and it like dynamic camera and just looks awesome. That's what I said at the beginning. This episode had no right to have as good as an animation as it did. But, you know, it is what it is. Overall, I don't know really what to say about this episode. I know people are probably expecting some things, but it's just kind of a boring episode. I mean, you can check it out if you want, but honestly, this is one of those episodes where you can skip it. The next episode, our heroes are going to end up in Dragonite Island. I'm not really interested for that for just the episode itself, and usually I wouldn't be interested, but the one thing that makes me interested, if you remember the poster when the series first came out, Meowth was riding on that Dragonite. I feel like this is the episode where that Dragonite that Ash and Go meet are going to end up with Team Rocket somehow. I'm interested to find out if he's going to be like the Beware of this series. It'll be interesting to see.
Did you know that the premise of this episode is actually based on the Pokédex entry from Pokémon Sun for Dragonite? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 10 of the new Pokemon anime titled The Dragon Paradise and the Dragonair Trail just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes end up in an island full of Dragonite, while Team Rocket's also trying to capture all of them. Will they be able to stop them? Well, let's find out. The episode begins at our lab with our heroes watching a news clip of a sailor who's being interviewed after being rescued by a Dragonite. Ash says that he wants to meet one, but Professor Sakuragi tells him that might not be possible since Dragonites are so rare in the wild. I'm pretty sure that Ash is saying that he wants to meet another one because, unless the writer somehow forgot, the way he worded it, it sounded like he'd never met one before. Anyways, Go says that he's been collecting data about their sightings and that they're finding it in this certain cluster, so both of them decide to go and find out for themselves. By the way, is this going to be a thing in every episode where we start the episode with both Ash and Go yelling, "Let's go"? I really hope not. They take a boat, and while they're on the boat, we see that Go has an insane amount of Pokeballs ready to capture an entire Dragonite line. They land in an area, and Go says that while he was planning to rent a boat to get there, he figured that since there are Dugong in the area, they can capture one and use it as a ride Pokemon. Both Ash and Go run towards the ocean to find one. Behind them, we see Team Rocket. This time, Team Rocket wasn't following them, but just happened to be searching to give Giovanni a Dragonite too. They said that they need to get their motions in plan first, otherwise Ash is going to disrupt them. I really love how they acknowledge how Ash would probably foil their plans. It's always nice when they're self-aware, and while I don't watch the English dub very much, I'm sure they're going to make this a pretty funny bit once it gets translated. We cut back to Ash and Go, who have found a Dugong, but when Go tries to capture it, it keeps getting out of the Pokeball. He eventually has to throw his entire sack of Pokeballs to eventually capture it. This was great. I'm pretty sure that even the writers were starting to be aware of the fact that it seemed like Go never struggled to capture any Pokemon. So this time, they really made him earn his capture. I appreciate that. Ash and Go are riding on the captured Dugong looking for the Dragonite when all of a sudden, their Dugong starts racing forward without listening to them. The reason? It sees a female Dugong and begins to chase it. It leads them directly to the stormy part of the sea where lightning almost strikes them, but they're quickly saved by Pikachu, and it causes all of them to fall off the Dugong. And as Ash is laying on the water, he sees some Dragonites headed his way before he passes out. A nice little callback to both the premise of the episode and the Pokédex entry about the Dragonite saving people who are stuck in the ocean. Both Ash and Go wake up in the rumored Dragonite Island. Go tries to immediately catch some of the Pokeball, but like I said earlier, he ran out of all those when trying to capture that Dugong earlier. What did I say on the episode 8 review?
Honestly, I'm surprised Go didn't try to immediately catch it, since he tends to do that quite a bit.
Told you. Ash offers him his Pokeball, but Go declines. He also says that he lost the Dugong, so let's see if he can find it before the end of this episode. Pikachu seems to have made friends with the Dragonair and Dragonite, and the Pokemon invite them to explore the island. Go tries to figure out where they are, but he can't get any GPS signal. Then, they stumble across a group of Dragonairs, molting and getting wings so they can fly, and while they're watching that, Ash notices that the Dragonair that they're with looks sad. Then, Ghost Scorbunny comes from behind with a shedded skin of Dratini on him. They ask it where he found him, and he leads them to a waterfall where they see a Dratini shedding its skin. They then collect the skin and take pictures of it for data. As they're relaxing in the water, they have a conversation, and I love this conversation. It's one of those moments where the anime really talks to the audience. Ash says that Pokemon are mysterious, and when Go says why, he responds by talking about the Dratini line. He says, how does a Pokemon like Dratini and Dragonair evolve into a Dragonite? Why does it grow hands? How does it change color? Shouldn't it evolve to something closer like a Milotic? And I love this because this is one of those things that fans have been asking about for decades. And I like when the anime addresses things that the fans really want to know about. The Dragonite then start walking, and Ash and Go start following them again. And while they're following the Dragonite, Go tells Ash that he might have figured out the secret to this island. Basically, it's said that the Dragonites can influence weather, which is why their island is surrounded by storms, and that's why no one's been able to find it, or why there's no GPS signal. They arrive at the beach and see a group of Dragonites fly straight at the storm clouds, presumably to save people, and everyone, except this one Dragonair, can do it. This Dragonair is struggling to fly, even with a Dragonite trying to teach it. When all the Dragonites leave and the Dragonair is on its own, Ash goes up to it and offers to help train it. This moment here in this episode is extremely heartbreaking. Not only is the noise that the Dragonair makes super sad, but the visuals of seeing it covered in bruises and dirt from trying to fly over and over again makes the whole thing tragic. At first, Ash just tries to jump, but that doesn't help. Then, Go remembers that the Dragonairs were doing some sort of dance before flying, and Ash is like, dragon dance? So, that's what Ash is going to teach the Dragonair now. How, you might ask? Well, he's going to have Pikachu set up an Electronet trampoline and use it to jump up in the air and then do the dance, because that's what they saw the Dragonairs do earlier. At first, it doesn't go well. Ash isn't really immune to electricity, so he gets shocked. But he tries a second time, and then the third time, the Dragonair comes with him. They both jump on the electroweb, it shocks them, but they resisted enough to get some good air, and Dragonair begins to start doing some dragon dance. It bounces off the net one more time, taking another shock before spinning in the air and eventually successfully doing a dragon dance, allowing to start flying. This moment here is both epic and inspiring. The music that plays here in the background is especially so, and when the Dragonair is successful, you can't help but outwardly cheer for it. It's done very nicely. The Dragonair thanks him for it before it has to go do something. Ash tries to get on it to go with it, but it's too slippery. Lucky for both him and Go's Dugong is back, and even though its heart is still broken from missing the female Dugong, it starts carrying them across the ocean following the Dragonair. What was the Dragonair going towards? Well, it turns out that Team Rocket pretended to be stranded in the ocean to get a Dragonite to come near it so they can capture it, and it looks like they were successful. The Dragonair goes towards the Dragonite, taking our heroes who confront Team Rocket. They call in their vending machine, and the Pokemon they get this time? A Wailord. And the only move it knows? Splash. So, I'm pretty sure they already know it's gonna fail, but they still give it a try and have it use Splash on the water. It doesn't do much at first. Ash and Go just use this as an opportunity to free the Dragonite by having Pikachu use Iron Tail on the cage. And when Team Rocket goes for another splash, it sends them up in the air along with some wood which hits Wailord, causing it to flail around and send Ash into the air. As he's flying through the air, about to crash into the floor, Dragonair spots him and goes to the rescue for him. It tries to catch him, but as Ash is reaching out, the Dragonair is just too slippery. Then, with determination in his eyes, Dragonair leaps towards it as it starts to evolve. It saves Ash just in the nick of time by grabbing it with its newly grown arms. As Team Rocket are in the water, the previously captured Dragonite comes to them, furious, and hyper beams them, blasting them off. As everyone is on top of the Wailord, Ash says that maybe the reason Dragonite grow arms is to protect people. Like I said earlier, I love this so much. Not only because this was a continuation of the conversation that Ash was having earlier, but also based on all of the Dragonite's Pokedex, and I'm sure there's some actual reason. Most likely it's based on some Chinese or Japanese mythology, but all of their Pokedex is about helping people. And if this is the main reason why they grow arms, then you know what? I wouldn't mind accepting that. As Ash is about to leave, he's grabbed by the Dragonite, who wants him to capture him, and so Ash does. They end up back in the lab where they showed all the data and the images they gathered to the professor, and the professor's aides are so happy they want to release this information, but at the end, the professor says that maybe they shouldn't publish the information about the Dragonite Island. The explanation he gives to his lab assistants are that their mystery is what makes them so unique, but most likely he said that to protect the Dragonites who are in the island, so that more people don't come looking for them. The episode ends with the Dragonite hugging Professor Sakuragi. An incredible episode all around in my opinion. It's one of the top 3 episodes so far. This episode's about 2 things.
Ash helping Dragonair, and the discovery of a Pokemon's habitat, what they do out in the wild, how they interact with their own species, things like that. And in my opinion, it's really well done. My favorite part is definitely Ash training the Dragonair to fly. It's heartbreaking, it's inspirational, the music is awesome, the visuals are awesome, everything here is just fantastic. Overall, a wonderful episode. I'd really highly recommend checking it out.
Is it just me, or was that Gengar pose similar to the very famous Itachi pose? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 11 of the new Pokemon series, titled Koharu, Yamper, and sometimes Gengar too, just dropped, and in this episode, Koharu will finally be the focus of this episode, while a Gengar is infiltrating the Sakuragi lab. What's gonna happen? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with us at the Sakuragi household early in the morning. Koharu's alarm is trying to go off, and she turns it off while she's still trying to sleep. In order to get her up, her Yamper gets her brother to wake her up by saying that she's gonna be late for school, which she doesn't really care, she falls back asleep. Then, he calls their mother, and she wakes her up by telling Koharu that she won't have time to braid her hair. This freaks her out, and she gets up. After her mom helps her braid her hair, she goes down to the dining room where the family's about to have some breakfast, but before that, she has to feed her Yamper, and as she's feeding it, they talk about the fact that even though she's very cold to her Yamper, it seems to like her the most, followed by the mother, the brother, and then Professor Sakuragi himself. After they're done eating, the professor and Koharu head to the lab. In the back of the car, Yamper is trying to play with Koharu, but she just sets him down. I think this entire family dynamic is fantastic. Just in these little 3-minute sequence for the intro, we get to learn so much about Koharu and her family. Koharu is someone who really cares about her hair. Her Yamper likes her a lot, even though she's cold to it, even without her really knowing about it, because when they call her out on it, she's like, really, am I? Her mother is kind, and her brother is just your typical younger brother. Up to this point, we haven't really known her that much at all. All we know is that she's the professor's daughter, and that's something that she seems to despise, or I shouldn't say despise, just that it's something that she doesn't seem to care about much. That small intro brings us closer to her character. We then cut to the Go Park behind the Sakuragi Institute where Ash and Go are. They check in on their Pokemon, and we get to see a couple of Pokemon interactions here. For example, Go thinks that Ash's Dragonite and his Stantler and Scyther might fight and tries to stop it, but Ash stops him, and from that we see Ash's Dragonite giving the two Pokemon a big ol' hug. On the other end, it looks like Go's Pokemon are fighting between themselves, especially his Tailo, who seems to be attacking his 3 Wurmple. But, similar to the Dragonite thing, Ash and Go don't realize that Tailo's helping them train so that they can evolve. And, as they're heading down to stop what they perceive as a fight, the 3 Wurmple begin to evolve. The reason that Go has 3 Wurmple is that he was hoping one of them would evolve into a Cascoon and one of them into a Silcoon, so he could get both a Dustox and a Beautifly. But just as luck, as all of them evolve into a Cascoon. Even though he's a bit sad, he doesn't really mind. I've said this in previous episodes and even in Sun and Moon, but I love when they show Pokemon interacting in the wild. I think it brings a great sense of depth to the Pokemon world, like in this case for example, if Tailo was out in the wild and these were wild Wurmples, it would probably be attacking the Wurmple in order to eat them. But since Go caught both those Pokemon, they're no longer wild Pokemon. So while the Tailo looks like it's attacking, really it's just helping the Wurmple evolve. I really like that. The difference shown between wild Pokemon and trainer Pokemon, and how a little capture can change the entire nature of Pokemon. I think that's fascinating. We go back to the lab where we see Renji, one of the professor's assistants, about to work on his computer when the power goes out. He goes down to the basement to fix it when we see something spooky in the mirror. He calls out his Magnemite to fix the electricity when the Gengar comes from behind to spook him. He then notices the Gengar and tries to have his Magnemite paralyze it with Thunder Wave, but the Gengar has it tangled up in wires so it can't use it, and then the Gengar attacks him. I know it's cliche, but I like the little mirror spook thing. The introduction to Gengar here is really well done, and I like the fact that the assistant immediately recognizes that it is a Gengar. It seems like in a lot of episodes, things go flying around, and for some reason, trainers who live in a world full of ghost Pokemon can never figure out that it's probably a ghost Pokemon messing with them by having things float. I'm glad it wasn't the case here. We then cut back to the front of the lab where Koharu is about to head to school when all of a sudden, both Ash and Go race to the professor. Go tells the professor about his evolved Pokemon and asks Koharu if she wants to meet it, along with Ash's Dragonite, but she says that she has to go to school and leaves as Kakuna, the other lab assistant, comes to the lab. As she's leaving, Ash asks Go, does Koharu not like Pokemon? And he tells her something really interesting. He says she used to, but now she's acting cold towards them. Different people interact with Pokemon differently. And while I don't mind that second sentiment at all, I mean, think about it. We have cats, dogs, cows, whatever, wild Pokemon that have been domesticated in our world. Not everyone likes them. Similarly, in the Pokemon world, not everyone has to like Pokemon. It's a fine feeling to have. Of course, this is the anime, so they're never going to have someone like that let that stand, but honestly, I think it would make for a wonderful contrast in the cast. Koharu doesn't have to like Pokemon, she could just be indifferent to them, and that's fine. The more interesting part to me about this conversation, though, is that Go saying that Koharu used to like Pokemon, but she doesn't now. Anyways, as the professors are heading to the lab, they notice that the lab is dark, and they get spooked by Renji's Magnemite, who's behind them, covered in wires. It leads them down to the basement, where they find Renji passed out before noticing the Gengar. The Gengar then heads up the stairs, where Yamper hits it with a tackle. What? Then Ash's Pikachu battles it, sending its Shadow Ball flying before hitting it with a Thunderbolt. Listen, I know the anime is different from the game, but how the heck did Yamper hit the Gengar? That really took me out of this battle, which, besides that little mistake, is a small but pretty nice battle. The music is intense, and so is the action, because while Ash is taking on the Gengar, they have Yamper barking in the background, making a lot of noise. Things are flying around. Go, who looks terrified. And all of this, like I said, is complemented by the music, and it turns this from a regular battle into a pretty memorable one. Come on, Pokemon. Type matchups should matter even in the anime for some parts. We then go back to Koharu's school, where the teacher asks the class what their future dreams are. When it gets to her, Koharu doesn't really have an answer. Her classmates all assume that she's gonna follow in her father's footstep and be a professor, but she doesn't even really seem to know her true feelings on Pokemon, whether she likes them or not. Then, when everyone is outside and Koharu is watering some flowers later, her mother shows up. She brought Koharu her lunch, and they sit down, and Koharu tells her about the class, and how she didn't appreciate her classmates trying to decide her future for her, since she doesn't even know what her future is. She asks her mother, did she always know what she wanted to be, and an illustrator? And her mother tells her that originally she didn't want to be just an illustrator, she wanted to be a mangaka. But even though she practiced a lot, she couldn't do well at it. And as she was about to give up, in a class with a young Professor Sakuragi, he told her not to quit since it looked like she was enjoying it so much. She's realized that even though she isn't a mangaka now, or even a particularly famous illustrator or anything, she's doing something that she enjoys, and she tells Koharu that there will be times when she'll have to make this decision, but she's 10 right now. She doesn't need to rush. I like this part a lot. I think this is something that all children can relate to, so I think that having this in this episode was a great choice. We also get to learn a bit more about Professor Sakuragi and how he met his wife, which is nice. And I think this portion of the conversation really works better for the long run, rather than this episode in particular. Because I think this is going to become a plot point, so that by the end of this series, we know what Koharu wants to be when she grows up. Back in the lab, Ash and Go are still looking for Gengar when Go says that they should try to see who can capture that thing first. And right as he says that, the Gengar reappears and he tries to capture it, but it just deflects the Pokeball back at him. There's also a bit here when they're chasing the Gengar and Mr. Mime's in the hallway, so in order to not spill the clothes, he throws the clothes up, uses Psychic, and then catches it afterwards. And then when Ash is like, nice job, he makes this very Mimi-like face. That's very creepy, but very well done. After catching up to the Gengar, though, they have another battle where Pikachu cuts a Shadow Ball in half. That's pretty intense. But then Yamper gets hit by Ice Punch and gets frozen, so Scorbunny has to unfreeze it. The Gengar then gets away when Pikachu blocks another Shadow Ball with an Electro Web. Similar to before, it's a pretty nice fight, and I don't think I've ever seen Iron Tail cut a Shadow Ball in half. That might be the first time I've seen that. Regardless, while Ash and Go are looking for the Gengar in the lab, Professor Sakuragi and his assistants are going to use the computer to check the temperature in the lab. Whenever one portion of the lab gets cold, that's when they know where the Gengar is going to be. As the search is happening, Koharu gets home and Yamper goes out to greet her. But it turns out the Gengar is hiding in the lobby by the entrance. Yamper gets hit by a Shadow Ball by Gengar, which was aimed at Koharu, so it did that to protect Koharu. and it's about to use a second Shadow Ball at Koharu when Ash and Go show up, and Pikachu uses Thunderbolt to deflect it. Then the Gengar uses Psychic on Ash, Go, and their Pokemon to make them levitate so they can't attack, while the Yamper stands in front of Koharu, and the professors see that. He tries to have Yamper use Spark on the Gengar, but it doesn't work because the Yamper is so focused on saving Koharu. He tells her that she needs to command it because it's only listening to her. She's super nervous at first since she's never battled before, but eventually, after Ash and Go cheer her on, she has the Yamper use Spark, sending the Gengar flying out of the lab. Afterwards, she hugs the Yamper. I know I didn't really say much during that entire sequence, but honestly, it's because there's nothing really much to comment on. It was your pretty standard battle fare until Koharu got there. So, this has happened a couple times in the anime, and each time it's annoyed me. It also annoyed me when Lily did this, so don't think that I'm being inconsistent or anything, but if you're in the Pokemon world, characters battle all the time. Why are characters so baffled when they have to battle? Like, Koharu just stands there forever after her dad tells her what she can do in that situation to make that situation better. Why? I know narratively it's because the characters are first-time battlers, so they're nervous, but honestly, it just makes them look so dumb when they're just standing there with their mouth wide open, not doing anything, when all of their friends need help. I don't know, that just bugs me. That's not just a Pokemon thing, by the way, that happens in a lot of anime, so I don't want to single out Pokemon here. And another thing, let us see the aftermath of that, particularly for Koharu. And I don't mean the aftermath as in showing Koharu later on in the sequence when she's in bed. I'm talking about right after she beats the Gengar, what happens? What does Ash say to her? What does Go say to her? What does the professor say to her? What do the lab assistants say to her? What does she say about her first battle? These are things I want to know because it's good time for character development, and I wish shows would take that opportunity after battles to do that. The episode ends with Koharu in bed, thanking the Yamper and sleeping with the Yamper for protecting her, showing her that she's bonding more with her Pokemon as her parents watch. A bit creepy by her parents, but wholesome nonetheless. And we see that the Gengar is outside and it looks like it's gonna be back later. My biggest complaint about this episode is just the ending. Especially the Koharu fight. It just felt super rushed. I do like the fact that it seems like the Gengar will be recurring. I actually think it might end up with Koharu capturing that thing. One thing in the episode that we discussed, and really I hope we get an explanation because I talked about this before, but Go saying Koharu used to love Pokemon. Why? What happened? Why did it happen? I don't think this is going to be a full-on Lily type, but I am interested to find out, and I'm interested to see when that happens. Other than that, this was an alright episode. You can check it out if you want to learn more about Koharu. Honestly, you should, because her character development is very strange, but I think very fascinating. I'm more excited, actually, for the next episode. Eternatus is confirmed. I guess that means we might actually get the Darkest Day storyline in the anime as well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 12 of the new Pokemon anime titled Dynamax Battle. Leon, the greatest of them all, just dropped, and in this episode, there's going to be a fierce battle between Leon and Lance to determine the greatest Pokemon trainer. Who's going to win? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with Professor Sakuragi giving Ash and Go tickets to the Pokemon World Championship Finals in Galar. While Go is excited, Ash has no clue what this is and has to be told by everyone that this is a place where all of the champions from other regions are going to battle against each other to basically show who the best trainer is. Look, I know that Ash is supposed to be a surrogate for the audience, but why is he the person who doesn't know what the World Championship is? It could have easily been Go. I think their reason for this was because Ash has only been to Galar once before, right? So he wouldn't know about this Galar tradition. But the problem is that he's met enough people and done enough battles to know what a world championship is. Not only that, but the anime itself has brought up this concept in the past in Diamond and Pearl, so Ash should know about it. I know it sounds like I'm complaining about a small thing, and in the grand scheme of things it is, but it's just one of those things that add up, which cause people to think Ash never learns anything from region to region, and really it's damaging for his character. While they're on the plane heading towards Galar, something strange happens. The electricity in the plane goes off. When Ash, Go, and Pikachu look outside, they're in midst of clouds, but they see something flying by, causing Pikachu to almost get ready for battle. Then the thing passes by and everything goes back to normal on the plane. Spoilers here if you haven't played or watched the Sword and Shield game, but I'm so happy that they're introducing Eternatus so early in the anime because I'm pretty sure that now that the Darkest Day
will be the final arc of the series. Unless they decide to do the tournament, of course, but since the tournament was the final arc in Alola, I think they'll have the Darkest Day be the final arc here in this series. Regardless, I like the setup. It was really well done, the music here especially. They arrive at the stadium, which is massive, and Ash is ridiculously excited. Go wants to capture some Pokemon first before they go in the stadium, but Ash basically drags him inside. Also inside the stadium are Team Rocket, who say that while they would like to go after Pikachu right now, they have a mission given to them by Giovanni to try and catch a Gigantamax Pokemon, for which they have a new item that Meowth will tell us about later. The introductions begin and we learn that the Master 8 duked it out, and now it's the finals, and the final 2 are coming out to determine who's the greatest trainer. It's between Kanto champion Lance and Galar champion Leon. They say that Lance has won not only the Elite Four Cup, but also the Pokemon World Tournament in Unova. And Leon, well, he's been undefeated ever since he won his Galar championship. He's even beaten 100 people. It's a one-on-one battle, and you can only use one Pokemon. Lance says a few words, and Leon responds with the speech that if you played Sword and Shield, you would have instantly recognized because it's the exact same thing he says in the final battle for the game. Leon then sends out his trusty Charizard, and Lance sends out a shiny red Gyarados. I haven't done this since the Sun and Moon League, so this is gonna feel good to say, but let the battle begin! Leon starts with Flamethrower and Lance responds with Hyper Beam. The Hyper Beam beats out the Flamethrower, but Charizard dodges. Then, Charizard goes for Air Slash when Gyarados is immobilized, but Gyarados is able to deflect it using the ground and sending some rocks in the air. Leon then goes for Flamethrower, and Lance's Gyarados tank the hit because it's not going to be as effective, opting instead to go for Dragon Dance to boost his attack and speed. He then follows that up with an Aqua Tail, which hits hard on the Charizard. Then afterwards, he hits Charizard with a barrage of Ice Fang. Charizard then counters with Fire Spin, which Gyarados gets rid of with Aqua Tail, and then Gyarados goes for another Ice Fang, but Leon surprises Lance by countering him with Thunder Punch, and it's a really nice super effective hit. Leon then goes for a barrage of Thunder Punch, and Lance counters with a barrage of Aqua Tails. Then Leon calls back his Charizard and says, this is not going to be over yet, and so does Lance, because now they're Dynamaxing. Lance Dynamaxes his Gyarados, while Leon Gigantamaxes his Charizard. Lance starts off with a Max Geyser and hits Charizard, then Charizard uses Max Lightning, which is 4 times effective against Gyarados. Lance then goes for Max Strike, but Charizard dodges it and counters with Max Airstream, which hits. Leon then uses G-Max Wildfire, which Lance tries to block with Max Guard, but since the G-Max's ability is like Fire Spin, it hits Gyarados multiple times and KOs it. The winner of this match is Leon. See, if you talk to a lot of fans, they'll say that they didn't like this battle because Lance lost. But is that really a reason not to like the battle? You might not like Leon in the game, and that's perfectly fine. A lot of people don't. But the anime has shown time and time again that game and anime are completely different. So people are judging his character before they even meet him in the new medium. Now, what did I think of this match? I thought it was great. It wasn't anything crazy spectacular animation-wise, but I think the battle did a great job introducing a lot of concepts to people. Remember, this show is for kids, and a lot of people watch the Pokemon anime before getting the games. If they especially don't have the game, the Switch, Sword and Shield or anything, then this is going to be the first time they're seeing Dynamaxing and Gigantamaxing. So, while it might not have been the greatest or most aesthetically pleasing fight, I thought it was very well done. When they Gigantamaxed, you felt it. When they used max moves, you felt it. I think it was really, really well done. I also like the use of the gym battle theme for the fight, although I don't think it's as good as the game because they use the instrument to do it while the game uses that crowd noise to make that theme work. Still, it's a pretty good theme, and I thought it was working really well for this fight. In terms of character, I think Lance kind of comes off as a bit boring. He just comes off as your stereotypical strong trainer. Leon, on the other hand, though, I think suffers a different problem. Let me start by saying this. I don't know how they're going to portray him the rest of the series, okay? We've only met him just a little bit. But I can only make a judgment on what we did see. And I don't know if it was such a good idea to introduce him as so cocky.
I mean, I think they're going for confidence, and for sure you can see that Leon is confident, but I think it went a bit too far with this long-winded speech and taunts. If you're introducing a new character, you need to be more restrained about its characteristics unless you plan on keeping that character like that the exact same way the entirety of the show, or you plan to give him a change in the middle. I don't want to make a full judgment, like I said, since we've only seen a bit of him, but still, I can see a lot of people not liking Leon as a character because he comes off as very arrogant here. After the match, Lance looks upset but shakes Leon's hands and tells him that his outfit was based on the Galar gym-type gym leaders that he trained with a long time ago. I actually really like that. That's a great reason to give him his ridiculous-looking outfit. He then raises Leon's hand and crowns him champ to the crowd. As that happens, Ash says that he wants to battle Leon, which shocks Go. I love it. Not only do we get another character dialogue word for word, this time from Lance here, when he's congratulating Leon, but I also love how Ash shows no fear when it comes to trainers. He doesn't care if you're the world champ or just Hiker Tim. He'll battle anyone. Afterwards, as everyone is coming out of the stadium, we go to Team Rocket, who are outside and wowed by the battle, but they say that they need to go back to capturing Pokemon when they see a Dreadnought. That's when they pull out their new item that Meowth was talking about earlier. It's a black Pokedex, but the difference between their Pokedex and regular Pokedex is that it seems like their Pokedex is lazy. That is hilarious. That's a great concept that I feel like I got lost after the first season of the anime because the anime started catering a little bit more towards the game. Remember, the first episode in the anime, Ash's Pokedex makes fun of him. So I think that's actually hilarious that they're bringing that type of stuff back, but this time for Team Rocket. I love this. It's a really welcome thing. Their Pokedex just tells them that this is a Dreadnought, and then it goes, etc, etc, etc. Again, that is great. They then call their Pokeball vending machine so they can battle it and capture it, and they get one Pokeball from it again. They think it might be like a giant Pokemon, like, last time they got one Pokeball, it was just a Wailord, and when they bring it out, it's a Bellsprout. Even though they think it's lame, this Bellsprout's pretty fierce and attacks Dreadnought with Power Whip really hard. It then goes for another one, which Dreadnought dodges, causing the Bellsprout to hit the ground really hard. So hard, in fact, that it starts leaking a power spot by cracking the ground. That causes Dreadnought to start Gigantamaxing. Team Rocket runs away and tries to get Bellsprout to attack it, but the Bellsprout looks like it's a coward too and it runs away. Ash and Go notice something is wrong while Dreadnought go after Team Rocket, and that's where we end the episode. I like the setup for the next episode. Since this series tends to jump from region to region, this is a really nice way to create some continuity. The thing that surprised me most here was actually Dreadnought. What is this? Dreadnought can do this? Well, according to its Pokedex entry, this Pokemon rapidly extends its retractable neck to sink its sharp fangs into distant enemies and takes them down. I didn't know that. Wow. My final thoughts on this episode is that it was really good. We got a good battle, a setup for the future with Eternatus, and a setup for next episode with Dreadnought. I do wish that the animation for this battle was a bit better. I mean, we did get Masaki Iwane animating this episode, and his stuff always looks good, but I guess I was just hoping that we would get the episode 2 type animation. But that's not that big a deal because I think the animation did a good job in telling its story. This was a really well put together episode, definitely one of the better ones, so if you haven't seen it, check it out. Chunky Pikachu has returned! Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 13 of the new Pokemon anime titled Ash vs. Leon, the Path to Power just dropped, and in this episode, we are going to get a battle between Champion Ash and Champion Leon. It is a one-on-one between Pikachu and Charizard. Who's gonna win? Well, let's find out. We begin with a recap of last episode where we saw Lance face off and ultimately lose to Leon to become world champ. However, at the end of last episode, Team Rocket, who were trying to catch a Dreadnought, made it worse by revealing a power spot and causing it to Gigantamax. So, we continued this episode by seeing Team Rocket run inside the stadium where the Gigantamax Dreadnought can't reach them. It almost does though. In the stadium, everyone including Leon spot the Dreadnought and Ash and Go decide to get out of the stadium to deal with it. They get outside and they try to yell at it to calm it down, but it doesn't work, so Ash says that they'll battle it even though it's a normal sized Pokemon versus Gigantamax Pokemon and they don't really have any plan. This time though, Go says he'll join them. Even though it's a small thing, I really love this. Why? Remember in episode 7 how once Go lost a battle in the Battle Frontier he was super down? And remember how Ash inspired him by the end of the episode by showing how well he was able to battle with Mr. Mime and Pikachu? Well, we get to see the result of that now. The old Go would have probably backed down because Ash didn't have a plan. He is, as we saw in episode 2, someone who likes to be prepared as much as he can. He isn't someone who, like Ash, is willing to just try things and see how it works. But him accepting this challenge, not knowing how the battle might go, shows his growth as a Pokemon trainer. Ash and Pikachu start with a Thunderbolt, and Scorbunny tries a Double Kick, both moves that should be super effective against the Dreadnought, but it's hardly affected because it's Gigantamaxed. It counterattacks them, and Ash tries to have Pikachu use Electro Web to stop it, but just like before, it breaks through like nothing happened. That's when our heroes fall back into another power spot on the ground, and Go notices Pikachu's tail starting to spark, and right then, it starts getting bigger, and bigger, and fatter. Ash's Pikachu has Gigantamaxed. So, a small thing that I noticed from this moment. I don't know how significant this is or will be, but remember how last episode, when Eternatus was flying near the plane, how Pikachu's tail started sparking then as well? See how in this episode, Pikachu's tail started sparking right before he Gigantamaxed? I don't think that's a coincidence in design. I think that this is going to be a future plot point with Eternatus causing the darkest day. And unlike the game where we're just told by the characters, oh my god, there's going to be Gigantamax Pokemon everywhere, Galar, they could potentially destroy Galar. This time, we might be able to actually see the consequences of that. Anyways, Pikachu Gigantamaxes, but Ash and Go thinks that they might have just Dynamaxed. We see that Pikachu is struggling with his new form, barely able to keep balance. And beside that, we see Ash not really knowing how to use Max Move because he tries to have Pikachu use Quick Attack. That fails because the fat and big Pikachu is trying to run towards the Dreadnought, and instead Dreadnought counters with a Max Geyser. By the way, the Max Geyser is very different from the game. In the anime, the Max Geyser comes from the ground, which makes more sense because the name is a geyser. Anyways, he then tries to have Pikachu use Iron Tail, which Pikachu accidentally turns into Max Steel Spike, which hits. As this is happening, Leon comes out of the stadium and notices Ash commanding Pikachu with no Dynamax band and is shocked. Dreadnought then goes for Max Rockfall when Leon tells Ash to use G-Max Volt Crash. Right before the Rockfall can hit Pikachu, Pikachu uses the Max Volt Crash and destroys the Max Rockfall, as well as sends Dreadnought all the way back, turning it back into normal in the process. Then, Pikachu turns back to normal, and while that happens, Team Rocket goes after the Dreadnought that just became normal. The thing I love about this fight is what I mentioned before, the inexperience. Ash has only seen his first ever Dynamax battle before this, so he has no idea what to do. And it's not just Ash, but Pikachu as well. It's the first time it has Gigantamax, so during this battle, not only do we see it struggle to just keep its balance, but we also see how it struggles with using max moves. When Ash said to use Quick Attack, it went for a Quick Attack instead of a Max Strike, or when using G-Max Volt Crash, it tried to jump and made it look like a Thunderbolt, but we know that that's not how it works, so little things like that add a ton of character to Ash and Pikachu, and that lets us, the audience, know that we're along on their journey since this is their first time experiencing this type of battle too. After the end of the battle, Leon comes to them and asks them if they're alright. Both Ash and Go introduce themselves, and Ash asks Leon if they can battle, but right before Leon can respond, a member of the stadium staff comes at Ash and Go and tells them that they're not allowed to Dynamax their Pokemon here. That's when Leon jumps in and tells them to treat the kids with respect because they're the heroes that saved the stadium. Then the staff members apologize, and Leon winks at Ash. So we get to see a little bit more of Leon's personality here, and this was my issue with making him super cocky last episode. We'll see here that he is a decent guy. He stands there for Ash and Go to make sure they don't get in trouble. He helps them out with their Gigantamax battle, and later we'll see that he's going to accept Ash's challenge. So unlike in the game where he tries to do everything on his own, this one is a lot more willing to help other people. So I don't understand why last episode they had him act so cocky the way he did. Remember, first impressions are everything. It's the next morning, and Go, along with Pikachu and Scorbunny, are enjoying their Galar scones, but Ash seems to be out of it. He doesn't even notice a Scovet eating his scones. Go does, though, and he uses this opportunity to catch the Pokemon, his second Galar Pokemon. Afterward, he asks Ash what's up, and Ash says that he's still thinking about the battle between Leon and Lance. There's a bit of conversation here about Ash, who just thinks about Pokemon all the time, except the 10 hours when he sleeps. Then, when Go says that he knows Ash wants to battle Leon, but that's going to be difficult, Ash asks him why, and we get an explanation here of how the tournament that we saw yesterday, or last episode I should say, works. It's a ranking system. You sign up for battle, and then you get put in the normal bracket. Then, you have to win your way through until you can reach the master bracket, where you have to beat the top 8, and finally you get to face Leon, who's the top of that bracket. That means that it would take Ash a while to get there, but he wants to battle him right now. Lucky for him though, Leon shows up where they're eating. He tells Ash that the world champ is going to grant this battle for Ash. So I'm glad that we get an explanation of how things work. I even like the fact that the cups are seemingly based on the old Pokemon Stadium rankings, as well as the Sword and Shield Battle Tower rankings, but again, I think that one is based on the Stadium ranking too. It is nice to get this explanation since the anime and games tend to be so different in terms of how the main tournament works. By main tournament, I mean the Elite Four. As for Leon, call me cynical, but didn't him saying, "Oh, I'll grant this wish," sound super condescending to you all? Again, you can see my bias is showing because I didn't really like him in the game, but the wording here is just so strange to me. I know the actual reason is because he's fascinated how Ash was able to control Pikachu without a Dynamax band, but still, I feel like him responding to Ash by saying, "I accept your challenge" would have been better, especially since, Ash is a Alola League champion. We cut to Team Rocket, who apparently looked all night for that Dreadnought, but they couldn't find it. Instead, what they do find is a Choodle that's gnawing on Jesse's hair. Their Pokedex tells them that this is going to evolve into Dreadnought, so they say that they're going to capture this and give it to Giovanni. Nothing much to say here. We'll probably have to see how this turns out. Although if they are able to eventually evolve it, it's going to be a pretty powerful Pokemon in their arsenal. Back in the stadium, Ash and Leon get ready to battle with the referee also being there. But before the battle can begin, we get a few explanations here. First, Leon gives Ash a Dynamax band and tells him that it's used to control Dynamax Pokemon. In order to do so, he needs to call his Pokemon back into his Pokeball, then use the power of the Dynamax band to Dynamax it. Although Ash says that his Pikachu won't go in the ball, but that doesn't really matter. Also now, once they Dynamax, the move names become different. His Steel move becomes Max Steel Spike, his normal move becomes Max Strike, and his electrical move, which would normally be Max Lightning, but since Pikachu can Gigantamax, it's going to be G-Max Volt Crash. Alright, with now all of that information out of the way, let the match between Champion Ash and Champion Leon begin. To be honest, this is a pretty one-sided match. Ash starts with a quick attack, but is countered with Thunder Punch. Then he goes for an Iron Tail, which is also countered with Thunder Punch. Leon then sends Charizard to do a third Thunder Punch and breaks through Pikachu's Electro Web and hits Pikachu with Air Slash. Ash then goes for a Thunderbolt, but he gets pretty easily overpowered by Charizard's Flamethrower. But as Pikachu is resisting the Flamethrower, it begins Gigantamaxing and overpowers Charizard, getting its first solid hit in with that Thunderbolt. Then Leon Gigantamaxes his Pokemon, and similarly, it's a pretty one-sided battle once again. Ash goes for Max Strike, but Charizard dodges using Max Airstream. Then Ash goes for a Max Steel Spike, but is stopped by Max Lightning from Charizard. And finally, in the third turn, Ash goes for a G-Max Volt Crash, which does hit the Charizard, but Charizard counters with G-Max Wildfire, which KOs Pikachu. The winner of this match is Leon. This was a nice battle here, but I guess to me, ever since his win in the Alola League, I tried to assume that Ash would be stronger. That wasn't the case here at all. In fact, it kind of reminded me of his match against Agatha in the Advanced Generation series, if anyone remembers that. It's very one-sided. I guess that really shouldn't surprise me, seeing how Leon just beat Lance episode, but I was hoping it would be slightly more even. I don't know, of course that wouldn't make sense though. The drama of this series is going to stem from this battle. Ash is going to want to become stronger to eventually defeat Leon. Will he at the end? Who knows, but it will be an interesting development to watch. Leon then calls back his Charizard and gives Ash an Oran Berry to feed Pikachu. Ash says that he appreciates Leon for allowing him to have a serious match and tries to return the Dynamax band, but Leon tells him to keep it, telling him that he likes unrefined trainers like Ash and that he'll have to pop more. As Leon is walking away, Ash says that he wants to battle again in the future, and Leon tells him that the next time they'll battle, it's going to be in an official battle with a crowd. Look, I know that each series does a soft reboot so that they can keep some of Ash's attributes from the previous series while making it accessible for new watchers. But, really? Unrefined trainer? Ash? Doesn't have any pop? I guess let's just forget about the fact that he's the Alola League champ. Or I guess let's forget about the fact that he beat Tapu Koko. You might say, Prongle, you're just complaining because you're an Ash fanboy, and yeah, I freely admit that I have a soft spot for the guy. But that's because I see things like this, which continuously thwart his progress as a character, and wonder, what are the writers thinking? In this case, you know why this annoys me? Because they went out of their way in the second episode to show Ash's trophies from Alola. If you're never going to bring that up, why even show it? That's completely going against the Chekhov's gun principle. If you've never heard of Chekhov's gun, it's basically the idea that if you're going to show something that could be significant in the story, you better use it. Otherwise, the audience is just going to be waiting for a payoff that's never coming. Anyways, the episode ends with Ash saying that he'll join this tournament that Go talked about, and he imagines eventually having a match with Leon in a crowd. I like this episode. Even though I do sound frustrated at some point, I think this was one of the best episodes so far. The show did something that it usually doesn't. That is, give Ash and Pikachu real human-like emotions. What do I mean by that? Remember episode 2 of the Sun and Moon anime? Ash and Pikachu have never done a Z move, they're given a ring by Tapu Koko, and magically, Ash and Pikachu now know the dance to do the Z move perfectly.
Alright, so edit later, but I just watched the episode, and it seems like Tapu Koko teaches Ash and Pikachu how to do it, so that's my fault. But my analogy still stands.
They later retconned it by showing Ash training his dances with his other Pokemon, but my point is, the fact that Ash and Pikachu can do something they've never seen before is not relatable to me. That makes no sense. But now look at this case. Look at how the show handled it. Ash didn't immediately know what G-Max moves to call, and on the other end, Pikachu didn't know how to use his new biology. When Ash tells Pikachu to use Quick Attack, like I said, instead of using Max Strike, it tries to do a Quick Attack. Iron Tail, same thing, it gets lucky that it smacks the Iron Tail. That's relatable to me. That makes sense to me. And it makes sense to me that after learning that the normal move becomes Max Strike, Ash and Pikachu are able to use it because the last episode, they watched Lance use it. Everything here makes sense, and the show does a wonderful job of making Ash relatable. That rarely ever happens. Where it does fail, like I've already mentioned, is in portraying Ash as a previous champion. Remember, Alola League champ. That's who Ash is. Listen, I didn't expect Ash to beat Leon. Heck, I didn't think that the match would be close. I'm just more disappointed in how the other characters treat Ash. Leon says he's an unrefined trainer. Go thinks Ash has no chance in facing Leon because he doesn't know Ash's history. Like I said, Chekhov's gun. If you're going to show Ash's accomplishment in the previous regions by showing off his trophies in the second episode, please bring up those facts when necessary. This was one of those moments where it was necessary. Regardless though, I think this episode is definitely worth a watch. I haven't mentioned this yet, but the animation in this episode is also fantastic. It seems like this time they got the fantastic Takesha Minami to animate bits of this episode, particularly the G-Max battle between Pikachu and Dreadnought, and it shows. The quality is fantastic. And I know I kind of just skipped over the Team Rocket capturing Choodle thing, but I do hope that they get to keep the Choodle. I hope it becomes part of their team and gets utilized in the show, rather than it just staying in Team Rocket headquarters and never making an appearance again. But yeah, overall a fantastic episode. Check it out. Sand surfing really looks fun. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 14 of the new Pokemon anime titled The First Visits to the Unova region. Raid Battle at the Ruins just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes go to the Unova region to take on a raid battle against a Golurk at the Desert Resort. How's it gonna go? Who's gonna capture it? Let's find out. The episode begins with a slight change to the standard. Now that since last episode, Ash has a goal that he's gonna work towards, narration tells us that while Go still plans on catching all the Pokemon to try to get Mew, Ash now plans on winning his way to battle Leon. It's a nice parallel, making their journey so similar. And now that it is set, I am more excited to see where the story is gonna go. They arrive at Unova and they're planning to go to the Desert Resort where they heard that a new ruin has been found and inside there might be a Titan. But, like Ash says, the Titan is most likely a Pokemon, but there's only one problem. Both Ash and Go have no plans on how they're gonna cross the desert. Yeah, Go doesn't have a plan when he came to Unova. That is a bit weird, but it's whatever. The sand is way too hot for them to walk on. That's true even for Scorbunny. but then an explorer comes from behind them with a Meditite telling them not to underestimate the desert resort. She then asks them if they have flying Pokemon, to which Ash brings out his Dragonite and Go brings out his Beedrill, and she brings out her Braviary. She then gives them surfboards and shows them how to use their flying Pokemon to help them cross the desert. It's like sledding, but for the desert. It's pretty cool. Obviously, we have the obligatory race scene where one person goes too far, and in this case, it's Ash's Dragonite. But eventually, they do reach the entrance of the ruins, and since they arrive, Ash calls back his Dragonite, who is sad to do so. Now, this is a pretty new trait they've given Ash's Dragonite. Well, I don't know if you want to call it a new trait, but it seems to have a lot of energy. You can argue that it's just an extension of its current personality of being very lovey-dovey with Ash, but either way, it's a small thing, but it's a nice addition to his Dragonite to set him apart from all of his other type of Pokemon that have a similar personality. Outside of the ruins are statues of Zenmo Darmanitan. When Pikachu and Scorbunny mess around with one of them though, it transforms into a regular Darmanitan and starts attacking them with Overheat. Just then though, Go throws a Pokeball at it and captures it in his first try. After Go catches it, Ash sees what he thinks is a talking Litwick. Really, it's just an old man who happens to be the leader of the expedition team. And even though we don't get his name, this expedition team leader is very, very flamboyant. If anyone watches My Hero Academia, he kind of reminds me of Ioma. He gets excited about finding new things and he sparkles. He explains to Ash and Go that the desert resort used to be a city back in the days and that there used to be villagers here who lived here and built a Titan to protect them. He shows them the key to a place, and when I mean a key, I mean it's like a logo, which Ash and Go feel like they've seen before, but they can't really quite get it. We'll figure out what it is later. The leader wishes them well, but tells them to be careful about surprises they might find. Ominous foreshadowing. As Ash and Go are heading down, Scorbunny accidentally steps on the tail of a Sandile, and both Pikachu and Scorbunny are chased by it. Pikachu tries to use Thunderbolt on it, and obviously it doesn't work, but what does work is Scorbunny double kicking it, making it weak enough for Go to capture it. I'm not even going to go on a rant about continuity like I did last time. All I'm going to say this time is that Pikachu has somehow forgotten that Ash used to battle a Sandile all the time in Unova before capturing its evolved evolution Krokorok. Okay? Anyways, Ash thinks that this might be the surprise that the old man was talking about, but he quickly finds out that's not the case. He finds out exactly what that means when he steps on a pressure plate that causes sand to fall down on his face while he's trying to capture a Swoobat. Harmless, that's not that big a deal. But not only do Ash find out, but so do their Pokemon when Scorbunny accidentally steps on another pressure plate to cause the Indiana Jones style boulder to come down and chase them. Lucky for Ash and Go, they're able to hang on to some things in the wall so they're not crushed by it. It's a good time to say now that the pressure plates that Ash and Go or Ash and their Pokemon keep stepping on have that same logo that the expedition leader showed them. They then step on some more traps or push some more traps, which bounces them around, and eventually they come to a stop, but it seems like Ash is way more hyped than ever, and he continues on. And as he's enthusiastically walking along, he steps on another pressure plate, and this time, a massive hole opens up on the ground where he falls to his doom. And that's the end of the series. Thank you so much for— Okay, that's not what happens. Lucky for Ash, the female trainer from earlier with the Meditite is behind them and uses Psychic from her Meditite to save Ash. He thanks her, and this is where we finally learn her name. Her name is Kiera, so now I can finally stop referring to her as that trainer. Outside, the researchers look at the inscription on the tablet, and they talk about the symbol, what that symbol says in the encryption of the tablet. Back inside, Kiera tells our heroes that she came to find out what the Titan was as well, and they ask her how she avoided the traps, and she tells them pretty pointedly that obviously it's the spots where the rock had that logo. Ash and Go both feel like idiots. They then come across two Cofagrigus, and Go wants to capture them, but Kiera tells them to be quiet as there's two people inside that Cofagrigus, and if they don't get them out, they're going to turn into mummies. Scorbunny tries to use Double Kick on the Cofagrigus, but predictably fails, and Pikachu uses Thunderbolt, and it causes the Cofagrigus to spit out a human and a Psyduck. Not just any Psyduck either though, it's a blue Psyduck, aka Shiny Psyduck. This is where we meet what I assume is supposed to be a caricature of shiny hunters, a guy who wants to fill his entire Pokedex with shiny Pokemon. Pokemon Company, oh please tell us about how you really feel about your audience. What a fantastic way to portray the millions of shiny hunters that play your game. I'm sure they love it. Can you hear the sarcasm in my voice? Seriously, what the heck, Pokemon Company? We also find out that she knew that someone was inside the Cofagrigus because when a Cofagrigus is closer to the ground, that means that there's a person inside of it. Anyways, they get to the middle of the ruins and find nothing. No Titans. Not until Psyduck accidentally trips off one of the traps, but this time, instead of causing some trap to go nuts, it rotates some of the stone panels in the middle of the floor. Kira then realizes they probably need to assemble the circles in the pattern of the logo that they saw outside, so she tells everyone to hit the stone panels in the room. When they all do, the stones in the center move and create that same logo. Then out of that comes a giant statue, like an egg type statue, that breaks to reveal a giant Golurk. The expedition leader then comes from above to tell our heroes that he learned something, but just as he's doing that, the Golurk comes to life and starts attacking everyone. This is where he tells them that the Golurk was built by the villagers to defend them. Go rightfully calls the villagers insane. So what they decide to do instead is raid battle against it and try to capture it, and everyone jumps in, even the shiny hunter who's reluctant. I'm not going to do a move by move summary since that would be boring, instead I'll just summarize the battle. At the beginning, it doesn't really go well. Ash fails trying to use a Thunderbolt, and Scorbunny fails by trying to use a double kick on a Ghost and Ground type. The others, who are using Litwick, Meditite, and Psyduck, do get some hits in, but it's not enough, and the Golurk just kinda smacks them away. I won't complain about Ash not knowing type matchups because honestly, I'm just wasting my breath at this point. Yeah, I know he said it was a slip-up, but still, come on. They make some more progress though when Ash's Pikachu is able to hit the Golurk with the Iron Tail, but it also gets smacked away. That's when Ash and Go bring out their second batch of Pokemon. Ash brings out Dragonite, Go brings out Beedrill, and then everyone else does. Kira brings out her Braviary, and the expedition leader brings out his Lampent. But, just like before, the Braviary and Lampent get knocked out pretty easily, and so does Beedrill. So this really turns into the Ash and Go show. Go brings out his third Pokemon. Remember the Darmanitan he caught at the beginning? Well, it makes his battle debut here. Golurk is setting up for its ultimate move, and as the expedition leader puts it, it's a move set to incinerate people and turn them into ashes, but Ash and Go take this challenge head on. They tell each other no hard feelings regardless of who captures this Pokemon, and they work together to use a combo of Hurricane and Overheat to heavily damage that Golurk and prevent it from attacking. So much so that it's weak enough for Go to chuck a Pokeball and capture it. That battle also creates a crack in the wall, showing what looks like a room made of gold. Whoa, that's crazy. I wonder how they're gonna deal with this. I mean, it's one thing to capture a raid Pokemon in battle, but it's another when something so monetary like gold gets involved. Imagine how much that gold is worth. Imagine how much recognition Ash and company will get for finding this ancient piece of history lost to generations inside of a desert. It's going to be fascinating to see how this kid's show will deal with this subject. Too bad we don't get to see any of that. Instead, we just end the episode by going back and Ash and Go are admiring what they call their guardian deities of the Sakuragi Park while Gengar from episode 11 is lurking around. I mean, come on, doesn't that feel like a lost plot to anyone else? They just found this giant treasure, this ancient ruin never before found, and it's just kind of glossed over? Really? This should have been a two-parter. It really should have. Anyways, what did I think of this episode overall? Well, if the indication of how long I've talked about this episode says anything, then not a lot. Actually, that's not fair to say. I really liked the raid battle. I think it was fantastic to see Ash's Dragonite in action. It was also nice to see Go's Darmanitan in action. It feels like most of his Pokemon are just used for transport, so it's good to see another battle Pokemon in his arsenal. And I know this won't happen since Go tends to capture a new Pokemon almost every episode and then use that caught Pokemon for whatever adventure they go on, but really, I would love for him to have a consistent Pokemon that he carries around with him aside from Scorbunny. Although, ironically, Scorbunny is going to be the reason why Go doesn't carry around this Darumaka. Why? Because there's already a fire type. You don't need two fire types in a team. But I do think that if Go had a consistent team beside the Scorbunny, you could build some good chemistry between some of Go's Pokemon and some of Ash's Pokemon. I don't know, just my thought. I also like the humor in this episode for the most part. We'll talk about that. But Slapstick here is pretty funny, and I think the episode had a really good balance of humor and action. What I didn't like, and I already talked about this a little bit earlier, but the shiny Pokemon character. Just what is TCPI thinking? I understand it's probably supposed to be an example of like a maniac type trainer, you know? Ones who just love to collect one type of Pokemon from the games. And maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just looking too deep into it. But man, didn't that feel like such an insult? Caricaturing shiny hunters? People who want to fill up their decks with alternate colors are treated like they're crazy. Why? What was the goal of that? What does that accomplish besides just potentially alienating part of your fan base? I don't know. That and the fact that Ash keeps messing up his Pokemon types. Look, I wouldn't mind it as much if it was Galar Pokemon that he didn't know the type to. That makes perfect sense. But that's a Pokemon from Unova that he's faced before. Even Hapu had it, and he had a match with her with that same Pokemon. The worst part is actually, Go was playing his Pokedex out loud, and the Pokedex clearly says, Ghost Ground type. Did Ash just not hear that? Was he just not paying attention? What happened there? I think I gotta just start being done with complaining about this aspect of Ash's character. It's something that I really wished would go away over time, but I think it's just gonna be a thing forever, so I should just accept it. But beside that, it was a pretty standard episode, nothing too special. There was no real plot movement, I mean, for Ash, I should say. Every episode where Go captures Pokemon is moving his story along, but nothing for Ash. So nothing really spectacular besides that, and the raid battle. If you want to check that out, that's actually pretty cool. But anything else beside that, you can kind of just skip. We finally get to see Go's parents this episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 15 of the new Pokemon anime titled Snow Day. Where is Cubone's Bone just dropped, and in this episode, we finally get to meet Go's parents and see him help out a Cubone who just lost its bone. How's this gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Well, let's find out. As the episode begins, we see that it is snowing outside of the Sakuragi labs. Ash and go inside the lab and meet the professor, but he tells him that some of their systems are down and that maintenance needs to be done. So because of that, it would be easier if both Ash and Go went home for the next few days. And true to form, Ash cares more about the fact that they won't be eating breakfast here instead of the Institute being down. While Ash and Go are packing up to leave, we learn a bit more about Go's family after he calls to let them know they're coming home. His dad is a systems engineer and his mom's a programmer. They own a business where they do system maintenance. We'll learn a bit more about them later, but like I said about Koharu, meeting Go parents is a very nice change of pace, especially in a series that focuses almost exclusively on preteen kids. He tells Ash that he wants to get them a present, and so the next day, Go and Ash are heading to the bus stop and the train station respectively when we see that Go has something that he is carrying. Presumably these are the gifts. When they approach the bus stop, Scorbunny pulls Go, excited to go to his house, and in doing so, Go drops one of his gifts. Ash tries to catch up with him, but the bus is long gone. Then, Go and Scorbunny arrive at the apartment where his family lives. When he enters, his grandmother, Tomei, is inside waiting for him. He introduces her to his Scorbunny before heading back to the kitchen where she's making some stew for the entire family. Go hands her gift, which are some meat buns, and she leaves for a karaoke tournament, vowing to win a trophy. We learn his parents' name here, and like with a lot of other characters, it follows a pun convention. For Go's family, it seems to be its words that have to do with movement. The father's name is Iko, which is a pun on the word to go. The mother's name is Kurune, which is a pun on to come. And like I mentioned earlier, the grandmother's name is Tomei, which could be a pun on the Japanese word tomare, or a stop sign. Even their company name is named Go Systems. We learn that Go's parents worry about Go quite a bit, especially due to the abrupt nature of the phone call they just received. They're worried that he might have gotten kicked out of the lab. We then see them flashbacking to Go as a child, where we see him obsessively researching things on his 6-monitor setup. Man, I'm jealous of Go. We learned that Go as a child was really cooped up in his room and only had Koharu as a friend of his age. However, before they can be done with their work, they get a call, so it looks like they're going to have to work longer. We go back to Go's room where he's showing Scorbunny his room and his computer setup when he gets a call from his mom telling him that they're going to have to do some more maintenance at the local hospital. We see in a flashback that it's something he's heard since his entire childhood, but it is a nice twist that, unlike Koharu, Go seems to understand and even appreciate that. He tells Scorbunny that his parents make dreams come true by helping people and even decides to take the stew to them so they can enjoy it warm. He does notice that his gift is missing, but he doesn't seem to mind too much. I really like this about Go's character. To be honest, his parents really didn't give us insight on something we didn't know about Go before, but when Go responds to his parents the way he does,
we learn a lot more about the type of person he is. And to me, it makes him look, well, like a lot more rounded of a character. In fact, I think his reaction being preceded by Scorbunny's reaction, something that would normally in this situation be very understandable, makes his reaction stand out quite a bit, and I like that a lot. As Go and Scorbunny head to the hospital to deliver the stew, they go through a park, but in doing so, they come across a Cubone who's being surrounded by 3 Mankeys. Go knows that the Cubone is at a massive disadvantage, but to his surprise, his Scorbunny jumps in and starts to fight the Mankeys, helping out the Cubone. During the fight though, one of the Mankeys steals the Cubone's stick club and they all run away. Seeing the Cubone cry, Go decides to help look for the Mankeys, and he brings out all of his Pokemon to search. After a funny bit where they all huddle up after feeling how cold it is, Go explains to them the situation and they all go on their way to search for the stick club or the Mankey. By the way, and maybe this has always been a thing in the Japanese version, but the Cubone crying doesn't sound like a Pokemon crying. It sounds like a human crying, and it's kind of distressing. I'm sure that was on purpose, but still. Now, that was the first half of the episode. The second half of the episode, in my opinion, isn't nearly as interesting. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but it's just another standard episode where I thought the first one felt very different due to the family dynamic. Regardless, here's what happens. Go and his Pokemon look for the bone, talking to other nearby Pokemon but can't find it. Then we see that Ash has now arrived to Go's house, and when he doesn't find them there, calls to ask him where he's at. After they meet up near the park, Ash has an idea. He plans on using a Nana Berry to lure out the Mankeys, and so he does. After a quick battle, the Mankeys are defeated, and our heroes ask the Mankeys where they put the thick club, but it seems like they've lost it and aren't willing to say much more than that. Then, while they continue the search, Go's Butterfree brings about a Fearow who saw what happened to the thick club. He takes them to a pond where we're shown through a very cartoony style flashback what the Fearow saw. The Mankeys were playing catch with the thick club, but when it bopped one of them over the head, it got angry and threw it in the air, where it proceeded to land at the bottom of the pond. In order to retrieve it, Go pulls out his Dugong, who finds the thick club and hands it back to the Cubone. I forgot to mention that while our heroes are following the Fearow to the pond, they're riding on Ash's Dragonite, so Go's parents, who had just finished their work at the hospital and are headed home, spot him. And I think that after Cubone gets its thick club back, things get a little bit more interesting again as we get to see Go's parents' personality. When they spot Go and Ash, they already know a bit about Ash and his Pikachu and everyone else. But this begs the question, if they already knew about Ash, then why did they say that Koharu was his only friend his age? I know you could argue maybe they meant when he was growing up, but it isn't implied like that. The dialogue that his mom says is, Koharu's about the only friend his age he's got. Did Go or Professor Sakuragi tell his parents about Ash, but just completely neglect to tell them his age? I guess it's supposed to imply that maybe he thought that Ash wasn't friends with Go, just workmates, which, if you think about it, that's not a good image that Go's parents are portraying of him. I mean, I know that in episode 3, Ash and Go butt heads, but yeesh, it can't be that bad, can it? Anyways, when Go introduces a Pokemon to his parents, the Cubone also pipes up, leading Ash to correctly surmise that the Cubone wants to go with him, so Go catches him in front of the parents. I'm going to talk about why that's important in a bit, but something that people mentioned earlier on Twitter, and I didn't notice this at first, is when Go catches Cubone, it doesn't get transferred away like when Ash caught Krabby, despite Go having a full party of 6. I know it's just for aesthetic purpose, and it would kind of ruin the flow of the story, so again, you can kind of forgive that. Anyways, afterwards, when he tries to tell him that he had a gift that he wanted to give them, but he doesn't have it, Ash pipes up and gives him the gift, because that's why he came to Go's house. Go gives it to his parents, and it turns out they're gloves because it's so cold. His parents thank him, and when Ash's stomach growls, they invite him to eat with them. The episode ends with everyone eating, having fun, and even Ash doing some singing, as he's presumably motivated by Go's grandmother winning the karaoke trophy. This is when Go's parents realize that they don't need to worry about Go anymore. He's not the recluse, unfriending guy that he was when he was a child. Now, I'm not one to judge gifts, but it is slightly funny that Go gives his parents glove because it's cold. Because even though it is a thoughtful gift, don't get me wrong, both at the beginning of the episode and in the middle of the episode, Go is surprised by how cold it is. Presumably, this means that most of the time, it's not cold, so the glove is kinda useless for the most part. But again, it's a nice gesture, it's a very thoughtful gesture, so I'm not gonna judge that. I try to think about the themes of episodes when I'm watching, and for a while, I thought they were gonna focus on something regarding Go, his parents, and the fact that they aren't there for him due to how busy they were. And that is there a little bit. In fact, when the entire Cubone search mission's going on, I'm expecting something to jump out at me regarding this, but that ends up not being the case. Well, not fully anyways. The theme for this episode is more about how Go accepts his parents, and now that his parents aren't going to be worried about him because they saw him not only with Ash and other Pokemon, but also saw him catch a Pokemon with their own eyes. It's a fine message, I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but it is a bit disappointing because I thought the first half focus had so much potential. The first half really focuses a lot on how Go's parents feel bad about not being there for him when he was a child. And the second half just kind of drops the ball on that. And I think it could have been a good focus because I do think that it's pretty subtly implied that Go's reclusiveness, his ability to not make friends, is because his parents weren't there when he was growing up. And in that sense, I really think they could have done something with that. Then again, this is a kid's television show, so you can't go too deep into psychoanalyzing a character. But I do think that it would have been a very interesting episode had they gone that route. As is though, it is a fine episode, and one I'd actually recommend watching. It's pretty easygoing for the most part, and while a big chunk of the second half is just a search scene, I think that the first half of the episode, as well as the ending, is wonderful. It's a good look into Go, his parents, his past, and in my opinion, it's really worth checking out. Pikachu eating apples? That's a reference to the Pokemon Adventures manga. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 16 of the new Pokemon anime titled Ash Has Been Cursed just dropped, and in this episode, Ash catches a Gengar! What? How? Well, let's find out. The episode begins at the Sakuragi lab where we see that it's raining outside, and as Renji's walking along, he's freaked out by the high winds causing the window to make a banging sound. What he doesn't know is that there's a Gengar behind him, and when he does find out, he screams, causing Ash and Go to find him terrified on the floor. When he tells them that it's the same Gengar from before, they decide to continue their competition from last time to see who can capture it first, leaving Renji on the ground still terrified. It's funny, you would think that a researcher like Renji wouldn't be freaked out by ghost Pokemon, but he seems like the exact opposite. And I actually like that, in fact. I think it creates a nice little dynamic between the three researchers in the lab. Professor Sakuragi doesn't really care. Kikuna is a bit more afraid, but she's not as terrified, and Renji is extremely terrified. It makes a good dynamic. Also, usually this isn't worth discussing, but after the intro song, we usually get the title card, and in this case, there's a custom title card with a Gengar and a text that's dripping with dark background. It actually looks pretty cool, and I wish it was something we got for every new episode because I think it could give every episode its own identity. Also, and this is a small thing, but I'm going to come back to this later, during this first part of the episode, there's a bit of blue haze bordering the episode. Ash and Go search for the Gengar when they hear screaming and go downstairs to find Mr. Mime and Kakuna with stuff all over the place. Mr. Mime lets them know what happened. Basically, a book flew and knocked Mr. Mime, who was holding tea, and soaked him, and when he was trying to mop the floor, the broom broke. And just as Ash and Pikachu are ready to search for the Gengar, because they know that was the Gengar, Pikachu begins to levitate and gets flung across the room. Lucky for Ash, he catches him, and Gengar then begins disrupting the area by having things fly around and almost hit people. That's when Ash screams at it to cut it out, and it does. Not only that, but it also causes the hazy border around the screen that I was talking about to clear up. The thing is, there's no real explanation for this. Once Gengar disappears here and stops haunting the entire house and only begins to mess with Ash, does it go away? And I guess that's what it's supposed to represent, that it's no longer haunting others, but it's never really made any clear. It's just strange that it's there and then it just disappears without any real reason. Professor Sakuragi, Renji, and Yamper come up and begin cleaning everything. He tells them that the person who sold him this place before said it was a nasty workplace. Basically, there's always been poltergeist activity here when people would come along. But he bought the institute here because he thought it would be kind of fun living in a place where ghost activity happens. Go brings up that it stopped originally probably because the director wasn't really reacting to it anymore, but now the activity is back up to a different level again. Probably because there's so many new faces in the lab, like Renji gets scared really easily. But just then, Ash feels a chill, and Go tells him about a Gengar's Pokedex entry, which tells him that he might be cursed. So, Professor Sakuragi says that's just a hypothesis, so I guess the anime kind of proves it. Pokedex entries aren't meant to be taken fully literally, they're just hypotheses. But maybe not, because strange things start happening to Ash. He drinks from a flower vase, he trips walking up the stairs, he gets trampled by Pokemon in the Sakuragi Park, and when he's in the Sakuragi Park walking, one of his legs falls in a pit. Something strange is definitely happening to Ash, and this is when we see that Gengar sticking to his shadow, presumably making these things happen. He freaks out after his feet get stuck in the pit, screaming that it's something that's gonna go away with physical activity! So him and Pikachu begin to run, and Go and Scorbunny follow them. While that's happening, by the way, the Gengar that's following Ash looks like it doesn't want to leave the Sakuragi lab. I wonder why. Anyways, in town when he's running, he's spotted by Team Rocket, and he runs into someone. This someone is someone that the Gengar knows. So the plot thickens. He's with the female who teases him that maybe his curse is still going on, and he's like, no way. And he explains that 3 years ago he had this curse, and he couldn't win battles, capture Pokemon, or do anything. Not until, and this is when we get to see the Gengar's flashback, he abandoned that Gengar in front of the Sakuragi Institute and told it to just stay there. So for days and days and days, Gengar waited, but he never showed back up. One day when someone did come, it was another couple, and frustrated by this, he tosses a vase, causing people to run away, and people think this place is haunted and has a curse. We see that everyone kept getting out of the house. After hearing enough though, Gengar just emerges from Ash's shadow and begins to attack its old trainer with Shadow Ball. At one point, even Ash has to stop him, but Ash stops defending this trainer after it tells the Gengar that he's had enough of him. Harsh. After the skirmish, Gengar disappears and Ash goes to look for him, saying that he can't leave it like this. Go decides to follow Ash and pretends like he doesn't want to help out Ash, but he does. But, remember I said Team Rocket saw Ash earlier? Well, they saw the entire skirmish go down as well, and decide to try to get the Gengar for themselves. Gengar's just sitting down on some stairs when Team Rocket come up to it and try to butter it up to join them for evil. It doesn't work. So instead, they pull a Ghostbusters and use a vacuum to capture the Gengar. That's just awesome. But then that's broken by Pikachu's Iron Tail, and Ash asks for help for it in battle, and after a bit of deliberating, Gengar decides to join him, trusting Ash. A quick battle occurs here when Team Rocket gets their vending machine Pokemon. This time, they both get Dusclops. And in this battle, it's a battle that Team Rocket has an advantage over, as the way they're able to make Pikachu completely out of the battle. First they freeze it, then they hit it with Fire Punch. Gengar has to beat both of the Dusclops 2-on-1 with Nightshade, and he does. And he also causes Team Rocket to blast off using Shadow Ball. So it's a pretty short match, but I am kind of disappointed that Pikachu had to be sacrificed here just to show how strong Gengar was. I mean, this is the same Pikachu that beat Tapu Koko. Anyways, after the battle, Ash passes out, and he wakes up later and we find out the reason for all of this was due to a fever. And I love this, because it's one of those things that's so subtly hinted at in the beginning of the episode that you can honestly miss it. When Ash and Go are looking around for the Gengar at the beginning of the episode, Ash just kind of stares off into space for a bit, and Go has to ask him what he's looking at. It seems like such an odd interaction at first, but now when you have the context that Ash was sick, he had a fever, that makes so much more sense. The curse and everything wasn't due to Gengar, it was due to Ash being ill. And in the same token, the reason why the other dude lost things or fell downstairs or couldn't capture other Pokemon or beat trainers was, number one, he was clumsy, and number two, he was just a bad trainer. So after waking up, Ash gets an apple and a Pokeball dropped on him, with Ash and Go realizing that Gengar wants to probably join Ash, so Ash catches him, his first ghost type in the series. And no, Haunter doesn't count because he never technically caught Haunter. So that's that. Ash finally captures a Gengar. The episode ends with Gengar dropping a whole bunch of apples to Ash to tell him to get well soon, while it's outside eating apples. This does mean that Gengar has the prototypical Charmander or Tepig story, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. In this case, I think it really does work for Gengar as a legitimate reason for its behavior. And this episode also works in why Gengar was following our heroes too, because it wanted attention of the heroes and it had abandonment issues. The only complaint I have is that, like other people are saying, it just feels like Ash is about to have a full Kanto team when this is supposed to be the World Tour series. I mean, he has 4 Kanto Pokemon in his roster if you count Mr. Mime, and 3 if you don't. I'm sure eventually he'll capture some different Pokemon like the Galar starters, but man, I do wish he had a more diverse team. Also, Team Rocket was back. Yay! I do like that they're not there every episode. But I am also very disappointed that they're back into their token roles. They're the Steel Pikachu gang again, and that really sucks. Because I thought their characterization in Sun and Moon was really well done. Yes, they still wanted Pikachu there too, but they also lived their own lives. And the bigger thing was, we got to see it. In this series so far, it feels like they just exist somewhere in Kanto, and that's it. Nothing else. They don't really have any other personalities besides that. And I really wish they were utilized better. Other than that, though, it's a pretty nice continuation from episode 11, and I'm glad that if anyone had to capture that Gengar, it was Ash and not Go. The narration says that it's still going to cause trouble, so it won't be the last time Gengar will be the focus of an episode. It'll be interesting to watch its development. This was a good episode. Check it out. I called it. Last episode I said Scorbunny would evolve, didn't I? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 17 of the new Pokemon anime titled Scorbunny, Use Your Flaming Kick. Face Tomorrow just dropped, and in this episode, Go Scorbunny learns a new fire move and evolves. How? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with Ash and Go battling against each other training, and Scorbunny's keeping up with Pikachu's quick attack, and both Go and Scorbunny seem to be pretty proud of that. That is, until the Darumaka that Go caught a few episodes ago walks up to Scorbunny. It taunts it for not being able to use Fire Move, even though it's a Fire-type Pokemon, and it shows off its ability to spit out fire. Scorbunny tries to respond, stretching, popping its neck, trying its hardest to spit out an Ember, only for a teeny tiny spark to come out of its mouth, causing Scorbunny to feel ashamed and send the Darumaka laughing. Even though I was expecting it, I legitimately laughed out loud when the Scorbunny failed. The build-up to this moment here was fantastic. And what's more is that I'm so glad that one of Go's other Pokemon besides Scorbunny are getting some personality development. I mean, it was a trickster Pokemon from the start, pretending to be a Zenmo Darumaka to attack Ash and Go when it was first caught. But I'm glad that it's not without causing trouble to its own partner Pokemons, because I feel like that's what makes a Pokemon with personality really shine. After this bit here, we see Scorbunny desperately trying to use Ember, trying over and over, but just not being able to while the Darumaka stands there smugly. While Ash is there trying to teach it Ember, Go's just standing there. When Koharu comes up to try to figure out why they haven't gone to eat breakfast yet, Go tells her that Scorbunny can't pull this off, and he says that you should only practice what you're good at and shouldn't try that hard at things you can't do. This ultimately leads to a point where Go tries to get Scorbunny to stop, but because the Darumaka is still mocking it, Scorbunny runs off to practice it some more. And we will see later on in this episode how this mindset from Go is going to backfire. But honestly, I do sympathize with him here. Remember, he just became a Pokemon trainer relatively recently. Remember his first loss? He took that really hard. For most of his trainer journey, he's just caught Pokemon to get up to Mew. He hasn't really tried to develop any Pokemon, and that really shows. There's a fantastic contrast here between Ash, who doesn't even own Scorbunny, trying really hard to help it out, and Go, who's just standing there, and I don't want to say discourage it, because I don't think that's what he was trying to do, but just saying that it can't do it. And I think it really shows the difference between the two trainers and their philosophies. While eating breakfast, Ash and Go discuss catching Pokemon, and Koharu asks if catching Pokemon is fun. She ultimately declines when Ash asks her to come with him, but I like that subtly it's showing that she's starting to be more interested in Pokemon just by being around Ash and Go. While Scorbunny's training outside, it finally gets one decent Ember, and it's really excited to show Go, so it catches up to Ash and Go, who are starting to look for Pokemon to catch, but every time it tries, Go ignores it. So much so that it gets to a point where Scorbunny, who notices the Pelipper, tries to get Go's attention, and Go just doesn't pay attention. Finally, when Go does notice it, all it sees is Scorbunny trying to use Ember on it and flying away due to Go yelling, and it yells at Scorbunny for trying Ember and tells him to go after it while they're chasing it. Again, similar to his training method, Go is shown to be very inexperienced here. Yes, he is someone who wants to capture Pokemon, that has been clearly established, but I do think this is a very inconsistent scene because he isn't ever shown to be someone who ignores his Pokemon. Quite the opposite, actually. He was super excited to see his Wurmple evolve, and even though they all ended up being Cascoons, he didn't care, he was still happy. Last episode, he took time from giving his parents food to help out a fellow Pokemon, so it's so bizarre to me that Go's just randomly ignoring Scorbunny for no reason here, really. I can see his thought on why he wouldn't want Scorbunny to use Ember, but this behavior of ignoring his Pokemon, that seems really irrational and really poorly written out at best. Anyways, while Go and Scorbunny are chasing the Pelipper, here's an entirely different portion of the episode that doesn't connect to the episode in any way, but I still loved it. So, we see James sneaking around a phone booth with a bag that has stuff inside, right? He enters the base through the phone booth like a villain, and actually, here's a small thing you probably didn't think about. Team Rocket is entering their base here, similar to how the Ultra Guardians entered their base there in the last series. A nice callback. Once he enters the base, it's like a mob setting. Everyone, what I mean everyone's just Jessie, Meowth, and Wobbuffet, are sitting around in a bar-like setting with pool tables and everything, and when James finally reveals what he was hiding in that bag, limited edition chips! And so Team Rocket eat the chips and fill themselves, and after that, they play nasty move Shitori. Like I said, nothing really significant happens here. Jessie messes up during the Shitori, she tries to make up a word and gets violent because of it. Typical behavior, but the reason I love this scene so much and this entire segment is I think maybe the writers felt the exact same way I did, is that they gave Team Rocket some more personality. Remember, I'd complained last episode about Team Rocket, saying, also, Team Rocket was back. Yay! I do like that they're not there every episode, but I am also very disappointed that they're back into their token roles. They're the Steel Pikachu gang again, and that really sucks, because I thought their characterization in Sun and Moon was really well done. Yes, they still wanted Pikachu there too, but they also lived their own lives. And the bigger thing was, we got to see it. In this series so far, it feels like they just exist somewhere in Kanto, and that's it. Nothing else. They don't really have any other personalities besides that. And I really wish they were utilized better. And this feels like they did that. We now have a dedicated Team Rocket base. I mean, it's probably going to be moved later on, as we'll find out that they accidentally reveal it to Go, but the fact that they do have a location is nice. And not only that, we get to see them act like normal human beings again. After they ate, they decide to play a game to sharpen their minds. When Jessie lost, she got upset. Those are things that normal people do, and it feels good that they're finally allowed this moment in this episode. So anyways, while Go's looking for the Pelipper, he stumbles upon the phone booth and accidentally falls on Team Rocket as they're trying to get out of the phone booth. There's even a hilarious bit here where Meowth laments the fact that kids nowadays, and specifically Go, doesn't know what a phone booth is since he has a smartphone. And in universe, this makes no sense. We've seen Ash use phone booths before, and Ash is still 10 from the start of his journey, so technically, technology shouldn't have advanced that much in the world. But the fact that in real life it has, and kids nowadays honestly might not know what a phone booth is what makes this hilarious. When Team Rocket try to call in their vending machine, we see that the Pelipper doesn't come from the sky, but rather from the phone booth, which explains why Go was even inside the phone booth. And when they do eventually get their vending machine, they also finally get back their Choodle they caught in episode 13, as well as a Poliwrath. I swear, this episode is fixing all of my issues with Team Rocket in this series. Ash catches up to Go, they have a 2v2 battle, and this battle is also great because of the thematics involved here. So, when they get their Choodle, Jessie's skeptical that it can battle since it's such a tiny Pokemon, but she still tries to use it the best she can by calling out Water Gun. Now, you might not think that's that big of a deal, and you would be right in any other situation. But in this case, I think it's a subtle showing that she trusts her Pokemon to do moves that she doesn't think it could pull off, more than Go trusts his own Scorbunny to do the same. So Scorbunny tries to use Ember, even though Go tried to have it use Double Kick, causing it to get knocked out by the Water Gun because it failed. Remember, it never did get to show off its Ember progress that it made to Go, so that's why it was desperately trying to show that it could do that. and it tried to do so and it failed, and while Team Rocket celebrate their Choodle for being powerful, they get blasted off by Pikachu, who they forgot was there. Again, small things that are adding up. Instead of trying to help encourage it, Go's too stubborn and only wants to do things his way, which, as we'll see later on, ultimately causes the issue it does, but I think it's all fantastically done. After it gets up from being KO'd, it tries again to show Go that it can do it, but Go shuts it down, telling it that there's certain things it just can't do. And this really is the final straw, as Scorbunny kicks Go and then runs away, and Go decides not to go after it. Again, super out of character in my opinion, but I would say understandable here because ever since he's become a trainer, he's never tried developing Pokemon. It's not until Ash convinces him that him and Scorbunny haven't been on the same page and that they should stick together until they figure it out, that Go decides to go look for Scorbunny again. Basically, Ash is talking about chemistry here. And really, if you think about it, he's right. Aside from the episode where Go caught Scorbunny, they haven't really had much of a relationship beside Pokemon and Master. I mean, sure, there are moments where they work together well, but nothing to the extent of Ash and Pikachu. Think about it. Besides helping Go capture Pokemon, what is the relationship dynamic between Go and Scorbunny? So we see that Scorbunny is desperately practicing Ember and failing, and Ash and Go found it and are looking at it. And what does happen here is that Go notices that when Scorbunny rubbed its feet while it was throwing a tantrum and kicked a rock, it caused the rock to heat up. When he finally gets behind Scorbunny and tries to tell him this, Scorbunny runs away, most likely fearing that Go was going to shut him down again. That is, until it stumbles upon Team Rocket again. A second fight ensues, but this time, Go assures Scorbunny that it will use a fire move, so the Scorbunny seems to listen to it a bit more. After dodging a bite and getting the Choodle on its back with double kick, Go has Scorbunny run in place with quick attack and then kick the rock that he throws at him, causing the rock to catch fire and shut down the water gun that the Choodle used. Excited from using this, quote, Ember, really it's just Pyro Ball, Scorbunny evolves into a Raboot, and one more Pyro Ball causes Team Rocket to blast off. When Go tries to get it to high five like it did at the beginning of the episode, it walks away, not even looking at Go, and that's where we end the episode. So like I said, there were really small things leading up to this moment. Go's refusal to help train it, Go trying to tell it what it can and can't do, Go discouraging it. This all led up to this moment, and to me, it makes sense. Scorbunny probably feels like it did all the training on its own and Go only did a little bit. Not only that, but it showed Go that it was wrong, so I can understand his feelings. It could also be the Charmeleon syndrome. I mean, once Charmeleon evolved, it had a change of personality, and that's what a lot of people seem to think it is, but I don't know. Judging by what happens throughout this episode, I'm not convinced. Now, it did evolve in episode 17, which is a nice trivia. Does that mean that episode 35 is going to evolve into a Cinderace? Who knows? But, since Raboot will be the mascot to Go's team, I don't know, they might just try to keep a small Pokemon around him and not evolve it any further. Besides Go, the one thing I loved about this episode, and I already mentioned it, is Team Rocket. They are finally set up more, their goofy side's starting to come out more. Not only that, but their Choodle is back, and I really hope that this thing is going to be a permanent part of their team. It's just such a fantastic addition to their team. Small, unassuming, but powerful. And the fact that this time it's Jessie who's getting bit by the Pokemon and not James is a wonderful contrast. I really enjoyed this episode, honestly. It fixed a lot of issues I had with the show, particularly Team Rocket stuff, and this plot of the Scorbunny I really hope will take more than just a single episode to fix. Based on the next episode preview, that looks like it might be the case, but even if it's not, I think this episode was well done from start to beginning. Even the middle part, which people found a bit boring of the Team Rocket, I thought that was wonderful because Team Rocket really desperately needed character progression, and I thought that provided it in spades. So, if you haven't already, go check this episode out. I highly recommend it. Lieutenant Surge looks a lot less intimidating on this new style. I don't know how to feel about that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 18 of the new Pokemon anime titled Ash Joins In. The Pokemon World Championships just dropped, and finally, Ash participates in his first battle that will lead him to eventually facing Leon, hopefully. The first battle is against Biscus, a substitute leader for Lieutenant Surge. How did the battle go for Ash? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with Ash seeing that there are over 10,000 plus people participating in the Pokemon World Championships. We get a small recap where we're reminded that everyone starts off in the normal bracket and then they have to win their way up to the Master class. Ash is hyped up to battle and win some battles in order to make it up there to face Leon, and in order to do so, he has to beat someone in a higher rank than him. So after being told by the professor that he can search for people, he finds a nearby trainer named Biscus. We find out here that Biscus is a substitute gym leader for the Vermilion Gym while Surge is out training. Ash is extra hyped to battle her, though. As Ash is heading towards the gym, Go asks him if he's won the gym badge here, and he says he does. Continuity! Yay! While they're running, Go and Raboot spot a Spearow and run to capture it, wishing Ash luck on the way. We cut to Vermilion, and we see Biscus battling a trainer. It's her Raichu versus the trainer's Hypno, and after telling the trainer that he lacks spirit to conquer himself, but that he's a good battler, Biscus has Raichu use Volt Tackle and KO the Hypno. There's a small cut after that, where after Raichu hits the Hypno, glass shatters, and I'm 90% sure that that's a reference to the original series where Lieutenant Surge does something similar. So, a nice little throwback. And you know what else is a nice little throwback? Seeing Volt Tackle again. After Pikachu learned Electro Web, a lot of people wanted Volt Tackle back, but I'd always been under the impression that it was just way too similar to Quick Attack. It's not an issue anymore though, Ash's Electro Web nowadays, and I really hope that that sticks around for a long while because I think it fits his Pikachu really well. And not only that, it helps him pull off some incredible maneuvers in battle. After the battle ends and the gym is being cleaned up, we see that that was the last trainer for the day, but Raichu still wants to battle, and Biscus hopes that a championship challenger will show up. Well, ask and you shall receive as Ash is knocking on the door. He introduces himself, and once both Ash and Biscus accept the challenge from their phones, Biscus tells Ash that she wanted to meet him and his Pikachu. This surprises even Ash. She tells him that Lieutenant Surge told her about the battle he had with him, where he had a battle with an incredible trainer and how he beat Surge with a Pikachu. That Raichu that she has is trained by Surge himself. So, with the introductions out of the way... Oh yeah, by the way, Go comes back and shows that he's captured the Spearow, no big deal. Anyways, a drone flies in to judge their match, it's a Rotom drone, and makes it official. Alright? The battle between Trainer Ash, who will start with Pikachu, and substitute leader Biscus, who will start with a Raichu, is about to begin. Ready? Start! Biscus and Ash both start with Thunderbolt, canceling each other out. She then goes for a Volt Tackle, and in a throwback move, Ash counters similarly to how he countered Surge. He has Pikachu's Iron Tail to dig into the ground to disperse the electricity of the Volt Tackle while slowing the momentum down of it. However, this Raichu is really powerful, and it's able to power through that and get a hit in with Volt Tackle, followed by grabbing Pikachu midair to throw him. Ash counters Pikachu getting thrown by having Pikachu use Iron Tail to bounce off the wall in order to get close to Raichu to hit an Iron Tail. But this is countered by the Raichu, who blocks the Iron Tail with Reflect. And it's a really nice counter too, because even Biscus says that if she hadn't countered it, that could have KO'd Raichu. Ash can see that his Pikachu is a bit tired from that exchange, so he calls him back for now to allow him to rest while bringing out a second Pokemon, his Gengar. And his Gengar is a really great choice for this battle, as he starts with Nightshade, and when Raichu tries to counter with Thunderbolt, it's able to dodge it and hit it with Nightshade. Then Ash goes for an Ice Punch, and when the Raichu tries to use its tail to block it, since it's a ghost Pokemon, it can easily just slip through it and ends up getting a solid hit in with Ice Punch too. Finally, when Raichu goes for a Volt Tackle, Ash is able to stop it and send it flying through the wall with Psychic, KOing it in the process. For her second Pokemon, Biscus brings out her Electrode, which is her ace Pokemon. And I didn't mention this earlier, but when we come into the gym and when Go comes into the gym to watch Ash battle, he notices that there are circular bumps all along the wall, and Go's wondering what that's about. Well, we find out what that was when we see that her strategy with an Electrode is first to use Magnet Rise to get some rocks in the air. Then she has her Electrode bounce off the rocks over and over and attack. And if you look at the base speed of Electrode, you can see why that's a viable strategy. Gengar's a fast Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but Electrode's a much faster Pokemon than Gengar. And with the ability to bounce around things, it gets too tricky for Gengar to deal with, even when he uses Psychic. This eventually leads to a point where it uses Discharge, which KOs the Gengar. Now that Gengar's KO'd, with Pikachu now on the floor with a much faster Electrode, Biscus goes for a rollout, which obviously increases its power as it hits Pikachu multiple times. So, in order to stop it, Ash's Pikachu land on top of the Electrode and then scrape on it with Iron Tail. Then when the Electrode stops, he has Pikachu run on the Electrode like a hamster wheel, so it rolls the Electrode the opposite way, disorienting it. And then he finishes up the battle by using Iron Tail. Almost. Just as it gets hit by Iron Tail, its Aftermath ability triggers. However, just before it can explode, Ash's Pikachu uses Electro Whip to protect itself. So, that Electrode is KO'd, which means the winner of this match is Ash.
And as I was editing the video, I just realized something, but Aftermath is a hidden ability for Electrode. And that actually makes sense. Since Ash is going to be facing stronger and stronger trainers, expect more hidden abilities to show up in the anime.
After the win, Go congratulates Ash and tells him that he can never pull off the strategy that Ash can, and Ash thanks his Pokemon. The Rotom judge leaves, and the episode ends with Ash getting his new rank. He's climbed up to number 3,763. Meanwhile, Biscus has apparently dropped her a lot in her rank, but we don't get to see how much. This episode is a really fascinating one in my eyes, and I think this is an episode that's really going to set the tone for the rest of the series, in particular for Ash's section of the story. Either that, or this is going to be a standout battle, and the others are going to suck. Either way, this episode in particular, while pretty good, will be a benchmark for the future, and I wonder if the show can handle it. What do I mean by that? Well, how many more episodes can you do with this? A straight battle episode, while nice to watch, if done a whole bunch of times with no real story besides Ash is just winning to win his way up, can get repetitive and boring. They're going to need to do something similar to this, by which I mean reference some of his older battles, or make it such a unique battle that you have to watch it. But other than that, how often can you have Ash battle? Don't get me wrong, I like battle episodes. I love this episode. But if we just get a string of nameless trainers for the next few battles, and let's say Ash stomps through them, each battle is going to be successively less special. And you want to try and make Ash's rise to the top mean something. This is an opportunity for the show to bring some of Ash's old rival back and have them face off. But will the show do that? Who knows? This is a tricky thing to handle, and honestly, I wish the show luck because this isn't an easy problem to have. But other than that, I really like this episode, like I said. I love the direct reference to Ash's battle with Surge. I like that it's not so subtly hinted that because of the way Ash won against Surge, using his speed, that's the reason why Biscus battles the way she does. It's a nice addition to the Kanto world and really makes Ash's influence felt in the anime. Another thing that I like in this episode is that the Raboot, while he still might be cold towards Go, is still willing to help him out. We see that when the Raboot sees the Spearow along with Go and helps Go get it. Now, we don't see how that happened, but Go did eventually capture it, and Raboot was there for it. Not only that, while Raboot acts like it doesn't care, this episode showed that it clearly does. About Pikachu at least, because it reacts to the battle. It gets excited, it got nervous over things. I really hope though that this doesn't mean that the Raboot just became moody because it evolved, because that would kind of suck. That would be really disappointing. I'm still holding out hope though that it's because of the way that Go treated Scorbunny before it evolved, because I think that would make a much more interesting story. I also want to talk about how good the music and animation was in this episode. The animation was very nicely done, and to complement that, the music choices were great. I posted on my Twitter my favorite piece of music from this series so far. Psst, P.S. Follow me on Twitter, @TheRealPdGaming, and check it out. And really, it's more than just that one piece, because it feels like Hiyashi is really coming into his own, especially during battle scenes. Now, he just needs to get better at the non-battle scenes. If you haven't already, check it out. I think you'll enjoy this episode tremendously. You know who's the real bad guy in this episode? Ditto's manager. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 19 of the new Pokemon anime titled I Am Ditto just dropped, and in this episode, we're acquainted with a Ditto who's struggling to transform. Team Rocket decides to help it out so that they can add it to their team. How does that go for them? Well, Let's find out. Usually, I would go through the episode and do the recap, and then while going through the recap, I would just review the episode. But this episode has a very short plot, and in the review section, I have a lot to say. So this first part will just be a recap of the episode for those who missed it or want a refresher. If you want to skip to the review portion, go to this timestamp here, and you can just start watching from there. The episode begins with Ash and Go heading to a set to watch a movie being shot. Apparently, Professor Sakuragi set this up for them.
Oh, and for some reason I completely forgot to mention, but the episode begins with Go actually catching a Rattata.
The movie they're watching being filmed is a movie where there are Gardevoir twins. The younger Gardevoir, though, is played by a Ditto. When they reach the set, they find the manager of the Ditto, and we see that the director of the movie is just screaming at the cast and crew, being awful. So much so that when the manager tries to comfort the Ditto, you can tell that it does not like being in that environment. Outside, Team Rocket, or more specifically Jessie and Meowth, are trying to get in on the set. Jessie's trying to get in to get a part in the movie, and Meowth is just trying to meet Gardevoir. They both get kicked out. In the set, the director is yelling at everyone, and then when it's time for shooting the action scene, he tells Ditto to go for it and do his thing. Unfortunately, it fails because it's so nervous, and the end result is seemingly the director telling it that it's fired. The Ditto runs away and the manager chases it to try to get it back. What an awful human being the director is. I'm 90% sure that this is supposed to be a reference to some real life director, or maybe just directors in general, but either way, Pokemon has a history of using the show to make fun of or parody real life people. One of the writers must have had a really bad experience with the director to create a character like this. I'll have more to say about him, but I'll save that for the review portion. We see that the Ditto is hiding in the tree from its manager and jumps into Jessie's bag. The manager tells us that the director is only strict because he took Ditto under his wing and that this is Ditto's big break. Ash and Go decide to help her find it. In Team Rocket's hideout, they see the Ditto and talk to it and find out that it was fired for not being able to transform. So, Meowth has an idea. The Ditto should join Team Rocket so that it can help them. It could transform into any Pokemon and help them with their schemes. They just need to train it to be able to transform. They try to have it transform a couple of times, but it fails, so Jessie goes into actress modes and decides to be its mentor and teach it. She comes up with a plan where they're going to pretend to be magician and steal Pokemon by having it, quote, teleport between boxes. And even though James and Meowth question it, it's obvious that Jessie's trying to use this as a way to help train the Ditto. They go to the streets and try this, first with a kid with the Eevee, but fail because Ditto still has those Ditto eyes. They give the kid his Eevee back so that they don't raise any suspicions. Then they try it again and again, but just keep failing every time. From the looks of the sun, it looks like they try it from morning to afternoon, but they just fail every time. However, just as it looks like the Ditto's down, Jessie encourages it, telling it that it can try a different approach, which gives the Ditto confidence to be able to transform into a Wobbuffet perfectly. Again, I'll have more to say about this, but I'm gonna save that for the review portion. They go back to their hideout and try to figure out why it was able to transform and realize that it's probably because it was relaxed and not nervous. We then learn how the other Team Rocket members cope with being nervous. Meowth washes his face, James smells his socks, which is weird, and Jessie smacks herself in the face to get herself going. They all then decide to do that, and so does the Ditto, who smacks his face and transforms, but he can only do it for a little bit. But that's okay, because Team Rocket keep encouraging it, and eventually it's able to successfully transform. They decide that now they can partner up and become Super Team Rocket. They then decide that with its newfound ability to transform, they can steal Ash's Pikachu. So they go up to the surface, dressed as magicians again, and Ash's Pikachu jumps on the magician's box to do the trick. When they say go, it falls into a container underneath, and the Ditto successfully transforms into a Pikachu, but Ash can tell intuitively that something's off about this Pikachu. This causes Team Rocket to reveal their identity out when he blurts out, "Where is this Pikachu?" But before the Ditto can transform into a Salamence in battle, the Ditto's manager comes up, causing the Ditto to stop in its track. She tells Team Rocket that the Ditto is an actress with a bright future, and that the director says this Ditto is the only one who can do the part. They're so distracted by this revelation that it's not fired and it's just an aspiring actress that the Raboot of Go is able to kick the container containing Pikachu and free it from James' hand. Team Rocket decide to retreat for now. They somehow lose Ash and Go and get back to their hideouts, and now they're stumped on what to do with their newfound revelation. After thinking about it for a bit, Jessie decides they're going to put on their best performance yet. They pretend to kidnap the Ditto and want ransom, and tell the studio that they need to give them money to get Ditto back. They pretend to be evil here, and we also see that the Raboot still isn't listening to Go, as it uses Power Ball without Go telling him to. Then they tell Ash and Go that only 100,000 volts, or Thunderbolt in the English version, can beat them. They said only Thunderbolt can beat them. Oh, for God's sakes, Ash, use Thunderbolt! So finally Ash does, sending Team Rocket blasting off, and James tells Jessie that she did a good job acting. Jessie is happily rooting for the Ditto because it's just like her, an aspiring actress. And later on, back in the set, we see the director screaming at the crew, and Ditto's nervous, but it remembers what Team Rocket taught it and shakes it off and has the nerves to do the scene. The episode ending with Ditto happy that it was able to do the scene, and in the back of its mind, thanking Team Rocket. First of all, this is a small thing that doesn't really affect the episode, but Jessie says that she smacks her face to get herself going, and if you notice in this new series, Pikachu smacks his face to get himself going before using Thunderbolt. Just a small thing that I noticed. Anyway, on to the episode. What a weird episode this is. The Ditto is understood better by Team Rocket more than its own trainer/manager. Isn't that strange to you? At the beginning of the episode, when Ditto runs away, while she does chase after it, the manager basically implies that she's fine with the way that the director treats everyone, including her Ditto, because this could be its big break. The implication here being that Ditto wants to be an actress, so it's okay with this. But what a misguided judgment on her part. The director is yelling and screaming like crazy, so much so that her Ditto is not able to transform properly because of how intense the director is. And it's not just the cast and crew that he's yelling at, he directly yells at the Ditto. And while that's just hand-waved away by saying he's just trying to bring out the best in Ditto, she does say that this has been going on for a while, so she can clearly see that what the director is doing isn't working. And in this episode, there is zero indication that she tried to change that at all. Your job as a trainer or a manager is to take care of your Pokemon, make sure that it can perform to the best of its ability. Yet, she's allowing the director to scream and yell at it so much to the point where it can't transform anymore. Something that every Ditto is biologically meant to do. It's your job as a manager to stand up for your Ditto. You can see that it's scared. Instead of patting it in the head, go up to the director, tell him, hey, stop being so intense. It's not helping anyone. Team Rocket figured that out in a few hours of being within Ditto, and for some reason, she hasn't. Instead, she just shrugs it off. Why? Because the director gave a quote, no-name Ditto a chance. What a bad look for her. And same with the director. If you're a director, and you're screaming at your actors and crew members to the point where they're struggling to do their jobs, maybe, just maybe, you are the issue. A good director doesn't have to scream at everyone to get things done. That's the impression that this episode gives, that just because he's a quote good director, it excuses him for treating everyone like crap. No, it doesn't. A good director should be able to bring out the best in everyone without having to resort to yelling and screaming. This episode makes Team Rocket the only rational people in this entire scenario. Jessie trains with the Ditto all day, gives it confidence, and even encourages it to follow its dream by giving it up not being part of Team Rocket. If you look at the episode, the Ditto was more than happy to join Team Rocket because they didn't treat it so poorly. The directors and managers, without realizing, or maybe they do, both suck. But what this episode does accomplish in spades is making Team Rocket more human. If you watch the show for any length of time, then you know that this isn't something new. Team Rocket has always been written more complex than even Ash himself. Ash is meant to be more like a blank slate character, someone that the viewer can get attached to and can imprint themselves into. Team Rocket have their own personality, and this episode adds to that by showing that Team Rocket are willing to help and even give up on their own dreams for others. Again, nothing new if you watched this series before, but you gotta remember, this is a new series, so for people who've never seen this before, this is a great addition. A lot of people on Twitter I saw had a problem with this episode because it was filler. They appreciated Team Rocket getting their moment, but they just wished it advanced the story. I don't have any problems with that. That's not my issue with the episode. My problem is just how it seemingly excuses both the manager and the director's behavior. The episode tries to make it look like it's Ditto's fault for not being able to transform, when we can clearly see that's not the case. The manager doesn't seem to understand her own Pokemon, and the director doesn't seem to understand how to bring out the best from one of his star actresses. Instead, Team Rocket are the only people who understand this. What a bizarre episode. Ash really learned something from Guzma, didn't he? Iron Tail right to the neck. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 20 of the new Pokemon anime titled Go Towards Your Dream, Ash and Go just dropped, and in this episode, we get another World Championship battle for Ash. How did it go? Well, let's find out. This episode is split up into two parts, the Adventures of Ash and the Adventures of Go. What I find interesting is the portrayal of Ash and Go in these situations. I think it's a fascinating look at not only their characters, but also what the anime staff thinks of them as a whole. What do I mean by that? Well, let's go through the episode so you can see what I'm talking about. We begin the episode with Ash and Go not waking up when Koharu busts in the room and tells them that they need to get up. It's orienteering day and Ash and Go are the guides. There's a group of kids and they've been separated into groups to learn about Pokemon. The challenge being that there's 3 teams and the team that meets the most Pokemon that day wins. It's not a real competition or anything, more of a goal. And at the end of the day, they will all meet back up at the Vermilion Port. So let's start with Ash's group. We can see that Ash is more of a mentor type than Go. That much is clear. When he initially sees a Persian followed by a group of Meowths, rather than immediately try to catch it or battle it or explain things himself, he allows the Pokédex to explain it to the kids. His motivation as a trainer has definitely changed over the years, and I think that was the case starting from maybe the 2nd generation or the 3rd generation of the anime, when they decided to go a different route from both the games and the manga. But it does feel like they are pushing him to the battle extreme of the spectrum in this series, because Ash decides to follow the Persian as they're looking for Pokemon. The kids come along with him where they spot a Rattata and Raticate, and they're about to start fighting the Meowth and Persian. Ash gets excited to watch this battle, and he's basically commentating the battle. That's a striking contrast from his old personality where I don't think he would just stand there and watch Pokemon fight like that. He would jump in or try to stop it. That's why he's kind of surprised when Officer Jenny has the Growlithe just stop the fight, and he's almost shocked that the kids aren't next to him watching the fight like he is. It's not necessarily a bad thing, yet. I hope they don't take it to the extreme like Akira Toriyama did with Goku. Pigeonholing someone into a stereotype really stunts their development as a character. And I know what you're saying. Ash already has a character. We don't need to show it over and over again. And you're right. Ash's development has occurred over the last 20 plus years. But remember, this is a show for kids. Not only that, but when this series was being announced, I remember the press release specifically talking about the fact that this is going to be a family show with it moving to the new time, meaning this, for the parents that might have watched Ash growing up, might be normal, but the kids just growing up watching him now might just see Ash as someone who likes to battle and that's it. And as a longtime watcher, I'm kind of disappointed in that because Ash's character has and always should be way more than just battles. I do think that the show realizes not to push his character too far to the extreme though, because after he realizes his error, to put the kids at ease, he does tell them to come and pet Officer Jenny's Growlithe. And then later on in the episode, when he gets challenged to a battle for the Pokemon World Championships, while him and the kids are watching some Pidgeotto and Pidgeot, he does make sure that the kids are okay with it before jumping in the battle. We'll get back to this battle with Ash later, but for now, let's talk about Go and his group. Similar to Ash, this setup is to tell us more about Go. But unlike Ash, who's had years and years of development, so they don't really need to directly talk about him, we do learn a bit more about Go directly. His group is not just him and the kids, but also Koharu. And while the kids are there trying to find places to go, we get a bit of conversation between Go and Koharu where Go comments on this reminding him of Professor Oak's camp when they were a kid, when Koharu tells him that he is still a kid, and he says something really interesting. He says, there are no adults and children among trainers. Now, anyone who's acquainted with the series at all know this to be the case, but I think this might be the first time it's been fully verbalized like that. Go, in 8 words, describes exactly the thought process that makes the Pokemon world what it is. That's why kids leaving their house at 10 to battle isn't seen as that big of a deal by most. When someone is a trainer, there's no age, only ability. And this idea comes through even more when he uses Ash as the primary example of that. And there's a second bit of information here that we learn about Go.
It's not new information or anything, but when Koharu says that she thought he didn't like battling, he responds by saying he likes to avoid unnecessary battles, but he's more than willing to take part in a battle if the situation requires it, like catching Pokemon. That's interesting. A bit later, we see the kids that he's with spot Pokemon, and this is the scene where I'm talking about, where they contrast Ash and Go. We saw earlier that when Ash saw a Pokemon, the first thing he did was pull out his Pokedex and learn more about it. Go, on the other hand, immediately goes for the capture and then learns or teaches the kids about them later. There's a whole host of Pokemon that he catches in this scene here. Besides the Pidgey, he also manages to capture both Nidorans, Poliwag, Oddish. The one Pokemon he fails to capture here is a Farfetch'd, and that's going to be a running joke throughout this episode. Now, let's get back to Ash's battle. He's battling against a trainer named Seiya from Goldenrod City. This is a one-on-one battle, and Ash will be using his Pikachu, while Seiya will be using his Meganium. The battle here is short, but it's a pretty impactful one. There's nothing spectacular in terms of animation or anything, but I think it does a great job of showing both the level of toughness in the competition, as well as how strong Pikachu is. I mean, the Meganium takes some big hits, especially the Iron Tail to the neck, but it still fights back. And Pikachu, well, we know how tough he is, but in case you forgot, let it tank a Solar Beam point blank and survive a gnarly ending on concrete, only to follow up with another brutal looking Iron Tail right to Meganium's neck. Ash really did learn something by watching Guzma. Ash wins this match and moves up from rank 3,763 to ranks 1,512. He is almost at the Great Ball tier already, and that's pretty impressive considering he's only done 2 matches so far. After the match, the kids tell him about how cool the battle is, and unlike the last time where I thought they made his character slightly one-dimensional by making him obsessed with battle, this one expands his character when he tells the kids that his reason for battling isn't just to be cool or anything. For Ash, this is how he bonds with Pokemon. And Ash answers a major question here, where he says that even if he were to beat Leon and become the greatest trainer, his quest towards becoming a Pokémon Master would still continue. Then we transition over to Go, where we see him capture both Ekans and Muk, and when the kids say Go's on a streak, he explains to them that this is how he bonds with Pokemon. It's different from Ash, but that doesn't matter. And unlike Ash, he actually does, theoretically, have a tangible, achievable goal. That is, to capture all Pokemon and eventually capture Mew. Showing the difference in philosophy between Ash and Go was the main point of this episode. And to set them in their paths, similar to episode 2, Lugia appears. Or they think so. Really, it's just Team Rocket, who found out about the orienteering and brought a Lugia-like balloon, telling Ash and Go and Koharu that it's a raid battle, they should raid battle it to try to capture it, so that they bring out their Pokemon. It works, and they're able to capture the Pokemon, and as they're flying off, boom! A Hydro Pump from a distance. It's the actual Lugia this time. The cage falls down, and Pikachu breaks it with Iron Tail, causing Team Rocket to call their vending machine and have a 2v2 battle with Ash and Go. They get Crobat and Skarmory from their machines at first, and it looks like maybe Ash and Go can't reach it while they're flying in the air. But, similar to the theme of the episode, Ash and Go work together, combining Iron Tail and Pyro Ball to beat Team Rocket, blasting them off, showing that both of their adventures of being a trainer, one complemented with each other, Ash the Battler, Go the Capture, that makes one complete journey. And even though neither Ash or Go's group win the contest to find the most Pokemon, they inspired their group, which is a bigger deal. Before the episode ends, the Farfetch'd shows up one more time to mock Go, but this time, he fakes throwing the Pokeball to cause the Farfetch'd to swing before capturing it. The episode ending with his celebration and the secret that Lugia was actually Mew the whole time. All in all, this is a pretty decent episode. Go catches a Farfetch'd, which is going to be relevant later on because, well, you'll find out. And Ash continues his journey to get to the Master Class. The only disappointing thing was Koharu. We didn't really learn much about her here. It seems like she was just there just to bounce off of Go, but honestly, having Koharu's brother there works just as well. He was there just as a stand-in, who occasionally makes comments about Go being excited. She felt really wasted. Other than that though, it's a pretty decent episode, even if you just watch Ash vs. Meganium. Check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 21 of the new Pokemon anime titled Hit Your Mark, Aura. Ash and the Mysterious Egg just dropped, and in this episode, Ash gets a new Pokemon from an egg. What Pokemon could that be? Well, Let's find out. Immediately, you can tell this episode's going to be different because, unlike most episodes where we start at Sakuragi Labs, this time we start at a Pokemon Center. After healing a Vulpix, Nurse Joy heads to the back where we see an egg, and she and Chansey wonder why this blue egg they have is showing no signs of hatching. So, already, we know this is going to be a special egg, whatever Pokemon it may be. We then go to the lab where Professor Sakuragi is telling Ash and Go about how Professor Elm was the first person to question Pokemon eggs. He even mentions that, even now, we don't know where Pokemon eggs come from because, well, no one's ever seen a Pokemon lay an egg. But Go wants to find an egg, since, while Ash has experiences with them, Go doesn't. So, they both run off to find an egg. And, yeah, if you think about it, we don't really know where eggs come from, do we? Even in the game, we put a Ditto in a Pokemon and somehow, out pops an egg. From an in-universe standpoint, it is bizarre, but hey, I'm not gonna question it. While in the games, eggs are only found in daycares or given to the player by another NPC, Go here says that Pokemon eggs are found in tall grass, right? So I guess it's a bit different in the anime. And as he says that, boom! He spots an egg! Execute! But regardless, since he doesn't have an Execute, he decides to catch it. And upon catching it, he makes an egg pun so lame, he makes Ash make this face. Right after Go catches the Execute though, Ash's Rotom phone rings. It's a challenger for the Pokemon World Championship, who's ranked 1024, named Hashiba. Ash accepts the battle, and this is where the episode really gets going. The battle between Ash and Hashiba is nothing special. It's Pikachu vs. Tauros, but what makes this battle so interesting is that as this battle is taking place, because of Ash's energy or aura, the egg that Nurse Joy just told us earlier wasn't hatching starts showing life. Every move Ash makes, the egg is moving and glowing. And this culminates when Ash's Pikachu uses Thunderbolt with all its might to defeat the Tauros, causing the egg to almost look like it's gonna hatch, freaking out the Chansey that's there in the process. Couple of things. First of all, while the battle, like I said, was nothing special, I really like the way they interspersed the clips of the egg activity with the battle. It made the moves mean something, because the stronger that Ash's determination or power or aura or whatever you want to call it got, the more the egg reacted to it. And what makes it better is that after the battle ends and Ash wins, he gets a reaction back from the egg. Even Ash is shocked at this presence he feels. Chansey even brings in Nurse Joy to show her that the egg reacted that way. After the battle, since Pikachu just battled and is a bit hurt, Ash and Go decide to head to the Pokemon Center. By the way, we never get a result on what Ash's new rank is. We'll probably find that out later. While they're heading to the Pokemon Center though, Ash tells Go that it felt like someone was calling him. Go even points out how Ash is mysterious, just like in Pokemon Egg, which is a pretty apt comparison in my opinion. They reach the Pokemon Center, and while Pikachu is being treated by Nurse Joy, Ash feels something and starts heading off. Even Go and Nurse Joy are surprised at Ash walking somewhere else. He goes inside a room, and that's the room where the egg is located at. He asks Nurse Joy why this egg is hooked up to wires. Ash knows that usually you just carry an egg with you wherever, and then it just hatches. But in this case, it's not. And it's not like it's a brand new egg either. But before she can tell him, the egg unhooks itself from the wires and points itself to Ash. And when Ash touches the egg, he says it's warm. That's when Nurse Joy decides to give Ash the egg. She tells him that it was found in the Sinnoh region and passed from daycare center to daycare center, but no one could get it to hatch. But then all of a sudden, it started to do so, so she tells him to take care of it. Do you guys think that this means anything, or was it just meant as a hint that it's going to be a Sinnoh Pokemon once she mentions that the egg is from Sinnoh? Personally, I think it's the latter, but people are convinced that maybe this egg being from Sinnoh is going to cause Ash to go back to Sinnoh and learn something new. I don't know, I don't expect that plot point to come up in the future. Back in the lab, everyone looks at the egg, and there's a funny exchange here where Go thinks that the egg can't hear him, but then the professor tells him a story that may or may not be true about how a Jigglypuff was using Sing to an egg all the time, so when the egg hatched, the Azurill who hatched already knew Sing, which causes Go to panic and talk to the egg. It's a nice moment, but I like that subtly it's showing that this may be how egg moves get passed on too, who knows? Now, of course, that only works with a move like Sing. If you try to teach like a fire move to the egg by blowing fire at it, well, that egg is going to be roasted. But either way, I like the subtle nod to the game.
Ash goes out to the park to show his egg to his Dragonite, and again, we get a pretty funny interaction here, where the Dragonite tries to hug the egg, which would have been a really bad idea. So instead, it opts to hug Pikachu instead. It's nighttime and everyone's sleeping when the egg starts glowing. Pikachu wakes everyone up, by which I mean Ash, Go, and Raboot, and everyone watches as the egg hatches. It's a Riolu! It's a Pokemon that people have always wanted Ash to have, and for anyone complaining that this egg hatched too quickly, need I remind you, this egg came all the way from Sinnoh, so it's traveled quite a distance. Riolu sees Ash and Go and freaks out when Ash is about to pet it, so it uses Vacuum Wave on Ash, sending him flying to his bed. Similar to the Azurill story, I would be curious as to know how Riolu already knows Vacuum Wave, since it's an egg move that requires it being bred with either the Tyrogue line or the Krogunk line. But like I said earlier, it's not that big of a deal, so I don't think this is ever going to come up again. It freaks out and jumps out the window of the lab and starts running towards the forest, and Ash and Go start chasing it. What I think happened, and I'm 99% sure that this is confirmed later, was that Riolu was expecting someone with a strong aura like it felt during Ash's battle. Instead, it felt no aura when it hatched and just saw two people who were smiling and not showing much power. So, in order to get stronger, it ran out, started fighting any Pokemon it can find regardless of how much it got beat up, and I'm gonna come back to this later, but this really gets resolved nicely. While searching for the Pokemon, we get a bit of insight into Ash's thought process, and I love this moment. He says that he felt this egg calling him. That's why when Nurse Joy told him that it wouldn't hatch before no matter what they did, but then now it started to, he felt like it was waiting for him, which made him happy. But maybe that wasn't the case. And the reason why I love this moment is because Go sees how deeply Riolu running away hurt Ash. So what does he do? He steps up and tells Ash, hey, we're gonna find him no matter what, which encourages even Ash, and Ash recognizes this and thanks Go while they go look for Riolu. I love that. Riolu battles everything, like I said earlier, a group of Poliwags, Poliwhirls, Rattata, Butterfree, and even a Diglett. Where it really gets into trouble is when it starts fighting an Onix. Ash hears the Onix and heads over to the battlefield where he sees Riolu, who has just been smacked by Onix's tail. Seeing this, Ash gets ready to battle with Pikachu, which is when Ash's aura flares, and his determination in battle, if you will, shines through, which confirms to Riolu that the aura it sensed earlier was Ash. That's why it hatched. So, after seeing Ash and Pikachu battle, it pushes Pikachu out of the way and it wants to battle with Ash. And in a nice visual through line, it was using Vacuum Wave earlier on the Pokemon, but it wasn't doing any damage. Well, now that he's working with Ash, the Vacuum Wave that wasn't doing much damage now is shredding through rocks. It even punches Onix, which earlier didn't do anything, but now sends it to the floor, meaning Riolu, with the help of Ash, is just much stronger. The Onix ends up running away, and it seems like Riolu's happy battling with Ash, even listening to him, because it stops battling when Ash tells it to. But I do like that it has a stubborn attitude. Even after the fight, it's hurt, and instead of being carried to the Pokemon Center, it would rather walk. I like that attitude. The next day, once it's healed up, it tells Pikachu and Ash that it wants to be captured, and so the episode ends with Riolu being captured by Ash. I mentioned this at the start, but I love this episode. The music that plays here when Ash was heading towards the Riolu egg is just awesome. And while the animation is nothing spectacular for the Pikachu vs. Tauros fight, it does bump up a level when Ash and Riolu are fighting the Onix, as short as that fight is. Not only that, but I love the story for this episode, and the implications it has on Ash as a character. The Riolu egg was looking to hatch, but it could never find a strong trainer. When it senses Ash, it gets ready to hatch, but when it eventually does, it doesn't find that same aura it sensed before, causing it to run away. Eventually, though, when it does realize that the aura it felt was Ash, it decides to join him. It's simple, but very well executed to the story, and it allows Lucario to be a close Pokemon to Ash without having to create reasons for it. The episode is done really well in almost all regards. If you haven't already, I highly recommend it. Check it out. It's funny how a tiny town in the games can be so huge in the anime. I don't ever remember Little Root being that big. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 22 of the new Pokemon anime titled Farewell Raboot just dropped, and in this episode, it looks like Raboot may be better off without Go. Is he about to release it? Well, let's find out. This review here might be a pretty short one because, honestly, I don't have a lot to say about the episode itself. The episode split into two parts, the research that the guys are here to do, and the relationship between Raboot and Go.
The first part is really just a setup for the second part. They're over in Littleroot to research the migration of the Beautiflies, and the main point of this ends up being that while they're looking for the Beautiflies, they come across a Zigzagoon that looks hurt, but when Ash goes over to help it, we see another Zigzagoon come over and try to steal his backpack, but it's stopped by Go's Raboot. When they run away, Raboot sees a couple more Pokemon like Lombre walk away too. Basically, it's a callback to what Raboot was doing when it was first found as a Scorbunny in Galar, trying to steal a backpack probably for food. And since Raboot was in that situation before, it recognizes that and it goes to help them. This is where the second part of the episode happens. Raboot sneaks out of the center at night to help those Pokemon, and then the next day, after Ash and Go find the nest of Silcoon that are going to evolve into a Beautifly that they can watch for the migration, Raboot has Go buy some apples, but it won't give him any. He doesn't understand why Raboot has started being so cold to him after evolving. The shopkeeper of the apples tells him that, oh, the Raboot's probably just in its rebellious phase. So, I have mixed feelings on this, but I'm going to save that for a bit later. Eventually, they do get to see the Silcoon evolve into Beautifly and fly away the next day, and both Ash and Go find it beautiful enough to the point where Ash doesn't want to battle anything and Go doesn't want to capture anything. And again, this is the same complaint I've made before, but I really don't like them distinguishing the characters like that. They're making it seem like Ash is just a battler, Go is just a Pokemon catcher, and that really shrinks the scope of your story, because we know from the past series that Ash is more than just a battler. Anyways, since the Raboot has sneaked out a couple of nights in a row and Go knows about it now, Go gets Ash to help him find out why. It turns out it's because Raboot is helping those Pokemon from earlier not only get food by giving them the apple that Go bought, but also it's teaching them how to dance because, as we find out, they're fighting over territory through dance battles with Loudreds. Also, Go sees that when he is helping these Pokemon, Raboot looks happy, unlike when he's with him. It's not long until Go wants to help out Raboot, so him and Ash make a beat and help the Scorbunny dance and presumably win. Or more likely, it probably ended up being that both the Lombre, the Zigzagoons, and the Loudred decided to live together in the same territory instead of fighting over it. That's most likely what happened. Either way, that's not the main point of that. What we do get to see is that the next day when they're about to leave, because this is their 4th day in the trip, it seems like this is going to be the conclusion to Go and Raboot's relationship, as Go leaves Raboot behind with the other Pokemon and doesn't tell it that it's leaving because it seems so happy. While Go says that he's fine with that, Ash questions if he told Raboot, which Go didn't. This causes Go to realize he probably didn't want to leave Raboot, so he runs to the back of the train calling for it, but no, it's too late. Or so you're made to think. Raboot just casually walks in from another car and gives Go an apple. When he takes a bite from it and hands it back, Go sees the Raboot smiling while eating it, and he's happy that that's the case, so they're staying together. He takes a picture of them together, and that's the end of the episode. So, this episode in a vacuum is fine, but here's my issue with the whole it's in its rebellious phase thing. First of all, let me just say that I have no problems with a Pokemon's personality changing after it evolves. It's happened before, so whatever, it's not that big a deal. My issue with it is that because of the episode where the evolution of the Scorbunny took place, it felt like there was a story to tell there that was never told. And that's not just me. If you look at Twitter or other people's review on that episode, which I believe was episode 17, they feel the same way. What happens is that in that episode, the episode ends really abruptly with a Team Rocket battle and the evolution leading to the personality change. But the rest of the episode is about Go and Scorbunny having a massive argument over their philosophical differences. Go being someone who just believed that you just do what you can and you don't do what you can't, while Scorbunny's out here trying to improve himself, make himself a better fire type who can use a fire move. Remember in that episode, that was a massive argument and was the main plot of that episode for the most part. Their fight in that episode got so bad that it took a battle with Team Rocket to resolve it. But I guess to the show creators, their relationship was fixed from that one battle after Go helped it use Pyro Ball. And maybe that was the intention, but since the evolution and the personality change happens right after that battle, we don't know if that's the actual reason why. The episode tells us it's because it's evolved, but because the last thing we saw before the evolution is the fight, we're left with more questions than answers. And to make it worse, Go looks supremely bad here in this episode because he doesn't even tell his Pokemon that he's leaving. For all of the time people make fun of Ash releasing all of his good Pokemon, Ash always lets his Pokemon know that he's leaving, and it's usually to try to make them happy. And while Go had the same intention, he didn't pull it off the same way because he just left his Pokemon like that. That makes him look like a really bad trainer. Ish. That being said, I don't think this episode is bad either. It does have a lot of good things for it. For example, I love the metaphor of the Beautiflies being something so beautiful you just leave it alone, even though that was probably the same line of reasoning that caused Go not to tell Raboot he was leaving. It really does work as great symbolism for the episode. The Beautifly flying away free after evolving. Not only that, but this episode got some wonderful animation by Takeshi Minami, who animated the dancing portions of this episode, which looks great. I'll also add that the music when the Beautiflies are flying away, I'm pretty sure is a new bit of composition, and that sounds really nice. So, in a vacuum, this isn't a bad episode. It's just that when you look at the lead up to this episode, it feels a bit shallow because you feel like it misses telling a story. It misses the previous fight as the reason for the behavior, which is something that everyone would understand and be able to relate to. Instead, it chooses to go to a safer route, and I think that's really for the worst. I guess the answer to the question ultimately was I happy with the resolution of this Go and Scorbunny plot. Even though it didn't go the way I was hoping it would, I would have to say yeah. I think that the Go and Raboot pairing is really good, so it would have been dumb to break that up. I know they weren't ever going to, but I'm just saying it really is for the better. And you know what? Ultimately, if this allows Go to become a better person, a better character by giving him more personality, having him understand his Pokemon better, I think the show is better for it.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Pokemon anime is back! After a hiatus due to Rona, Pokemon anime returns with episode 23 titled Massive Panic, Cerise Park. And in this episode, it seems like someone is stealing all of the food from the Pokemon in the park, causing a massive fight to break out in Cerise Park. Who's gonna stop it? Well, let's find out. This episode is interesting in that the main premise of the episode revolves not around Ash or Go, but the Pokemon in Cerise Lab. I've talked about this in other reviews, but an episode like this was needed. It felt like Go was just capturing Pokemon just to fill out his dreams, but in the process, all the Pokemon he caught were just feeling dispensable. People always make fun of Ash because he never, quote, caught them all, but there's a legitimate reasons. The writers probably realized pretty early on that Ash capturing every Pokemon really wouldn't work. Why? Because when you have so many Pokemon, a lot of Pokemon are going to be stuck doing nothing. Remember Ash's Krabby? He caught that thing in episode 13 and didn't use it until episode 75. That's absurd. That would never happen nowadays. But that's exactly what was happening to Go's Pokemon. I saw people on Twitter say they thought this episode was boring, but not me. This is the type of episode that needs to happen every now and then to allow all of Go's Pokemon to feel like actual characters. They don't have to be main characters or anything, but let them appear every now and then, because otherwise, most people just forget that they exist. I haven't really talked about what happens in the episode, but that's because it's not that important. It's more about the characters in the episode. The main premise of this episode is that someone is stealing all of the Pokemon food in Cerise Park, and this is causing massive fights amongst everyone because everyone's blaming each other. In the center of it all, there are 3 Cascoon that are trying to evolve, but because of the fight, it seems like they're in danger of being hurt before they evolve. The episode basically concludes with all of the Pokemon of the park coming together to protect the Cascoon to help them evolve into Dustox, and then later we find out at the end of the episode that the Pokemon who was stealing everyone's food was Go Squavette. See, but me just summarizing the episode like that doesn't really do it justice, because the episode does, in my opinion, a fantastic job of giving characters to a bunch of different Pokemon. So let's talk about that instead. The first Pokemon to realize that the food is missing is Beedrill, and staying true to how it's always been portrayed in the anime, Beedrill is seen as cranky. It's fantastic, and while Beedrill is yelling at Nidoran female and Oddish, we see the Pokemon who are willing to stand up to it, Nidoran male and Stantler. Similarly, when Grimer gets its food stolen and it's yelling at Weedle and Caterpie, the Pokemon that stands up to it is Parasect, while Pinsir is the Pokemon trying to calm it down. Then there are the mischievous Pokemon in the group, which are Misdreavus and Sandile, while Ghost, Tailo, and Spearow seem to just share things.
You notice a pattern in what I'm saying here? Spearow and Tailo, normal flying types. Then you have the bug types that are being protected by other bug types, while the poison types are mad at the bug types. That's not a coincidence. Professor Cerise himself points this out. He says that the bug Pokemon hang out with each other, but they don't seem to like the normal and the poison types. So we can already see groups forming, even amongst Go's Pokemon. Meanwhile, while Go and Ash are trying to figure out how the food can be running out so quickly, we see that Gengar is still a prankster like always. They try to get to the thief by placing a food outside at night, try to catch the Pokemon in the act, but Ash falls asleep, so they can't figure it out. Typical Ash stuff. But to me, the more interesting things are that the grouping of the Pokemon in the episode leads to fights. What type of fights? Well, in the episode, Sandile and Mischievous are especially hilarious, and how they try to go about getting more food. So when they're sent flying by Darumaka and Paris earlier in the episode for being mischievous, and they land upon each other where the Scyther is practicing cutting trees, but because it's so hungry, it doesn't cut a tree all the way through. It just almost cuts it all the way through. So the Sandile and the Mischievous try to use that to their advantage to show how, quote, strong they are to get food from the other Pokemon. So when a fight erupts between the normal and poison types versus the bug, and by the end of the fight, the normal, poison, and Darumaka are forced to run away, Sandile and Mischievous used the almost destroyed tree to show how, quote, powerful Sandile is when Sandile kicks it and it breaks in half. But then we also see what type of Pokemon they are, because when push comes to shove and the bug types return for more of a fight, they just turn on the Pokemon that they just try to impress. That's hilarious! These are the type of character interactions I love. And as for the leaders of the park, well, it seems Scyther is the leader for the bug types, and Dragonite's like the adult in the room, opting to just let the Pokemon figure it out on their own. The main leader in the entire park seems to be the Golurk. It also seems to be the most volatile though, because as soon as the seal on its chest comes off, it kinda goes berserk. It does put all the Pokemon back in line though, and because it accidentally created an insane rainstorm using Rain Dance from its berserk energy, it's also the first one to go and protect the Cascoon to allow them to evolve. This gets the rest of the park back in the same page, and when the Cascoon finally evolves into Dustox, they're able to stop the storm by using Sunny Day. Which makes no sense since that's a TM move, but for the sake of the episode, it's fine. Again, it's these character interactions that I really like. That's what I like about this episode. The plot itself, it doesn't really matter because you kind of have to make a massive assumption in the plot that whilst Gorvet was taking everyone's food, not a single other Pokemon noticed. That's a bit of a stretch. But for the plot, it's necessary because it shows us the allegiance and the behavior of all the Pokemon in the park. That to me especially fleshes out the Pokemon world in itself because it shows that it's kind of similar to ours if you think about it. So while nothing revolutionary happens in the episode, to me, it does a lot of things right that I've been asking for, which I really appreciate. This is one of those episodes you either don't enjoy because there's no real plot progression, nothing really happens, or you do because you like seeing character interaction, you like seeing the behavior of Pokemon, and for me, I'm in the camp of the latter, so I really enjoyed this episode. If you're like me, you might enjoy this episode too. If you haven't checked it out, go ahead and do that. So, I'm pretty sure that the Lord Magikarp is a reference to the fact that in the Sinnoh Battle Resort, you can legitimately catch a level 100 Magikarp. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 24 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Rest Team Rocket just dropped, and in this episode, Team Rocket are told to go on a break by Matori. Meanwhile, Ash and Go head to the resort area to catch a Pokemon called the Lord. What's going to happen in this episode? Well, let's find out. Before I start, I just want to say that I feel like I'm starting to get sick, so if my voice sounds awful, that's why. Sorry about that. Anyways, this episode is basically your standard Team Rocket episode, except the roles are reversed. Whereas Team Rocket are usually the bad guy, and here, they're the good guys, and Ash's Pikachu somehow loses all of its power, and the episode ends with a happy ending for Team Rocket. Let's go through the episode to see what I mean. The episode begins with Team Rocket getting a call from Matori. Originally, Jessie hangs up on her because she really doesn't care for what she has to say, but once James reestablishes the call, they find out from Matori that Giovanni has ordered them to take a break for the day for their dedication to Team Rocket. That is surprising to them, and as we'll see later in the episode, what they imagine to be a fantastic time going on a break turns out to be kind of a nightmare for them. But before we jump on that, we see that Cerise has told Ash and Go that in the resort area from Sinnoh, trainers try to fish up a Pokemon called the Lord. He basically wants them to go there to see if they can investigate it or capture it themselves. Both Ash and Go agree to go. The reason I say that this vacation turns into a nightmare for Team Rocket earlier is because they also decided to go to the battle area in Sinnoh. And just as they're getting ready to relax, Ash and Go, and more specifically Pikachu, shows up on their sights. They're wearing different clothing obviously, so they're not noticed, but they keep trying to ignore it and go on their break, but time and time again, they just keep running into Ash, Go, and Pikachu. It's not all bad though. For example, when they meet Ash and Go a second time when they're going to go shopping, James finds out that Ash and Go are looking to get the best fishing rod to capture this Lord, so he gladly helps them. It's only Jessie, who has to hold Pikachu from getting ran over but can't take him, who gets frustrated about this. Then, while Ash and Go are fishing for the Lord, they just happen to be watching when Go all of a sudden catches something massive, and while him and Ash are struggling to catch this thing, Ash spots Team Rocket again and asks them for help to get the Lord. Now, they do end up getting it, but what is the Lord? Well, turns out it's a giant Magikarp that can jump extremely high. Go only catches it after putting it to sleep with the Oddish because the first time the Magikarp sends the Pokeball back to Go's face. So now, Go has a giant Magikarp that can jump supremely high. He also caught another regular sized Magikarp earlier and a Goldeen while he was fishing. But anyways, as the shenanigans is going on in the resort, right outside of it, we see Matori making a plan to capture all of the rare and strong Pokemon there. Here's the issue I have with the episode. They talk about how there are strong and rare Pokemon in this resort, that's why they want to capture them. And there are dozens and dozens of people in the resort. There's literally only 4 members of Team Rocket that are going around capturing these Pokemon. And you're telling me not a single one was able to fight Team Rocket at all? Not a single trainer that was in that resort? And what frustrates me more is that it's not like the cage was electrified or anything. It was just a regular cage. And inside we see Pokemon like Machoke, Graveler, Charizard, and you're telling me not a single one of them try to escape? That type of stuff bothers me. I know I'm just supposed to take it at face value, but when you capture strong Pokemon like that and it doesn't resist once it gets captured, it just annoys me. Anyways, because of the chaos, Ash and Go find out and go up to fight the elite Team Rocket members. They are outnumbered, even though they have so many trainers around them. But it's 3v4 with Pikachu, Riolu, and Raboot taking on Toxicroak, Skuntank, Rhyperior, and Purugly. Ash's Riolu isn't strong enough, as we all know, and neither is Go's Raboot. The surprising thing is that Ash's Pikachu misses an Iron Tail and gets poisoned by Toxicroak's Sludge Bomb. And then after that, it can't get up after being poisoned, which then allows it to get hit by Venoshock and gets taken away by Team Rocket. Again, I know that the story makes Pikachu as strong as he needs to be, so I really shouldn't be surprised, but it does bother me when they're so inconsistent with how strong they portray Ash's Pikachu to be. I do like how Ash reacted seeing Pikachu being taken away though. No yelling, screaming after he's already gone. Just quiet, and he's upset and determined to get Pikachu back. It shows that Ash has really grown as a trainer. While this whole battle thing is happening, by the way, Team Rocket's on the roof of a building seeing this go down. They don't know if they should jump in or not because they're on break technically. That is, until they hear Matori say that the reason they were successful here is because Jessie, James, and Meowth weren't involved. That gets them all riled up. So, they decide they want to make Matori miserable by helping all the Pokemon escape so that Giovanni is gonna yell at her, which leads them to decide to help Ash and Go. But that's another issue I have though. So they decide on this plan to ruin her raid afterwards. But when they talk to Ash and Go, they show James sticking one of the Pokemon with a tracker. I guess you can say that they wanted to see where these Pokemon were headed for their own reasons, but the way the cuts are laid out, that's not how it looks like. The way that whole thing happens makes it look like the footage is out of order, but it's not. It's just so weird why they would do it like that. Anyways, Team Rocket in disguise decide to help Ash and Go get their Pokemon, and with the James tracker, they find the place where the Matori Matrix is waiting at right now. I don't know for what, but hey. Then, there's a fantastic bit here where Go distracts the Team Rocket members while Ash and James go and unlock the cage where the Pokemon are at. Now, earlier we just saw that Pikachu lost to these guys, so how could Go win against them? He doesn't have any crazy strong Pokemon. Well, he pulls out the Lord, the giant Magikarp, and has it use Splash. And since it's such a giant Magikarp and that can jump supremely high, It both throws off the elite members as well as sends them flying once the Magikarp lands. It's hilarious. Then after, James picks the lock and Ash gives Pikachu a Pecha Berry to heal the poisoning. Then when Matori comes out to see what all the ruckus is about, they see that they are surrounded by Pokemon. A brief scuffle emerges where they're on the back foot, so they have no choice but to retreat, and they get away just as Officer Jenny arrives. There's a funny bit here where Ash asks Jesse and James what their names are, and it almost causes Jesse to sing out the Team Rocket motto, which is hilarious. She's stopped by James and Meowth though. The next day, Team Rocket are spry and super happy that they ruined Matori's plan, and they immediately pick up when she calls. It looks like she succeeded as she looks miserable, while their faces are beaming. The episode ends with Go and Ash talking to Cerise, Krissa, and Ren about the Pokemon and their adventures. When the professor is skeptical of the Lord shows them why he deserves his nickname. Overall, it's a fine episode. It's always fun to see Team Rocket do different things, and I do like episodes where they switch roles. My only issue with the episode is just the inconsistencies that I talked about. Again, I know it's probably just a me issue, and I need to really look at these things in face value when they happen, but again, I would like to see a bit more logic in the stories. You can argue that maybe they were tired from battling Team Rocket, the Pokemon that were stuck in the cage, but if that's the case, then show us. The only stills we see is there's no resistance from anyone. But again, that's just a me issue, I guess. I didn't see anyone else complaining on Twitter about this, so... One thing that this episode does confirm to me is that Ash doesn't take all of his Pokemon with him all the time. You would think that would be the case, right? But no Gengar, no Dragonite this episode. Does that not seem strange to anyone else? I know this just because they needed a reason for Ash and Team Rocket to team up, and a way to show off the Lord Magikarp, but still, that's so strange. I don't really know how to feel about it. Seriously, I don't. I would love to hear what you think. The only thing I can assume is that he didn't think there was going to be any conflict in the resort area, but I would think Ash, out of anyone, should know that Team Rocket or other troubles always seem to follow him. I know the real reason is that in the next episode, it's most likely going to be Gengar and Dragonite that are going to be fighting Karina, but in universe, it is a bit weird that Ash didn't take his Pokemon with him. Either way though, this is a fun episode. It's a fantastic development for Team Rocket, as we can see just how much Jessie despises Matori. See, in the past we've known that she didn't like her, but here, we see how deep that resentment runs. We see that they're willing to sabotage their own organization's plan just to get back at her. That is supremely petty, and I stan Jessie for that. If you haven't checked it out already, I'd recommend this episode. I swear, when I first saw that blue Flabebe go by the screen, I thought it was AZ's Floette. That can't just be me, right? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 25 of the new Pokemon Journeys anime titled A Battle Festival Exploding with Life versus Mega Lucario just dropped, and in this episode, it is the highly anticipated Ash versus Karina match. Did this battle live up to the hype? Well, let's find out. Right off the bat, this episode has a bit of a pacing issue, and I'll talk about it throughout the episode, but it's immediately noticeable as we begin in an airplane with Ash and Go heading to Kalos for the Battle Festival, and that would usually be fine, except as soon as the episode begins, we jump right into Go catching a Binacle and chasing a Flabebe, while we see montage stills of battles happening in the stadium. I forgot to mention, by the way, the reason Ash and Go are here in the Shallor City is because Ash is here to take on the Battle Festival, which is an event where you can battle people to climb up the rankings in the Pokemon World Championships. And since this is Go's first time in Kalos, he's just trying to capture as many Kalos Pokemon as he can. By the time we're watching Ash's battle, it's basically the end of a battle where he takes on a Clauncher. He beats the thing with an Iron Tail after it eats in Thunderbolt because apparently Steel can absorb Thunder? I don't know. Either way, as this battle is happening, we see Karina watching the battle from up top. After the battle ends, Ash is with all of his Pokemon outside, looking at his ranking, when Riolu and him sense some aura. When Riolu runs to that aura, it finds a Lucario. Both Ash and Pikachu recognize that Lucario, which is when Karina comes out and says hello to Ash. And this is part of the episode where I was talking about having pacing issues. They wanted to separate out Ash and Go. Probably because they wanted Go to meet Karina's grandfather as he's part of the episode too. But because Go isn't there, There's a bit of awkward writing here where Karina has to introduce herself to his Pokemon, and then they talked about how they battled before in Ash 1 to his Pokemon. If you watch that scene just in a vacuum, it's not too bad, but because it feels so rushed even at that point, it comes off as very awkward writing and a very awkward way to introduce a character to people who may not have seen X and Y. Honestly, if Go was there, he could have asked Ash who that was, and that would have made a lot more natural of a conversation instead of what we got. Anyways, it turns out that Karina's also in the Pokemon World Championships, but not as a gym leader. She's going in as a regular challenger to challenge herself and become better. And because this is a festival where you can choose your own opponent, they decide to battle against each other. Outside of the stadium, Go is still looking to catch Pokemon, and he has managed to catch quite a few, including 3 colors of Floette. As he's looking for more though, his Raboot senses something and uses Pyro Ball on it. Turns out, it's Gherkin, Karina's grandfather. He says he was testing Go, and they chat a bit about the Pokemon that Go is catching in the region before Go learns that Gherkin knows who Ash is. Again, very clunky exposition here, and honestly, Gherkin didn't even need to be in this episode truthfully. He doesn't really provide anything important besides some background commentary on the battle and Mega Evolution. The interaction here feels a bit more natural than the interaction with Ash and Karina, but still, it's far from perfect. Anyways, we finally jump into the battle, and like usual, I'll just summarize the battle and give my thoughts on it. The first matchup is Gengar vs Mienshao. This battle is a stomp in the favor of Mienshao. You would think that a fighting type would have a disadvantage against a ghost type, however, the coverage moves that Karina has on it, along with its speed, make it almost impossible for Gengar to do anything. It gets knocked out when Karina uses U-turn to switch to her Lucario, and then uses Bone Rush to take out the Gengar. A lot of people were upset by this, and I can't lie, I was too. I know why it was done. It was to show how strong Karina is. It just annihilated one of Ash's strongest Pokemon. We've only seen a handful of battles in this series though, and most of the time, especially when random World Championship battles happen, Ash usually uses Pikachu. We rarely get to see Gengar in action. It's more of a character Pokemon, which I'm fine with, but it feels so wrong when every time we see it in battle, besides the first time we saw it, it struggles. So, Ash brings out his Dragonite next, while Karina calls back her Lucario and brings out her Mienshao. This battle is a lot more competitive, and surprisingly, the battle contains quite a few bit of strategy. So, Ash and Karina block each other's attack initially when Dragon Claw and High Jump Kick clash, and then Karina goes for Double Slap. Since Ash knows that Double Slap isn't a particularly strong move, he opts to take an attack and go for Dragon Dance to boost his attack and speed instead. This pays off in 2 ways, as not only does he boost himself, but Go also mentions that this is basically blocking the Double Slap because he's spinning like crazy, basically another form of counter shield. The battle ends really quickly after that though, when Mienshao goes for a high jump kick and gets a decent hit on Dragonite, but Dragonite tanks the hit since fighting is resisted by Dragonite and counters with a boosted Dragon Claw, KOing it in one shot. I love seeing strategies like this from Ash. It is so good to see in the anime because the majority of the time, support moves aren't really used in the anime. Mostly because visually, they aren't as enjoyable to watch, and you're taking away an actual physical attack slot from a Pokemon. But the way it was done here, brilliant. So now it's one-on-one between Lucario and Dragonite, and similar to the Mienshao battle, this is a really competitive battle. Actually, even more so, as Ash tells Karina to Mega Evolve her Lucario. While she does that, he uses another Dragon Dance to buff up his Dragonite even more. Even Karina mentions how this isn't usually how Ash battles, and you know what? It is awesome to see Ash switch up his battle style. She goes for an Aura Sphere while Ash tries to dodge by having Dragonite fly around, however the Aura Sphere is successful in hitting Dragonite before it can counter with Hyper Beam. Then Karina follows that up with a power-up punch on Dragonite, sending it flying to the ground. Like I said before though, fighting moves are resisted by Dragon and Flying, so Dragonite gets right back up. Ash then has Dragonite use Hurricane to both do damage and trap the Lucario for a bit, but Lucario breaks out using another Aura Sphere. Finally, with both Pokemon heavily damaged, they go for their final attacks, Lucario with another power-up punch and Dragonite with Dragon Claw. A suspenseful build ensues before Mega Lucario faints, granting Ash the victory. And like I said, the second battle was very well done. Actually, before I talk about that, can I just say, it was hilarious watching Dragonite use Hurricane because it's flapping its tiny wings. It just looks hilarious, I don't know. Anyways, The battle against Lucario was really well animated. There are two specific moments here where the animation quality just goes through the roof. The first one is when Lucario first uses the Aura Sphere followed by the Power Punch, and the second one is right before the Pokemon use their final attacks. I don't know who the animator for this cut is, but whoever you are, that was fantastic. However, even though I enjoyed that battle and liked it quite a bit, like I said earlier, the episode felt rushed in the first half. Like a lot of people are saying, this probably should have been a two-parter. One part being Ash and Go heading towards Kalos, meeting Karina, and the second part being the battle. Because these things were cramped into one episode, it feels super rushed. Like I mentioned earlier, the way the exposition is done is really clunky, and the battle also feels super rushed with Gengar getting squashed extremely quickly. Because of that, a lot of people thought that Ash shouldn't have won this battle. But I don't know, I disagree. Dragonite's a flying and dragon type. It resists fighting type pretty hard. Dragonite's also a pretty tanky Pokemon. Plus it had a +2 Dragon Dance, so it makes sense to me that Ash won after using Hurricane and Dragon Claw on Lucario. However, because of how the beatdowns to Dragonite were animated and the fact that the Ash win was a 1v2, it makes people feel like he shouldn't have won. That's not people's fault for thinking that. Quite the contrary, I actually think that's the writer's fault for the way the pacing of the battle is done. Again, this probably should have been a two-parter. Dragonite's a beast though, isn't it? I love it. Its dual personality of being super gentle and even thoughtful out of battle, but when it's in battle, it is a monster. Especially a +2 Dragon Dance boosted Dragonite, oh my goodness, that is scary. With all that being said, I really did enjoy the episode overall. I just think it was a bit too rushed. It probably should have been a two-parter. The only real focus was the battle, and we got that done pretty well. Some people wanted to see Ash and Karina talk about their XY journeys and show the photograph with Clement and Serena, but that has zero to do with the story. That would be nice fan service, which is fine, but it doesn't contribute to the story, so I don't mind that it didn't happen. If you haven't checked out the episode already, I highly recommend it. This episode was not a fever dream. I repeat, this was a real episode. Seriously. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 26 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Splash Magikarp, Put It On, Slowking just dropped. This is a pretty unique episode where we get two different stories connected by a thread instead of just one. One is about Magikarp Jump, and the other is about Slowking. How did the episodes go? Oh ho ho, let's find out. Immediately, you know this is going to be an interesting episode when the episode begins with Team Rocket basically breaking the fourth wall and telling us so. They're bored and James suggests let's train, so Jesse calls the gotcha machine even though they're in their base. So you would think that the Pelipper wouldn't be able to deliver the thing, but you would be wrong, as it literally knocks on the door and comes down with the machine. The Pokemon that Jesse and James get in the machine are Magikarp and Slowking, the two Pokemon that are the focus of this episode. The intro part actually had a few Easter eggs. There's the obvious Diantha picture in the magazine that Jesse's reading, but there's also the toy that Wobbuffet and Meowth are playing with, which is their Alola donut truck, and James is polishing the Pokeball set that he got from Alola and Meowth. So, a nice bit of callback there. But also, I specifically can't remember the last time that Team Rocket broke the fourth wall, but it happens so rarely that it feels special anytime they do. Anyways, the first story is Splash Magikarp. This is basically the story of how Go lost his Magikarp in space. No, I'm not kidding. Basically, there's been a contest for a while, 9 years from how they put it, to see whose Magikarp can jump the highest. For the previous 9 years, the winner has been Kasuking, this bodybuilder trainer looking dude with a shiny Magikarp who has like an 8-pack. Go wants to participate in this contest with his large Magikarp, the Lord Magikarp that he caught 2 episodes ago, but because it's been living in Cerise Park for a while, it's gotten really fat. But fear not, Go's gonna train it. And this isn't your typical Pokemon training. This is literally boxing training with lots of sit-ups, jumps, hitting body bags. By the end of this training, not only does the Magikarp look ripped, but so do Ash and Go. Yep, what a bizarre image to see. The entire first half is basically a Rocky montage with Go narrating it. It is fantastic. And curiously, it's probably the most we've actually seen Go train an actual Pokemon. Anyways, we then jump straight to the semifinals of the jump tournament, and Go wins his jump off against a guy who looks like a Magikarp, but barely. King, the winner and the previous champion, beats his dude handily. Now, both of them are in the finals. In the final match, King, before they start, says that he was holding back and that Go should be scared, which is when Go drops the bomb. Go's Magikarp has been jumping with weights on. That's basically his Rock Lee moments. These weights are so heavy that we see this hilarious sight gag of King's Machamp struggling and ultimately hurting its back trying to pick it up. Now, let the match begin. King's shiny Magikarp jumps, but Go hasn't. Has he given up? No, it turns out Go's Magikarp is storing power to jump as high as it can. He jumps past the shiny Magikarp and keeps going and going and going. And oh my, it looks like Go's Magikarp is floating away in space and isn't landing. The official rules state that the Magikarp must land for the jump to count, which means the winner of the jump is King and his shiny Magikarp. Then we have Ash reading the obituary in this context to Go's Magikarp, while the Magikarp jump song is playing in the background, and that's where we end this part of the episode. Seriously, that was like a fever dream. I know some people thought this was strange or didn't like it, but me personally, I was cracking up watching this. You'd probably tell from the review too. Pokemon really knows how to do comedy well, especially since Sun and Moon, which gave them the opportunity to make episodes like this, which are out of the box. It's bizarre, but it's hilarious at the same time. Don't worry, we will come back to the story a bit later because it's the connecting thread, but I'm just saying, this is really a fever dream of an episode. Not only does it contain the song for Magikarp Jump, but it also has Boulder training with Ash and Go. And since we know that Go hasn't caught a Boulder or Roggenrola, one must assume it's Ash's Boulder, and that isn't even acknowledged or addressed. That entire first bit is just joke after joke after joke, and I love it. I'd edit. So, it turns out the Boulder thing being there is part of the gag. In the app Magikarp Jump, one of the things you can do to train your Pokemon is called Boulder Push. That's what that was a reference to. Thanks to @FallenStarMaker on Twitter for pointing this out. Still though, that's pretty funny. The second part of the episode is the one titled, Put It On, Slowking. This one, I'm just baffled. I'm not really sure what to say because I'm still not sure what happened here. So, Ash and Go on an island filled with Slowpokes, presumably because Go wants to capture one, when he's looking at the Pokedex entry for it. He finds out that Slowpoke's tail tastes sweet and wonders if he could try it. First of all, why is that in a Pokedex entry? You are really asking for its tails to get chopped off by random people like in Gold and Silver with that description. And second of all, why does Go want to try it? Regardless, as he's thinking about that, he hears Ash eating and thinks for a second that he might be tasting a Slowpoke's tail, only for it to be ramen. That ramen has a picture of a Magikarp on the front. I really hope that that's just the ramen's logo, and not that it tastes like a Magikarp, because when the Slowking shows up, it sees Ash enjoying that ramen, and takes it from Ash to try it, and it loves the thing so much that it gives up its Shelter Crown to Ash. And this is where the episode flies off the rail. I'm not even sure what happens here. Well, I do actually, but it's just so bizarre that it's easier for me to tell you to just go watch it than try to explain it, but also give it my best shot. Basically, anyone with the crown becomes a Slowking genius, and it amplifies their trait to the maximum. So, for example, since Ash wants to be a Pokemon Master, when he has the crown, now he thinks he's the Slowpoke Master. Not only that, but he has insane reflexes and speaks in actual English. This, by the way, I want to see how they're gonna do this in the dub. Are they gonna have him speak in Japanese, or more likely they're probably just gonna make his voice deeper and have him say smart stuff, isn't he? I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Anyways, when Raboot and Go finally manage to get it off Ash's head, it lands on Go's head and turns him into a Slowpoke connoisseur who wants to capture every Slowpoke he can find. When it goes on Pikachu, he can make the crown float with his Thunderbolt. When it goes on Raboot, he can spin and dodge like crazy. They're basically just kicking the crown around and making it land on each other's head over and over for a while, before ultimately Go's Magikarp from the first segment flies back down from space, making a huge boom, causing the crown to go back to the Slowking's head. Then when the dust settles, somehow the Magikarp is on top of the crown of the Shelter, and the narrator tells us that all's well that ends well. And the insane part is that when we go back to Team Rocket to basically an almost identical circumstance to the intro where everyone's bored and James says maybe they should train, Jesse calls in the gotcha machine and you hear a knock on the door, only this time when James opens the door, it's not Pelipper, it's King.
and the episode ends with James slamming the door on his face. What? The first half is pretty simple to follow. It's a weird story, but it's pretty easy to follow. Go wants to train for Magikarp Jump, goes for an event, makes it to the finals, almost win, but loses at the end when his Magikarp doesn't land in time. Okay, that makes sense. The second half? What? Seriously, I don't even know what to think about it. I guess the big question is, did I find it entertaining? And to that extent, oh yeah. But even so, I'm not sure how to review this portion of the episode, and it feels like someone was on drugs when they wrote the second half. There are definitely references here I'm missing for sure, because I've never played Magikarp Jump, but oh my goodness. Because one of the first things that happens in this episode is that the Slowpoke song plays for a while, and that shows us Slowpoke being Slowpoke. It's basically a song in 2014 that Pokemon released in Japan, and somehow it's used in this episode. But even that's so bizarre, I'm not sure what to think. I know this is not a good review since I'm just kind of rambling at this point, but honestly, I'm just dumbstruck on what I just watched. Honestly, you need to go watch this episode. Seriously, watch the next segment where I just give you my thoughts on the next episode. But after that, go watch the episode again, because honestly, I'm out of words. I'm starting to dislike Leon and his smug Charizard more and more in the anime, even though I don't think that's how the writers want you to feel towards them. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 27 of the New Journeys anime titled The Legend of Heroes, Leon's Ultimate Battle, just dropped, and in this episode, we are back in the Galar region. This time, Ash and Go are here to watch Raihan and Leon battle in the Masters 8. Also, Ash and Go meet a Galarian Farfetch'd. How will it go? Well, let's find out. I'll quickly try to summarize this episode because I do have a lot to say about what happens here. This is a pretty jam-packed episode for sure, so let's get started. The episode begins with Ash and Riolu training, as well as Farfetch'd and Go training. If you remember a few episodes back, Riolu was struggling against Mr. Mime's Reflect, but now we can see that it's strong enough to punch it back. That's wonderful and shows great progression for its ability to battle. I wish that progression was fully shown on the screen instead of off-screen, but hey, at least we're seeing something, which is something that I'm not going to complain about. Professor Sakuragi surprises both Ash and Go for their hard work by handing them tickets to the Masters 8 battle in Galar. Ash is excited to go see Leon battle, while Go wants to capture some more Galar Pokemon, and he's planning on taking Farfetch'd with him. Our heroes are slightly late to the stadium as they hear the announcers starting to introduce the match as they're heading in, but interestingly, while they're heading inside, Ash spots the hero statue in the stadium. This begs the question, how did they not spot it the first time they came to Winden? But even ignoring that, the TV series seems to have made a small change to the location of the statue. In the games, that statue is in Motostoke in the hotel right next to the stadium. Here, they seem to have moved it. It's not that big a deal, but I just thought I'd mention it, since I hadn't seen many people talk about that. In any case, Ash can't go check out the statue right now, as they need to hurry up to go catch the battle that's taking place. When they reach their seats, Ash wants Riolu to see this battle, so he calls him out, prompting Go to do the same with his Farfetch'd. Perhaps a bit of foreshadowing that I didn't catch the first time? The introductions begin and we're introduced to the challenger for Leon, the Dragon-type gym leader of the Galar region, Raihan. A bit of dialogue between the two shows that Raihan just joined the World Championships and is already part of the Masters 8. Unlike the game, the dialogue they have makes it seem like this is their first time battling, but I could be misinterpreting that. It's not really made clear though, although they do perform a pretty informal handshake after the battle, so who knows. This is a one-on-one battle with Raihan using his Duraludon and Leon using his Charizard. And I can't lie, I do feel that this battle feels rushed. After seeing such a fantastically animated episode like the Dragonite and Lucario one, this one falls a bit short. I know that they had to fit in a second battle in this episode, which I'll discuss in a bit, but even the full Gigantamax animation is cut. Outside of the battle animations, the battle tactics themselves are pretty standard, except for a couple of things. So, Raihan's Duraludon manages to get some solid hits in with Metal Claw, Steel Beam, and Stone Edge, and blocks with Iron Defense. Pretty standard, although because Steel Beam is the new move for this generation, the anime explains what it is, since before this, even I had never seen that move. It's the move that Pokemon had a contest where you got to name the move. And in the game, it's a tutor-only move, so unless you went out of your way to teach it to your Pokemon, I assume many people didn't know about it either. But again, for the most part, all of his stuff is pretty standard. They go back and forth for a bit before both trainers Gigantamax their Pokemon, and Leon wins after breaking Max Rockfall with Max Knuckle, and breaking through Max Steel Spike with G-Max Wildfire. The interesting battle tactic I mentioned earlier is actually Leon though. He seems to be the type of trainer who changes his Pokemon based on the person he's facing. The first time we see him, his moveset was Flamethrower, Thunder Punch, Air Slash, and Fire Spin. This time, since he's facing Raihan and not Lance, he opted to replace almost all of his moves besides Flamethrower with Brick Break, Dragon Claw, and Dig. Those moves are specifically tailored to counter Raihan and his Duraludon. And the reason I find this interesting is that I feel like the show is already showing us subtle differences between Ash and Leon and their battle styles. Leon's a critical thinker just like Ash when it comes to battle, but Leon's thinking seems to take place before a match. He plans for his opponents, makes changes to his moves based on what he needs to do. If you watch the show for any length of time though, you know that Ash is on the other side of that spectrum. He's more of a thinker when the battle begins. He makes do with whatever move he has and tries to make out-of-the-box choices to throw his opponents off guard to win battles. And I like this quite a bit. Although I don't think this will be explicit for a long time, since they won't be facing each other anytime soon, be sure to look out for this next time they do battle. Also in the post-match handshake, when Raihan tells Leon that he's going to be the one to beat the undefeated streak, Ash pipes up claiming that he's going to be the one to do it, and this is where we're first introduced to Rose. Similar to the games, it seems like Rose helped Leon get to where he was. Anyways, after the battle, they go back to the statue and Ash wonders if the statue is based on Leon. However, we then hear a voice kind of mocking that idea. We then see that it's Sonia. She explains the statue to Ash and Go when they ask what it's supposed to be, and we find out it's basically the story of the games. We also find out that similar to the games, she's Magnolia's assistant and has been charged with finding out about the statue, its origins, how it relates to Dynamax. The difference in the anime though is how she reacts to a cute Pokemon. Both Raboot and Pikachu look terrified here. Outside, as they're discussing what Sonia just told him, a trainer with a hurt Pokemon asks them where the nearest Pokemon Center is. After telling them where he was, they find out that it's something in the bridge causing this. When they get there, at first they don't see anything, but then it comes out, dragging its giant leak. It's a Farfetch'd, and not only just a regular Farfetch'd, it's a Galarian Farfetch'd. After learning about it from the Pokédex, Go wants to capture it, but it deflects the Pokeball back, showing that it's ready to fight. Go sends out his Cantonian Farfetch'd to try to weaken it, but it doesn't work and gets KO'd pretty easily. Ash, on the other hand, is a bit upset that it's forcing trainers that are just trying to cross the bridge to battle it, so he gets ready to battle it. And although it seems like he's about to go with Pikachu, Riolu jumps out of his Pokeball by itself, ready to battle. I actually found this battle way more emotionally engaging than the battle between Leon and Raihan. Riolu's gotten stronger after training with Ash, that's on display here. But also, we see that the Farfetch'd is no punk either. After taking a barrage of vacuum waves, it counters with a brutal swing which seems to exhaust it, but that's not the best part of this. The best part, and this is my favorite part of this episode, is Go thinks the battle is over, Ash doesn't. Even after taking a hit like that, he wants Riolu to get up. He believes in Riolu. That's why he won't give up. He also believes in Farfetch'd. It's shown a ton of fighting spirit. And with that encouragement, Riolu gets up and we get to see a new move that it learned training with Ash. Reversal. With a fantastic hit, Farfetch'd goes down and even though it tries to get back up, it's ultimately too exhausted to do so. This battle, even though it's nowhere as flashy as the Raihan and Leon battle, has more heart in my opinion. Ash believes in Riolu, something that Go didn't expect. He wants it to get up after being down because that's what makes a Pokemon great. The ability to bounce back from adversity. Not only is the direction here wonderful, but Hayashi's fantastic score adds so much weight to this moment. Ash also believes in and cheers on Farfetch'd, which shocks Go. He wants both Pokemon to give it their all. This is something that Go is learning about Ash now, and we'll probably get to see how this affects him next episode, because I have a feeling that this was a setup for that. Anyways, they take everyone to the Pokemon Center, and seeing its determination and fighting spirit, Ash invites the Farfetch'd to his team. It accepts, and Ash captures it. The episode ends with Farfetch'd wanting to fight again, while the narration asks what Pokemon will Go capture here in the Galar region, with Sobble watching in the background. If you follow me on Twitter, and if you don't, why don't you? Then you'll probably see my live reaction to Ash capturing Farfetch'd and Go most likely capturing Sobble. I want to give my argument here for my reaction, but also, talk about the other side to the same coin because I do think it's an interesting discussion to be had. Ash already has a fighting type Pokemon in Riolu. Usually, I would be fine if he had redundant types in his team because most of the time, they serve a secondary function. For example, in XY, Ash had both a Hawlucha and a Talonflame. Both of those are flying types. However, in combat, they perform different functions. Hawlucha's secondary typing is fighting, and even though it's flying, most of its attacks are ground-based. Talonflame, on the other hand, is aerial-based. That's what made them different, yet important member of Ash's team, even though they're the same type. But, to use that same analogy, Noivern and Talonflame are pretty much the same Pokemon. While Noivern is a dragon type, all that means is that Ash can use a couple of dragon moves. But, it still fights based on flight. There's a reason why the writers really didn't know what to do with it, so it performed horribly during the league, because Talonflame was already doing something similar. That's my issue with Ash catching this Galarian Farfetch'd. The Galarian Farfetch'd that Ash just captured is a pure fighting type. It enjoys fighting, it isn't a Pokemon that gives up easily. So, let's look at Ash's Riolu. It's a pure fighting type that enjoys fighting and isn't a Pokemon that gives up easily. See the issue? There are Pokemon that are part of the same side of the coin. Even once Riolu evolves and gains a Steel type, it won't really change how it battles. It's going to continue being a close quarter combat type Pokemon, and unless the writers decide that it's only going to learn special moves to allow it to play from a distance, I don't think this is going to change. More importantly, Ash's Riolu is going to get a majority of the focus in this series. We've seen it time and time again, with Ash usually only bringing Riolu and Pikachu to wherever he goes. Not only that, but we're also getting to see its development from start to finish. Galarian Farfetch'd, on the other hand, well, it already has all the qualities of a fighter that Ash is teaching Riolu. Ash doesn't really have to train his Galarian Farfetch'd as much because, while it's not fully evolved or anything, it's already a strong Pokemon on its own, as shown by it one-shotting Go's Farfetch'd. Unless they decide to make this Farfetch'd a gimmick Pokemon of some sort, similar to Ash's Torkoal, I just don't see how it'll stand out in Ash's team. If Ash had a Sobble, especially the one we saw at the end of this episode, we could have been able to see how Ash handles raising a Pokemon who might not want to battle as much. It could have made for an interesting story arc where it's the opposite to Go's Raboot because it becomes more open as it evolves. However, I do want to be fair here and bring up the other point of view. In this episode, Go realizes that Ash trusts this Pokemon more than anything. We've seen in the past how much Go struggles with this. He struggled with it when his Raboot was trying to learn his Ember, and Raboot evolving and changing. However, if Go captures the Sobble, it could try to force him to change the way he thinks about Pokemon. With him having to not only trust, but to teach trust to Sobble, it could be a way to evolve his character. And you know what? That's a fantastic argument. And hey, if they decide to do that, great. It would have been well worth it if this is how it works out. However, that Sakuragi Park is one heck of a place for all of Go's Pokemon, isn't it? My big worry is just that it's going to be a wasted capture with Go. Just like the rest of his Pokemon, I feel like most of the time they're just going to be in the park doing nothing. Heck, he might even capture all 3 Galar starter, but if he only ends up using Raboot, then what's the point? Either way, I guess we'll just have to be patient and find out. Journeys definitely keeps you on your toes though. Besides that though, I enjoyed this episode for the most part. The battle between Raihan and Leon didn't do much for me. I don't think it was animated particularly well, even though I thought the art was pretty good. It seemed like because they needed to get through the battle to the rest of the episode, they cut corners in the battle. But the one positive that I do hope is that this leads to a rivalry between Ash and Raihan. With Ash telling Raihan that he's going to be the one to beat Leon, not Raihan, it could be interesting to see how they both interact. The 2 new character introductions with Rose and Sonia, as well as the introduction to the Galar stories, were also handled well. I hope that they do show up more often in the series now that this has been established, especially Rose being the person who raised Leon. I find that pretty interesting. Ash capturing Farfetch'd is still something I'm iffy on, but I guess we'll just have to wait and find out what the future holds. So, if you haven't checked out this episode already, I highly recommend it. Man, I didn't realize how giant Silicobra was. The game really doesn't do it justice. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 28 of the Journeys anime titled Sobble Sobs for What Reason just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes are going to stumble upon Sobble, and one of them is going to capture it. Who's it going to be? Well, let's find out. This episode is a continuation from the previous episode as our heroes are still in Galar, and this is the next morning after they've seen the Raihan and Leon battle and Ash has captured his Galarian Farfetch'd. They're about to have breakfast, which seems to be curry, and similar to the games, curry just makes me wonder what the dietary situation in the Pokemon world is. Originally in the first season of the anime, there isn't really a clear distinction between our real life food and the food in the Pokemon world. However, as time went on, that distinction began to get larger and larger. Sure, there were some obvious outliers like Slowpoke Tail, however, for the most part, it seemed like they ate something completely different besides a couple of traditional Japanese dishes that would pop up every now and then. However, with the introduction of curry, that distinction seems to have disappeared. For example, in this first scene, we see an egg curry, and that raises a lot of questions. What type of egg is that? Do they have regular eggs like our world? Because I always assumed the only eggs in the Pokemon world were Pokemon eggs. But they're eating boiled egg here, so clearly that's not the case. And anyway, as our heroes are eating breakfast, the Pokemon that showed up at the end of last episode returns and sees our heroes eating. It also wants to eat, so it sweats, causing itself to go invisible in order to grab food, which almost even causes a fight to break out between Galarian Farfetch'd and Cantonian Farfetch'd. However, this mystery is resolved when it steals Ash's food and Go sees it happen, staring at what could have ate it until the Pokemon turns visible again. It gets scared, backs up into a wall before crying and running away, causing Ash and Go to cry as well. This entire setup here is great. The introduction here is fantastic and leads to a great path for the rest of the episode. The episode has a clear goal right now: find this Pokemon. Our heroes are searching outside of the Pokemon Center when Nurse Joy comes outside. After telling her about the Pokemon they're looking for, she informs them that it's in fact Sobble. She informs that the reason it went invisible is because any liquid that it comes in contact with can cause it to camouflage since it's such a timid Pokemon, and says that maybe it's hiding behind the water fountain behind them. Remember, at the end of last episode, Go was a bit upset that he wasn't able to capture anything that day, so he really wants to capture the Sobble. He talks to the water fountain where Sobble could be located and tells it that it really likes its ability. However, even though Sobble is there, it doesn't respond, causing Go to chuck a Pokeball in that direction out of frustration for no reason. This Pokeball though, hits Sobble and Go captures it. And this right here seems to be the crux of the issue that most people have with this episode, and I can totally understand why. Earlier, the episode established that Go and Ash wanted to capture this invisible Pokemon. Not only that, but we got a trailer pretty early on hyping this capture, so even though I was disappointed last episode that Ash didn't capture it, I was still looking forward to how this episode would handle the capture. But then that entire setup, which took the first 6 minutes of runtime plus an additional trailer, was paid off like this? I can see why this is upsetting. However, recently, I've started to adopt the philosophy of don't ever get hyped from a trailer because you're setting yourself up for disappointment. Yes, even I was frustrated when this happened, but looking at the episode as a whole, I can't be too upset because the point of the episode was never the capture itself. That was just the setup. So even though I'm super annoyed at Go's ability in this series to capture almost any Pokemon with no conflicts at all, besides a couple of exceptions here and there, for this particular capture, although it annoys me, I don't mind it as much since the rest of the episode focuses on a different issue. And this issue is brought to light when Riolu, who is also digging around the garden area helping Ash and Go look for Sobble, digs up a Silicobra out of the ground, freaking both Pokemon out. Go says that he also wants to capture Silicobra and tries to throw a Pokeball to capture it, but Silicobra throws it back, prompting Go to battle it. And since it's a ground type, Go sends out Sobble. Immediately, you can tell that Sobble doesn't want to battle, but it gets nervous and goes invisible, allowing it to fire off a water gun and a pound before the Silicobra uses its sand spit ability to cover Sobble in sand and tackle it. And this is the main conflict of the episode. Sobble doesn't want to fight, and because of that, cries, turning invisible before running away. And it's also here that Go finds out that its tears are like 100 onion as he makes a plan to deal with that issue while him and Ash split up to find Sobble. And this is why I don't really mind the hasty capture. The capture was treated as a joke, sure, but the main conflict of this episode isn't the capture. It's Go and his misunderstanding of the fact that Sobble doesn't like battling. However, the second half of this episode is where my issues lie with this episode, but let me not get ahead of myself here. Go eventually finds Sobble, but before he can talk to it, Sobble cries some more and runs away down the river. Down the river is also where we find Team Rocket. I didn't mention this earlier since it wasn't really that important, but earlier when Ash and Go were looking at the dex entry for Sobble, Team Rocket attempted to steal Pikachu from within their balloon, but as they got closer, the wind blew him away, and this is where the wind took him. Anyways, down the river we see Team Rocket's balloon down with all of their food on their floor and a rodent Pokemon eating their food. Using their awesome lazy Pokedex, they find out it's a Morpeko. Jessie's upset that it ate their food and throws an empty can at it, but completely misses it, hitting the invisible Sobble instead. It goes visible and they pick it up and ask their Pokedex what this thing could be before hearing Ash and Go's voice looking for it, causing them to form a plan. But before the final conflict can happen, Go realizes that Sobble maybe didn't want to battle and that he failed to consider its feelings. However, Ash reassures him that this isn't something he should take too hard because both Trainer and Pokemon just learned about each other, and he encourages them. This is a wonderful reversal of a moment that calls back to episode 21 when Ash felt similarly about Riolu. This series is really about growth, and small moments like this really do a wonderful job of showing how both boys are learning and growing from each other. Anyways, this is when Team Rocket show up with the Sobble in a cage. They tell our heroes that they won't return Sobble unless they get Pikachu, and of course, this leads to a battle when Team Rocket brings out their prize master. They get Magnezone and Armaldo respectively, and the Magnezone holds our heroes back using Supersonic. Team Rocket makes fun of Sobble, saying why would anyone want such a weak Pokemon, but Go says that it isn't weak at all, causing Sobble to get strength it didn't know it had and break through the cage. It gets caught right before it can get to Go however, but because earlier Go thought of a plan to deal with its tears, when it cries again causing Team Rocket and their Pokemon to cry, they aren't affected. They attack Team Rocket and send them blasting off. Go says that he'll try to understand Sobble from now on, and this is where we end. Almost. Team Rocket, who are on the floor after their blast off, come across the same Morpeko from earlier who wants to eat, but when they tell it they don't have food, it changes into its hangry mode and sends them blasting off. So, it might have felt like I rushed through that, but there's a reason for that. But before that, let's talk about what I said earlier. Why did I have an issue with the second half of this episode? Well, with the introduction or capture of a starter Pokemon, an episode needs to be given importance. It should be different from any of your standard episode because it's most likely going to be a very important part of that trainer's team regardless of who gets the starter. It should be memorable and very distinct from other episodes so that when people think of that starter, they can remember how it came about. And herein lies my issue. The first half of this episode, before the capture, was fantastic. I love the setup a lot, I love the humor a lot, but after the capture, the episode completely drops the ball and it just turns into your average, I have to get better at trusting Pokemon episode. How many times have we seen this? Think about it this way. Could I replace the second half of this episode with any other Pokemon and have it be the exact same type of episode? The answer in this situation sadly is yes, and that's the issue. With important capture like Sobble, it shouldn't feel like it can be any other Pokemon, or the episode shouldn't feel meh. But after the capture portion, that's what it feels like. The episode loses all momentum in terms of goal because now, not only do you have to juggle the goal of finding the runaway Sobble, but also dealing with the fact that Go may not have understood the Pokemon and needs to make up with it. That can't be done in 10 minutes. That type of plot requires an entire episode, but when the first half of your episode is about capture, you can't do something like that. When you have one goal in the first half and then switch the goal halfway through, it causes a disconnect because the two halves of the episode don't feel like they fit. And it's really unfortunate in this situation too because I think this episode has some fantastic callbacks and some great gags. For example, how was Go able to beat Sobble's crying? Well, he remembered that Mr. Mime used the goggle while cutting onions. That's hilarious! Or the wind blowing away Team Rocket anytime they get close to Ash. Or the fact that Scorbunny, who tries to hide anytime he's crying. Or Team Rocket's hilarious Rotom phone. And of course, there's Morpeko, who I could see being a recurring Pokemon in Galar. However, all of this is overshadowed by the mediocrity of this episode, which comes down to its structure of trying to have both a capture and a trust episode done in one. I know I say this a lot, but this episode needed a two-parter. I'm not saying it should be in sequential episodes. If this particular episode was the capture episode, the next episode doesn't have to be the trust Pokemon. You can separate it because you can just keep Sobble outside of a battlefield until the time requires it. However, because you tried to do both of those things in once, everything felt rushed. However, even with all that though, I do recommend watching this episode because I do think there are some fantastic gags at display here and some fantastic callbacks. Also, Go catches a starter, so it's an important episode just by that standard. Be warned though, the first half of this episode is great. Much better than the second half, which is a shame because I was really looking forward to this episode. I'm not saying this is a bad episode by any means, but it had potential to be so much better and it sadly couldn't deliver. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 29 of the Journey's anime titled One Crackling Fit of Jealousy, Yamper's Fantasy just dropped, and in this episode, we get the backstory behind Yamper and Chloe. How did they meet? Well, let's find out. Surprisingly, this was a really fun episode, and also one that was really well animated and directed for being such a low-key episode. I originally wasn't looking forward to this episode, but honestly, color me surprised because this episode turned out much better than I thought. At the start of the episode, we see a Pidove flying through the forest in this really nice animated bit, and the episode starts when later we see Yamper drag that poor Pidove up the stairs to the Cerise household like a cat dragging a dead mouse. Luckily though, this Pidove isn't dead, and instead, it's just fainted. Not only that, but when it tries to fly away after seeing Yamper, its wings seem to be hurt. So, Chloe's mother decides that they should keep it until it recovers. However, Yamper isn't allowed to come inside, setting the story up for the rest of the episode. Meanwhile, in another minor plot that honestly is just there just to find a way to put in Ash and Go in this episode, we see Riolu and Pikachu training, and slowly but surely, we're starting to see his Riolu get really powerful. In this fantastically animated sequence, we see that it now has enough power to block Pikachu's Iron Tail with Force Palm. But forget about that because Sobble has gone missing. Come on, Go. You just got this Pokemon. How could you lose it already? I kid though. It's only really there to show Sobble being acclimated with our hero's other Pokemon. Right now, it's crying, causing everyone else to cry, but when that encounter ends with Ash's Dragonite gently hugging it in order for it to calm down, we know that it's going to be alright. It is really sweet and does wonder for Ash's Dragonite, who's shown to be just the best anytime it's on screen. And even though this was a minor plot beat, both the training stuff and the stuff with Sobble was pretty fun. Anyways, back on the main plot, after feeding it and running around after seeing Yamper again, Pidove manages to get behind and on top of Yamper, causing it great distress. It tries to use Spark to get it off its back, but Pidove just flies into the air. And for Yamper, things get more upsetting when everyone, including Chloe, calls the Pidove's behavior cute. It seems to get more jealous and tired of it chilling on its back as they go for a walk, and at nighttime when it's trying to sleep. Honestly though, if I was Yamper, I would be annoyed if a pesky bird got on my back and didn't get off either. It would be really bothersome. And in the morning, Yamper completely prevents Chloe from going anywhere near the Pidove because of this jealousy. But luckily for Yamper, it won't have to deal with this Pidove for too long, as Professor Cerise will later set up a page for it so its trainer can find it. By the way, this is also when Cerise tells the rest of the family the obvious. The fact that Yamper is jealous because it feels like all the attention is going towards Pidove. Basically, Yamper feels like all the attention is going towards the Pidove as it's the younger brother to Yamper's older brother role at this point. When Chloe returns from school and Pidove gets on Chloe's shoulder, the Yamper doesn't stop barking until it gets off her shoulders. So much so that it causes Ash and Go to come out because they think something might be happening. But really, it's only there to serve one purpose. Well, two actually. One is for us, the audience, to see that she's gotten to the point where she's cool with Pokemon sitting on her shoulders. Remember in episode 20 when she wasn't cool with Pidgey doing the same? But here, it's alright. And the second part is here to set up us, the audience, learning about the history between her and Yamper. The basic idea is that, similar to Yamper now, she didn't like Yamper when it first came into the family. She was younger, and just like Yamper now, she felt like her parents were focusing too much on Yamper instead of her. One day, she told it to go away, and it did, but later when it woke up at night and overheard her parents saying that Yamper hadn't returned home, this caused her to feel extremely guilty and go out and look for it. But while doing so, she came across some Venonat coming towards her, scaring her. And when that happened, Yamper came to her defense, barking until the 3 Pokemon ran away. That's what caused them to be friends. It shows that Yamper in this situation, or in any, is a really loyal and protector type Pokemon. Even at the beginning of this episode, it brought the Pidove to the house because it was hurt, and even after Chloe yelled at it, it still came to the aid of Chloe. That becomes more true later because right after hearing about the story, we hear Yamper barking outside and it turns out it's fighting a Furo. This Furo, as we find out, is what caused the Pidove to crash into the Cerise household. And similar to Chloe's story of Yamper coming to its rescue, a similar thing happens here where Yamper makes sure Pidove is safe. Seeing this situation unfold, Cerise tells his daughter that because of their connection, her and Yamper can do this, which leads to her having Yamper use Spark and send the Furo away. My only issue here is that, haven't we already done this? Not the jealousy aspect, that's new, but when Cerise tells Chloe to fight with Yamper, they act like it's this giant moment, white light glowing behind Chloe and Yamper as they fight together. They even give it Ash's theme, but we've already seen this, haven't we? Episode 11? Remember? I guess it's here now to build up that there's more connection now, but really, it feels pretty unnecessary in my opinion. At least how dramatically it's done. Anyways, eventually the Pidove's trainer does show up, and we find out that this Pidove is a racing Pidove and a leader to other racing Pidoves. There's also some morality about liking yourself no matter how you look, since similar to Chloe, this trainer has frizzy hair. Something that Chloe doesn't like about herself. Oh yeah, this moral. I skipped over this entire beat because honestly, it feels super shoehorned in. It shows up at the beginning of the episode, and then this one last time at the end of the episode, and that's it. It's just there just to show that Chloe needs to be more confident in herself, but it feels a bit too forced for my liking. The episode ends with a goodbye to the Pidove, and a conversation between mother and daughter where they say how cool their father is. But, just like before, this scene, I think, is more to give us this backstory on Cerise. See, up to now, we haven't really known why Cerise is considered this great professor. He just shows up in the story, but here, we find out that he wrote a whole book about how humans and Pokemon can live together. And it's implied that the book is pretty famous. So unlike Oak, who seems to be more about Pokemon information in general, or other professors who deal with things that happen in their own regions, Cerise seems more like a professor about Pokemon behavior. At least that's how I took it. And I don't even think the story originally knew what Cerise was famous for, since in the second episode, Go tells him about the scales of Lugia, which in hindsight is so strange. But seeing how the story has evolved now, especially Go's story, it makes sense for him to be expertised in this subject. Overall though, like I said in the beginning, this is a fairly fun episode. It's visually awesome, as both the animation and the direction of the episode makes this a really enjoyable watch, and the story is pretty self-contained, allowing the story to feel like it has a really good beginning, middle, and end. Not only that, but it's nice to get a break from Ash and Go's story every now and then, which helps their episodes have more meaning too. The lessons in this episode do feel a bit contrived, but that's alright since the story is written in a way to not make it the sole focus of the episode. Instead, we get a nice look into the mindsets of Yamper and the backstory of Chloe. And I think because of that, this episode feels like a great bit of world building rather than your typical fluff or filler. I really enjoyed that aspect, and if you haven't already, I do recommend checking it out because I think you'll enjoy it quite a bit. I tweeted this when the episode summary came out for this episode, and I still think this was the case for this episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 30 of the Journeys anime titled The Reluctant Pikachu and the Exasperated Mr. Mime just dropped, and in this episode, Pikachu is mad at Ash because he's doing nothing but focusing on Riolu, and Pikachu decides to go somewhere else with Mr. Mime following him. Where are they going? What's happening? Well, let's find out. The episode begins in progress with a World Championship battle against Tony from episode 18 of Journeys, the one where Ash faced off against the replacement gym leader for Lieutenant Surge. Anyways, after tanking a Shockwave and an Electro Ball, Riolu ends the battle with a Vacuum Wave, causing Ash's rank to increase to 901. Pikachu's pumped seeing this and wants to battle next, but Ash says that since Riolu's on a roll, he wants Riolu to keep going, which makes Pikachu a bit upset. We then cut to training, where Ash is training as Riolu against his Farfetch'd, and after beating it, goes Farfetch'd. Meanwhile, Pikachu's on the bench upset because he wants to go, but Ash isn't calling on him. After beating Go's Farfetch'd, it looks like Pikachu might get a shot, but nope. Riolu still wants to go, so he takes on Go's Beedrill. This basically takes all day, and by the time they're all done, it's basically evening. When Ash does get back to Pikachu, it's sleeping, and during the conversation, the thing that pushes Pikachu's button, it seems, is Ash implying that because it was sleeping, it wasn't working hard while Riolu was, causing it to use Thunderbolt on Ash. I'll have more to say about this later, but for now, let's just continue through the story. Ash's mom is here. Her friend lives nearby, so she's here to see them. She even makes them dinner, which everyone enjoys, and then after dinner, Ash and Riolu go to train again, making Pikachu feel even more abandoned by Ash. While Ash's mom is heading to bed, Pikachu goes with her because it doesn't want to sleep with Ash. We get this wonderful lullaby sung by Masami Toishima, where she tells Pikachu how much she means to Ash and how Ash used to sleep with her like this when she was a kid too. This is me just overanalyzing, but I can't help but look at the scene as not just a reflection of what Pikachu feels at the moment, but also how Delia feels. If you think about it, her husband is not around, and her only son is out there in the world adventuring. As a mother, it has to get lonely, which is why she's so accepting of Pikachu sleeping with her, just like Ash used to do when he was a kid. But as the morning arrives and she leaves, leaving Pikachu in the bed, it shows that while she does have those feelings, she's also willing to accept that her kid is moving forward just like she is. Am I peering too deep into the small scene? Perhaps. Anyways, she leaves without Pikachu, and when Ash leaves to go train with Riolu again, telling Pikachu that he'll train with him later, he starts following the long-gone car. Mr. Mime tries to stop him, but gets a face full of Thunderbolt for his troubles. The second half of this episode was just fantastic. It's the type of stuff I love in Pokemon where there isn't much interaction with the heroes. Instead, it's just Pokemon being Pokemon. There's a fantastic sequence of Pikachu and Mr. Mime running down a hill, a hilarious gag where Pikachu tries to cross a daring bit of river which looks like he won't be able to, and Mr. Mime has to jump and save him, only for the water to be waist deep on Mr. Mime. Then there's a fantastic bit where they see a hitchhiker get a ride and Mr. Mime tries to do the same and fails over and over, only for Pikachu to do it in one shot. Then we get to the main turning point in this episode. While heading home, Pikachu has been hungry, and that was established a little bit back. Eventually, they come across a tree full of Lumberry. Before he can eat it though, it gets snatched out of his hands by a Spearow. Mr. Mime counters by using Psychic and stealing it right back, only for a group of Spearow to come at him for doing so. This begs the question, why didn't he just use Psychic to pick up Pikachu earlier in the river? But again, that was meant to be the joke, so I don't mind. And similar to episode 1 of the anime, Pikachu uses Thunderbolt to disperse the crowd of Spearow and sees Mr. Mime in a similar position to Ash, reminding him of Ash. This makes it rethink what it's doing, and eventually, once it does get home to Pallet Town, it decides to head back, only for Ash to be at his home. Ash apologizes to it for not understanding its feelings, and once they're all inside, they eat dinner, and the episode ends with Ash singing it the same lullaby that his mom did earlier, with Pikachu also singing it and both of them falling asleep. And this is a great episode, don't get me wrong, but there's one major problem with this episode. The entire premise, the entire reason for this episode, is a complete lie. The reason that Pikachu is upset at Ash in this episode is that Ash hasn't given him enough attention. Or, I guess it would be more fair to say that he's paying too much attention to Riolu. And you know what? Normally, you'd be able to sympathize with Pikachu. But in this case, because what we've seen as an audience and what we're told to believe in this episode are so out of odds that it feels like an impossible scenario. And because of this, Ash doesn't come off as the bad guy. Instead, Pikachu comes off as clingy and whiny because, from the audience perspective, we only see one single day pass before Pikachu gets all huffy. And even if we assume that maybe this has been happening for the last couple days, it doesn't justify Pikachu's behavior at all. In fact, let's look at the last 10 episodes of the series to see if Pikachu's argument holds up, okay? Episode 20, in a World Championship match, Ash uses Pikachu to face off against Meganium. Point goes to Ash. Episode 21, Pikachu is about to fight Onix, but gets pushed away by Riolu and Ash fights with him instead. And even though it's not implied anywhere in the episode, let's just assume that Pikachu was upset about this. So here we go. Point goes to Pikachu. Episode 22. This was a Go and Scorbunny focused episode, so this was a wash. Episode 23. Ash uses Pikachu and Riolu to help out the evolving Cascoon. Again, point goes to Ash. Episode 24. Ash uses Pikachu and Riolu to face off against Team Rocket. Not only that, but when Pikachu gets captured, it's Ash who helps him escape and feeds him a Lumberry. Again, point to Ash. Episode 25. Ash uses Pikachu in his first World Championship battle before facing Korrina. Riolu doesn't participate in any of the World Championships at all. So, point goes to Ash. Episode 26. A fully gag episode, but even still, Ash brings Pikachu and not Riolu to both the Magikarp jump and the Slowpoke Island. But even still, since it's a gag episode, let's call it a wash. Episode 27. Ash uses Riolu to take on Farfetch'd instead of Pikachu, so point goes to Pikachu. Episode 28. He uses both Pikachu and Riolu to battle Team Rocket. Point goes to Ash. Episode 29. We literally start the episode with Pikachu and Riolu training. Point goes to Ash. And for episode 30, we'll give the point to Pikachu. So, if we tally all that up, in the past 10 episodes, Pikachu can feel justified 3 times at most before this outburst, which feels so out of left field that no matter how much the show tries to justify it by having Ash apologize to Pikachu, as a viewer, it's almost impossible to accept because that's not what happened. The only line that can justify this entire scenario here is that when Ash's mom says that Pikachu is like a baby, because looking at it any other way, it doesn't make sense. Like I said in my Twitter a while back, I feel like this episode was maybe supposed to air much later, but because of the break in production, some episodes probably had to be moved forward in order for the story to make sense in where they're heading. Now, if there were episodes where we constantly saw Ash ignoring Pikachu, then it would be believable. But in this case, I just can't believe that. But if we look past that glaring problem, the rest of the episode is pretty great in my opinion. The art and animation in this episode is fantastic. This is true not only for the battle portions, but also the non-battle portions. I especially love the sequence when Pikachu and Mr. Mime are running down the hill. It looks great. Mr. Mime shines like he always does anytime he's on camera. The gags are pretty funny and charming, and the flashback sequence is integrated well enough to this episode so as to not feel like padding. Ash's mom gets quite a bit to do here, which is rare but always enjoyable to watch. And even though this episode is about Pikachu, it gives us great insight into how strong Ash's Riolu is getting overall. Something I said that needed to be shown before, not just told to us, which I'm glad is being done here. And also, because this episode is mostly from Pikachu's perspective, there isn't a lot of talking, meaning that we're treated to some fantastic sound design by Hayashi all throughout the episode, which is pretty enjoyable to listen to. The only question is, did Go see Ash's Alola League trophy when he was in this room? Who knows, I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. So, overall, I like this episode. It's just an episode that I had a hard time getting invested in because the premise makes no sense, but if you overlook that tiny little fact, everything besides that is done masterfully. The episode works really well in a vacuum, and in the context of this episode, everything is done really well to make you invested in the story. So, if you haven't already, check it out. I think you'll enjoy this episode. It's crazy how casually the people in this series can go from one region to another. Like, let's just go take a quick cruise to another region. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 31 of the Journeys anime titled Feebas and the Prism Scale just dropped, and in this episode, Chloe gets closer to Pokemon by helping out Nami and her Feebas. She leaves Kanto in this series for the first time too. How did it go? Well, let's find out. This episode is your standard character and Pokemon of the day plot, and really, it's nothing too special aside from Chloe accepting Pokemon at the end of the episode. I'll quickly go through what happens in this episode so you can get an idea of what happened. In this episode, Chloe's brother Parker calls Chloe, whom in turn gets Ash and Go to help her out in a situation. Basically, Parker's friend Nami has a Feebas that she thinks is cute, but her friends don't. There's a pretty funny gag here when he's explaining what's going on when all the kindergartners are petting Pikachu for being cute, but then Go's Raboot side-eyes them menacingly, causing them to run away. But they're still good kids, so as they're running away, they stop, look both ways, and then run again. I found that hilarious. This eventually leads to them taking Nami to Cerise Park, where they tell her that her Feebas can evolve into a Milotic, but it'll take times, so what she can do is take it to Hoenn, where there's a contest, and perform well there so that her friends think that Feebas is cool. She agrees, but there's also a problem because she can't swim. However, with Cerise encouraging his daughter beforehand, it gives Chloe the inspiration to help out Nami and her Feebas. She tells Ash and Go to train the Feebas with the help of Go's water Pokemon, while she helps Nami learn how to swim. After they're done with the training, Go points out how usually she doesn't care about Pokemon, but here she clearly did, leading her to remark that she just wanted to see Nami and Feebas win. They head to Slateport City where the contest is taking place. Go captures a Wingull on the port, and we see that Team Rocket has also followed our heroes here. While Nami's doing her contest, which her friends are watching in Chloe's house by the way, Team Rocket interrupts. They take all the Pokemon nearby and are about to take Nami's Feebas when it uses Splash against the nearby Meowth. Meowth uses Fury Swipe, causing its Prism Scale to drop. Oh yeah, Prism Scale. I didn't really mention it since it really doesn't matter until here, but during the training we saw that her Feebas had this Prism Scale on it, but Nami just thought it was a different color scale, and seemingly neither Ash or Go knew what it was, so they didn't question it either. Anyways, the Prism Scale drops, causing Nami to put it back on the Feebas and do her best to protect it from Meowth, which eventually leads to Feebas evolving into a Milotic. Now that it's evolved, it's powerful as well, so it's able to pretty easily dispatch of Team Rocket and free all of the stolen Pokemon. The episode ends with everyone back at Kanto, Nami with all of her friends agreeing on Milotic being cute and cool and apologizing to her, and Chloe appreciating Pokemon more. So, like I said, nothing really huge in terms of plot progression. It brings Chloe's character closer to Pokemon, which will ultimately lead to her goal, whatever that ends up being, and Go gets a capture here too, but besides that, nothing too special or important. However, there was something I noticed by the end of the episode. So, this episode tries to accomplish Chloe getting her goal of getting closer to Pokemon, which it does well. But the entire premise for Nami was really hurt at the end by the evolution of the Feebas. What do I mean by that? Well, why did Nami want to be in the contest? What was the reasoning she was even in this episode? Well, there's two reasons. One, her friends didn't think that Feebas was cute, and she did. And two, she wanted to prove to them that Feebas was great on its own. But by the end of the episode, that doesn't happen. Feebas remains useless until it evolves into a Milotic. So in essence, her friends were right. Feebas by itself wasn't that great. And it really wasn't able to do anything until it evolved, which just happened to be a lucky evolution anyway, since you need a specific item for that Feebas to evolve, which it just happened to have. And as for the other thing where she found Feebas cute while her friends didn't, the episode ends with her friends thinking that Milotic is cute. Well, that proves they're right yet again. It's not like they ever said Feebas was cute. Sure, at the end we have one of the kids say that, oh, now they want a Feebas, and one of the kids apologize, but that's only once they saw it evolve into a Milotic. Feebas by itself didn't evoke those emotions. We can guess that if it had made it out of the situation, I'm sure they would have said the same thing, but because the evolution is there, it overshadows everything. So in essence, the message becomes that an ugly thing will stay an ugly thing unless it just happens to evolve into a non-ugly thing. I know that's not what they intended the message to be, but that's just what it comes off as. I understand the real message of this episode is to not judge Pokemon, because you never know what they can do and become, but that just feels lost. especially since the other message of Pokemon are amazing creatures takes center stage since Chloe is a much more important character than Nami is. So yeah, mixed messages in this episode for sure. However, on its own, it's a fine episode. Nothing great, but nothing bad either. This is the definition of middle of the road. If you don't want to watch this episode, honestly, you don't have to. You aren't really missing out on much beside Chloe getting more comfortable with Pokemon, something I felt that episode 29 did better anyways. But it's a fun watch on its own, so if you want, go ahead and check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 32 of the Journey's anime titled Celebi, a timeless promise just dropped, and in this episode, we get to know a bit more about Go and what makes him the character he is at the beginning of the series. This episode also debuts a new opening, giving us more insight into the future. So, let's take a look at both of these things. So I kinda lied on that last part. Originally, I was gonna talk about the new opening here, but as I was writing my thoughts on it, I realized that it would be way too long for this video. If I put it in this video, just the discussion of the opening itself would have added an additional 7 minutes to this review, and I don't like to make these videos more than 10 to 11 minutes long if I can help it. So instead, I posted it separately, and you can check out my review and analysis of the second opening either in the description or in the iCards. Either way, I hope you enjoy it. In terms of this episode, I really liked it. There isn't a lot that happens in terms of action here. Instead, the episode focuses on story and emotion, which it just nails. The summary of this episode actually undercuts what this episode is actually like. In this episode, Go and his family are heading to Azalea City on Johto on vacation. There, once his parents reach the cabin they've rented out, they fall asleep immediately before doing anything, so Go decides to look around for some Johto Pokemon he can catch. While he's looking around, he remembers the past when this exact same scenario happened. Back then, he had decided to look for Mew in the nearby forest while his parents were asleep. While chasing after what he thought was a Mew, he stumbled upon another kid named Tokyo who was chasing after what he thought was a Celebi. After a bit of talking, they become friends, and Go helps Tokyo look for Celebi and the Ilex Forest Shrine. Unfortunately, they can't find it that day, so they promise each other that they will meet back up the next day in the same location and search for it. However, in the following day, while Go is there waiting, Tokyo doesn't show up in the forest, breaking Go's heart and causing him to not trust friendships. Back in the present, Go goes back to look for the Ilex Forest Shrine, and this time he does find it. In doing so, he sees a letter wedged in the shrine by Tokyo that states what happened that day. Tokyo had gotten really ill, so he didn't get an opportunity to return. In the letter, he states that later on he found the shrine, so he left this letter to let Go know that he still considers them friends. As Go is coming to terms with this, Tokyo, having all grown up from the last time Go saw him, appears again, and this episode ends with them heading towards each other in silence. So just summarizing it like that, it doesn't sound like much happened, and listening to the summary, you would be right. However, it's the way this episode delivers not only the exposition in this episode, but also shows the growth of Go as a person and how this experience changed him. That's what makes this an excellent episode. There are some minor issues here, but for the most part, you can hand-wave them away as being experiences of a child. For instance, how upset Go gets over a single interaction of a single day is kinda unrealistic and kinda borders on being too contrived. However, you can just simply counter this by stating that Tokyo was Go's first real friend that he made on his own. That's why he's so deeply affected by it. That's why in episode 3 of the series, he says Ash is one of them, referring to someone who doesn't keep their promise. There's also how miraculously intact the letter that Tokyo wrote is, presumably even after years of rain, windstorms, storms. Nonetheless, we accept it because narratively, it leads to a happy ending. However, that's peanuts compared to what the episode does right. For example, I love the direction in this episode. It's small things, but it makes a world of difference. Like, this scene where Go flashes back to him walking in the rain, They could have just easily had done a fade or a cut to the flashback. Instead, they put the flashback in the shape of the window of the car that Go's looking out of. That's awesome. The only time the direction feels a bit bland is probably due to the script. From about the 7-minute mark to about the 9-minute mark, there's a full exposition dump of Tokyo and Go just talking to each other. And because of that, the angles we get are pretty generic. However, when the exposition dump isn't too long, they can have a bit more creative direction, like here when they're just discussing space and Pokemon. We also get to learn a bit more about Go here. This episode takes place after the first episode, and we know that Go's a person who knows a lot about Pokemon, but we also see that a lot of it is false confidence, as when Tokyo asks him about Celebi, a Pokemon he doesn't know much about, he diverts the question right back at him. But once Tokyo tells him about Celebi, he goes back to being fully confident. It's a small thing, but I like it. This episode also shows that the show is self-aware by revealing that what Go says about holding the future in the palm of his hands is a really cheesy line that he apparently picked up from a song that his dad was listening to. And even Go himself is aware of how ludicrous it sounds when he says that. That's hilarious. The best part of this episode is probably when Go and Tokyo get to the edge of the forest. They stop just to look at the sunset and stay talking to each other until nighttime, and before the pair goes their separate ways, it's Tokyo that promises Go that he'll be back. Again, this is why you can excuse how hard Go took the broken promise, because for him, it was a big deal. Then there's a wonderful contrast here shown when Go's back at the forest. As he's cutting through the grass, he sees Pokemon that he ran away from as a child. But now that he's grown up, he catches them instead. And each capture reminds him of the broken promise, which leads to him yelling that him and Tokyo are no longer friends. Again, this outburst is one of those small issues that I was talking about earlier because, while we see that Go is hurt by the broken promise, no one would realistically react like that. However, you have to remember that Go is still 10, which is why you can excuse it a little bit. The ending is also brilliant. I was kinda hoping that Tokyo didn't show up at the end because that feels a bit cliche. Maybe instead Go realizes that he was wrong after reading the letter and changes his mind on making friends with people. However, even though we didn't get that, the way we got the reunion was fantastic in my opinion. There isn't a lot of dialogue, it's punctuated by silence, and the ending is the narrator repeating the words from the beginning of the series. You don't even have to know what they're saying to each other because their facial reactions and body language do all the talking. Brilliant. And the thing that puts all of these elements together and puts cherry on top? The incredible soundtrack from Yuki Hayashi. I was trying to remember if the soundtrack we heard in the back half of this episode, specifically when Go was capturing Ariados and Pineco, were new. And even if it wasn't, it was fantastic use of music that punctuated Go's feelings and led wonderfully to the ending. It was great work. So yeah, as you can tell from the praise I've given this episode, this is a fantastic episode. It does a great job of giving backstory to Go and explain why he is the way he is. We found out that he knows a lot about Pokemon because as a kid, his parents were busy working all the time, so he was on the computer learning about them. Here, we learn that the reason Go struggles to make friends, besides being a bit too confident for a lot of people's liking, is because he tried it before and it didn't work out, affecting the way he looked at friendships and promises very deeply. It's one of the better episodes we've gotten in this series, and in my opinion, if you haven't, I highly recommend checking it out. What? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 33 of the Journeys anime titled Who Wants to Trade Pokemon just dropped, and in this episode, Go helps the trainer get a Pinsir while he thinks about trading for a Heracross. Will he trade his Pinsir? Well, let's find out. I want you to do something real quick. I want you to think of the most basic Pokemon Journeys episode you can think of. Now, list out the essential parts in those episodes for me. Most likely, those things are A. A character of the day, B. Ash doing a World Coronation Series battle, C. Go capturing a Pokemon, and D. Team Rocket hijinks. Ladies and gentlemen, Episode 33. If you watch Pokemon for a while, then you know these types of episodes. It's just your run-of-the-mill episodes where the standard boxes for an episode are checked, and that's it. Nothing more than that. I'm not saying it's a bad episode by any means, but it's just so basic that honestly, I really don't have much to say. Professor Cerise tells Go about a trade event going on in Vermilion. There, Ash and Go meet an eccentric trainer named Kuromi, the self-proclaimed Sinnoh Bug Queen. Kuromi receives a notification of a challenger in the World Coronation Series who turns out to be Ash. They battle, with Kuromi using her Heracross against Ash's Pikachu, and Ash is victorious, raising his rank to 890. After the battle, she learns that Go has a Pinsir and Kuromi wants to trade for one of her Pokemon, but Go decides not to. Instead, Go offers to help Kuromi get a Pinsir of her own, which Kuromi agrees to. They search for a Pinsir, even using Kuromi's special food mix to lure out bug Pokemon, only to encounter a hungry Team Rocket who are eating it instead. They fight, and eventually, using Kuromi's Heracross, Go sends them blasting off. Soon after, they find and Go captures a second Pinsir and agrees to trade it for one of Kuromi's Heracross who had fallen in love with his Pinsir. And that's it. The episode really doesn't have much more than that. Surprisingly though, the episode is probably going to be one of the more important episodes in the series, simply because this is where the Heracross that we see in the intro with Go comes from. If we take the intro team as his main team, then that means he's going to have 2 bug types on his team, which seems a bit redundant considering how many different types of Pokemon he has, but whatever, his choice I guess. This episode also had some development, and we have some scenes that we can see Raboot has taken on the big brother role in regards to Sobble, so that's a nice development to see. This episode also has some Easter eggs and mistakes that I can talk about. When we first get to the Pokemon Center, we see a trade between the Farfetch'd and the Spearow. If that trade looks familiar to anyone, it's because, yes, this is the exact same trade from Red and Green, the one for ducks. In fact, the name that the trainer calls it, Osho, is a reference to the in-game nickname of the Farfetch'd. A nice Easter egg for the fans of the game. Now in terms of mistakes, well, I wouldn't say this is a mistake as much as an oversight. During the Coronation Series battle, Kuromi has a Heracross and she uses Arm Thrust. Now, usually that wouldn't be an issue, but in this case, starting with the 8th generation of games, for whatever reason, Heracross cannot use Arm Thrust. So, yeah, her Heracross shouldn't know Arm Thrust here. But again, that's not that big of a deal since it used to be able to earlier. I just wonder why they changed that. The only other thing here to talk about is just that how it seems Morpeko will be a recurrent character like many guessed, and its main job seems to be to torment Team Rocket, just like how Jigglypuff tormented our heroes in the first season. And you know what? I like it. I would rather have it be a recurring character instead of a Pokemon they capture only to throw in their prize master and only use once in a while. Speaking of which, I did like the nice fake out in this episode of the prize master. You'd think that when they call out the Scolipede and Drapion from the prize master to battle, it's just going to be another standard battle where they lose and then blast off, but nope. This time, the Pokemon they get out of the prize master are bug Pokemon, so when they smell Kuromi's food, they don't even want to battle because they're too busy eating the food that Kuromi made. This forces Team Rocket to personally get involved themselves, which is so nice to see after months and months of them throwing out random Pokemon only for them to lose immediately. So yeah, nothing too special this episode. I will say that though watching the preview, I thought the personality of Kuromi was going to be annoying, but surprisingly, it's not. It's done well enough that I didn't find her annoying at all. In fact, you can kinda argue she's kinda charming, so well done on that Pokemon. The only other major thing is that Ash's rank increase, Go got a Heracross, and I'd say go ahead and watch this episode just because I do think the story of how Go got his Heracross is interesting enough. Now, next episode though, I can't wait for that. Did you know that Pokemon posts a comic before the release of episodes to give a bit of a backstory on the upcoming episodes? Well, here's the comic for this episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 34 of the Journey's anime titled B, the Lone Warrior. The Grapple-Locked Menace just dropped, and in this episode, Ash takes on B in a World Championship battle. Can he overcome the first Galar gym leader he is going to be facing? Well, let's find out. You know this episode is going to be big in the overall story due to its presence in the intro and the fact that the narration reminds us first thing that Ash has been on a roll with his World Championship battle, not having lost a single one yet. And because the narration reminds you of this, you could probably expect Ash to lose here. There's also a secondary story here in this episode with Go, but it's pretty minor in the grand scheme of things, so I'll save it for afterwards. This episode is the first real episode of the series where it felt like Ash had a legit competitor in the Pokemon World Championships. All the other challengers he's faced so far have either been random trainers or trainers he's beat before. Here, not only is it a new trainer that is supremely strong, but in addition to that, also has Pokemon that both Ash and the audience probably haven't seen before. In the anime at least, I know people who play the game have. Ash is training at the karate dojo in Saffron and wants to take on the karate master. He's about to go in and watch what he presumes is the master winning when a Hitmonchan comes flying outside, busting through the doors. Indoors, we can see that the karate master has not only been defeated, but annihilated. And this person also happens to be the World Championship participant that was nearby in Ash's phone. B, the person that introduces herself after accepting Ash's challenge, is the fighting type gym leader of the Galar region. There's a bit of a back and forth here between Ash and B before they battle. Ash is supremely confident in his ability, and when Ash says that he's beat a fighting type leader before in Karina, we find out that B has also beaten Karina pretty handily. Not only that, but she also calls Karina soft. Basically, she's saying that Ash didn't beat anyone special, upsetting Ash in the process. And similar to Ash, B aims to beat Leon and become the strongest trainer. The battle itself in this episode is pretty short but pretty impactful. It's a 2-on-2 battle, which we rarely get to see in the World Championship matches, where B brings out her Hawlucha and Ash has his Farfetch'd to start off. The first match is pretty short, but I like it for one main reason. This fight establishes Farfetch'd's fighting style in comparison to Riolu's fighting style. Riolu is an offensive mon, while Farfetch'd is a way more defensive mon. While this match wasn't really close, since Hawlucha sustains a pretty high octane offense starting with Hone Claws before following up with Karate Chop and Flying Press, it was nice to see how Ash tries to adapt by slowing down the battle instead of trying to match the pace. He responds with a brutal swing when Night Slash doesn't work, and it's enough to slow down Hawlucha just a little bit. Unfortunately for Ash, B is crafty and uses the leverage from the brutal swing to use Flying Press and KO the Farfetch'd. Still though, the use of the leak in combination with the slower moveset of the Farfetch'd is something I'm interested in seeing how it'll develop. What are the other types of moves he's going to learn? How is Ash going to adapt this fighting style? Especially since he's always been a trainer that's primarily relied on speedy Pokemon. Then, as Ash is about to bring out a second Mon, B recalls Hawlucha and brings in her second Mon, Grapploct. It's always nice to see Galar Pokemon in this series since we rarely get to see them, and in this case, the fact that we get to see a high level trainer use it in battle is even better. Grapploct's a very unique Pokemon. Most squid-like Pokemon are always water-type Pokemon, and because of this, the style of battle that we get to see here only happens between water Pokemon. But because Grapploct is pure fighting, we get to see this agile, slippery style battle inland, and it's awesome. Riolu's determined to win after seeing Farfetch'd go down, and the battle goes better for Ash this time, but still, he gets destroyed in this match. The thing that Ash can't seem to figure out is how to attack this Grapploct. If he tries to fight him from a distance using Vacuum Wave, Grapploct can use Detect. If he tries to get in close to use Force Palm, he risks being caught by Grapploct's Octolock. And unfortunately for Ash, while the reversal works the first time in getting out of Grapploct's Octolock, he can't the second time and gets KO'd by Liquidation. What's more interesting to me is Ash's mindset before the fight. You can call it cocky or confident, but he's definitely overestimating his own strength. I won't say that he was taken off his game by any mean, but even B's trash talk at the beginning, especially about Karina, does seem to gnaw at him a bit, and you can see how surprised even his Pokemon are at his reaction to that. And while, like I said, it doesn't really manifest itself in battle, it was still interesting to see what that type of talk did and how Ash responded to that. This also relates a bit to the Go side plot. He also participates in the fighting dojo, although he doesn't fight B or anything, to get a Hitmonlee or a Hitmonchan, but unlike Ash, he wins and picks up his Hitmonchan. Now, Ash didn't actually battle to get a Pokemon, but I'm just saying he won his battle and Ash didn't. It's off-screened here, which is kind of annoying, but in this case, I don't mind it because it's a story device to show that if you've been paying attention to the last couple episodes, Ash hasn't really been having the best of luck. Last episode, Ash gets caught in the Team Rocket net and has to be saved by Go. Before that, Pikachu was hurt by him so much it left to go back home. And before that, it was Go and Sobble that had to beat Team Rocket, while Ash and Pikachu were being affected by Magnezone Supersonic. So this show has subtly been showing Ash's downfall while showing Go's uptake, and spoiler, Ash's downfall is going to continue since we have the summary for future episodes. My main thing is, I'm just curious as to where the story is headed. So yeah, overall this was a fantastic episode, one of the best. B comes off as supremely powerful, showing what numbers in the rankings really mean. I mean, he lost to someone ranked 139 above him, and usually you can't really tell what that number means, but here, they show it. It wasn't even close. Raboot also looks like he's getting more interested in battles, as he's probably getting closer to evolve soon. He even participates to help Go win a Hitmonchan. Again, a small thing, but it's still interesting nonetheless. Now, Ash is another rival on top of Leon and B, and I cannot wait to see where the story goes next. The amount of media sites that thought that Pikachu was gonna evolve was absurd. I mean, come on, have you ever watched the Pokemon anime? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 35 of the Journey's anime titled I Got Pikachu just dropped, and in this episode, no, Ash's Pikachu does not evolve. So, what does happen? Well, let's find out. This is another standard filler episode with gags sprinkled throughout. In this episode, Go wants to capture a Pikachu after seeing how close Ash and Pikachu are. This reaches Professor Cerise, who lets them know about a place that houses tons of Pikachu. Ash and Go head towards the valley, where at first, Go is unsuccessful at capturing 2 Pikachus until they come across this caring female Pikachu. She shares Pecha berries with all of them, and that's her thing. Go captures it, and she eventually takes them to the valley where we see a lot of the other Pikachus digging around and just chilling. We then find out that the Pikachu that are digging for Thunderstones, and we see some of the Pikachu are evolving into Raichu. Go's Pikachu tries to get Ash's Pikachu to evolve, and it even looks like it might be successful when they go around a rock and we see the light of evolution. But no, like I said, Ash's Pikachu is never going to evolve, so it wasn't him. And Go has to tell his Pikachu that Ash's Pikachu doesn't want to evolve. However, his Pikachu does give him the Thunderstone to hold, which will come in handy later. This is all happening, by the way, as Team Rocket is around, so cue them doing their thing. But before that, there's another gag of Go's Pikachu being super nice towards them too, handing all of them Pecha berries too, and Go has to run up a cliff to grab the Pikachu and bring it back down. That was great. But after all that, Team Rocket start capturing all the Pikachu in the area with their Pikachu capturing machine, basically. When Ash and Go try to stop them, they bring their vending machine, and they get 2 cute type Pokemon that you wouldn't think would be good in battle in Baneri and Minccino. But, similar to the Bellsprout gag, these Pokemon turn out to be super aggressive battlers. While battling, Ash's Pikachu gets caught up in the Team Rocket machine while trying to save Go's Pikachu in the process, and he does, but Team Rocket then fly away with Ash's captured Pikachu. Once they land, their main goal is to try to find Ash's Pikachu amongst this giant group of Pikachu, but it's not going to be all that easy. At first, they try to find it by using like this vending machine technique that you use to get toys, but even after trying multiple times, it's not Ash's Pikachu. Meowth tries asking for which is Ash's Pikachu, but all the Pikachu respond in unison, so there's nothing there. And Jessie tries to get a Pikachu, but fails, getting everyone shocked by another Pikachu for her troubles. This is what alerts our heroes to where all the other Pikachus are, by the way. They see the Thunderbolt in the sky. This time, some more battling occurs once they get there again, while Go's Pikachu tries to break the glass on the device with this tail, but at this doing that, it gets caught by Meowth. And just before it can get sucked up into the machine like the other Pikachu, it has Go throw its Thunderstone from earlier, evolving inside the pipes to break it in the process. Then, with the help of the other Raichu in the area, it uses Thunderbolt to destroy the machine top before all the Pikachu line up, first horizontally, then vertically, to use Thunderbolt on Team Rocket, sending them blasting off. The episode ends with a happy ending, everyone back at Cerise Park, and Go's Raichu now trying to feed more people more berries. Like I said, this is a fine filler episode, nothing bad but nothing special either. I did like the gags here, it's mainly with Go's Pikachu, and I really like the gag with Team Rocket. While this is their standard MO, I'm glad that they got their own section to shine where they had their own moments of the vending machine and Go's Pikachu being nice to them and all that. I think that was a great touch. It's also good to see Gengar and Dragonite still exist in the anime. Seriously, they're at the beginning and end of the episode, and ever since the Karina match, it feels like they've been MIA, so I'm glad to see they're still around. I was starting to get worried about them, you know? Other than that, there's nothing much more to say about this episode. Fun little slice of life episode where we get to see Go capture a Raichu. You know, I did find it strange how quickly Ash was climbing up the ladder in the World Championships, but I just thought that they would focus more on Go having Ash do less battles overall, not actually have him lose enough to drop back down to the normal class. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 36 of the Journey's anime titled Crawl Out of the Sand Tomb. Ash and Go just dropped, and in this episode, Ash is struggling and Go is surging. What does that even mean? Well, let's find out. So, a lot of people were upset that last episode, Ash didn't show signs of being upset over his loss to Bee. Heck, even I was thinking about bringing it up, but I decided against it because I wanted to let this episode play out before I said anything. And you know what? I'm glad I did. The beginning of this episode shows that it isn't Ash losing to Bee that made him upset. I mean, that wouldn't really make sense because in that same episode he vows to get revenge on her. No, it's instead the two back-to-back losses to the cephalopod type Pokemon due to his loss of confidence because of the Bee battle that makes him upset. It's interesting, during the series we've seen a few times where Ash struggles with battling after a loss, but this time it's mostly on himself and his lack of self-confidence leading to this issue. In the first battle, he has Riolu play a bit more defensive against Octillery than usual because he's worried about getting caught, and because of that, he actually does get caught and KO'd with Octazooka. But again, while he's a bit upset at this loss, he's ready to go again when he sees another challenger accept the World Championship battle. By the way, I'm just going to assume that he takes Riolu to a Pokemon Center between the battles because they just transition over to the next battle pretty quickly. Regardless, his second match is against a Tentacruel, and similarly to his first battle, his doubts of getting close make his Riolu turn around right as he's right next to the Tentacruel, making him get caught and getting KO'd with Poison Sting. And this is the battle that pushes him out to the normal class. The episode then jumps over to Hoenn as they have a sandstorm blocking the road in Mauville City, and it seems like the sandstorm is singing, causing civilians to be lured in. Back in Sakuragi Lab, they're investigating the sandstorm and the potential unknown Pokemon causing this, and when Go hears this, he wants to go in as a research fellow to potentially capture this unknown Pokemon. We then see Ash in the corner, depressed about his loss. I mean, it's more about the fact that he got put back to the normal class than his loss, and this is meant to be more comedy than serious as he's dragged out by Go to Hoenn. When they go to Hoenn, the storm is still there, and it isn't until they hear singing inside that Ash perks up. They decide to go in the storm with everyone, including an invisible Sobble, wearing their goggles. Inside the sandstorm, they first rescue the 3 civilians who went in earlier who were falling down a sand pit created by Trapinch. Go captures the Trapinch using a super curveball, and they save the 3 civilians who go on their way. Then, they hear the singing again and so head deeper into the sandstorm, where they spot a Vibrava, and Go tries to catch it, but fails initially, but then the second time he throws another curveball which Vibrava dodges, only for Raboot to kick the ball right towards Vibrava, getting it caught in the process. Right after that, a giant Pokemon comes out of the sandstorm with red eyes, none other than Flygon. The battle with Flygon is interesting in how we see Ash's doubts manifest themselves. Even though he just heard the Pokedex entry for Flygon, he has Pikachu use Thunderbolt, which doesn't work since Flygon is part ground. This is why I was a bit upset earlier in the series when this happened in the Golurk episode. Because now, was it just Ash not paying attention, or was it something deeper? Because you used him forgetting typing as a joke in the past, this moment probably doesn't land as well as it should have. Regardless, then Ash switches off to Riolu and then continues to use the same move over and over in Vacuum Wave because he doesn't have the confidence to get close to fight again, and this eventually does lead to him being eventually defeated by the Flygon using Dragon Rush. Go, on the other hand, continues to battle. The interesting thing about Go's battle are his strategies. First of all, I think this is the first time he's used Sobble in a battle actively. I know he's used some moves from Sobble last episode when facing Team Rocket, but that came off to me more as Go just using Sobble since it was nearby. This time he actually calls on it to battle. Go notices things in battles that Ash usually would, but currently isn't due to his funk, such as moves being absorbed by the Sandstorm to harden it, so he uses Water Gun, and predicting Flygon's Dragon Rush attack by listening to it. It's made pretty clear that Go has picked up a lot from Ash's battling style, and just by looking at him battle, which shows Ash's influence towards Go. And that's made abundantly clear when he uses the famous Ash strategy of jump on boulders in the air and attack, when he uses Ember by jumping on a bunch of Draco Meteors to another rock to break through it, cracking the rock into 1,000 pieces and hitting Flygon, allowing Go to capture the Flygon. Ash is stunned at how good Go is, but Go reminds him that this is his strategy and that he finds that the moves you work on are the moves you practiced with are the moves that actually work. Even if the move doesn't work, you just have to be creative with how you use it. And Ash realizes that he's been fighting really dumb lately and says that he needs to start over his training, and that's the end of the episode. It's interesting that they chose to do this episode right before the next episode where Ash is heading back to Alola, the place where he became champion. To me, the fact that Go is now telling Ash how to battle really puts into perspective how much the loss to be affected him, more than just being depressed would. Ash has always been a creative fighter. That's been one of his defining traits even from the start of the series. Having him lose one of his defining traits is a big deal. Because of that, it'll be interesting to see how he regains it in his time in Alola, because this isn't something you can just skim over. If you committed to Ash restarting his training, we need to see it. And I really hope this is something that the writers have put some thought into. Also, I'm not sure why, but this is one of those episodes that just makes me feel like they might be phasing out Ash for Go. Ash is now developing into an incredible battler as well as a capturer, and he's also taking on a lot of Ash's personality. Currently, is it to the point of replacing him? No, but still, if it happens in the future, I wouldn't be surprised because this last few episodes really shows Go's character a lot more than Ash's. So, overall, this is a pretty good episode. I'm glad we didn't get a fully depressed Ash episode because honestly, I'm sick and tired of those. Even after losing, Ash has a pretty good attitude about it and wants to persist and keep battling. In this case though, it's just that he doubts himself and doesn't want to fight up close, but it's not like it makes him super bitter or unlikable. Go comes off as super strong here too. His battling skills have improved tremendously since the start of the series, and he's capturing ridiculously strong Pokemon now like Flygon by himself essentially. It'll be interesting to see Ash try to regain his fighting instinct in the coming episodes, and I can't wait to see what happens. Man, I was just smiling throughout this episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 37 of the Journeys anime titled, I Am Back. Nice to see you, Alola just dropped, and in this episode, Ash returns to the Alola region with Go. I don't even want to spoil the rest of the episode, so let's just go through it together. If you watch me for any length of time, then you know that I love the Sun and Moon series, so this episode just brought such a smile to my face that I really just want to gush about it all day. So, after Yamper finds a Leaf Stone and Go uses it on his Execute, a Pokemon that hasn't been seen since it was caught, no, I'm not kidding, I was actually starting to wonder if they'd forgotten that Go actually caught the Execute, but luckily, that doesn't seem to be the case. Anyways, it leads to Ash bringing up Alolan Executor and how big it is, and this is the catalyst for Ash and Go to Alola. I love the continuity here for everything from the end of Sun and Moon with Kukui in his truck in the airport, but this time he's in with Burnett. Even the little head pat he gives Ash made me smile so much, and I think the thing that sells it is really Go and his uncomfortableness throughout the episode. Ash has to introduce Kukui and Burnett to Go, calling them his Alolan family, which just my heart. And since Go is here for the first time, he really doesn't know how to react to anything around him. It's sold even more as the episode goes on, but still, The very realistic reaction to Go makes this moment just so awesome. They go home and we finally get to see the payoff to the final shot of Sun and Moon in Baby Ray, or Lay, whatever you want to call him. He has Kukui's hair and Burnett's eyes, and Burnett calls Ash the big brother for him, and it's just an adorable scene. I loved it so much. I saw some people were upset that Burnett had a baby and Ash hasn't aged, but I mean, who cares? Why does that matter? Then, inside, Ash reunites with his champion team, minus Naganadel, rest in peace Naganadel. All the things in the first quarter of this episode is just so heartwarming. I just loved it so much. Have I mentioned how much I loved it so much? I know I've said that a bunch of times, so I'm going to stop saying that. And Ash also sticks his champion team on Go, who hugs him. Look at Raboot's face, he is just so annoyed. Kukui then lets them know that there's a welcome party being held for them at the school, so both Ash and Go head that way. Then we reach what I like to call the second quarter of this episode, and this is a lot of early Alola references, particularly from the early seasons. For example, the Pyukumuku using innards out, except this time Raboot gets punched and Go catches it instead. Then the chase for Grubbin, something that Ash did in the very first episode of Alola as well, except in this case, Go doesn't meet a Beware on the way to catching it. No, he meets the bottom of the lake. But he's quickly pulled out by Lana, and Raboot is saved by her Eevee. That's when he introduces himself, and she finds out Ash is on his way to the school. We also get a nice cameo from Team Rocket's Pokemon taking some food back to their cave, so even though Team Rocket weren't in this episode, I'm glad to see that they're still around. Then, as Ash is in the forest, Rotom meets with him, and lets him know that Go's already at the school, and another great reunion. And a pretty funny moment when Ash's smartphone Rotom just says that this Rotom is just a Rotom with no other functionality beside indexing, causing Rotom to go off saying, oh, he can record things and change his voice. Oh man, I miss those Rotoms so much. It has so much personality, and now that we're back to the more static type of Pokedex Rotom, it just feels so lifeless in comparison. I know the smartphone can do a lot more things, but this Rotom is just such a better character. Back in school, we get to see Lana, Mallow, and Sophocles questioning Go about everything. They ask him about Kanto's food, his Rotom bone, and Ash. He feels super uncomfortable, like I said, and he wishes that Ash would just get there real quick, but instead, Kiawe arrives. This isn't the main conflict, but this is the main point in the episode. Kiawe sees Go, and I wouldn't say he's confrontational, but questions Go on how strong he is. That's because, as we'll find out later, he says that he needs to be strong enough to help Ash achieve his goal of becoming a Pokémon Master. Ash does finally arrive in the school, breaking the tension, and they all decide to eat Mallow's food after a little bit of greeting to each other. Go loves the food too, and he also hears about Sophocles' dream of being an astronaut before Lana surprises all of them, including us the audience, with a letter from Lily. She's still searching for her father, but she feels like she's getting close. And we get to see Gladion here as well. No Lucamine, but it is what it is. This letter right here makes me think that Lily's subplot is going to be resolved in the Journeys anime, and I'm so glad for that. While the ending to the Sun and Moon anime was amazing, one of the criticisms it got was its handling of the Moan story. Because it was introduced so late in the series, the ending felt a bit bittersweet. This scene, however, this letter, makes me hopeful that we'll see the end of that story soon. After hearing Lily's letter, Ash gets inspired and says that they need to continue to do their best, and challenges Kiawe to a battle since they haven't had one in such a long time. But Kiawe says that he wants to battle Go instead. This entire battle sequence, this entire fight, is really small, but it has such great storytelling in it. It's not really a real battle by Kiawe, as we'll find out. It's more of a test by Kiawe to see how Go will react to adverse situations. In this case, Go stands up for himself, doesn't run away from the Z-move, and says that dreams are something that you have to try to achieve on your own, and he isn't helping Ash, he's just Ash's friend, and he's taking his own future into his hands. With a nod to his Alolan Marowak, Kiawe unleashes his Inferno Overdrive, and we all know that Go is way too outmatched, but we see that Marowak pushed him out of the way last second, and Kiawe tells Go to take care of Ash. This is so heartwarming because we know that Go is with Ash way more than Kiawe now, so Kiawe is passing down his responsibilities. And with that, Go also tells everyone his dreams of being able to catch all the Pokemons leading up to Mew. This entire thing was fantastic. The trial by fire, literally, by Kiawe in order to test Go was just fantastic. And the way Go responded really helped develop his character. It's also a subtle thing, but if you look at how everyone reacts when he uses Inferno Overdrive, take a look at Ash. He has a pretty stern face, and that's because, as Kiawe's rival, he understands Kiawe better than the others, so he knew what Kiawe was doing in that point. Then cut to our heroes at Treasure Island, and Go ends up catching an Alola and Executor like he said he wanted to. The episode ends back in the Sakuragi lab, with him wanting to go back to Alola in the future, and Ash promising to do so. This means that we're most likely going to get Lily's thing resolved. I mean, what else can you say about this episode? I just loved it so much. This is one of the few reunion episodes where I can honestly say it did not feel rushed. All the other ones so far have. In this case, everyone got to speak, show off a little bit of their personality, their connection to Ash, and even a really well storied battle. We even got to see a little bit of the culture of Alola and how Ash feels when he's in Alola. This episode was just awesome all the way around. Visually, it had tons of references and storytelling continuity that any fan of Sun and Moon would love, and even in terms of audio, the sounds of Shinji Miyazaki being played was just, mwah. It was wonderful to hear some of the old tracks and really hit that nostalgia feel. The only thing I wish was that this was longer, but again, that's just a good thing. This just is so great overall, and if you haven't watched it already and you love Alola like I did, go watch it right now. Did anyone else notice the Leon pose here? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 38 of the Journey's anime titled The Colossal Restoration in the Fossil Pokemon just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes head over to Pewter as Go attempts to get a fossil. We know from the intro what fossil it's going to be, but how is he going to get it? Well, let's find out. While this episode is your standard fare, this episode does have a lot of jokes that I enjoyed in it. This episode begins with Ash and Go finding out that the biggest Shieldon restored from a fossil ever is being showcased in Pewter. Chloe also happens to be in the room when this news comes out, but she's too busy trying to figure out what to write for her school project. So, her father, Professor Cerise, convinces her that maybe she should write about fossils, and Ash and Go oblige, dragging her to Pewter. Once there, she's basically plays the straight man to the goofball as she coldly tells them to give up when they find out that the exhibition for the Shieldon is super packed, causing it to close. But just their luck, as they hear someone else say that if people want, they can dig for fossils, and if it's good enough, they can restore it and keep it. And just like before, they drag Chloe into this facility. Inside we see Team Rocket, who are also digging for fossils, but they can't find anything. So we know they're also going to be involved in this episode. I just love how anytime they do something and are failing, and Jessie always complains about, oh, who started this, it's always her. That never fails to amuse me. In this site, they meet what they presume is the chief from the Unova episode, but he says that isn't him. He's the president. Now, is this like the Master Fisher, Master Golfer guy from Sun and Moon? I thought that was supposed to be the joke, but in this case, it's played much more straight, so I don't really know what to think. Is he the same guy but with a different job, or is it a different guy that just looks similar? Is it like one of those Nurse Joy things where all hikers look the same and speak the same but are different people? Anyways, everyone starts digging around, and this episode is actually legitimately educational for kids as they actually discuss fossils, excavations, and give a pretty good explanation of it, not just relating to Pokemon but real world in general. At times, this made the episode feel a bit slow since it felt like a lot of info dump, but you have to remember, this is a show for young kids. Chloe finds the fossil of what looks like a shelter, while Go and his Golurk dig out for some more fossils. She decides that she wants to find out what this fossil could be because it doesn't look like anything she's seen before, so her and Ash decide to take this to the president while Go is so focused on digging that he didn't even hear anything that they said. It's good to see Chloe and Ash interact normally. Usually he says something to her and she responds sarcastically, and that's about it. We never really get to see much interaction between them together, so anytime we do, it's great. They come back and it's almost nighttime and Go is still digging around with his Golurk and he hasn't found anything. Even the Sobble has fallen asleep and he doesn't notice that Ash and Chloe are back or were even gone at any point. Now, this is the one thing I didn't like about this episode. Even though this is meant to be funny, after realizing he's dug for hours and hasn't found anything, he just looks left and sees something shiny, which turns out to be the old Amber. I get it, okay? The joke is that if he wasn't so focused on digging, he probably would have found other things. But in this case, it just feels like he found the old Amber with really no buildup, which, why? What's even the point in that? But as we'll see, the rest of the episode is going to make up for that. So they take the old Amber to the president, and after the president explains to them what that does, he puts it in the restoration machine and tells them it's going to be until morning before it gets restored. Our heroes decide to sleep at the local Pokemon Center for the night, and the president leaves the restoration machine to do its thing. But I mentioned Team Rocket before, and here's where they come back. They've been hiding in the vent the last couple of hours, and after everyone leaves, they finally show up. Even though they heard the president say that it would take till morning for it to restore, Jessie's so impatient that she tries to get James to do something on the computer. But again, her plan backfires, and they accidentally blow up the machine. There is fantastic drama build-up here because Go is running to the museum after they hear the explosion, and he sees the president with the old Amber, and he asks about the Amber, and when the president pulls it out, it looks like it's broken, but then the president says, somehow, this thing has already come back to life, dun dun dun. So, while the build-up here is great, this completely tramples on logic. What's the explanation for why this Aerodactyl was able to be restored in a matter of couple hours? They bring it up, but then they never try to explain it away. How did the old Amber explode, yet the Aerodactyl was still able to come back to life? That's a massive plot hole in the episode, and it's not addressed at all. This at least leads to a funny bit where they're chasing after the Aerodactyl, but then Pikachu stops at a bush because he feels something. And as the audience, we know that Go is near the Aerodactyl, so it can't be the Aerodactyl. We expect it to be a fake out or something, but no. It's a double fake out, as it's Team Rocket hiding behind a bush, and after being found, they sheepishly tell Ash, "Oh, hello." That is comedy. This leads to them singing their motto, bringing out their prize master, the regular. So now it's basically two things happening at once. Go is fighting the Aerodactyl, and at first he tries to battle it with Raboot, but gets wrecked with Ancient Power, so he brings out his Golurk to fight it. And Ash is fighting Jessie and James, who bring out a Graveler and Nidorino from the Prize Master against his Pikachu 2-on-1. We don't get most of Ash's fighting here, just the ending, and in it, he has Pikachu use the Electro Web strategy, but in this case, instead of bouncing off of it, he has Pikachu go through it so that the Graveler bounces off of it, bouncing back to Team Rocket and making them blast off. Again, nice play from Ash. For Go, he's taken a lot of attacks from Aerodactyl because his Golurk can handle it, and now he's managed to slow him down. He then has Golurk use Arm Hammer followed by Flash Cannon to get the Aerodactyl down. But in a moment of growth, instead of just chucking a Pokeball at it and capturing it, he gets close to this angry Pokemon and calms it down, offering to help the prehistoric flyer get used to this new era, which it accepts, and that's how Go captures this Aerodactyl. And really, because of this, it really does feel earned. In the background, we can see that Chloe really found this to be an awesome experience, so we end the episode with her saying that she really enjoyed the trip, surprising her father and maybe even Ash and Go. This episode is more likable than you would think it would be. It does a great job of splitting up and showing the strengths of both Go and Ash and capturing and battling respectively. The only issue I had was just that we know that next episode, Ash is rematching B, right? So instead of using Pikachu to fight Team Rocket 2-on-1, I would have loved to see him use Riolu. We haven't got to see it after Ash got his confidence back 2 episodes ago. I don't know. I know they want to keep its battle a surprise for the episode for the rematch itself, but like I said in that episode, when he lost his confidence, you need to build that back up, him regaining his confidence. Otherwise, the loss doesn't mean anything. And unfortunately, it seems like that's going to be the case. Now, that's not a critique on this episode. I'll talk more about this the next episode, but my point is, this episode had the opportunity to help bridge that gap by having Riolu battle in a 2-on-1 instead of Pikachu. Anyways, Chloe enjoying Pokemon is always fun to see. Her interactions with Ash here felt fantastic and friendly unlike in the past, and she really is a great character with some funny moments. I really hope we get to see more of her. I think next to go, she might be the best developed character in Journeys. Yeah, even more so than Ash. So yeah, overall it's a solid episode. If you haven't checked it out already, I think you'll enjoy it. Check it out. I don't know if it's just me, but I love seeing the images of the old anime in the modern style. It just looks so awesome. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 39 of the Journeys anime titled Ash vs. Bee Overcome Octolock just dropped, and this is the final episode before we move to Fridays starting in 12 days, meaning we won't have another episode till the 9th. This episode is a rematch between Ash and Bee. I mean, I don't think I have to say any more than that, so let's get to the episode. After starting off with an awesome training scene where we get to see Pikachu going after Riolu, this episode spends no time dilly-dallying around as the episode begins with Go letting Ash know that Bee is in Johto. I'll save the discussion for all the things that Go does in this episode for later because I really do want to talk about this rematch first. So here's the thing, while I like seeing Ash train and get ready for the rematch, this rematch in particular didn't feel earned. Why? Well, a couple of things. The last time we saw Ash, he had just gotten sent packing out of the Great or Super class back to the normal class. In episode 36, after losing his confidence and seeing Go come out victorious fighting close range against Flygon, he says that he's gonna start over. We then go to Alola, have one more episode at Pewter, and now we're back to fighting Bee? Did we miss a couple of episodes here? What happened to starting over? What happened to the training that we possibly should have seen? And even let's say that we weren't supposed to see the training because they wanted to keep it a surprise for this battle. Fine, I can agree with that. But then, why did we not see Ash get back into the Great or Super class? This is the biggest problem here. Ash tells Bee that he's wanting a rematch because he is back into the Great class again. And we find out from Chuck that only people in the same class can battle each other. But why didn't we see that? It didn't even have to be an actual battle. Even pictures of just a couple of battles against trainers in a flashback sequence would have been nice. Instead, it is fully off-screened. Why? And that's my biggest problem with this episode. There is no continuity here. Oh sure, we get a flashback of Chuck battling Ash, but that isn't what's important here. The more important continuity is the continuity from episode 34, and we don't get that. And as someone who really likes this series, it is so frustrating to see. There's so much potential in this series, yet the show keeps skipping over important parts of development, especially for Ash, to get to the fights. This is why I never minded in Sun and Moon not having a lot of battles, because that meant that any battle that we did get, it was important and it was entrenched in stories. Also, and this is another major issue, is what I was going to say before I really thought about it as I was writing the script. I was going to talk about how Farfetch'd is not involved here in this fight, and I really was upset about that. And I said, I understand that Riolu needs to be the main focus, but that doesn't mean you shaft with another Pokemon. But in this case, while Farfetch'd did originally fight Bee, it was against Hawlucha. And that's the last person it lost to. It didn't lose to Grapploct. And spoiler, at the end of this episode, we see that there's going to be another rematch in the future between these two. So I can actually understand saving it for the future when Hawlucha does return so that Farfetch'd can have a chance at revenge. Other than a couple of these complaints, I really did enjoy this episode. The first battle with Pikachu and Hitmontop was fantastic. While Pikachu at the beginning was able to dodge and attack with great movement, Hitmonlee's unorthodox movement and its power moves, especially with the combination of Technician and Focus Energy, made this a difficult battle for Ash. And by the way, I'm just guessing it's most likely Technician since we didn't see any Intimidate at the beginning of the battle. Luckily, Ash also has an unorthodox way of fighting, and in this case, he lines Electro Web on the floor to slow down Hitmontop to allow Pikachu to use a second Iron Tail followed by a quick attack to knock it out. Now, it's already tired from this battle, so the second battle with Grapploct is pretty one-sided. He does get one Thunderbolt hit in, which looks like it might have paralyzed Grapploct, but since it has Limber, it isn't affected by the paralysis. It then uses Octolock, Pikachu tries to get out and it can't, and eventually the Grapploct finishes off Pikachu with Liquidation. Can I just say that both times we've seen Grapplock use Liquidation to finish someone off, the angle we get for it, the straight on angle that we're looking at the Pokemon, is so dramatic. It really gives the move a lethal feeling, and I think it's pretty awesome. And before Riolu could even get into the battlefield, we see it picking up Pikachu on its back, taking it to Ash. It's a small thing, but I actually love this. You ever seen one of those war movies where one of the hero's friends gets shot and the hero drags him to safety before getting ready to fight a war? That's what this felt like. And in this case, the long staring, the silence, the determination that we see in Riolu's eyes really sells Riolu's desire to get revenge for the previous loss. This match is interesting in how Ash doesn't do a lot, and I actually love that so much. The previous time they faced, Ash used a bunch of tactics and he tried to be the aggressor but failed. This time, Ash starts off fighting from a distance by breaking up Grapplock's Liquidation with Vacuum Wave, but when the fighting gets close, he doesn't retreat. Instead, even after getting caught with Octolock, we see Riolu calm and focused with his eyes closed, and we see that the Grapplock's grip is tightening, but Riolu still doesn't look phased. And we see that it's gathering power, and we see some aura in the air. And then boom! A massive counterattack from Ash using Force Palm. Then we get another awesome clash of Force Palm and close combat that knocks down both Pokemon, causing a double KO, so it's a draw. Originally, I thought this was a bit of a cop-out, but after seeing later in the episode, Ash and B's rivalry really gets solidified with them promising to fight each other at the Ultra class, it made a lot more sense to me. I really like that this is turning into a legit rivalry. I thought that maybe this type of rivalry was going to be between Ash and Karina since we saw her first, but I'm glad it's not. B is a fresh character. For example, similar to Leon, she struggles to remember names. Leon forgets locations. She keeps calling Ash the Riolu trainer instead of Ash. Also, surprising both Ash and Chuck, such a fit and dedicated person like her, who grew up as a prodigy in the dojo, surprisingly loves sweets like everyone else. It really shows that while she may be serious in battle, she's still a regular person like everyone else. We'll probably learn more about her in the future, so it's great to see this rivalry develop. Aside from the Ash and B fight, a few other things happen here, mainly regarding Go. While heading to Johto, Go tries to fish a Pokemon. He's completely unsuccessful, leading to his Sobble patting him in the back, which is pretty adorable. Then at the end of the episode, when we see that he did eventually catch a Chinchou, we find out that it took him an eternity fishing to capture it, which is pretty funny in and of itself. So, overall, this is a pretty solid episode. There are issues with this episode, mainly in my opinion just the lack of continuity from the previous episodes and the lack of build-up from the previous episodes, which really hurts it in my opinion. And this issue isn't just for this episode, but Journeys as a whole, which one day maybe I'll make a video about, but in a vacuum for this episode, it's pretty great. The fighting is fantastic, and more than that, the post-fight, where we get to learn a bit more about B, that's what's the best. She's going to be a recurring character in the series, and I can't wait. If you haven't checked out this episode already, it's definitely worth checking out. Did you know the Japanese names for the legendary birds are Fire, Freezer, and Thunder? What creative names. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 40 of the Journeys anime titled Versus Zapdos. Legendary raid battle just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes battle Zapdos with the help of Team Rocket. Will Go capture Zapdos? Well, let's find out. This episode served two purposes in my opinion. The first is that it's hinting at the fact that we will get more raid battles in the future. Now, it's not like we've already not known that. Episode 2 and episode 13 had raid battles, but this one lets us know that legendary raid battles are coming. And second, it's to establish Rabu with a better move than Double Kick for the upcoming Darkest Day arc. And that makes sense. Go, especially in its current state, isn't strong enough to be realistically facing Eternatus. This episode serves as a bit of a power boost for his character. How do you show that his Rabu is strong enough to take on a massive legendary? Have him face off and do well against another legendary, but one that's not as powerful. A few interesting things happen in this episode besides the battles that I'd like to discuss. First of all, Go seems to know more about Cerise than raid battles, or when raids happen. Does that feel wrong to anyone? I guess it makes sense to a certain degree. The first time we see Go, he's prepared to face off in a battle against Lugia in a similar situation. Ash finds out from Cerise, who wasn't fully sure but knew that a rare Pokemon was appearing. So, based on that, I guess I shouldn't be too shocked at this, but it does feel weird that that is the case. The first half of the episode is entirely set up. There's a power surge going on in the lab when Cerise tells our hero that there's thunderclouds near the port with massive biological energy. Go says that it's Zapdos and they go there, but the clouds go away and it's not. So, as they're heading back to the lab, Go figures that maybe thunderclouds don't tell where Zapdos is, Zapdos just summons them. So the next time Cerise tells them that there are clouds in the port again, rather than going back there, he chooses to go to a local power plant that's supplying the power to the lab. That's where we meet Team Rocket, who are scouting the place out to be a new base, but their argument is cut short when they hear Zapdos and all of them go to fight it. Team Rocket in this episode also served a double purpose. I talked about this earlier, but they are here to provide not only a bit of comedy and break up the battle into different chunks, but also to give Go his moment to shine on his own while having Ash out of the way. Here, through the use of the Prize Master, they get Rhydon and Stunfisk, two really good Pokemon to take on Zapdos, and although each person tries on their own and initially fails, they make a bit more progress when all four characters decide to work together as a raid battle just for this particular battle. Again, in the battle, in this case, nothing importantly narrative happens here. Like I said, this is just used as a way to get everyone involved, but besides this cool shot of Pikachu riding Stunfisk, all it does is reaffirm what we already know about Team Rocket's desire to capture Pikachu while giving a reason why Go is taking on Zapdos one-on-one. This is the main crux of the episode. Go, while he has become a better battler, isn't fully confident in his battling abilities. So, even though Flygon is immune to Thunder, he checks on it after it gets hit. And it's not like Go doesn't try. I mean, he gives it a good shot to hit Zapdos with Double Kick twice, but the failure of that is what makes him wonder if he can even do anything to challenge it. This is when Raboot gets the credibility that I talked about earlier. Even after being hurt from Thunder, Raboot gets up, and this time, using Flygon's Draco Meteor, similar to when he captured Flygon, he uses the rocks to get close to Zapdos, and then remembering the past failures, he propels, powers up his kick with fire, creating Blaze Kick, and kicking Zapdos to the ground, allowing Go to capture the Pokeball that almost captures it. I almost thought for the first time when I was watching this, he might have captured it, but no. But again, this episode is set up to make Raboot look strong. So with that accomplished, Zapdos escapes from the ball, and at first, while it looks like it's attacking Pikachu, eventually you find out that it's just sharing electricity with all of the electrical Pokemon nearby. And eventually it flies away when we see that Flygon and Raboot are too tired to battle. Now, there's a small problem here, and I guess you can excuse it, but it still does present a small problem. Zapdos doesn't do any damage to Flygon. It only uses Thunder, which it's immune to, but at the end, Flygon says that it's too tired. Now, logically that doesn't really make sense because it hasn't done much, but using some in-game logic, you can say that since it used Draco Meteor, one of the stronger Dragon-type moves, its special attack is down, so it's tired from that. So, while realistically it doesn't make sense that Flygon is tired, if you use a little bit of game logic, it does work. The episode ends back in the lab with Go marveling over the mysteries of Pokemon before saying that they should eat before taking a bath. So, did this episode accomplish the goals it set out? Absolutely. Like I said, Go and Raboot comes off as much stronger, so when they do eventually get to the Darkest Day arc, which is going to be soon, they're going to be seen as credible. It's also good to see Ash back in the leadership role. It's felt like the last dozen episodes or so, he's been in the back burner while Go's been the main character of the two. That isn't the case here in this episode, which is always nice to see. Also, there's little things here in this episode like Ash's battle with Team Rocket not being shown as fantastic just because I think it leaves more to the imagination, and sometimes that's better than what they could animate because whatever they animate might just disappoint you. The use of Team Rocket as raid partners and antagonists was also well done. The use of Chloe in this episode, when really she didn't really need to be in this episode, really helps fill out the cast and the overall enjoyment of the episode, in my opinion. It's a pretty good one, and if you haven't already, check this one out. I think you'd like it. I don't know why, but I just found this Wobbuffet face to be hilarious. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 41 of the Journey's anime titled Operation Dub Pikachu. Half Marshtomp just dropped, and this is a double feature episode. Part 1 is about Team Rocket, and Part 2 is with our heroes with a Marshtomp. How did the episodes go? Well, let's find out. So, let me say this off the bat about this episode. In my opinion, this episode won't translate well to the West. By the end of it, especially the first half, I was laughing, but during the middle, especially with the talks of how pronouns should be used and how one refers to themselves or others, I have a feeling that this episode works so much better in Japanese. I don't pretend to know a thing about Japanese, so I can't explain anything to you, but I do know that because Japanese is a language that has lots of words where meanings are the same and words can change with context, it's difficult to properly translate or sometimes even understand the joke of words unless you're really familiar with the language itself. So that's why, unlike a lot of people that had issues with this episode, I don't really mind the fact that the first half is especially dialogue heavy. This portion isn't meant for us. It's meant more for a core Japanese audience. And when you're watching a kid show, especially one that uses a foreign language, there can be cultural differences that cause us to like and dislike certain content and parts of the show. That's why I won't be as critical towards this episode, because I think it's one of those things that can happen every now and then, especially when you're watching a property with different languages and cultures. So with that being said, the first part of the episode is Team Rocket, and the premise of this episode really begins with Meowth being sick while Jessie and James are goofing around. After they get a blanket for him to lay down, he's about to sleep when he gets an epiphany. He realizes what Team Rocket is lacking. But before he can say that, he passes out from exhaustion, leaving both Jessie and James to scratch their head. Then, Wobbuffet pulls out a drone with a video Pikachu that it has had, and Jessie and James watch it to try to figure out what they could be lacking. And in order to do so, because Meowth is sick, they decide that they will learn to translate what Pikachu is saying, and they're going to practice it by dubbing over the videos from the drone. There's this whole back and forth between the two, which I think is brilliant interplay that really shows us their character. Because Jessie is vain and pompous, her dubbing of Pikachu is too. In her world, Pikachu calls Ash a dumb human and taunts him, but that's just because that's what she would do. But because they're also trying to figure out what Pikachu is saying, and James thinks she's way too pompous, he stops her. So then James tries his own version of dubbing over Pikachu, and actually, I thought it was actually pretty spot on. But again, this is where what I said about language comes in, because Jessie argues with James about pronouns and how you use words and how someone refers to themselves, etc, etc. And since I don't know Japanese, I can't really comment on this, so I'll just move on to what happens next. So Jessie and James finally come to an agreement to analyze Pikachu before dubbing it over, so they ask Wobbuffet to find a close-up shot of it. And in hilarious fashion, the first thing we see is a clip of them blasting off. But more than that, once they do get the clip, they see Pikachu smiling and saying Pikachu after making them blast off, and they become enamored with it. They see this look as pure and think Pikachu could just be saying, "See you later," or "I bid you farewell," or even "I love you," causing Jessie and James to bawl from this perceived niceness. Instead, what we see is Meowth, who's laying on the couch, say to himself that he can't tell them what Pikachu is actually saying, otherwise it would break their heart, which is a subtle way of saying that Pikachu probably said something the complete opposite of what they were thinking, which is fantastic. Part 2 of this episode is a lot more straightforward, yet the joke, I think, is still in language. Not for the whole episode, but just for the beginning. The premise of the second part is that there's a Marshtomp stuck in dry mud. But if you listen to what they're saying in Japanese, it's another pun, since the name of Marshtomp in Japanese and the way you say that it's stuck in the ground rhymes. Again, I don't know Japanese, so maybe I'm wrong in this, but if you get a chance to go back and listen to it. You'll see what I'm talking about. The remaining episode is our heroes trying to help it out. First, they get the Sobble to use Water Gun on the mud, but it can't. It gets too nervous. So they try to use water from a nearby waterfall, and they almost get the water there, but fail. Then, in comes Ludicolo. It's funny how much love Ludicolo has gotten ever since Detective Pikachu, and is the same here. Ash and Go initially try to get it to use Rain Dance, but it can't understand, so it summons the sun instead. I was gonna make a joke here about how that's not even possible, but Ludicolo is so great that it made it possible, but turns out Ludicolo can actually use Sunny Day through TM, so there's that. Anyways, eventually it does use Rain Dance, and the Marshchamp's able to get out of the Dried Mod, leaving everyone with a happy ending. Until the next day when the rest of the Marshchamp are stuck there. So, while overall this episode wasn't as good as the first two-parter we got a while back, it's still pretty decent. While nothing happened in terms of overall plot, I think character-wise it's really good for Team Rocket. It showed off their personalities and their ways of thinking, and using Pikachu as a proxy for their thoughts was brilliant. And while I might not have understood the grammar things, I did still laugh at the episode, especially the ending of the first part there. The second part is fine. It's basically your standard Pokemon of the Day filler episode. In this case, it's Marshchamp and Ludicolo, small adventure takes place, and it ends on a gag. It's nothing special, but it's not bad either. I've noticed this, and this is the case even in Sun and Moon, that before big arcs, they like to do small filler episodes. I think this is mainly to give the animators a bit of a cushion to work on the episodes for the actual show, like the actual parters and the serious episodes, because they need to make sure those look good, which makes sense. And so this episode is the filler before our next major event. Poor Gengar and Farfetch'd, they're always left out of battles by Ash. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder why the writers even bothered to have him catch them this early if they were never going to be used in anything important. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 42 of the Journeys anime is the first part of the Sword and Shield arc, and this one is titled The Slumbering Weald. We start the arc with Ash's Dynamax band lighting up even though he's in Kanto, sending our heroes to the Galar region to investigate. What happened? Why is it doing that? Well, let's find out. You know something major is going to happen in the arc when the first thing you hear and see in the episode are sirens. Chairman Rose and his secretary Oleana are walking into a hangar where we see some chaos brewing. Inside of the hangar, there's a circular core with a bunch of scientists around it trying to work on it. Oleana asks them what the issue is, and one of the scientists tells her that the core started overloading when they tried to absorb the Galar particles. The energy apparently even tore through the hangar, and as they're speaking, a whole bunch of energy from the core starts leaking out, causing energy to spew through the hangar and out of the ground, spreading outside to the Galar region. Meanwhile, back in Kanto, our heroes are playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who's gonna turn off the lights, before Ash, who turns off the light, notices that his backpack is glowing. It's the Dynamax band, which is strange because, as he discusses with Cerise the next morning, Dynamaxing is very limited to just the wild area and stadium, so that shouldn't be happening. Cerise says that there's still a lot of mystery around Dynamaxing, so as research fellows, they should travel to the Galar region and investigate. They're in the train in Galar when we find out that they're heading to Professor Magnolia. Ash is just happy to be back in Galar to get to eat some scones again. However, the train has to make a stop in the middle of the wild area as there's fog up ahead. Originally, I was going to question why a train needs to stop for a fog. I mean, there's a track, so it didn't need to, but since they're in the wild area, they need to be vigilant in a Pokemon, potentially Dynamaxing and blocking their path like in episode 5, so that makes sense. This stop leads to a Bunnelby coming over and grabbing one of Ash's scone. Go even wants to capture it, so Ash and him start chasing it into the Slumbering Weald, a name that even Go comments on how cool of a name that is. This forest has a very different look to it compared to any regular forest. It's almost glowing blue and it's very foggy. I really like the way it looks here in the anime. Go eventually does catch the Bunnelby, however, he gets split up from Ash while doing so. That's when both of them start noticing that the forest is getting a lot more denser with fog. Pikachu in particular is battle ready as it becomes aware of something approaching it. Then, appearing in front of Ash, a blue, dog-like creature with a missing ear. The Pokedex can't tell what it is. And in front of Go, a separate red dog-like creature appears, its head shaped like a shield. The Pokedex can't tell what this is either. And it doesn't matter, as both the red and the blue dog attack our heroes. They try to fight back, but for some reason, their attacks are not hitting. Instead, it's phasing right through the Pokemon, and eventually, the fog gets thicker and thicker and engulfs them, and our heroes pass out. If you play the game, this should look familiar, as it's almost a one-to-one thing of what happens. The difference is in the game, you're chasing a Wooloo, while here they're chasing a Bunnelby. And in the game, you and Hop encounter the two legendaries together, while here it's been split up. I like that actually. I'll talk about it why a little bit more later, but I do like that separation. Eventually, Go wakes up and looks around for Ash but can't find him. He even calls Ash, but Ash is not picking up, so he assumes that he must have just went back to the train. As he himself is heading back to the train, it leaves. But just then, more energy, like the one we saw at the beginning of the episode, flies through the sky, and pulling up right next to him, none other than Sonia. Ash then wakes up and starts looking around for Go but can't find him. As he's about to leave the forest to go back to the train, he also sees the same energy in the air and he runs towards it. In a town that I don't think gets a name, a girl is feeding her Centiskorch when all of a sudden the energy that was in the air hits it, causing it to just massively Gigantamax right then and there. Ash then appears in the city trying to figure out what happened. Why is this thing Gigantamax when it's not in the stadium or in the wild area, and why is it rampaging? He tries to confront it and calm it down, but it attacks him, so he brings out his Riolu along with his Pikachu. A combination of Electro Web and Vacuum Wave, however, don't work as it just shrugs it off. The Centiskorch starts using Max Flutterby, and that forces Ash to bring out his Dragonite. Ash counters the Max Flutterby with all three of his Pokemon. However, while he's successful in blocking Max Flutterby, Centiskorch is about to use Max Flare again, so Ash doesn't have much time to counter it, so he tells his Pokemon to run away. His Dragonite picks all of them up in the air, when all of a sudden, a shower of rocks fly down. It's Leon and his Charizard with a combination of Rock Tomb and Air Slash, and he's even able to take care of the Centiskorch with that, causing it to go back down to normal size. Can I just say that Leon in this series is portrayed as extremely strong. He was able to two-shot a Dynamax Pokemon just like that. He also has a lot more personality than in the game, as he talks to the town people like a real leader, calming them down and asking them to try and stay safe. Ash then asks to join him in order to stop the rampaging Pokemon, and while at first Leon refuses, he eventually relents. I can't remember who said this, so I'm sorry I can't credit you, but this is true. The series feels so isolated from Ash's previous adventures, and that really sucks. Now, before you come at me and say, but what about Karina or Surge? I'm not saying that it is isolated. I'm just saying that it feels isolated because apparently not a single person on the planet knows that Ash is a world champion. Maybe not even Ash. People already say the Alola League is not important, and the fact that no one even knows about it kind of reinforces that idea. And that isn't how you should treat Ash's first championship victory, especially a major one like that. Ash being brought in from pity through Leon doesn't feel as good as if he had just asserted that he's a previous champ and that's why he should go. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. While in the air, Go calls Ash. They chat a bit and they decide to go their separate ways to investigate what's going on. Go is going to go with Sonia and Ash is going to go with Leon. The episode ends with Ash heading to another rampaging Pokemon while Go and Sonia are being chased by another car. I love the start to this arc. It's very similar to the game here, which does worry me a bit because I do want to see some differences between the anime and the game. Like I said in my prediction video though, there does seem to be some differences, at least from the trailer we got. I do love the splitting up of duties here like I said earlier though. One of my biggest complaints about the game was that while you were in the middle of doing the league, all the lore stuff was left off screen because all the adults were taking care of any issue that was popping up. With the splitting up of the two plots and essentially the two legendary Pokemon with Ash and Go, it's going to be a much better way to tell the story. Leon here is shown to be incredibly strong, and it's fascinating how such a small change of just showing his heroic deeds can do for his character. He's shown here as a real hero of Galar, protecting people. This is why I'm convinced that Ash will probably not beat him at the end. Leon is really the hero of Galar. Ash moves around. If Ash becomes the hero of Galar, he can't go explore in different regions. Leon really is the perfect hero for the Galar region, and the anime is doing a fantastic job of making his character more and more likable. So I think at the end, I don't think Ash is going to beat Leon. While we don't get much about Rose or Oleana here, Rose comes off as someone who's really set in his ways. I didn't really talk about him much in the episode at all because, while he does appear, he doesn't really do much. Next episode is when we get to meet him, so that's when I'll talk about him. Same with Oleana. We see that she was very loyal to Rose, but besides that, nothing. We'll probably also learn more about her next episode. The energy from the core earlier in the episode is portrayed like a root, which I think is fantastic because I think it might turn out to be something later. Like, could it be a connection to the roots of the trees in the Crown Tundra? Maybe I'm stretching a bit, but it was actually good to see that Rose was involved in the core and the energy creation instead of being off-screen the entire time and shrouded in mystery. And although the story structure remains the same from the game, there are expansions which make this a much more exciting endeavor. I wonder what the choice to give Ash Zacian and Go Zamazenta was. I guess Ash is a battler, so give him the attack Pokemon? It makes sense, but I'm just curious to see if Ash will get to keep Zacian for his adventure, or he'll not. In the game, you get it in the post-game, so I assume probably not, but the show can always surprise you, so I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Other than that, I really don't have anything else to say. I really enjoyed this episode, this first episode, this lead-up episode, whatever you want to call it, and it is leading to something greater, so I can't wait. Gengar is back. Hallelujah! Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 43 of the Journey's anime, which is part 2 of the Sword and Shield arc, is titled The Darkest Day, just dropped, and in this episode, we continue where we last left off, as Ash is teamed up with Leon to help stop the Dynamax Pokemon, while Go is trying to solve the reason why it's happening with Sonia. What's gonna happen this episode? Well, let's find out. The first thing we find out in this episode is that Team Rocket are now working at the Galar power plant mines at the behest of Giovanni. This raises so many questions for me that I know will never be answered, so I'm not even sure if they're worth asking. Alola basically killed any hype for me of Giovanni ever appearing in the series again, especially after how they laid such a great story between him and Nanu, only to never follow up on that again. Anyways, they're here because they were told that there's a super evil Pokemon here. Essentially, they work as spies. We'll get back to them later, as I feel like they'll end up contributing a lot more to the arc than what people originally thought they would. Continuing from last episode, Sonia and Go have finally made it to Turffield and are looking at the Turffield geoglyph. Go re-explains the Darkest Day story that Sonia had told to him before starting to theorize that maybe the vortex in the geoglyph might be similar to the vortex he saw when Lugia first appeared in episode 2. He assumes that maybe that means a similar, stronger Pokemon like that could be reappearing, and that's what the Darkest Day is, and maybe that could be the Pokemon that he saw on his first time to Galar. I really like the connection here to the beginning of the series. Intentionally or not, this works so well. If you play the game, then you know where this is going. The fact that what was initially probably just a way to make Lugia's appearance look cool is being used to connect the dots to the Darkest Day plot is a wonderful bit of writing that I really gotta applaud them for. However, how fast Go connects the first time he saw Eternatus to the Darkest Day is a bit far-fetched. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, but there's no real indication that these two Pokemon were connected in any way. It's a pretty big logical leap, but I guess it's one that we accept for the sake of the story. Back in the power plant, more Dynamax particles start to leak, causing the nearby Colossal in the mine to start Gigantamaxing and rampaging. While that's happening underground, Team Rocket are spying through the conversation that Rose and Oleana are having. And here we find out that Rose knows everything about the Darkest Day, including that it was Eternatus who caused it last time, and we also see Oleana telling the agent that was following Sonia and Go to continue following them. Team Rocket being the first ones to know about Rose's plan is huge in my opinion. I don't think they'll be a part of the ending to the arc, which is pretty unfortunate, but when things go down, they'll most likely be the people telling our heroes what's going on and catching them up to speed, which is a pretty cool role for them. On the surface in the mine, after Ash and Leon battle the Gigantamax Colossal, where we finally get to see Gengar do something, Rose then meets up with Leon and Ash. He introduces himself to Ash before Leon questions if Rose knows why any of this is happening. And Rose gives this bizarre response that's so random that even the most oblivious person would know that Rose probably knows something. And here, we see the beginning of that suspicion for Leon. On one hand, villains always make it so obvious that they're evil, don't they? But on the other hand, I really like this. In the game, I felt like Leon was either way too naive or not willing to fight back against Rose and his plan since he'd raised him. In here, not only is Leon suspicious of Rose, and like I said last episode, he's a lot more of a leader, here he's willing to actually go and investigate himself, as later on, we see him heading towards the energy plant in Hammerlock. During this meeting, Rose does invite Ash to eat as his stomach is growling, and even though at first he's reluctant, he does eventually go. And again, I really like the exchange between Ash and Rose here. Pikachu is immediately suspicious of Rose, which I think is fantastic, but even in the dinner, I love that Rose gives Ash a similar invitation to the one he presumably gave to Leon, except Ash declines. He's a different person from Leon. He doesn't really have a tie to the Galar region or Rose, so his passions lie in just going to different places and having adventures with new Pokemon. And as much as this might upset Oleana, this is another fantastic way that the show has shown the difference between Ash and Leon in this story. It's also here that he gives the biggest clue to what his plan is gonna be, which Ash doesn't pick up on, and unless you played the games, you probably didn't pick up on either. Rose was born in poverty in Galar. It gave him the opportunity he has now. So with that being the case, he wants to make sure that Galar can keep the lights he sees from outside of his towers on for 1,000 years. Put a pin on that, as that'll come back in the story, but I like both the subtle hint and the characterization of Rose here that we got. Let's go back to Sonia and Go, since we're basically done with Ash for the episode. He talks with Go later on in the episode to meet up in Stownside, but besides that, he's not going to be making an appearance for the rest of the episode. As they're heading back from Turffield earlier, Sonia gives Go the images from the Galar Museum. The images tell the story for the beginning of Galar. And I guess this is the goodest place as any to talk about this. This is where I feel like the arc, being only 4 episodes, kills the pace. I said in the beginning of this arc that I would try to look at this arc just as it's presented here in the anime, and for the most part I will do that, but I feel like this is an exception. In the game, your player character goes to Hammerlock, you explore the town before heading to the museum, and you look at the tapestries. By having just iPad images of these tapestries, we lose that, and we lose any sort of adventure in Hammerlock. We lose any sort of history to Galar not tied to the Darkest Day, and we lose the location of the museum, which, when I was playing the game, I felt like this would have been a fantastic location in the anime. In the game, it feels so empty, so the anime had such a wonderful chance of making use of this and really talking about Galar's history. Instead, it doesn't even show up. The fact that right now we're not even going to go there sucks. Anyways, looking at the tapestry images, Go deduces that maybe there isn't just one hero, there are 2. And as Sonia says, stories passed down over time alter with time, causing them to lose truth as they age, which is why the statue only has 1 hero. We also learn more about Sonia and Leon here as people. She says that she hopes her research will convince her grandmother, Professor Magnolia, that she can become a professor, although she doubts she can right now. And this brings up the question of why does she want to be a professor, which Go asks her. She tells us that she and Leon were childhood friends. She taught Leon how to battle. However, as he got older and became a trainer, she immediately realized that he was naturally gifted, and before long, he was already champion. Here, by the way, we see that Rose and Leon have known each other for a long time, and like he offered Ash, he probably supported Leon and helped him boost up the rankings with the power that he has over Galar. But regardless, Sonia knew that she couldn't compete with him in battle, so she decided to go the opposite route of him and learn more about Pokemon, and this is the main reason she's also helping Magnolia. Once they do reach Wedgehurst, they have some more conversations there, this time revolving around Go. They seem to be setting up the fact that Go will eventually want to become a professor. That's not surprising, I don't think. If you look at Go's character, he's basically made to be a professor, but for now, he's happy with just trying to catch all the Pokemon to get to Mew. As they're talking, a wishing star falls to the ground next to them, and as they're about to investigate it, Professor Magnolia arrives. Magnolia talks a lot about Dynamaxing and the causes of it. This has been peppered throughout the series, but in case you didn't know, Dynamaxing happens in power spots, and those are located in the wild areas and gyms. They don't say it here, but in the game it's made pretty clear that gyms were built around power spots and the towns came up around them. Wishing stars allow you to gather these Galar particles that arise from these power spots, so in order to help control the Pokemon, she worked with Rose to help create the Dynamax band. However, she eventually stopped working with him. And while at this point she doesn't tell us why, a bit later, after Sonia has provided her with her research, which presently isn't enough to answer the multitudes of questions still remaining, she tells them the reason why. She says that she started to feel the madness in his gaze. He is someone who's willing to do anything needed in order to fulfill a goal, and although she doesn't have proof, she has a gut feeling that all of this Gigantamaxing and rampaging is happening because of him. As Sonia and Go head on to Stow-on-Side to check on the mural, we see that the agent who was following them has overheard them. Oleana tells the agent that they need to be taken out, and while in real life that usually means a permanent takeout, since this is Pokemon, we just get a Pokemon battle instead. He brings out his Gigantamax Garbodor, and it's a bit interesting to me actually. Oleana has a Gigantamax Garbodor in the game, and it looks like that got transferred to this fella. He probably won't be a recurring character, which means that most likely we probably also aren't going to get the Oleana battle like we did in the game. Instead, she's going to serve more of a secretary function than she already has, and you know what? That's fine with me. In the game, she acts as the final boss before you reach the top of Rose Tower, but since here we're not going to have anything like that, I don't mind them changing out who has that Pokemon. Once the Gigantamax Garbodor comes out, Go goes for it and Dynamaxes his Raboot for the first time, and I did find this pretty cool. I didn't ever think Go was ever gonna Dynamax in this series. The fact that his Raboot is the Dynamax Pokemon is cool, cause we know from the opening that his Raboot is most likely going to evolve this arc. And in fact, it might even evolve in this fight, who knows. But for now, the biggest thing is that when trying to dodge, Raboot falls back on the mural, and Sonia and Go find out that there's a hidden statue behind the mural, ending the episode on this cliffhanger. Like I said earlier, my biggest worry about this arc is just how rushed it feels. Not only story-wise, but also in terms of animation. I don't know if you noticed during the episode, but there's actually two glaring animation errors. Number one, this construction guy just straight up disappears before reappearing in the shot when Colossal is Gigantamaxing. That shouldn't happen. And number two, when Sonia is leaving Turf Field, there's a bunch of cars around her. But then we see another angle and there's nothing there. I really hope that these are just mistakes that were overlooked and not an indication of the quality of work going on in OLM. These come off as really sloppy and make me worry for the last two episodes of the arc. Will they be able to wrap up the arc in a satisfactory way, and will the animation even hold up for the rest of the arc? I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. This is for those who watched One Punch Man Season 2. Is it just me, or did Eternatus's CGI kinda look like Elder Centipedes? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 44 of the Journey's anime, or episode 3 of the Sword and Shield arc, titled Eternatus, just dropped. And in this episode, Eternatus is released, and we get to learn a bit more about Rose and his plans. Let's not wait any longer and jump right into it. This episode begins with a recap of the last two episodes before we continue with the battle between Go and the agent working for Rose. It's a pretty standard Dynamax battle. Garbodor uses Max Steel Spike, Raboot uses Max Knuckle, and before Garbodor can use his G-Max Maldor, Raboot uses Max Flare and KOs Garbodor. After the agent runs away, Sonia and Go look at the statue that was revealed last episode, and Go realizes that one of the Pokemon in the statue looks like the Pokemon he saw in the Slumbering Weald. There's even a small little plaque on the statues with the names of these Pokemon, Zacian and Zamazenta. This basically allows Go and Sonia to use all the knowledge they have, the fact that the Darkest Day is most likely referring to a single Pokemon, the fact that the hero of Galar are really 2 people, not just 1, and the fact that the Sword and Shield are also Pokemon, to determine that they need to go back to the Slumbering Weald and get help from Zacian and Zamazenta. So, this is what I was worried about last episode, and I feel like it's fully realized here. There is just way too much story to be crammed into 4 episodes. I know the story from the game, so to me, it all makes sense. But even as I was watching this, I couldn't help but feel like they were just vomiting out exposition that was required rather than tell a compelling story. They figured out and connect the dots on everything just way too quickly, and to me that makes it pretty obvious how rushed this arc is. Realistically, this arc should have been a minimum of like 6 episodes, preferably more. This could have allowed our heroes to learn the information and connect the dots in a bit of a more logical fashion rather than what we got here. Anyways, more agents show up, so this time, rather than battling them, Go tells Sonia that the best thing to do in situations like these is just to run through them. So they do. This allows them to go back to their car, which jams for a second before Sonia gets it to go, and while they're on the move, Go recommends that they head back to the Slumbering Weald, named after the fact that the fog could make you go to sleep, and try to get Zacian and Zamazenta to help them out. We then cut to Leon, who gets into Rose Tower when another guy opens it. The guy tries to stop Leon and call Rose to ask him if Leon is allowed, but Leon barges his way through anyway. Does anyone find the continuity a bit strange here? Last episode, Leon got into Hammerlock at night, yet he doesn't go in here till the morning. I guess he was waiting for someone to open the door before he went in, but still begs the question, where did he stay during the night? It's not really an important question, but still, it's just weird to me that he got there the previous night but didn't do anything till the next morning. Speaking of morning, Ash is heading out of Rose Tower on his Dragonite, reliving the conversation he had with Rose the previous night about how he was thinking 1,000 years ahead before he gets a call from Go. Go lets Ash know that they're heading towards the Slumbering Weald after showing him the picture of the statue and confirming with Ash that when they were separated, Ash also saw that Pokemon. Go explains to Ash all of their theories so far, which explains why Pokemon are Dynamaxing and rampaging on their own. Meanwhile, Leon gets down to the lab where Eternatus is being held, and chaos is a brew as there's just way too much Galar particle leaking. And before any of the scientists can do anything to stop it, from inside of the egg, it uses its Dynamax cannon move, breaking through the egg-like device with a move which fires a beam all the way to the sky, which creates a dark cloud and a bunch of Galar particles to the sky and spewing them across the region. Ash also sees what's happening from the air and tells Go that he has to go and try to resolve this. So they agree that Ash should head to Hammerlock while Go and Sonia will try to get help from Zacian and Zamazenta. In the lab, Team Rocket, who's looking through the mines, waiting for Eternatus to come out so they can capture it, and Leon, who's trying to figure out what's going on, watch as Eternatus itself manages to break through this egg-like device and come out. I said in my preview that Team Rocket will probably play a bigger role in the story. This is where it begins for them. Eternatus is an interesting case in this show, not because of anything it does, but because how it exists. Its models and animations seem to mostly be CG, and because of that, it has this very alien-like feel to it. But because it's also CG, it feels really disconnected from the rest of the animations around it, which is obviously 2D. I'm not sure how to feel about this one. On one hand, a Pokemon like Eternatus shouldn't feel like a regular Pokemon. So regardless of how I feel about it, it does make Eternatus feel like its own beast. But on the other hand, it really is jarring. You can clearly tell it's CG so much so that it can be distracting at times. And I'm not sure how to feel about this. Please, feel free in the comments to let me know your thoughts on this CG depiction of Eternatus. Leon tries to get one of the scientists to see if there's any way they can contain it, but when the scientist says that everything regarding Eternatus has to go through Rose so they can't do anything, he takes matters into his own hands and brings out his Charizard, getting ready to battle. But before he can, Eternatus flies upwards where there's a giant stadium. Waiting for Eternatus up there is Team Rocket, who at first cower but then decide to catch Eternatus. They try to throw a giant net at it, which obviously won't work. Instead, Eternatus uses his Galar particle and hits Mewtwo with it, causing it to Gigantamax. At first, Team Rocket are happy. They think this is a great thing because you need something like a Gigantamax Meowth to take on Eternatus. But then, all those hopes are dashed as it begins to chase and attack Team Rocket themselves. As they're running away through a broken wall, they come across Ash, who also notices the Meowth and realizes the Eternatus must be inside. Back in the forest, Go and Sonia call out to Zacian and Zamazenta, telling them that the darkest day is about to return, and they also see on their phone that Ash is heading towards Eternatus. After calling out to them again, the fog gets denser and denser, and out come both Zacian and Zamazenta. They tell the two Pokemon what's happening before the two Pokemon walk away the way they came. Go, Sonia, and Raboot chase after it, and in doing so, they come across this altar way at the back of the forest, something that Sonia didn't even know existed. In the altar, Go sees an old rusted sword and shield, most likely from the midst of the statues, and after exploring the area a bit, they decide to head back to Hammerlock to stop Eternatus. But before they do, Go decides to take the old sword and the shield because it may have some hidden power that helped stop Eternatus before. I'm a bit disappointed that this altar doesn't look anywhere as cool or as memorable as the altar in the game. It doesn't pop or shine like the one in the game, something I really thought the anime would be able to adopt and make even better, but that doesn't seem to be the case, so that's really unfortunate. As Ash goes inside, he goes in face to face with Eternatus. Eternatus fires a Dynamax cannon at them, and he tries to get Dragonite to dodge, but it still gets hit, causing it to go down. As he's recalling it, from the hole that Eternatus came out of, emerges Leon. He asks him about the Pokemon being the darkest day, but before Leon can respond, we hear the voice of Rose. Rose explains to Ash that yes, indeed this is the darkest day. He also explains to Leon and Ash his plans, and this is where we get to learn a bit more about Rose as a person. The reason he grew up in poverty, as we learned last episode, was that his father used to work in the Galar mines, and died due to an accident. He was also thinking about Galar's energy crisis since Galar will run out of energy in the future. So after racking his brain, he figured out that Eternatus creates Galar particles, something that they can use as a source of energy. That way no one can get hurt in the mines again in the future. So he helps nurture and develop people like Leon in order to have them catch and control Eternatus so that they can use it to create energy for the Galar region, henceforth saving Galar's energy problem. And since I defended the games for this, I'll do the same with the anime. This is a fine motivation for Rose that makes sense. Like Magnolia said, Rose is the person who will continue to do something until he gets what he wants. In this case, while his idea is pretty noble to a certain degree, what makes him a villain is his lack of foresight. This is a problem that's 1,000 years away in the making. The anime I don't think explained it well, but in the game it's made pretty clear. And watching this episode, I'm sure that's what they meant to show. But anyways, this is a problem that's a millennia away. So far ahead that neither Rose nor Leon will be alive to see it. And by 1,000 years, Galar probably would have figured out another solution to their energy problem. So instead of letting things happen naturally, Rose tries to force the fix now, which puts tons of people in danger by bringing back something that caused Galar to almost be destroyed the last time. That motivation is both easy to understand and complex since technically the villain does have a point, but it's just the way Rose goes about doing it that makes him the villain. Leon says that he will capture Eternatus, but it won't be for energy. He'll capture it so no one can get hurt by it, and he's going to seal it instead of using it to create energy. So like I've said in the previous episode, this makes Leon much more of a hero and a leader character than he was in the game, which is something I love. Someone who doesn't love this, however, is Chairman Rose, who tries to stop Ash and Leon from going after Eternatus by bringing out his Copperajah and having it use Power Whip. However, Ash responds back with an Iron Tail, telling Leon to go capture Eternatus while he fights Rose. Rose then brings out his Ferrothorn for a 2-on-2 battle, while Ash brings out his Riolu. This is good. I'm glad we're not losing a fight, but this still worries me, which I'll talk about in just a bit. As Sonia and Go are also arriving at Hammerlock, they see a roadblock ahead of them, and taking Go's earlier advice, Sonia busts through the gates. This actually got changed from the original preview. If you look at the bit here, you can see a bunch of people near the roadblock, the agents, but when Sonia runs through it in the actual episode, we don't see it anymore. It seems like originally they wanted Sonia to break through even with the people blocking there, but for whatever reason, and I suspect it was to curb what might be perceived as promoting too much violence or reckless driving, they got rid of it in the final cut. Either way, they get through and Sonia tells Go to go help out Ash while she'll take care of the agents there. The agents bring out their Pokemon, which are all Steel type and seem to get bigger and bigger with each person. But before she has to fight them, from inside arrives Raihan, the gym leader for Hammerlock. He tells the agents that they shouldn't trouble a beautiful lady before bringing out his Duraludon. Inside of the stadium, as Go is trying to head in, he's stopped by Oleana, who tells him that he is disturbing the chairman by trying to stop his plan, and she brings out a Milotic. Go gets ready to battle with his Raboot, so that's where we end the episode. Ash getting ready to battle, Go getting ready to battle, Raihan getting ready to battle, Team Rocket being chased by Meowth, and Leon heading to capture Eternatus. Does anyone else see a major problem here? Because I do, and it's something that I've been harping about for a while now about this arc. How are they going to conclude all of this in just the next episode? Seriously, these battles should be like a minimum of 3 episodes. An episode for Ash vs Rose, an episode for Go vs Oleana, and the episode for the Eternatus fight. Instead, the next episode will have to juggle all 3 and somehow wrap up the entire story, and that is next to impossible to do in any sort of meaningful way. This means that all of these battles will either be glossed over or rushed like crazy, or, as we see in the preview, most likely, be interrupted by Eternatus Eternamaxing. This isn't a satisfying conclusion to anyone, and this is the main fear I had with the arc going in, which seems to be getting realized these last 2 episodes. Seriously, why is this arc only 4 episodes? That is ridiculous. This entire arc feels like it's been done a disservice. This isn't an arc that you should have happened at this point, so early in the story. It should have happened much later. You could have even had it built up by having first Ash and Go off to fight a wild Dynamax Pokemon that shouldn't be there and try to investigate, but ultimately they get nowhere. Then later, another instance of this happens, and this time they go to Sonia to Turffield and they could look at the hieroglyph there. There they could make some assumptions about what could be causing this, and in another episode they could have gone to look at the Hammerlock Museum pictures and find the statue behind the mural on Stow-on-Side, and that could have led to more frequent wild Dynamax battles happening. That's when you can start the multi-parter arc where you can dedicate episodes to major battles or story beats like going to Searchester. Instead here, everything is crammed into basically an hour and 20 minutes and given no room to breathe or tell a story, in my opinion, that could have been vastly improved upon from the games. Instead, not only does the anime take the safe route by basically doing a one-to-one story retelling, but it also rushes it out into 4 episodes, leaving out a bunch of questions on the table like, how did Rose even capture Eternatus and put it inside the energy ball? The first time we see Eternatus, it's flying freely in the sky. The next time we see it, it's inside a ball. But we'll never get an explanation for something like this because that requires time, something that apparently we can't have. Instead, we have Mewtwo's voice actor returning, so his episode needs to be treated like the biggest thing in the world. What a waste. You know, the evolutions that happen in this episode, I feel, would be so much more exciting if it weren't spoiled by, I don't know, the opening? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 45 of the Pokemon Journeys anime, and the final episode of the Sword and Shield arc, titled The Ultimate Sword and Shield, just dropped, and in this episode, will Ash be able to beat Rose? Will Go be able to beat Oleana? Will our heroes be able to stop Eternatus? Well, let's find out. We start this episode where we left off last episode, with Leon heading to the top of Hammerlock to face Eternatus. Team Rocket are still also being chased by their Gigantamax Meowth, who's going on a rampage, when Jesse yells at Meowth, asking him if he forgot Giovanni's order, which seems to allow him to regain some sort of control again, where he thinks, Giovanni? Then they tell Meowth to head to the top of Hammerlock to battle Eternatus, and so it does. Team Rocket climb on its tail while Meowth heads to the top of Hammerlock, where it uses G-Max Gold Rush. Or at least it tries to. However, Eternatus begins absorbing the Galar particles around, which not only makes Meowth shrink back to size, but also cancels out Leon's attempt at Gigantamaxing at the same time. Then, Eternatus uses its Dynamax cannon on the floor, which sends Team Rocket blasting off. Silly me for thinking that Team Rocket were actually going to contribute to this arc. Man, this really sucks. Not only for them, but also us as a viewer. I ask this sincerely, and if someone in the comments wants to give a good explanation, I'd love to read it. What was the point of them even being in this arc? To allow Meowth to Gigantamax? Is that it? Because I feel like they could have done that in another arc or another episode, rather than wasting precious screen time on an arc that's already going 1,000,000 miles per hour to fit everything in. The only thing they contribute is helping Ash find Eternatus, and Ash already would have found Eternatus because he was heading to Hammerlock anyways. If they're just going to be a bunch of waste of time, at least be some sort of entertaining waste of time. In this arc, they couldn't even be that. There are 3 different battles happening all at once here, so I'll go through each one of them individually, fully, instead of them in order, okay? On top of Hammerlock, Leon is trying to attack Eternatus, but he's kinda getting wrecked. Eventually, after it absorbs enough Galar particle, it unleashes a massive Dynamax cannon, which Leon barely manages to dodge, and it hits the building and goes through. Now, below him fighting at the same time, Rose and Ash are battling. Rose explains that Eternatus is absorbing these Galar particle in order to become its ultimate form, one that'll allow for infinite energy. However, Ash says that Leon will stop it before that happens and proceeds to attack with Riolu and Pikachu. Rose is a pretty competent battler though. He uses Ferrothorn to play defense with Iron Defense while his Copperajah attacks. So in order to counter this, Ash gets the idea to break their formation by having Pikachu use Quick Attack and Riolu use Double Team to run around the two to disorient them. Rose then tries to have both of his Pokemon attack. Ash keeps redirecting his Pokemon to dodge in specific ways until they're back to back. Then when Rose goes for a final double Power Whip, he has them jump, causing Copperajah and Ferrothorn to hit each other. Ash is so confident throughout this entire plan that he's laid out, it's pretty awesome to see. Then, as he's about to use his Thunderbolt, the Dynamax cannon that Eternatus used earlier that I talked about goes through the ceiling and hits Pikachu, who gets hurt badly. Rose, however, doesn't get hit and prepares to use Power Whip on Pikachu and Ash. However, his Riolu jumps in to block it. Riolu battles the 2 Pokemon who are trying to crush it. Then, a brilliant blue light starts emanating. Riolu is evolving. Below Ash's battle at the entrance, Go and Oleana are battling. This is a much more one-sided battle, as Go and Raboot continue to only use Ember against the Milotic for some unspecified reason. While they're battling, Oleana tells Go that Eternatus is Rose's dream and she wants to see that come through. When Go finally decides to switch away from Ember, Raboot declines. Go then remembers saying in the past that Raboot and him learned Ember together, so they're going to win with it. However, just then, Oleana orders Milotic to use Aqua Tail, only for the Dynamax cannon from earlier that Eternatus fired to shake the entire building, disrupting their battle. Go then realizes that he can use different angles to hit Milotic, so he has Raboot jump in the corners of the wall and use embers from all different directions. Milotic tries to block all of them with Aqua Tail, but gets hit by embers from multiple angles, and as he's jumping in the air kicking the Pyro Ball, a brilliant blue light starts emanating. Raboot is evolving. I'm so glad these evolutions are finally happening. Don't get me wrong, I like both Raboot and Riolu, but ever since Riolu in particular's introduction to the series, it's just been all about Riolu. Ash's entire other arsenal of Pokemon have taken such a back seat to it. Farfetch'd didn't even get to come to the rematch against B. Gengar showed up in this arc for the first time in months. With Riolu finally evolving into a Lucario, I hope that Ash's other Pokemon now have a chance to have some much needed development. I don't think that's going to be the case with Go, but it would be cool that now that Raboot evolved, some of Go's other Pokemon would get some development. Will it happen? I don't know, I highly doubt it, but I'm hopeful. The newly evolved Lucario then throws out both Copperajah and Ferrothorn off of him with his strength, and that's pretty impressive. And while Ash wants it to use Vacuum Wave, using his Aura, Lucario communicates to Ash that he has learned Aura Sphere, which Ash uses to KO both of Rose's Steel types. He then heads up to help Leon. Go, with his newly evolved Cinderace, uses Pyro Ball and KOs the Milotic. After a wholesome hug between the two, he heads up to help Ash. Outside, Raihan, who if you remember last episode was helping out Sonia, has his Duraludon use Breaking Swipe and KO all of the agent's Pokemon, causing them to flee. He then tells Sonia that while he would love to take her out on a date or something, there's just way too much rampaging Pokemon currently, so he leaves to take care of that, while Sonia heads up to deal with Eternatus. Ash is the first one who makes it to the roof, followed up by Go. They congratulate each other on their newly evolved Pokemon before Leon says that he has Eternatus cornered and uses one more Air Slash before throwing an Ultra Ball. A welcome change since in the game he uses a Pokeball instead, which makes no sense. But anyways, the Pokeball lands and it shakes once, however, Eternatus bursts out of it, and Leon protects Ash and Go while his Charizard protects Cinderace, Pikachu, and Lucario, taking the brunt of the damage in the process. When Eternatus comes out, it begins going into its final form. They don't give it a name here, but it's called its Eternamax form. It's basically its special Dynamax form. Leon recalls his Charizard before passing out, telling the boys to run, and Chairman Rose is extremely giddy to see this from a distance, while Oleana is horrified. The boys decide to do something about it and fight back. Pikachu, Lucario, and Cinderace all use their strongest moves, but it doesn't work on Eternatus. Instead, it fires back with a bunch of different Dynamax cannon, almost causing Ash to get blown off the building. However, when all hope seems lost, the sword and the shield picked up by Go begins to glow. Sonia finally makes it upstairs to see Leon badly hurt before Eternatus uses its attack again. Ash and Go dodge it before deciding that they will now become the legends and hold out the sword and shield, and in doing so, they call for the legendary Pokemon of the region, Zacian and Zamazenta. The sword flies out of Ash and Go's hands into the mouths of Zacian and Zamazenta, where they transform into their Crown Shield and Heroes of Many Battles form. Pikachu, Lucario, and Cinderace also all decide to get up and fight. The legendaries use Behemoth Blade and Behemoth Bash respectively, followed by a Thunderbolt, Aura Sphere, and Pyro Ball, followed by another final combination of Behemoth Blade and Behemoth Bash, which finally takes down Eternamax Eternatus. Go pulls out his Pokeball to capture it, but since it's a form of Dynamax, the ball expands and Ash helps him throw it at Eternatus. The ball hits Eternatus and it's captured. They successfully capture it, Zacian and Zamazenta leave, all of the rampaging and Dynamax Pokemon go back to normal, the black clouds are gone, and Galar is saved. The next morning, we see Magnolia talking to Sonia, telling us two pieces of crucial information. One, Eternatus has been buried somewhere inside of a vault so people can't find it again, so Ash and Go gave up the Pokeball. And two, Leon is helping look for Rose and Oleana, meaning it looks like they escaped, and they'll probably be back in the future. Oh, and also Sonia is a professor now. Ash and Go return the sword and shield in the slumbering wheel, thanking Zacian and Zamazenta, vowing to capture and fight them, before ending the episode. So the second half of the entire fight, I didn't really comment much because I wanted to say what I wanted to say here. Here's the thing. This story is already a pretty short story even in the games. It's an even shorter story in the anime. But I do think this is an important story. A story that literally affects the entirety of Galar. But for some reason, it's not treated like that. I want you to compare the scenes from this episode of Zacian and Zamazenta coming to the games version. Tell me which one looks better. You can't tell me that in a battle heavy episode like this, you couldn't have given a bit more care to, I don't know, the battle animation? What the heck happened between Sun and Moon and Journeys to the point where even in major battles, we get nothing spectacular in terms of battle animation nowadays? But it's not just about the looks here. Ash and Go just helped save the entire Galar region from the Black Night, the darkest day, right? Yet, how much do you want to bet that the next time they go to Galar, absolutely nothing. It's never even going to be brought up again. This isn't an issue specifically with this episode or this arc. This is one that permeates throughout the entire series, but it's still a major problem. They successfully capture Eternatus, Zacian and Zamazenta leave, all of the rampaging and Dynamax Pokemon go back to normal, the black clouds are gone, Galar is saved. All of that happens in the span of less than 2 minutes. That is really, really bad writing. I understand that a television show has time constraints, but maybe they could have figured that out when deciding to only allocate 4 total episodes to this and less than half an episode for the final battle and resolution. I already complained about these in the previous 2 episodes, so I guess I won't say any more here. Now overall, did I like the arc? Sure, it was fine. While I do think the story was rushed, it was written competently enough. While the battles weren't flashy, it held up. But that's the issue. If you're going to announce a 4-part arc, change the entire visuals of the opening to be about this arc in particular and everything surrounding it. And you even hype up the final battle by spoiling the evolutions in the opening of the series, and all we get is an episode and a battle that's fine? That's truly disappointing. Hearing the Movie 1 music in this episode was pretty cool, not gonna lie. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 46 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Battling and Catching. Mewtwo Rises Again just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes face off against Mewtwo. How will the battle go? Well, let's find out. This episode really felt like a season 2 episode 1 type of episode where they reintroduce all of the characters and the main people involved in the series. Was this supposed to air when they moved time slots? I have a feeling that maybe it was, but due to COVID that got moved up so that this episode came way later. I don't know, that's just a theory. Or maybe this was just supposed to be like a reference to movie 1 where we get the world of Pokemon since Mewtwo is in this episode. After everyone gets introduced, Cerise tells our hero that they found some strong psychic energy in Cerebral Island and they could potentially find Mew there. And since he knows that Go really wants to capture Mewtwo, he's arranged a boat for them to go and explore. As our heroes go around the island, they first come upon a tree with a bunch of Mankeys. When one of the Mankeys tries to attack them, Go throws his Pokeball and captures it. However, all that really seems to do is annoy the other Mankeys, so the other Mankeys start chasing them. However, they stop. Why? Well, it turns out they're in a sinking swamp. So Go gets out of the swamp and calls out his Heracross to help pull up Ash. This is where we also get to see a little bit of Go's utility Pokemons. What Pokemon that he usually takes with him on adventures. Like I said, Heracross, he uses that since it's one of his stronger Pokemons, and he uses that to pick up Ash from a swamp. And since they need to cross the swamp, Go decides that he's going to use Caterpie String Shot to create a tightrope that they can use, so that's another one of his utility Pokemon. While they're crossing this tightrope, they start being attacked by a Kingler, and during the process a Krabby, which Go captures by throwing a Pokeball at it. They are able to fight it off long enough to land on the other side of the swamp unharmed. Then they have to cross a river. Ash crosses most of the river, but as Go is following him, a Gyarados appears and jumps over them. Go tries to capture the Gyarados by throwing a Pokeball at it, but Gyarados comes out and instead is more upset. Ash tries to block the Gyarados by using Electro Web and having Go cross, but Gyarados escapes the Electro Web and eventually uses a Hydro Pump or a Hydro Cannon or some sort of water move to blast them off the rocks and into the river. This is where we get to see another one of Go's utility Pokemon, Dugong, who he uses to try and swim, but the water currents from the waterfall is pulling them forward. They try to fight it, but they can't, and they fall over the waterfall. They eventually wake up, and while they don't know where they're at, they do see Pokemon that they recognize. When they try to go towards them, however, the Pokemon get scared and run away. They follow those Pokemon, and we see those Pokemon yelling into a tree with dramatic blue lighting, which, come on, but it is pretty cool. And from that tree, out comes Mewtwo, who uses telepathy. That's not a shot at Mewtwo, by the way. That's just a running joke in the Pokemon movies where all the legendaries can seemingly talk to humans, and every time they do, Brock or whoever the equivalent is like, that Pokemon's using telepathy. Anyways, Mewtwo asks them why they're here and what they're doing. Ash recognizes Mewtwo, which is interesting continuity. I'm assuming he recognizes Mewtwo from the Mewtwo Returns special, which was such a long time ago that I really didn't expect them to reference it here. And I'm not surprised they didn't, but I do wish that Mewtwo would have said something to allude to the fact that he knows about Ash. It doesn't even have to be direct, because someone who's never seen that special might not know how Ash knows Mewtwo. Does he just implicitly know him, or do they have a history? I really wish the episode did a better job of making that connection there. While Go doesn't know who Mewtwo is, he does realize that it's a Pokemon and says he wants to capture it to eventually meet Mew. Mewtwo questions how capturing all the Pokemon is going to help Go get to Mew, which is a perfect question. I'm glad Mewtwo asked it. Go responds by saying that by capturing all the Pokemon, he understands all of them, and he wants to understand all the Pokemon and eventually capture Mew. That response really bothered me. Sure, that's probably what Go is trying to do, but this is an animated medium. Show don't tell is the primary rule. When have we ever seen, besides that one episode where Go takes care of his Pokemon, that Go captures Pokemon because he wants to understand them? Even in this episode, the two Pokemon he captures, the Kingler and the Mankey, he captures in self-defense, not because he's trying to understand them. At no point does he say he wants to understand them. He just captures them and moves on. That's what 90% of his Pokemon are. So that response really bothered me because it's completely different from the reality that we're seeing on screen. Ash obviously wants to be a Pokémon Master. Mewtwo agrees to their dream and decides to battle. It's kinda sad that this one episode arc has way better animation than the 4-part built up episode. I'm not trying to poop on the Darkest Day arc here, I'm just saying that this episode really has good animation. It's fluid, it looks nice, and although it's one-sided with Mewtwo decidedly blocking everything and flinging our hero's Pokemon across, it's still a pretty dope battle. The only thing that annoys me are the participants. It's the same 3 participants we saw in the final episode of the Galar arc. It's the same 3 Pokemon that have been the main focus of almost every episode. Could we have not gotten a different set of Pokemon here? Gengar, Dragonite, anything? While Go and Ash work well together, they are eventually overwhelmed by Mewtwo just creating this giant shadow ball. Mewtwo then sees that they have pure intentions and the Pokemon that were scared earlier come towards them. Mewtwo explains to them that he takes care of the Pokemon that get hurt by humans. There are a lot more scarier Pokemon than him in the world, but because of their attitudes, Ash and Go will be fine. They black out before waking right back up near the Cerise Laboratory. When they wake up, Koharu's there, and they go inside as the episode ends with Cerise asking them if they met Mew. I watched this episode 3 times to really get a feel of how I feel about this episode, and I'm still not really sure. If I take the episode on its own, it's a pretty good episode. Good animation, the story's simple enough. But if you look at it in context, what does it really accomplish? I guess it allows our heroes to reinforce their goal, especially for assuming that this is supposed to be Season 2 Episode 1. So I guess in that case it really does work well. But in the grander scheme of things, it's never going to make a difference. Now, again, that's a problem with Journeys itself, not this episode, but my point still stands. If you want to check it out, go ahead and check out this episode. It has some really cool battle strategies that I think you'll enjoy, and the animation in this episode is really good, so even if you don't like the story, you'll enjoy the animation. On another note, my voice has been so up and down throughout this episode. I just feel ill, so if it feels like sometimes my voice is super loud while sometimes my voice is super low, that's why. My throat is really sore, so sorry about that. Seeing that new introduction with the evolved Pokemon was pretty dope, not gonna lie. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 47 of the Journeys anime titled Pokemon Champion. The Battle of Big Eaters just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes compete in an eating contest. It actually is way more exciting than it actually sounds, so let's jump into it. The episode begins with Ash and Go at the Pokemon eating contest, ready to compete, before we get a flashback showing how they got there. Basically, they're feeding their Pokemon as they usually do, and Ash and Go discuss the fact that Scorbunny never seems to be full. So in order to test that theory, Professor Cerise says that maybe they should enter the Pokemon eating contest. The Pokemon eating contest in Kanto seems to have a bunch of history though, as Krissa comes up and says that it's a very serious contest when Go says that he wants to win, and that the former champion is also gonna be on this one. So our heroes have a bit to compete for. Krissa in this episode gets quite a bit of characterization here actually. One, we find out that she's passionate about food eating contests. That's what she really likes. And it's weird because she looks like the straight-laced one compared to Renji, but that doesn't seem to be the case. She also seems to know a lot about the Pokemon eating contest's history, as she's going to be the one providing the exposition for us. Finally, she tells us that she loves it because it shows off the Pokemon's different ability. And while you'd think something like a Snorlax would win, it actually ends up being a bit more complex than that. Also competing in this contest is Team Rocket, who have been fasting with their Morpeko for a while to prepare for this contest. Why? Well, the winner gets to go to Hoenn and get the free Hoenn buffet, so whoever can eat the most will get to eat the most in the future. It's a bit of a weird prize, but it's alright. So, Go is going to participate with his Scorbunny, and Ash decides to participate with his Dragonite. The contest legend appears, the one that Krissa was talking about, and he has a Blaziken. They seem to be slow eaters, they're pretty older looking, but they're slow eaters yet they always seem to win. That Blaziken has a rivalry with the Snorlax here as well that we'll explore a little bit later. The first round of this contest are berry eating contests, and this first round is actually done legit. There's no shenanigans here as there will be in later rounds. Here, some Pokemon start off great but rush and get full too quickly. Others are taking their time and spitting out the seed, which takes more time, but they're able to eat more. Go's smart strategy is actually to combine the two. Eat as fast as you can with Scorbunny, and use Bullet Seed to spit out all the seeds. It's interesting to see that a lot of Pokemon that you would think would be able to eat a lot, really can't. And when the round ends and the final tallies are being scored, we find out that includes Ash's Dragonite, who turns out to be a surprisingly light eater. This is the group that ends up making it to the second round. Before the second round can start, all of our heroes and winners are backstage when Team Rocket scheme up something. Not only are they participating in the event, but they're also helping run the food back and forth. So when they bring cookies, the other Pokemon go ahead and eat it. But it turns out the cookies are laced with something that makes your stomach bloat. So a lot of the Pokemon that ate a bunch of the cookies get completely full. It almost happens to Go's Scorbunny, and even their Morpeko, but they're able to prevent that from happening. Also backstage, Go forms a little rivalry with the scientist who's a veteran and who's going after Go for being a newbie. Just as the second round has started, a lot of those Pokemon who ate the cookies are completely full and cannot compete. So now it's gone to just 6 Pokemon left. And this is where another Team Rocket scheme comes about. This time, they have to draw balls and compete against each other on 2v2s. So what Team Rocket does is have Meowth inside of the little box and purposely set up matches and gives the ball to people so that their Morpeko has less competition. Case in point, they pit the champion and the heavily favored challenger against each other immediately. So it looks like either the champion or one of the heavily favored challengers is not going to make it to the final round. That makes it easy for Go and Morpeko to advance to the third round, as they won't have as stiff of a competition. The champion, the Blaziken, and the Snorlax, the heavily favored challenger, have a rivalry going way back, as Krista tells us. That Snorlax has lost to that Blaziken before, so he went around the country to participate in a bunch of other eating contests and has become a champion in a bunch of them, but now that Blaziken's returned, it wants to get its revenge. Go is facing up against the scientist that he just developed a rivalry with earlier. And finally, Morpeko is going up against the trainer with a Glalie. There's actually a lot more strategy in the second round, as the contestants who drew balls with symbols on them got to choose the food. The first case, the Blaziken versus Snorlax, there doesn't seem to be strategy, as they just go for curry, which both Pokemon can eat. But between Go and the scientist and Team Rocket and the Glalie trainer, there is strategy. See, Go picks a sweet food because he knows Gulpin doesn't like sweet food, and he noticed that when the cookies came last time, that the guy and the Gulpin walked away from the confrontation. James, on the other hand, picked super hot food, and the reason for that is because the Glalie won't eat the hot food. When it tries to use Ice Beam to cool down the food, it not only freezes the food itself, but also the plate around it, so it can't get in and eat anymore. At one point, Scorbunny is about to get tired of eating the same sweet food over and over, when all of a sudden he pulls out his secret trump card, Spicy Tomato Berry. And apparently you're allowed to bring outside spices, which helps Scorbunny clear its palate before jumping on to eat some more sweet things. As the second round ends, we get the winners. Blaziken defeats the Snorlax, Go wins, and Morpeko wins. The finals is a 1-on-1-on-1 versus the Blaziken versus the Scorbunny and versus the Morpeko, and the final food they need to eat are desserts that look like Torchic. And this is pretty funny because the champion Blaziken, who probably would have won, can't bear to eat Torchics, so it picks up the food and leaves, completely disappearing from the contest. Kakuna has a hilarious reaction here. She's like, oh my god, he's so handsome, even in his defeat. So finally, it comes down to Scorbunny versus Morpeko. It looks like Morpeko is gonna win when all of a sudden, it is turned back to its normal form. It is not hungry anymore. So when Team Rocket tries to get it to eat some more food, it uses its Aura Wheel and Team Rocket go blasting off. Scorbunny is the only one left in the contest, but it still needs to out-eat Morpeko. It's going and going, but around the end, it is starting to get really sick. When all of a sudden, it perseveres. Why? As Krista says, it is because there's still food to be eaten. As Scorbunny goes ahead and eats the bits that's gonna take it over the top, a brilliant blue light emanates. Scorbunny is evolving. When it evolves into a Greedent, I guess it resets its appetite as it's able to eat a bunch more and completely pass Morpeko, making Go the champion food eater. That's also going to set up the next episode since they're going to head to Hoenn to go get their prize buffet. The episode ends with Team Rocket, who have been blasted off, who have been starving for a long time, finally trying to eat some of the cookies that they got from the contest, the Torchic ones, only for Morpeko to get hungry again and attack them. So yeah, surprisingly, this was a pretty good episode. It looked like a pretty boring filler type episode, but they really put some thought into strategy and the real biology of Pokemon to see how Pokemon would eat food, what they like, what they don't like, and it came into play here in this contest. I thought it was brilliant. Krissa also got a bunch of development here, like I said. She was not only the exposition person here, but really shown in her ability to talk about Pokemon in a manner that made all of them look grand. I didn't really talk about Chloe being in this episode, but honestly, she's just there to be someone who's skeptical about Pokemon eating contests at first, and by the end, she's a fan of them, so whatever, she doesn't really do much. The entire bit with the Blaziken champion and the Snorlax was great, and the Blaziken not being able to eat Torchics is even funnier. Honestly, this is one of those episodes that just by looking at the trailer, I wouldn't want to watch, but I highly recommend checking it out. It's actually pretty funny. Another episode that focuses on Lucario and Cinderace. Yay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 48 of the Journeys anime titled The Almost Pikachu Crisis just dropped, and in this episode, it is a continuation from the previous episode where our heroes head to Unova to get Go's food prize winnings. However, Team Rocket is there and looks to be causing some shenanigans. How will it go down? Well, let's find out. This episode is a continuation from the previous episode. Our heroes are in Unova to cash in Go's winning from the food eating contest. Team Rocket are also in Unova because since they lost, they know that Ash and Go are eventually gonna be in Unova, and they have a plan to steal Pikachu. What is it this time? Well, this time, Meowth made a mechanical Pikachu that is almost exactly like Pikachu. It looks like Pikachu, it feels like Pikachu. The only thing it doesn't do like Pikachu is sound like Pikachu, as it says Hikachu instead of Pikachu. That's the one thing that Meowth said he couldn't replicate. But that's alright, maybe the kid is too dumb to notice. Ash and Go finally get to the truck where Team Rocket is, where they're selling Castelia cones. Team Rocket give Ash and Go free extra bonus toppings to keep them busy so that they can try to switch out Pikachu while they're too busy eating. Go doesn't want extra ice cream, but he will give Cinderace ice cream. Cinderace tries to share with Lucario, but Lucario has none of it, and that's going to be the main conflict throughout the episode. And I'll say it right here, but I find Cinderace's voice a bit grating. It's fine in short doses, but an entire episode of ban, ban, ban can get kind of annoying. Anyways, our heroes start eating ice cream, and how's Ash taking out of the equation so that Team Rocket have an opportunity to steal Pikachu? Go complains about Ash's hands getting sticky. Go, you're eating ice cream. Have you ever eaten ice cream? Your hand gets sticky, that's fine. You deal with it later. You don't deal with it while eating ice cream. What's wrong with you? So with Ash not there and Go really not paying attention, Team Rocket attempt to switch out Ash's Pikachu for Hikachu. However, Pikachu and Hikachu start walking out of where they were originally placed at. So now Team Rocket have to try to listen and pick out the right Pikachu in order to steal it. And I'll say this more than once in this episode, but this is pretty funny. It's done really, really well as they're trying their hardest to figure out which is Pikachu and which is the mech. Eventually, they make their move and grab one Pikachu by using this little rubbery substance that sticks to the Pokemon, and they put him on a bike and run away. And as they're doing so, Cinderace spots it and notices the Pikachu, freaks out, and goes to Lucario and says, "Hey, we have to chase it." As they're chasing Team Rocket, Meowth turns around and uses that same sticky substance, and it gets caught on both Cinderace and Lucario's hands. I don't know how many of y'all will know about this, but if anyone watches Naruto, it's basically like this filler episode that was in Shippuden, where Naruto and Sasuke's hands get stuck together and they have to work together to beat a common foe. That's basically what happens here, but in this case, I actually think it's way more funnier because the rubber, as Cinderace and Lucario are running, can stretch really high and make the Pokemon go flying. So hijinks ensues as they're able to use that flying rubbery thing to their advantage and their disadvantage to just fly around the city. I'm telling you, I'm not going to be able to really explain this episode as well as I'd like. This episode is really worth watching just because of how funny the visual gags are. They eventually do fly enough to knock Team Rocket off their balloon and grab Pikachu, or what they think is Pikachu. The thing is, the story makes it pretty clear that they didn't grab the right Pikachu, so it's not like this massive suspense throughout the episode, but that's also kind of the charm of it, because you're just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop as this whole thing is going on. And there's another hilarious visual gag here where Ash and Go are like, I wonder where Cinderace and Lucario are, as we just see them flying around behind them in the background. Eventually, everyone lands, and Team Rocket and Cinderace and Lucario are facing off. Team Rocket call in their prize master and get Sock and Throw from them, and we have this quick battle. At first, the rubber substance, is making it so that... Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. So, throughout the entire episode, Cinderace and Lucario are fighting. Basically, Cinderace wants to go one way, Lucario wants to go the other way. That's also the main subplot of this episode. So, as they're trying to fight, the sticky rubber substance makes it so that Cinderace is trying to do one thing, Lucario is trying to do another, and they can't hit anything. Instead, when one person gets hit, both of them get hit since they're stuck together. Eventually, Cinderace, by hearing Jessie say, oh, look at them just idiotically spinning around and hitting themselves, figures out that spinning, hey, and spins Lucario with that. By the way, how strong is Cinderace to be able to spin Lucario? That is ridiculous. But spins Lucario, sends him flying towards Sock, and Lucario uses revenge on Sock. Then, Lucario does the same to Cinderace, sends him flying across by spinning him, and Cinderace uses Blaze Kick on Throw. They finally start working together, and both of them use a combination of Aura Sphere and Pyro Ball to create this giant thing and send Team Rocket blasting off. As Team Rocket are blasting off though, they're kinda happy because they think they might have got the real Pikachu because Wobbuffet grabbed it in the middle of the battle. But then the other shoe drops, and the reaction here is A1. Honestly, the best reaction is Meowth, who's like, hey, look at that! I made a duplicate so good that we fell for it. Eventually, Lucario and Cinderace finally get back to Ash and Go because they're freaking out that Pikachu might have gotten stolen, only to have the other shoe drop on their side, where they realize that Pikachu's been there all along. The episode ends with Cinderace accidentally getting some cream from a donut or something like that. I don't know what it is. It looks like a donut into Lucario's face, and Lucario getting upset and chasing him. If you couldn't tell, I really did enjoy this episode, but I did have a couple of problems with it, so I'll talk about that first. Where is Greedent? That's what I want to know. Didn't Greedent win Go the competition? Why isn't it here eating with Ash and Go? Would it have made a difference if Greedent was in this episode also eating alongside Go? Story-wise, it couldn't have made a single bit of difference. They could have just had everyone else eating except for Lucario and Cinderace. Not having the Pokemon that won Go the competition be there eating makes Go look like a bad trainer. He only brought out Cinderace, that's it? And same with his other Pokemon. I need to send out a missing EPA for Sobble, because Sobble's been missing from the anime for a while. Same with Ash's Dragonite. I know we saw Ash's Dragonite last episode, but Ash's Dragonite also participated in that eating contest. Ash, do you want to, bring out your Dragonite maybe? What is going on with this series not wanting to show Ash's other Pokemon? Maybe they can't get the voice actors for those episodes or something like that, because that has to be the only explanation as to why that isn't a thing here. One of the biggest things I loved about Sun and Moon is how Ash's entire team felt like a family. They were always on screen together all the time. And here, this is basically the Pikachu and Lucario show for Ash because no one else from his team shows up. Same with Go. I just don't understand the anime's reluctance to have other Pokemon on the show. It doesn't have to change the story, just have them as background set pieces. That makes the world feel richer. But yeah, that's my only biggest problem, because I actually think the rest of the episode even though I wasn't looking forward to it, was done so well that it just kind of made me like it. First of all, like I said earlier, the show didn't try to over dramatize that, oh, Pikachu got stolen, because they showed us pretty early that Ash's Pikachu was with Ash, and that made that anticipation a different type of experience. And even though I'm sick and tired of Cinderace and Lucario being the only focus for Ash and Go, I do think the gags here are really funny here. There's a lot of good comedy here, and Pokemon can be sometimes hit and miss with comedy, but this one I think definitely hit. And this is one of the few times where Team Rocket being in a place where Ash is also makes perfect sense, because they knew where Ash was going to be, so they could prepare in advance. You're not going to hear me complain about the Prize Master again, because I've already done an entire video complaining about that, so if you want to check it out, you can click the little iCard. But besides that, man, this episode was really good. I highly recommend it. Did anyone else notice Yamper and Eevee just phasing right through the school door when they were being chased? What happened there? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 49 of the Journey's anime titled Chloe and the really mysterious Eevee just dropped, and in this episode, a mysterious Eevee that can evolve ends up with Chloe, someone who doesn't want to capture Pokemon, and she has to protect it from these suspicious looking people. How's that gonna go? Well, let's find out. This episode ended up being a much more enjoyable and ultimately better episode than I thought it would be when I saw the original episode preview. We start this episode with Go going back to school. Apparently, he made a deal with his teacher that he's going to just skip regular classes and just show up during test days. I guess Go's like me in college. That begs the question though, how does the school system even work in the Pokemon world? Ash doesn't go to school at all, and he's the same age as Go. Did Ash drop out? Do you get a special permit as a trainer to skip school? It's something that's never been answered, but still, I would love to know. Also, Go looks ridiculous in a school uniform. On their way to school, Chloe and Go discuss Chloe's future. She says that the reason she hasn't captured any Pokemon is because everyone expects her to since she's the professor's daughter. She references episode 11 where her mother told her that eventually when the time comes, she will figure out her future on her own, not by anyone telling her to do so, and this is the central theme of this episode. We see that paralleled with an Eevee that we see also in this episode. This Eevee is in a location with a bunch of evolutions around and is trying to figure out what it wants to be. It tries to be a Sylveon, it fails. It tries to be a Vaporeon, it fails. And inside the lab, when scientists try to get it to evolve via fire, water, and thunderstone, it fails. While the Eevee's outside of the lab, it comes across Chloe's Yamper, who we later find out is on its walk being brought to the park by Ash. Eevee also tries to be a Yamper, but obviously that fails. But when they're figuring out who each other are, the two scientists from the inside come out with a net to try and catch Eevee, who's been mischievously running away, and this obviously looks suspicious to Yamper, who runs along with Eevee. They run and run and run until they come across Chloe's school. Yamper recognizes Chloe's scent, so they go in the school with both Ash and the scientists chasing their respective Pokemon. Chloe finally spots her Yamper outside of the classroom during the test, and we find out that here she struggles to speak in public. I had a feeling that was the case starting in episode 11, but there, she's cut off from saying anything by her classmates, so we couldn't really tell. Here, she can barely string together sentences when she speaks out loud. Poor Chloe. Somehow though, her teacher understands what she's talking about and lets her leave class in the middle of a test to go outside. Seriously, what type of schools are in this universe? Outside, she finally meets Eevee. They have an immediate bond as foretold by the filter between the two when they meet, but when Yamper tells her about the scientist with the net that looks super suspicious, she calls Go on her phone, who is also let out from class by the teacher in the middle of a test to go help protect this Eevee. Seriously, what type of school is this? Shenanigans ensues and there's a chase between the scientists and the Eevee, with Go and Chloe trying to, quote, protect the Eevee. Meanwhile, another plot that I didn't even mention earlier, We also find out that students aren't allowed to bring their Pokemon inside the class. They have to instead leave them out in the park with the rest of the other students' Pokemon. I don't think that leaving all of the students' Pokemon outside with no supervision is a good idea, and apparently Team Rocket agree. This is also the first time Go has had Sobble with him in a few episodes, so you could probably imagine how that went when he tried to leave him there alone. So as Ash is looking for Yamper, he comes across Team Rocket dressed in these school outfits trying to steal the Pokemon. But before he can do anything about it, he falls in a pit trap, Team Rocket's oldest trick in the book. It feels like it's been forever since we last saw that, and Chloe and Go and the scientists who are all running also come across Team Rocket stealing all of the park Pokemon. Ash then hears Go talking to the scientists, telling them that he isn't going to let bad guys let them steal the Eevee, which is when finally the misunderstanding gets resolved when they explain that they're scientists, not bad guys. Ash then calls out to Go to let him know that these other people, aka Team Rocket, have stolen all the Pokemon in the park. When he asks them for it back, we get their typical motto. They call their prize master in, but in a nice twist from the usual formula, their machine doesn't actually work. Instead, they have to use the Pelipper that usually brings the prize machine to do battle, and it goes up against Yamper. Yamper tries to use Spark, but it's too weak and gets countered with Wing Attack. Instead, Eevee also jumps into battle and like before begins to copy Yamper, but this time it's Spark, and it works as they both use it to go through Pelipper's Hydro Pump and send it blasting off. Team Rocket try to sneak off with all the Pokemon in the park from the machine, but Pikachu jumps out of the pit to use Iron Tail to destroy their machine to free all the Pokemon, before using Thunderbolt to send Team Rocket blasting off. Everything is then cleared up after school with Chloe, Go, Cerise, and the scientists from the lab. They're about to take Eevee back, but both Chloe and Eevee reminisce on their brief time together, and Eevee jumps out of the scientist's arm and into Chloe's. The head scientist then comes forward and tells Chloe that she can actually keep the Eevee, explaining to her that it's a special Eevee that doesn't seem to evolve, and her theory is that maybe it just hasn't made up its mind yet and it doesn't know what it wants to do, and when the time comes, it'll make its decision on its own, connecting it back to the theme that I was talking about earlier. Chloe then finally captures the Eevee in her Pokeball, making it her first capture since technically Yamper is Cerise's Pokemon, and the episode ends with her getting her own Rotom Dex, hinting that she may be a trainer in the future. So, I have a theory as to why this Eevee couldn't evolve. Mind you now, this is just a theory that I came up with pretty quickly as I was watching through the episode, but what if they're planning a new evolution for the next generation of Pokemon, and that's why they're making Chloe's Eevee not evolve for now? I know that you could argue, maybe this Eevee can Gigantamax so it can't evolve, and maybe that's the case, but narrative wise, that wouldn't make any sense since the story is about how she and Eevee are both hesitant to commit to something. The payoff to that would then be by the end of the series, both Chloe and Eevee will evolve into something. That also works with around the end of the series when they can start teasing the next generation of Pokemon with a new evolution as their first tease. I don't know, that's just my theory. And as far as the episode goes, this is a really good episode. The story was solid throughout, with it focusing mainly just on Chloe, who's always had the most story potential since she doesn't have concrete goals yet, and her interactions with Eevee are great. The story of Eevee itself is great, and I like how it parallels with one another. And even though I don't expect this Eevee to have a major role in the series, at least unlike Lana's Eevee, who was just brought in to advertise Let's Go Eevee, this one at least seems to have a story, and one that's interesting, and I can't wait to see what happens next on. You know, I never thought that the Chloe/Koharu story would ever amount to anything in Journeys, but I'm glad to be proven wrong. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 50 of the Journeys anime titled Galar Fossils, Stick 'em Together, just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes go to Galar to bring together some fossils back to life. Will it work? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with Chloe returning from school, and the first thing she does is bring out her Eevee and pet Yamper. I'm glad to see finally that she is now getting comfortable enough with Pokemon to take Eevee to school. As she's messing about her Pokemon, Professor Cerise calls her to the lab. He has her join a meeting between Ash, Go, and the Pewter City Museum curator, who asks them to go to Galar because he heard rumors of some fossils. Cerise asks her if she wants to go, and initially while she's hesitant because she has school the next day, Eevee encourages her to do so she accepts. Schools in the Pokemon world are weird, aren't they? Similar to Go, I'm surprised they just let kids just randomly skip school for Pokemon adventures. I guess I shouldn't be surprised in a world where 10-year-olds can become trainers and go around the world, but still. And it's also enjoyable because we're seeing the evolution of Chloe as a person, which is good. She's also excited to see Galar for the first time from an airplane. After they land, our heroes are in the wild area with Pikachu and Eevee are playing around when Eevee accidentally bumps into a Boldore. Boldore uses Stone Edge and Cinderace blocks it with Blaze Kick as Chloe tries to protect Eevee. Then Cinderace uses Tackle on it and Go captures the Boldore. Now that both Ash and Go have a Boldore, I wonder if we'll see the return of Ash's Boldore anytime soon. It's unlikely, but still. The fact that they picked Boldore over any of the hundreds of other Pokemon they could have picked makes me a bit hopeful. Anyways, eventually they do find the dig site as a guy named Gasatsu is breaking the area around with his Mudsdale looking for fossils. His name loosely translates to being rough. That's his character trait throughout this episode, and since Rough is an easier name to say than Gasatsu, next time I refer to him I'll just be saying Rough. He shows them around the dig site and shows them a bunch of fossils around the wall and says, hey, you just gotta help us grab it. And then comes in Careless, who shows up late. Careless is the same lady from the game if you played it, and her Japanese name is also a pun on the word careless. With our heroes helping, they help unearth a lot of fossils, and eventually after a while, they have a bunch of different pieces, but nothing quite fits together right. Careless wants to combine the fossils she has to make Arctovish. Rough wants to combine the fossils he got to make Dracozolt. They put the fossils in the machines to be combined, but they accidentally mix up the different orders of the fossils. If you played the game, then you know where this is heading. While the fossil machines are restoring the fossils, which could take anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, our heroes are hungry, so they all decide to cook some camp curry. Everyone has helped contribute, but it looks like Careless forgot some of the spices. So, Rough looks around and sees Chloe making whipped cream and is like, hey, that's gonna be the secret ingredient. So, he puts whipped cream on top of curry. And it sounds disgusting, but apparently all the characters love it. And yes, I looked it up and apparently whipped cream curry is a thing in the game. Curry Dex 121 for those wondering. Time passes and eventually the fossil restoring machine is done. However, like I said, since they accidentally mixed up some of the fossils, instead of Arctovish and Dracozolt, they get Arctozolt and Dracovish. And I realized that I'm not doing justice to the humor in this episode. Trust me, it's easier to just go and watch it than me try to actually explain the humor in this episode, because this episode is really funny. Careless and Rough even just make up explanations on the fly for these fossils, which show how strange these fossils are. But that's when chaos starts to brew about as Dracovish starts chasing Ash. Ash tries to stop it with the Electro Web, but it's super powerful, so it just breaks through, and instead Dracovish uses a water move, which accidentally hits Arctozolt. Now, Arctozolt is upset and it starts freezing the area nearby, which causes Ash and Dracovish to crash into each other as they slip on the ice. Somehow between this chaos, Ash somehow gets on top of Dracovish, who just starts legging it. It just starts running, but all it turns out is that it just wanted to jump into water, and it calms down afterwards. Meanwhile, since Arctozolt is upset, it starts freezing everything around. It also ends up freezing the scientist. Cinderace has to unfreeze them using Fireball. So now Go has to step in, and he pulls out his newly captured Boldore. He uses Stone Edge, and the Arctozolt just kind of tanks it, which is pretty impressive. Then the Arctozolt uses Charge and starts charging at Boldore, who's defending himself using Harden. But then Ash on the other side, when he's in the water, tells Dracovish, hey, let's just look around, when Dracovish starts legging it back the way he came. So he's running and running, and eventually he comes back into the fight where Boldore and Arctozolt are going at it, and crashes into Arctozolt, which somehow causes it to calm down. Seeing this, the scientists tell our heroes, hey, it looks like these Pokemon like you, and we've already gotten our research, so thank you for that, and you can capture it. So, both of our heroes catch a Pokemon. Ash with the Dracovish, go with the Arctozolt. Once our heroes are back in Cerise Laboratory, they talk to the museum curator, who helps them thank them for their work and research. But more importantly, Cerise asks Chloe how did she enjoy the trip, and she says she really enjoyed it and hopes to go to more in the future. And the episode ends with her writing a report about it. It's exciting to see some more character progression in the series. Ash has always been a static character in the newer series, so he's not really changing much. And Go, it feels like he's kind of plateaued out for a while now too, so he's not really changing much. It's good to have someone like Chloe in the background who's also evolving and changing as a person, so we can see some progression. Overall, I really enjoyed this episode. My biggest fear is that, similar to Farfetch'd, similar to Gengar, Dracovish is just going to be relegated to the background, and I pray that does not happen. I really like Dracovish as a Pokemon, and they have the potential to make it really good. I'm just worried that they're not going to do anything with it. Hopefully I'm wrong about this. Also, since this is Ash's 6th Pokemon, I guess he's not going to be getting Grookey after all. It's most likely going to go to Go, which is kind of disappointing because he hasn't really done anything with his Pokemon not named Cinderace. I don't know, hopefully they prove me wrong this time. In terms of this episode though, I really like the depiction of Careless and Rough, and even the way they made Pokemon Curry. Everything just flowed together so well and so nice. This episode is really fun, and if you haven't already, I highly recommend checking it out. It's a blast. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 51 of the Journeys anime titled The Great Farfetch'd Trial just dropped, and it's a very good, very interesting episode that has a lot of samurai culture wrapped up in its themes of the episode. This is a very battle heavy episode and might potentially even have the most battle on screen for a one-on-one battle that we'll ever see in the series. That being said, I also have some issues with this episode, so let's jump into the review and discuss everything. The episode begins with something I really don't like. So the last time we saw Ash in a World Championship battle, he lost and was pushed down out of the Super Class. Well, technically he drawed, but when you draw, it doesn't change your World Championship ranks. But this episode begins with just showing pictures of battles that happened off screen, and it turns out he's already ranked 415. You don't have to show us every fight, but some of these are egregious. 415 is such a jump from more than 1,000. You thought we would see at least something beforehand, but nothing. And this is Ash trying to get back into the Super Class, so we should have seen at least one battle where he gets into the Super Class. Animation, and especially storytelling animation, is a medium of show don't tell. In this case, we should have been shown some battles of Ash getting back up here instead of just telling us that he battled a bunch of people and then just keeping it that way. It's so frustrating as someone who wants the PWC to mean something, but most of its battles just get glossed over. Now with that being said, the rest of the episode is pretty good, so let's just get on with it. Our episode begins with a bit of training montage, which is always cool to see, before Go says there's been an infection in Rock Tunnel of a bunch of Geodudes. First of all, when is that not happening? But that allows our heroes to go to Rock Tunnel. And Ash is like, hey Farfetch'd, you can come with me to train, and Farfetch'd is so shocked that Ash actually is gonna use him that look at this face he makes. While near Rock Tunnel, Go can't find any Geodudes, but Farfetch'd is going around busting up big ol' rocks. Finally, Farfetch'd hits a big ol' rock and a Geodude pops out, allowing Go to capture it. This is where the meat of the episode happens, as Ash meets a construction worker named Genba, who has a girder. Genba challenges Farfetch'd to a battle after seeing how powerful it was. Ash accepts, and we have a World Championship battle in our hand. I'm not going to go over this entire fight because, like I said earlier, this is a pretty extensive fight. It might be like the longest one-on-one fight that we've probably ever had. But here are the cliff notes. This is a pretty great fight. Great animation, it just looks fantastic, fluid, very dynamic, everything just looks so crisp. And not only that, but the fight is set up like a samurai battle. In this case, it's skill versus power. Girder is way more skillful than Farfetch'd. It's able to dodge easier, it's able to hit more precisely. Farfetch'd, on the other hand, is a tank. It's able to take hits and dish out hits, but it's pretty clumsy in that. Go even mentions it in the middle of the battle, and during the middle of the battle, we also have another guy that comes out of Rock Tunnel and starts watching this battle. The battle finally ends with Farfetch'd breaking Girder's Steel Beam with sheer power. And because of this victory, Ash moves up to 381st in the ranking. After the battle, Genba tells Ash that his Farfetch'd has very warrior spirit. That's another samurai theme that I was talking about. And as Farfetch'd leaves to go train some more, the guy that I was talking about earlier that came out of Rock Tunnel and was watching the battle, he shows up, his name is Rinto, and he tells Ash that while he saw that Farfetch'd has crazy determination, it's rough, it's unrefined, and it isn't aware of its surroundings during battle. Farfetch'd doesn't understand what's most essential during battle, so Rinto challenges Farfetch'd. Now keep in mind, Farfetch'd is tired from the previous battle, even though he doesn't show it, but still, like I said, this is a samurai battle. So while Rinto is not as powerful as Farfetch'd, he is way more skilled, to the points where he's reversing Farfetch'd moves and doing it in him, and beats him with false swipe. Basically, a samurai honor to not fully kill him, but just to leave him there. That is really great. False swipe even literally translates to this right here, so that's how you know it's really a samurai thing. So the episode ends with Ash promising to help train with Farfetch'd to figure out what that important thing it is it needs to battle to be a more skilled warrior. So yeah, like I said earlier, it's overall a fantastic episode. It's a battle heavy episode which can be hit or miss depending on how the animations are, but in this case the animation was great. The story is simple and straightforward, and there's no real major flaw in this episode. Well, besides this one thing, but that's about it. This is one frame before, this is one frame after. I have no idea how Pikachu got here. But other than that, this is a fantastic episode, so if you haven't checked it out already, I highly recommend it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 52 of the Journey's anime titled Hands-on Agriculture Studies. Where's Diglett just dropped, and our heroes have to figure out in this episode a way to stop Diglett from eating all of the carrots in a farm. What are they going to come up with? Well, let's find out. The episode begins with our heroes at Cerise Laboratory looking at fruits and vegetables that they received from Endo, one of Cerise's former students. Endo also let them know in the letter that he was having some trouble with Digletts and Dugtrios infiltrating his crops. So our heroes want to help out, and knowing that, Cerise also gets Chloe involved as our heroes head out to Endo's to try to figure out a solution to this problem. Once our heroes get there, they meet Endo and his electrode, and after trying some of Endo's fruits and talking to him about the soils of the plants, Endo shows them his biggest field, which is the one having the Diglett issues. As he's talking about how the Digletts stay under the soil and eat the food causing issues, they show up and begin causing problems. So our heroes change up and jump right in. Ash tries to jump into battle with them, but he fails. Go tries to jump in and capture them, but he fails. Chloe tries to help out, she fails. But even though all of them fail, they do harvest a lot of carrots from the ground, and eventually the Digletts do leave for the day. Endo tells our heroes that hey, they can try again the next day. While in the house for the night, our heroes discuss the fact that it looked like the Dug Trio was really the leader of the Digletts, so if they could catch it, maybe they could stop the Digletts. Chloe then also points out that the Dug Trio was coordinating the Digletts while really they couldn't coordinate well. So they're gonna need someone, who ends up being her, to be the one to give out commands and coordinate both Ash and Go. The next morning, we see that the way they've set it up is by having her watch them from the porch in the house. While they have flags set up, she will let them know the directions that the Diglets are heading. And unlike the previous day, when it begins, we can actually see that it's working. They're able to harvest the carrots before the Diglets get there, and Go's even able to capture Diglets and eventually the boss Dugtrio. This causes the rest of the Diglets to leave, for now. As Endo is praising our heroes for harvesting and helping get rid of the Diglets, he lets them know that the Diglets used to live over the hill, but for some reason recently, they've come to his farm, so our heroes decide to investigate. And can you guess why the Diglets have been leaving that hill they used to live on? Team Rocket, obviously. Meowth is trying to get Jesse and James to go after Pikachu, but they're just chilling. Meanwhile, Meowth is taking them farming and blasting music while doing so, which is probably the reason the Diglets left the area. A funny bit, as Team Rocket try to sing their motto, but their music is so loud, it not only makes it hard for our heroes to hear them, but the audience, it also messes up the audio for them, as the sound mixing is off and it only fixes it when Meowth turns down the music. I thought that was a nice touch. Anyways, this causes Team Rocket to bring out their prize master, and obviously from that they get a Drillbur and a Sandslash. Go brings out his Dugtrio and Ash has his Pikachu. Go uses a combination of Dig and Magnitude to beat Team Rocket's 2 sand Pokemon before Pikachu uses Quick Attack on them, followed by Dugtrio again using Sand Tomb and sending them blasting off. But in doing so, Go and Chloe realize that the Dugtrios and Diglets seem to help with the soil and plowing fields because the dirt in that area is really soft. So when our heroes get back to Endo's house to eat, and Go notices the Dugtrio talking to his Diglets, he gives up his Dugtrio to Endo, who can now use the Dugtrio and maybe even the Diglets to help plow his field. As the episode ends, we see Chloe running across an empty area, repeating what Ash and Go said earlier in the episode about loving to run in empty fields, showing us that she's getting more development as a person. Overall, this is a pretty fun episode. Nothing major happens in terms of story progression. We get some character developments. Go gets a Diglett, which is cool I guess, and Chloe gets a bit of development as she's the person to come up with the plans for helping stop the Diglett as well. But besides that, there's nothing really that important in this episode. It's a fun episode, but a forgettable one. It's one of those episodes that you can skip instead, and look forward to the next one. You know, I expected a bigger backlash for Go's catch, but surprisingly, it seems that more people took it well than I thought they would. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 53 of the Journey's anime titled Getting a Legend? Search for Suicune, the guardian deity of water just dropped, and let's jump straight into this because Go captures Suicune this episode. We start the episode by seeing Suicune purify a lake that's been muddied after a storm, but when we go to Cerise Laboratory, we learn that Suicune usually purifies a place and then goes to the next. Instead, it's constantly staying around this one lake area for some reason. So, Ash and Go are tasked to investigate why. When they reach the forest where the lake is, they find that the lake is supremely dirty, which makes no sense because Suicune should have purified it. They then hear people using sludge bombs and go investigate and find a group of people dirtying the lake. Ash jumps straight into a fight with them, forcing Go to bring out his Cinderace, but as they're doing so, the boss of the gang, which we find out are Pokemon hunters, appears, and so does Suicune. It seems like the reason that the Suicune is staying around this area is that the hunters are planning on weakening it by continuously dirtying the water, forcing it to use its powers. And it seems to have worked because it gets attacked and it doesn't even try to fight back. As it's being attacked and held down by ropes, Go decides he has to do something about it and throws a Pokeball at it. And captures it. This is where my first issue with the episode begins. And no, it's not really Go capturing Suicune. I really don't mind that. It's more of a minor issue, but it just bugs me. So Suicune runs to the battlefield and gets attacked, but it doesn't even try to fight back. Not even a little bit. At the end it used a small ice beam, but that's so strange. I know that they said it was low on stamina, which is why it did that, but not even trying? Really? That's so bizarre to me. Anyways, after Go captures the Suicune, Ash brings out his Lucario and tells Go to take Suicune and run away, as he's gonna battle the hunters. Go then drops the Pokeball as he's running when he trips on a rock, causing Suicune to come out of it. And rather than trusting Go, it goes up on top of a tree to recover by itself. And this is the main story for the episode, as Go decides to stay back to help it recover as well when it refuses to go to a Pokemon Center with Go. He has his Executor and Cinderace watch and protect Suicune, while him, Sobble, and Raichu go find berries to help Suicune recover. Those being Pecha berries to cure its poison, and then later an assortment of berries to help it recover its strength. While this is happening, it also seems like Ash has gotten away from the hunters. Again, this one's a bit strange, although it's a lot more understandable, that Ash probably retreated due to a strategy, but again, this is a bit weird because all of these poison types can't affect Lucario? I guess it was to protect Pikachu, but Ash runs away here and he won't show back up for a while. It's not implied that it was due to fatigue or anything, so it's kinda strange that he just kinda disappears from the episode for quite a bit here after we see him. Back in the tree, Go sees that Suicune's leg is hurt, and even though Suicune growls at him, he uses a potion as well as cloth given to him by Chloe that he turns into a tourniquet to help it recover faster. The hunters now have finally located Go and Suicune, and this time, the boss is getting involved. They approach the tree ready to fight, but Go starts off by attacking them with Cinderace and then a Hypno that he caught during his berry hunt to take out their poison types. However, as it looks like he's about to win, the boss pulls out his ace Pokemon, which turns out to be a Houndoom that uses Crunch to knock out Hypno. The hunters then capture the Suicune, who's struggling to get out of their net as they're kicking its bad leg. And I'll talk about this in a bit, but let me just go on for now. Eventually, Ash shows back up to fight alongside Go. They are watching each other's back, but Go Cinderace eventually gets poisoned. Seeing Go's determination though, the Suicune uses his power to destroy the net and decides to fight with our heroes. It uses a combination of Hydro Pump and Ice Beam to dispatch the bad guys, and eventually he even has it use Ice Beam on them to freeze them while Officer Jenny gets there. They're then put in the back of a police van and sent away. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy, but I have one major issue with this. So, once Suicune saw how determined Go and Cinderace were, he completely shreds through the net and then one-shots all of them, ending the battle very quickly. So, why couldn't he have done that before? I don't mean the first time. I understand that at that point he was out of stamina. I mean the second time when the hunters are at the base of the trees and they're using a net to bring him down and then kicking him. You're telling me that all he required to get his powers back were inspiration? That makes no sense. Realistically, since he had his poison cured, and we saw that he got his energy back, it should have never really even been in a position to get caught a second time. It makes no sense when you think about it. Now, I will concede that it makes for a much better story arc. That seeing Go's determination powers up its determination, and that's the reason, spoiler, that he decides to stick with Go. But if we look at it logically, it makes no sense. However, and this is the important part that I want to talk about, what you're willing to forgive in an episode is directly proportional to how good the episode is. And spoiler, this episode is good, so I'm willing to forgive that entire section. It's not really that big of a deal and it does make for a better story, so I'm willing to concede this one. But anyways, like I said, after Jenny has taken away the hunters, Go gives Suicune the opportunity to leave since it's a legendary Pokemon that helps everyone out, but instead, due to Go's determination in helping it get better, it trusts Go enough to stay in his Pokeball. They take it back to the lab where Cerise, Ren, and Chris are all amazed. However, luckily, unlike Go's other Pokemon who feel like they're rotting away at that institute, Suicune leaves the institute to go help out other lakes and other Pokemon. I just appreciate that because it really would have been strange to see a legendary Pokemon in the lab just sitting there doing nothing. Instead, it looks like it's kinda gonna be like Ash's Naganadel from the last series, where he'll appear when Go needs him most. And I think I'm much more happier with that if Go's really going to capture more legendaries in the future. So yeah, overall, this is a really good episode. I like the fact that the drama doesn't come from whether Go will be able to capture Suicune. The drama comes from the question, will Suicune accept Go? And to me, that's a much better premise to build a story from. I think that they knew that people really wouldn't easily accept Go capturing a legendary, so they did everything possible to make Go really earn it, and in my opinion, it worked for the most part. Again, there are some things that are a bit questionable in this episode, but it really doesn't hinder the episode because the rest of the story is done so well. If Go is going to keep legendaries, then I think this is a great way to make that happen. This is an episode that I highly recommend for anyone that doesn't hate Go as a character, because if you do, you might not like the fact that he captured a Suicune. It's crazy, it feels like Go's individual Pokemon have gotten more story in this series than Ash, who's the main character. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 54 of the Journey's anime titled Sobble Impossible just dropped, and in this episode, Go Sobble meets an Inteleon that inspires it to be braver. How's that gonna work out? Well, let's find out. Sobble is scared of everything, we all know that, and this episode begins with everyone in Cerise Park playing ball, only for Sobble to get scared and run away when Go's Darmanitan jumps out of a bush to scare it. As Ash and Go are discussing Sobble inside the lab, Ren comes inside and tells our heroes that he just saw filming of a sequel to the Spy and Sniper movie outside. It's a really popular film according to Go and Ren. It stars a female spy and her Inteleon who are both cool. After hearing about it and seeing some images, both Ash, Go, and Sobble even get interested and decide to go outside to see if they're still filming. So this doesn't have anything to do with the anime, but I'm going to complain a bit about the starters from the recent generation of Pokemon. They all for some reason have a theme, and some work and some really don't. But in most times, I feel like having certain themes for your evolution design limits the design. The Sobble line is supposed to be a spy. That works in this episode when Inteleon is playing a spy, but it doesn't work for it just being a normal Pokemon. I feel like that's why the Gen 8 final evolutions of the starters look so awkward. They're built to fit a theme rather than have a natural evolution from their first and second stages. Anyways, Ash and Go arrive at the filming area and they find the same director from episode 19, the Ditto episode, which is a nice bit of in-universe continuity. They start filming the scene after a bit of indecisiveness from the director who's looking for that bit of spark. In this scene, the spy is getting away from the bad guys but gets caught, only for Inteleon to make the save. However, just as this is happening, a car flies through the area and lands. And of course, even though this isn't part of the script, the director wants them to keep filming. This is a director that really does get it. Who is it in the car but Team Rocket, who are dressed up and act like they're helping the spy. However, the Inteleon knows better, so they expose themselves as Team Rocket. And to counter them, our heroes get involved. The prize master is called in when Team Rocket get a Poochyena and a Houndour, and our heroes call out Pikachu and Cinderace. They dodge a yawn from Poochyena, which hits the director, before Team Rocket notices Sobble and remembers episode 28 and 33 when it cried. So, smartly, they target it by having Poochyena use Scary Face on Sobble, causing it to cry and our heroes to do the same. Team Rocket then go for Ember and Shadow Ball, only to be thwarted by Inteleon and its Snipe Shot. When Sobble sees this, it stops crying. Then the Spy Lady has Inteleon go invisible again and use Snipe Shot to get Team Rocket blasting off. I originally thought the Inteleon was just an actor, but this Inteleon is ridiculously strong. Not only can it go invisible like Sobble, but its Snipe Shot seems to blow Pokemon and people away. That's really impressive. Anyways, since the director got hit by yawn and is asleep, the schedule's freed up for everyone, so when Go and Sobble want to hang out with Inteleon and the spy actress, she's more than willing to oblige. She reminisces on her own Inteleon when it was a Sobble and talks about how it wasn't always this strong. The Inteleon then says something to Sobble which inspires it. And through this inspiration, it looks like Sobble is trying to practice Snipe Shot. However, when Go's Darmanitan jumps behind it again to scare it, even though it tries to summon courage, it can't. Go then says that he will help him train, which makes Sobble feel better. Team Rocket, specifically Jessie on the other hand, is writing out a plan to catch Inteleon since they'll need specific things in order to counter it. I really like this. This shows an intelligent side to Team Rocket, something we don't really get to see often. We know that they are intelligent because they do create their own mechs, however, we never get to see them planning these things out, so it's a nice bit of development. So Go's ready to train, but doesn't really know what to train Sobble with. Ash recommends some battle training since Inteleon was strong, and they tried the traditional battle training for a while, but it clearly isn't working. So Go thinks about what type of style would work for Sobble when an epiphany comes to him. Since Sobble likes to run, maybe that should be the style. It should be one that complements that. In order to train, Go has Sobble hide himself while Ash, Pikachu, and Cinderace look for Sobble. And even though at first it's easily caught, we see that as it goes on, it's getting better and better at hiding. They train until the evening, and once they're finished for the day, they're walking somewhere down the street when they spot a guy in a net. It's one of the director's assistants. He says that while he was getting food for everyone, Team Rocket popped up and netted him and his Gothita, and they left him a letter saying that if they want to get Gothita back, they would have to go to the certain cave and bring Inteleon there. So our heroes get involved as they always do and tell the guy to tell everyone else, and they'll also go and investigate. They get to the cave and inside they see robots and drones, but nothing really there to stop them. They then hear Gothita and rush inside, and when they get deep in there, it's inside of a cage. They rush forward only to get caught by Team Rocket's elaborate trap. The only person outside of the trap is Sobble. I swear, Ash has been in these situations 1,000 times. You'd think he would learn to, just walk around instead of going straight every time. And Go runs with Ash. You know, if you suspect something's gonna be a trap, why don't you just send one person first and then the second person? Anyways, Team Rockets are the one behind this trap, and funnily enough, they're upset that this time they caught Ash and Go. Why? Well, this entire elaborate trap was to catch Inteleon. The drones and the robots they saw earlier were to get shots of Inteleon, but all they got were shots of Ash, Go, Pikachu, and Cinderace. Now that's pretty funny. However, since they're here, Team Rocket decides they'll grab the Pokemon available here too, starting with Sobble. And this is where the training they just had comes into play. Go tells Sobble that this will be the application of their training, so to start off, it needs to cover itself in water. Once it does that, it becomes invisible, and this is where the training comes in. With it being invisible and Meowth and Wobbuffet not able to see it, all it has to do is attack and dodge, and it is successful in doing that, hitting both Pokemon over and over again. That is until James' secret weapon arrives. Built into this elaborate trap is 2 hands with chalk-filled erasers. It dusts off the eraser, causing chalk to go everywhere and cover Sobble, who's meant to be invisible, and it works! Now, Team Rocket can catch it since it won't attack back, right? Well, earlier when it was with Inteleon probably told it something because it remembers that moment before piping up and attacking Meowth and Wobbuffet before going back into Go's Pokeball. That's right, it's learned U-turn. And with that, it inspires Ash to work together to break the cage, so with Pikachu, Sobble, and Cinderace all attacking the cage, they break through it before a Pyro Ball and a Thunderbolt sends Team Rocket blasting off again. They're then outside as the assistant is reunited with his Gothita, and Ash and Go are given a police report to Jenny. Meanwhile, the director has gotten hold of the Team Rocket footage and looks inspired by it, and Sobble gets praised by Inteleon, making it super happy. The episode ends with Sobble finally getting a little bit of revenge on Darmanitan for scaring it earlier, as the narrator informs us that Sobble now has someone to aspire to. Overall, this is a fun episode. Sobble finally got development after a long time of not getting anything. It now has something to aspire to, and I hope this isn't the last time we see this Inteleon, because I think if the story works similar to the Lana story from Sun and Moon, that would work great. I like that we got to see the planning that goes into Team Rocket's schemes. I also like that Sobble has a unique battle styles from other Pokemon. Every Pokemon seems to have the same similar type of battle style, just straightforward. This one's a bit more unique. My only complaints in this episode are regarding the series, which is why Ash never has any of his other Mons on him, and in this case, it's to make sure that Sobble gets development, which is fine I guess. But the second one is the voice actress of the Spy Lady. Did anyone else find her audio mixing to be off here? She seemed to have recorded her lines in a completely different location than the cast. And I'm talking about the Japanese version, obviously. I'm sure this won't be a problem in the dub release, but I just couldn't help notice this glaring issue. Anyone else felt that way? Other than that, it's a pretty good episode. If you haven't already, check it out. This is one of those episodes where I wonder, why are Ash and Go even in this episode? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 55 of the Journey's anime titled The Tale of You and Me in Glenwood Tangle just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes head to Glenwood Tangle to find Ponyta and Rapidash, Galarian ones that is. Will they be able to find it? Let's find out. This episode begins with Chloe returning from school, and Cerise is busy, so she asks to go to his room to find a book she can read. I'm more of an audiobook person, but hey Chloe, you do you. As she's searching for a book falls from the shelf. How? Why? Well, it's never explained, but it's implied that it's fate at the end of the episode. She starts to read a story, and she sees a vision. Now, I can't tell if this is some sort of vision, or it's supposed to be her imagination of the story it's reading. I think it's implied to be the latter, but I don't know if it's the former or not. Regardless, she then goes downstairs to ask about the Pokemon in the book and asks if she can meet it. The Pokemon in the book, by the way, is Galarian Rapidash. Ash and Go hear this and also want to go too. So, Cerise agrees and sends them to Galar and specifically Glenwood Tangle to explore. In Glenwood Tangle, they're messing around with all the mushrooms that light up when you touch it, when all of a sudden Ash and Go spot a Morlul and start to chase after it, with Go trying to capture it. As Chloe turns around, she spots a Galarian Ponyta there. Earlier, Cerise told her that they're really rare to spot, and her Eevee starts to follow the Galarian Ponyta, so even though she's hesitant at first, especially since the boys went the other way, she ends up following the Galarian Ponyta in the opposite direction. The animation here for the Ponyta's jump is really bad. I usually don't criticize the animation too much here, but in this case, the ground is way too flat for this type of animation where the Ponyta is getting smaller and smaller. It just does not look good here, and it was definitely a mistake, whoever made that. Anyways, Chloe follows the Ponyta and eventually they get to a place where she sees a similar scene to the one in the book she read earlier. Rapidash hears hurt, and Ponyta's heal pulse isn't working. So, just like in the book, she looks around and finds out that in order to cure Rapidash, they're looking for a specific flower to make medicine out of it in order to heal it. Ponyta decides to take her to that flower's location. Meanwhile, after chasing it for a bit, Go manages to catch the Morlul, but then they realize that they lost Chloe. There's a bit of development here for Chloe because as they're looking for her, Go talks about the fact that she never got scared during courage tests when they went camping. She's a very brave person. Then it starts drizzling around, so they find a city to take shelter in. They don't name it, but it's Balanlia from the games, and Opal comes up to them as they're drying themselves and starts asking them the same questions from the quiz in the game. Wrong answer equals more pink. It's kind of awesome. Eventually, the showering stops and Chloe, Eevee, and Ponyta leave, but they kind of have to take a break as they're going along because Chloe and Eevee are banged up. However, Ponyta uses Heal Pulse to heal up Eevee, and Eevee instantly learns Heal Pulse and heals Chloe. This raises more questions about Eevee. Does this Eevee have Mimic or Copycat? How does it learn all these moves so quickly? I wonder what the answer to this is going to be. They finally get to the area where the flower is located, however, there are 3 Impidimps, and these Impidimps will not let them move forward. They steal Chloe's stuff and start pulling pranks on her and Eevee. Chloe doesn't really have time to play around, and that's when Eevee gets an idea. Instead of chasing them with negative energy, just like the Pokédex says, they should play around right back. So when Impidimp throws berries at them, Eevee climbs up a tree and does it right back. Then they play with each other by throwing berries at each other for a while until everyone's tired. By the way, Chloe shakes the tree here for the berries to fall down, and it's a giant tree. The fact that she shook it around is ridiculously impressive. That's more strength than Ash throwing a log. Anyways, the point of the scene I think was to establish that Chloe's finally starting to learn how to interact with Pokemon, which seems to be the entire point of this episode, but I'll get more into that during the end of this review. After everyone's tired, the Impidimp actually climb up and grab the nectar from the flower that they needed and hand it to Chloe. Obviously a thank you gift for playing with them. Chloe, Galarian, Ponyta, and Eevee head back as they give the medicine to Galarian Rapidash. It drinks it, and it looks like the wound is healed, however, it still can't get up because its stamina is so low. So, Galarian Ponyta, with the help of Eevee, both use Heal Pulse to heal up Galarian Rapidash. It wakes up, and it looks like it's finally fully healed. As a thank you, it picks up Chloe on its back and tells Galarian Ponyta to do the same for Eevee as they ride through the forest, Chloe and Eevee on its back, amazed by the beauty. We finally go back to Ash and Go, who's still answering questions for Opal, and this time they're fully decked out in pink. Ash and Go hating it, and so does Pikachu, while Cinderace actually looks kinda dope in it. Finally, the final question that Opal asks is, who is this? As we see that Chloe has also returned here to Battlelia. She was basically trying to keep Ash and Go there to not go look for Chloe, because that was the best thing to do. As Chloe is dismounting from Galarian Rapidash, Ash and Go approach it, scaring both Pokemon away. Ash asks her about riding on Galarian Rapidash, and the scene ends with her commenting that she hopes to see those two Pokemon again. And I have a feeling that she might be capturing a Galarian Ponyta in the future. That's just my guess. The episode then ends with her back in Cerise Laboratory waking up, as she looks like she's read a lot more of the book, and she heads out as the professor is done with this work. Overall, this is a really fun episode. I'm kinda disappointed that nothing was done with Opal to set up for Ash and Go. Like I said in last episode's next episode preview, I didn't expect that at all, but still. And I don't think Battlelia was named at all in this episode. I could be mistaken, but I'm surprised they didn't do that. Chloe in this episode didn't capture Ponyta, but like I said, I don't mind that at all. I think that's happening in the future. When I watched this episode for the first time, I was thinking about, what does this episode really accomplish? And I think the thing I came up with is that Chloe's now learning how to interact with other Pokemon of different types better. Not just her Eevee and her Yamper, but outside Pokemon, and learning really what it's like to be a trainer or even a researcher in the wild. This is probably just a stepping stone for her to figure out what she wants to do later in life. Also, like I said in the intro, honestly I'm not even sure why Ash and Go are in this episode. Their interaction with Opal is funny, so I guess that accomplishes that, but this could have legitimately been a solo episode because Chloe's the main focus and for the most part the only focus. But yeah, besides a few nitpicks here, I really did enjoy this episode. If you haven't already, go ahead and check it out. I think you'd like it. This episode really felt like an old school Ash training episode, and for that, it felt really refreshing. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 56 of the Journey's anime titled Elite Four Wickstrom, the House of Chivalry just dropped, and in this episode, Ash and Go are going to be training with Elite Four Wickstrom. What is going to happen in this episode? Well, I guess you will have to find out. It's interesting the themes behind this training episode here, but I'm going to get into that when I get more into the episode. This episode begins with Ash and Go doing some leak training outside in Cerise Park, and while Go questions why he's doing that, Ash is doing that to become more in touch with Farfetch'd and to become a leak master, because ever since Farfetch'd lost to that Gallade, he's been training non-stop. And to help with this training, Ren has actually found something. Wickstrom of the Elite Four is offering training, and it's in the Kalos region, so our heroes decide to go, and originally it was just going to be Farfetch'd, Ash, and Go, but as they're talking about this, Go's Scyther hears this and comes to Go, and he decides he wants to go as well, so now the four of them are going along with Pikachu, of course. There's certain contrivances that happen in Pokemon, you just kind of have to accept them, and the fact that Ash and Go are the only ones who attended Wickstrom's training thing is one of them. If the Elite Four is hosting a training panel, I promise you more than just 2 trainers would be showing up for that. But then again, maybe it could be training by appointment, who knows. Wickstrom talks in a very Middle English way, or Middle Japanese way, basically an olden way, but he reminds me more of Guy Sensei because he's super passionate, because he starts to cry when he sees that Ash and Go are ready for this training. I like that personality a lot. Serious yet goofy. I much prefer it to his in-game character, which is just someone with a stick up his butt. Wickstrom then tells them about the training. There's 3 phases of the training that they need to complete, and once they complete it, they'll get a medal. He has them wear knight armor before doing the first training, which is just running 10 laps around. Now, you would think originally that this is just to build up stamina, and that is true, but it's also to test your strength, because he has a nose pass come in the middle of them running around in metal suits and uses magnets to pull them, so they have to persevere through that magnet. And once they finish their training, he tells them that knights need to have peerless strength, so that's what that training was about. Again, when Ash and Ghost show that they're ready for training number 2, he cries because he's so passionate. The second training is a giant maze in a creepy looking building, and honestly, this is one of the more important trainings besides the third one, specifically for the plot. The way Wickstrom has this maze set up is that he's separating both Ash and Go, and the maze has traps on it, so you have to basically get through the maze. What he sees from Go as Go is going through the maze is that Go and Scyther are working together, so when a Pokemon comes down to jump and attack Go, Scyther's coming in and blocking it, and Scyther's following Go and making sure he's good. When he goes over to Ash, he sees that Farfetch'd is not really even listening to Ash. He's breaking through walls rather than trying to figure out the maze. Farfetch'd isn't even turning around when Ash is getting attacked by Pokemon. Wickstrom, who's watching this from a security camera, talks about the fact that Farfetch'd does have goodwill and good strength, but as it is right now, it won't live up to its highest potential. And I'll talk about why in a bit later, but this is Pokemon, it's not that difficult to figure out the reason why. However, that all changes in the second training. Wickstrom springs a trap on Farfetch'd to open up the floor so Farfetch'd falls through. Ash has to come grab him, but as he's pulling up Farfetch'd, Farfetch'd's leak falls down. What does Ash do in this situation? Well, obviously, he's gonna jump for the leak. Ash does this type of stuff all the time, and this is one of the cases where I just don't get it. Usually when he's doing that, he's trying to catch a falling Pokemon. Okay, that makes sense, you want to save a falling Pokemon. This isn't a Pokemon, this is a leak. Now, most likely, Wickstrom has the thing set up so that even if Ash fell through all the way, he probably wouldn't get hurt, but still, Ash does exhibit some stupid behavior from time to time. However, in this case, it does seem to work out, because Ash saved the leak because he knew that it was important for Farfetch'd, and because of that, he gains respect for Ash, as you could immediately see that Farfetch'd is now following Ash and not the other way around. This allows Ash and Farfetch'd to also complete the maze along with Go and Scyther at the same time, so that means trial number 2 is over. The third training sends them to a barren room. What's the training here? Well, before they went into that room, Wickstrom gave them swords, and what are they to do with that sword? Have any of you watched Naruto? Kakashi's bell training early in the series? That's what this is. Wickstrom has a Klefki that has a key. Our heroes have to try to get that key any ways possible, and Wickstrom is also going to be there to make sure our heroes don't get the key. And instantly as this third training is going on, you find something out pretty quickly. Go and Scyther inherently trust each other and work together really well. Ash and Farfetch'd do not. And this is what Wickstrom was talking about earlier when he said that while Farfetch'd has the strength and the will, he's lacking that something. That something is teamwork. While Ash is trying to stop Wickstrom, and Farfetch'd is trying to stop Wickstrom's Aegislash from going to Go, they're doing that thing separately. And it's not until Ash gets backed into a corner, and Farfetch'd turns around to see that, and Farfetch'd remembers Ash putting his life on the line for his leak, he decides to help out. So, despite being hit by Sacred Sword in the back, Farfetch'd still jumps in and saves Ash from Wickstrom's Sword Strike. Now, Ash and Farfetch'd are on the same page. Farfetch'd even learns Detect Hero in order to dodge a Sacred Sword, and this time, he works together with Ash to attack Aegislash, and when Ash tells it to stop, Farfetch'd actually stops. And the reason that Farfetch'd to stop is that Go and Scyther have worked together and managed to capture Klefki and the key. While this entire third training section is awesome, to me it is a bit weird. How does Go, the rookie trainer, understand his Pokemon and work together with his Pokemon so much better than Ash, the experienced trainer? I guess the main reason Ash and Farfetch'd don't work together has more to do with Farfetch'd's personality rather than Ash's. It's just weird that the way things shake out, Go does much better in almost all of the exercises here compared to Ash. Regardless, since they finished the 3 trials, Wickstrom gives them their medal. And while he's doing so, he talks about what a knight does. A knight is one who fights to protect their precious lord and the weak and powerless. And that's what Farfetch'd did earlier when he saved Ash. Wickstrom even asks Go if he's ever thought of evolving Scyther into a Scizor, and gives Scyther a metal coat and helps trade it so that Go can get a Scizor. Now that Farfetch'd and Ash are also on the same page, they vow to do better against the Gallade, and that leads to the end of the episode. Overall, I really did like this training episode. I like the way Wickstrom set up the entire series of training. Physical, mental, and most importantly, teamwork. Obviously, the night theme is very appropriate since Farfetch'd evolves into Sirfetch'd, and that's what's most likely going to happen in the future. With Ash and Farfetch'd now being on the same page, I'm excited to see them battle again, and now with the addition of Detect in Farfetch'd's moveset, not only do I hope that we get a rematch against the Gallade, but I also hope that Farfetch'd gets a rematch against B. I'm glad to see that more of Ash's Pokemon are now getting the spotlight, although it's weird that we haven't seen Dracovish since the day he captured it, but that has nothing to do with this episode. Overall, check out this episode. I think you'd enjoy it. I said this in the previous Chloe episode, but this is one of those episodes where I'm wondering, why are Ash and Go even in this episode? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 57 of the Journeys anime titled Love is a Psyduck just dropped, and in this episode, we're learning more about Krissa as Chloe does a sleepover with her. And she finds some secrets that she's holding. Potentially? I guess we'll have to find out. This episode doesn't really have a lot going on towards it, so I'm just gonna kind of go through it really quickly. It's a cold day, and Cerise is leaving for a research. Ash and Go are leaving because it's about to snow, and they want to capture snow Pokemon. By the way, I might as well just talk about what happens to Ash and Go. So, they go try to capture the snow Pokemon, but fail, and then they go to a ramen place because it started to snow. There they meet a guy and a Psyduck who has a scarf and gets headaches, but eventually the Psyduck calms down, so the guy buys them food. Okay, this is gonna be important later on. Chloe's brother is gone for a sleepover, and her mother has to help out in a magazine because one of the artists sprained their wrist. That means she has to eat her own dinner, and she was hoping to do it with Ash and Go, but now they're gone too. So instead, since Ren and Krissa are still working, Chloe asks Krissa if she can watch her work for the day. Apparently, Krissa is a sort of inspiration to Chloe, and after the end of the shift, while it looks like she might have to go make her own dinner, Krissa invites her to a girls' night out and even a sleepover. They go eat, they shop, they go watch stuff, and eventually they return to the apartment where we see that Krissa is a messy person. She also has a lot of Psyduck memorabilia in her room. She says that's because it relaxes her when she sees the face of a Psyduck. And in her room is a picture of her, a guy, and a Psyduck making a snowman that Chloe picks up when Eevee accidentally knocks it down, and she wonders if the guy in the picture is her boyfriend. They eat, and then they're about to go to sleep for the night when Krissa, after Chloe has talked about how much of an inspiration she was to her, talks about a time when she was almost not a researcher. It was when she was in school and she lost all of her research data so she couldn't present, so she thought that would be the end of her research career. But when she was sad outside, a Psyduck came in and gave it her scarf, and because of that she felt relaxed. She then decided to help the trainer make the snowman that he was making with the Psyduck, and she ended up playing with her Psyduck, so that's why she has the picture. Chloe asks her if she's seen the guy ever since that day, but she responds no. You can kinda tell where this is going, right? The next day, Ash and Go have returned from their failed ice capture mission, and they tell Chloe, who's also back in the lab, about their adventures and meeting the guy and the Psyduck, and the Psyduck matches the description of the Psyduck in the picture perfectly, so she has them come out in order to help find the trainer. She searches and searches and searches and doesn't find anything, and when she's sitting on a bench, a Psyduck approaches and gives her the scarf. It's that exact same Psyduck. So she tells the trainer, hey, I have someone you need to meet, and she brings her back to Krissa. It looks like Krissa is staring at the guy that she hasn't seen in a very long time. She runs towards it, and only to hug the Psyduck because she's so thankful to see it again. So yes, she never really had a lost love, it was more of like a lost Psyduck. The episode ends with her very happy to have reunited with the Psyduck and taken more pictures and memories with it. This is one of those filler episodes, unfortunately. It's there to really develop Krissa and Chloe's character, I guess. And Krissa, I guess, does need it because we really don't know much about her. Unlike Ren, she's the straight-laced person, so it's kinda hard to gauge her personality. Now we know a lot more about her. But besides that, nothing really important happens in this episode. It's just kinda there just to be there. It's not a bad episode by any means, but it's one that you can definitely skip. And you could probably tell by how short this review has been. Any of y'all play Katamari? That's the first half of this episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 58 of the Journeys anime is another two-parter. The first one titled Panic, Gulpin' Balls, and the second one, Come On Choodle, Turtle Race. I don't want this review to get too long since there's two different plots we have to go through, so let's just jump right into the review. Like I said, the first half of this episode is basically Katamari. Team Rocket are all just chilling in their hideout, and I know that Jessie's supposed to be asleep, but honestly, with the Arbok mug there, it looks like she was just drunk and passed out instead. And that's even further validated when she smacks James across the face while she's dreaming. James thinks it's Meowth, puts it on the prize master, and Pelipper tries to turn on the master, can't, bumps it, and all of a sudden, a bunch of Pokeballs start flying out and they're all Gulpins. So that's the setup for the episode. The rest of the episode is basically how our heroes get stuck in Gulpins and how our heroes get out of there. And when I'm saying stuck in Gulpin, I mean it. Go runs up, and when Ash accidentally bumps him, causing him to trip and fall, he falls underneath a Gulpin's butt. And I'm not kidding when I say that, and he has it stuck in his face. Ash gets one stuck in his butt. They try to go back to Cerise to try to fix this issue, but as they're doing that, they get caught up by way more Gulpins, and now they're Katamari, rolling around in the city and picking up everything and anything. And in the middle of that, there's Alakazam, so now it's using Psychic and making this ball fly in the air for the most part and bounce. Now, during this, Ash is excited because he notices he's bouncing and he's having fun, but, and I know it's an animation, so I'm just making a point here, it's not supposed to be serious. Ash is not even rolling there. I don't know how the physics for that works. Everything around him is rolling except he's just standing still looking through the ball. How does that make sense? I don't know. Regardless, the ending of this episode is a Japanese pun. It's a pun on the fact that Gastro Acid, one of Gulpin's move, sounds like the word yay, and when Ash and Go yell yay to the top of their lungs, the Katamari ball breaks out. Again, it's one of those things that don't make sense, but you could always say that maybe the Gulpin thought they were saying use Gastro Acid, say hey, maybe both of them got punned out. It is weird though. As someone from the West, it's always strange to see how Pokemon will have episodes where they set up for one ability and one pun, and that's the entire joke of the episode. Now, we had that for sitcoms and stuff here, but it's always weird seeing it done in a property that's meant to go international. I'm not even sure how they're supposed to do that Gastro Acid yay joke when they translate it to English. I don't know, whoever the dub translator here is, good luck. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the reason the Gulpin were sticking to Ash and Go and everyone else is because of their ability Sticky Hold. The second half of this episode, Come On Choodle Turtle Race, actually continues from the end of the first Team Rocket skit. This time Meowth and Wobbuffet get up, and Meowth is still stuck on the vending machine. It wants to get out, but Wobbuffet wants to turn the machine one time because it's always wanted to do that, so it does, and the Pokemon that gets out of it is Choodle. Choodle starts walking outside and ends up going to a park. In the park, it meets a Turtwig who starts trying to outpace Choodle. They talk a little bit of trash to each other and determine that they want to do a race. Meowth wants to record this whole thing and make it into a viral video, and his conversation with his Rotom is pretty funny. And as this episode goes on, you immediately realize that this is supposed to be the parody of a shonen. They're slowly walking, but it looks like the race is super intense. A random Torkoal jumps into the race to try to outwalk them, but then because Meowth is commentating on the race, it makes the Torkoal laugh, so it ends up dropping out of the race. Their second obstacle is to climb up a set of slides, but Choodle almost falls off the edge, only to be caught by Turtwig. And when Turtwig saves it, it says, "Don't worry, that wasn't me saving you, I'm gonna catch up to you anyways." Your standard shonen, "I'm your rival, but I'm a friendly rival" trope. Then their second obstacle, as they're racing side by side, still going intense, is a sand pit. There, a random Tortuga comes in, and he's faster than both Choodle and Turtwig. However, he's not paying attention, so he smacks his head at the edge of the sand pit, and that puts him out of the race. Finally, they're at the final stand of the race, but all of a sudden, Turtwig collapses. It says it's not thirsty, but it is, because its leaf is wilting. It doesn't want to admit it. Choodle helps out, watering its leaf. All of a sudden, it has energy again. They talk to each other like shonen rivals before finishing the race one final time. But as they're about to finish the race, a whole bunch of other turtle Pokemon jump in the race. All of a sudden, right before the finishing line, as Wobbuffet is running away, they all stop. Because their trainer is a Turtle Master on 5 Blastoises. And I'm pretty sure this Turtle Master is supposed to be an analogy to Master Roshi. The posture is similar to Master Roshi, and if you look at his shirt, he even has the turtle shell on his back, so I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be an analogy for Master Roshi. Either way, all the Pokemon here, including the Turtwig, go back to the Turtle Master trainer. However, that means that Choodle walks through the line and now has officially won the race, and that is the end of the episode. The second half is so much better than the first half, and I actually found this legitimately funny. As soon as I understood what it was supposed to be, that it was supposed to be like a parody of an anime trope, that's how I took it, and the episode flowed so much better than the first one. If you only had time to watch one of these 2 episodes, I'd recommend the second one because I think the second one is done really well. I like the interaction with the Rotom, I like the interaction with the turtles, I like everything about this second part of this episode. This one was pretty good. And of course, anytime we get a Dragon Ball reference in Pokemon, it's always pretty awesome. Jesse and James don't do much in this episode at all, but you know what, I'm kinda used to it. I binge watched AG and Diamond and Pearl and Black and White a couple years ago, and although they're not as prominent in Black and White, in AG and Diamond and Pearl, there's almost every episode, and I got really sick of them. So I actually don't mind the fact that they're not involved in this episode at all. I know some people feel like they're being shafted as characters, but honestly, the peak of their character is going to be Sun and Moon, and if they're not going to be able to top that, why even try at this point? So yeah, overall, this is a episode, just like the episode itself, of 2 halves. The first one is alright, it's a weird Katamari thing, but the second one is actually pretty fun and enjoyable. So if you haven't already, you can check it out. If I were to believe all of the reactions I saw on Twitter, I guess I'm the only one who liked this episode. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 59 of the Journey's anime titled The Lost Grookey, Who Is Its Trainer, just dropped, and this is an interesting episode in regards to both Grookey and the larger Pokemon world in general. I want to get into this, so let's just jump into the review. The interesting thing is that fans aren't upset about what happened in this episode, but rather what didn't happen in this episode. And I do want to talk about that at the very end here. In terms of the episode, this is a pretty interesting episode because Go wakes up after that dream, and in the dream he sees he has a Grookey in his arm, and when he wakes up, he has a Grookey in his arm. He tries to capture it, it's already belonging to a trainer, and Grookey seems to be a very mischievous Pokemon, which is a stark contrast from his last Galar capture. It's actually kind of similar to Ash's Gengar in that it loves to mess with everyone and jump on everyone. And eventually, once they calm it down, they figure they need to find its trainer. Even during searching for its trainer though, this Grookey is causing a lot of issues, forcing our heroes to apologize to multiple trainers. When they do find out, however, they're shocked to find out that Grookey is from Team Rocket's Gotcha Machine. Team Rocket appear, try to capture Grookey and Pikachu, but break out due to Farfetch'd. And then when they call their prize master in, the Pokeball they get is Grookey's. And even they're shocked when Jesse's like, let me casually call this in because there's no way this Grookey is the same Grookey in front of us, right? But no, she captures it. They're able to retrieve from our heroes, but Grookey accidentally leaves its drum thing from its hair behind, causing both Grookey and Go to miss it overnight. Grookey, while Team Rocket are sleeping, runs away. The next day, Go is searching for Grookey in order to give back its drumstick, only for Team Rocket to show up again, but this time, when they try to call it back, our heroes can tell that Grookey really doesn't want to go back with them, and Pikachu knocks off Jessie's Pokeball from her hand, causing Grookey to destroy it. Then, it finally jumps into Go's Pokeball and allows Go to capture it. The episode ending with it messing about in the Pokemon in the Cerise Laboratory. The episode itself is fine, I actually enjoyed it a lot, but what's more interesting to me is how it talks about the dynamic of Pokemon in the Pokemon world, and this has already been talked about before, but I like that it's being super explicit here. One of the complaints that outsiders always have about Pokemon are, oh, they're just capturing them and turning them into fighters only, but in the anime that's never ever been the case. Similar to how Ash's Froakie didn't want its trainer and ran away multiple times, we see that Pokemon, if they don't like their trainer, can leave their trainer at almost any time. That helps explain a lot of the weird aspects of Pokemon, specifically in the anime, and I could see where people are coming from this. It also leaves a lot of questions on the table. For example, why did Grookey run away from Team Rocket on the Gacha machine when a lot of other Pokemon haven't? I have a feeling that this one line that they kind of just glossed over with Meowth talking about being re-educated in Team Rocket headquarters is the answer to that, and that is a bit dark when you think about it, but still, it's interesting to think about why certain Pokemon do certain things and other Pokemon in similar situations don't. The two biggest controversies of this episode seems to be number one, Go catching Grookey, which a lot of people didn't want him to, and number two, people wanted to see how Team Rocket get their Pokemon in the Gacha machine. The first one is a matter of opinion, and also I think expectations. By the time Go had gotten both Sobble and Cinderace, I had a feeling that he was going to get Grookey too, so I had no expectations of Ash ever getting Grookey. The second question, however, comes down to expectations because people say they want the explanation to how Team Rocket get more Pokemon in their Gacha machine, but I feel like if you really start going into that, that goes way darker than I think the show would like to be. Team Rocket capturing Pokemon, re-education, I don't think that's something that they want to really talk about, so it's something they gloss over because remember, it is a children's show. It's meant to be one of those things we accept, like why do Team Rocket always keep Jessie and James employed even though they haven't really accomplished much? It wasn't until the end of the 4th generation of the anime that we found out it's because Giovanni uses Team Rocket to scout other regions. So maybe one day we might get an actual explanation, but it's one of those things that I don't ever expect to be explained because it really then dives into the darker parts of the Pokemon world. So yeah, this episode was interesting. The episode itself I actually enjoyed, and I actually think most others will too, as long as they go into this episode not expecting the deep and dark explanation of Pokemon or expecting Ash to capture Grookey because that was never gonna happen. Now, the one major complaint about how Grookey just ran away from Team Rocket twice, I do understand that because that was pretty anticlimactic. Team Rocket fall asleep and it just runs away. Whoop-de-woo. You would think that maybe Team Rocket would try to keep it in its Pokeball, but then again, we've seen that Pokemon can get out of the ball by themselves. Maybe that would have actually solved the issue. Maybe if Team Rocket had the Pokemon in the Pokeball, but Grookey by itself decided that it wanted to get out, I think people would be more accepting of it. But because Team Rocket had it out in the open and they were sleeping, and the fact that they didn't even try to put it back, is what leaves a sour taste in people's mouth. To me, I didn't expect that to be a major plot in the story. Mainly because Go had already accepted that it was Team Rocket's Pokemon and he was going to give the stick back to Grookey as Team Rocket's Pokemon. I actually think it would have looked worse on him if he said, oh my god, that's Team Rocket's Pokemon, but I want to capture Grookey, and went after it. I actually think they did it properly here. So yeah, an episode where my thoughts are everywhere, but it's a fascinating episode that I really enjoyed. If you haven't already, check it out. I feel like I've used the phrase show don't tell so much when talking about this series. I really wish they would take that advice to heart. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 60 of the Pokemon Journeys anime titled Aim to be a League Master, Adhere to the Path of Chivalry just dropped, and in this episode, Ash is getting his rematch with Rinto. Will he be able to beat him this time? Let's find out. This episode begins with them reminding us about the World Championships and Ash's goal, since it feels like it's been an eternity since we've actually talked about that, and showing images of trainers and Pokemon that Ash has beat. I feel like I've complained about show don't tell so much in this series, so I'm just gonna move on. Ash and Go are training at the beginning of the episode with Farfetch'd and Go Scizor, and after they finish training, they head to the Pokemon Center when they spot a tired Bellsprout. Go's Grookey uses the ability to heal it, they become friends, so Go captures the Bellsprout. In the Pokemon Center after they heal, Ash gets a little notification alert on his phone for a World Championship battle. It's Rinto. Rinto is now also participating in the World Championships himself, so he wasn't doing that last time, and right now he's in the Super Class. Ash challenges him, and he accepts. This battle is awesome for a bunch of reasons. Rinto is still the technical fighter, while Ash is still the brute strength but more tactical fighter. Ash has always relied on his creativity to battle. In this battle, however, that seems like the bad choice because Ash's strategy of using Detect is immediately countered because Rinto's Gallade can transition from defense to offense so quickly, able to block with one hand and then use Psycho Cut with another. Ash tries his Detect plan a second time, but Gallade this time knows Feint, which means it can hit through Detect, and it also slices off Farfetch'd's Leak. Farfetch'd is a swordsman, and as a swordsman, getting your sword cut is like the worst thing imaginable. Farfetch'd almost loses his will to fight, but Ash reminds him of Wickstrom, specifically his Aegislash, how it was able to use its shield to defend and then quickly switch to attack. So, with the broken Leak on the floor, Farfetch'd decides he's also going to use a shield made up of his broken Leak. And surprisingly, Farfetch'd is doing really good, able to block and attack at a pretty good rhythm. But again, Gallade can attack while defending, so Farfetch'd is sent flying again. At this point in the battle, as Go points out, Rinto's like toying with Ash because his Gallade hasn't taken a bit of damage. Farfetch'd is getting upset about this, but Ash, using Talk no Jutsu, talks about how he knows that Farfetch'd is stronger and that he believes in Farfetch'd all the way and they can get stronger together. And Farfetch'd is back in battle, this time more motivated than ever. This time, Ash uses the Detect strategy again, but doesn't try to get behind Gallade or anything like that. He instead goes back to his position and uses Fury Cutter. And I love this moment here so much. One of the Fury Cutter gets through Gallade's defenses and hits it, and you can tell that Rinto is not used to being hit because he immediately tells Gallade to use Close Combat, which is a terrible idea because essentially it's like running at a swordsman by trying to punch him. It's not going to end well for you, and Farfetch'd hits a whole bunch of Fury Cutters, critical hitting Gallade 3 times in the process, and begins evolving. This evolution sequence is so dope in my opinion, and while I saw a lot of people complain that they felt like Farfetch'd evolved too quickly, seeing how they actually played it out in this episode, I have no issues with it. And after it has evolved, Farfetch'd now seems so much more calmer and stronger. When this time Ash goes for another Night Slash, Rinto tells Gallade to let its guard down and get hit by it because he wants to activate its hidden ability Justified, which powers up its attack after getting hit by a dark type move. But it doesn't matter how cool the animation looks, Farfetch'd is able to block it. And as he's blocking, Ash and him say that they're ready because Leon is waiting for them. So Farfetch'd uses Night Slash one more time and KOs Gallade, which means Ash wins. Ash's rank jumps from 273 to 184, Rinto and Ash wish each other well, and the episode ends with Farfetch'd protecting Ash from getting splashed with water, while Go is going on and on about how awesome it was how Farfetch'd evolved, responding to Ash's feelings. This was a fantastic episode in my opinion. The main criticism was just the fact that we've skipped so much of Ash's World Tournament matches. I really don't understand why. Ash is a main character, so I would assume his goal would be important. We see every single one of Go's capture, but yet we never see all of Ash's fights. I know the main reason is because animating a fight is much harder than animating a Pokemon being caught, but still. And it's annoying because anytime it's a Ash focused episode, people seem to generally like it way more than the Go focused episode. And I would think that the people behind the scenes or whoever's in charge would look at that and be like, maybe there's a reason for that. The only other criticism I had was that there was a bit too much footage from previous episodes used as flashback. Rumors are about that Pokemon Journeys is having a really bad production issues, and it's not just rumors actually. You can kind of tell by looking at how many animation directors are assigned to each episode. Usually an episode should only have 1 or 2, but a lot of Journeys episodes have like 4 or 5, so that's not good at all. That means there's a lot of issues behind the scenes. But if we can get some dope animated moments like we did in this episode, and we have to sacrifice a bit of recapping from the previous episodes, I'll take that. But besides that, I really enjoyed this episode, so if you haven't already, go ahead and check it out. Did you notice in this moment that even though both guys' mouth moves here, only Go talks? Talk about an oversight. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 61 of the Journeys anime titled Leave Everything to Us. The Plusle and Minun handyman just dropped, and in this episode, a nervous handy woman tries to overcome her fears as she has to work alone to do jobs. Will she be able to do it? Let's find out. The episode begins with a tap in Cerise Laboratory being broken as Go and Ash are trying to save it, and apparently Cerise knew about it but just didn't do anything. What a guy. Anyways, he called the Plusle and Minun handyman to come fix it, and they do. This group consists of Plusle, a Minun, and then the 2 actual handymen are Dividi and Multiply. Dividi seems like he's the one who actually does most of the fixing, while Multiply assists him. The Plusle and Minun are there to turn on any electrical things or cheer them on. Multiply seems to be the one that is nervous all the time and messes things up. As they're about to leave Cerise Laboratory, Dividi trips and Multiply makes it worse by jumping on him. So now Dividi's in a hospital and Multiply has to do the jobs on her own, even though she's nervous and she thinks she can. And on top of that, the Minun is also mad at her because it's more attached to Dividi than it is to her. Also, I've been saying his name wrong. It's Divi, not Dividi. Anyways, they get calls and now Multiply has to work on her own, and Ash and Go decide to help. Their first job is to groom a bunch of Tauros, and they're pretty successful at it. The second job they get is to find a lost Tauros in a mine. You'll see that Tauros is a theme throughout this episode. They go into the mine and find the Tauros, but while they almost get out the Tauros without any issues, Grookey jumps on Tauros, causing him to be upset and chasing them out. So even though they're successful, this one wasn't as clean. Meanwhile, Team Rocket are in the park, and they're also planning to get the horde of Tauros, but don't know how. Jessie, when she goes to drink a water fountain though, accidentally breaks the fountain and water's going everywhere. Meowth spots the handy van, which seems to be right nearby, and calls up Multiply to help. She's nervous, but with the help of Ash, Go, and Plusle cheering her on, she's able to fix it. Minun is still upset at her, by the way, and after she fixes it, she gives them a pamphlet for her company. This is where Team Rocket get an idea. They're going to dress up as handymen and go to the Tauros place and pretend like they're there to help. They're also successful in doing so, but they get out just before Ash and Go and Multiply show up, so they're confronted, and eventually they show their disguise and try to run away, only for Meowth to fall off the back of this wagon into a hole, and all the Tauros getting out of their Pokeball, all of them stuck down there. Now, Multiply really has to get it together, and with the cheering of Plusle and Ash and Go there, she gets confidence, and she decides to go down there and help the Tauros by putting them into winches and pulling them out. She even asks Team Rocket to help her out. They start pulling the Tauros up one by one, and they're successful for the most part until it comes to the final Tauros, when the battery in the car runs out and the winch gets stuck, causing her to almost fall through the well, and now they're stuck in the well with the Tauros, Meowth, and her hanging. Minun sees both Plusle cheering and Multiply working really hard to save the Pokemon, so she begins to get the confidence to get out. Minun and Plusle then go over to the battery and try to use Discharge, but they don't have enough power. So Ash has Pikachu use Thunderbolt on them to charge them up, and sure enough, now they're able to fully power up the battery as James is able to pull them up in the winch. Everyone is happy, even Team Rocket's willing to let them go, except the Tauros have something to say about it and send them blasting off. The episode ending with Multiply being happy that both Plusle and Minun are happy with her, and she's gained confidence in doing work on her own. You could probably tell that the review is pretty short, and that's just because there's nothing much to this episode. It's not a bad episode by any means, it's a fine episode, but I just don't think there's really anything you can glean from it. It's not like Go catches something new, or it's not like Ash learns a new skill. It's kind of a filler episode, so if you want, you can skip it and you're not really missing out on much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 62 of the Journeys anime titled The Depression of Sobble just dropped, and in this episode, Go Sobble evolves, but it struggles with its evolution. How? Let's find out. This is a really interesting episode because it doesn't really have a lot of dialogue. A lot of it is just emotional capture, and I really love that. I've always loved episodes where there isn't a lot of dialogue and expression is the thing that does most of the talking, and this episode has that in spades. The episode begins with our heroes being interviewed on television for being research fellows that are so young, and while that's happening, Go Sobble is still aiming to be an Inteleon, so it's around shooting things from the air like leaves before protecting a otter from getting hit by a berry falling down. This causes its evolution as the interview for our heroes end and they're outside saying goodbye to the reporters. This might be one of the first times where a major evolution happens for one of the main characters' Pokemon and they aren't there to see it. In fact, I can't really think of any other time where that's been true. It's an interesting way to approach the evolution, and while you might think I might hate it, I actually think this is really fantastic due to the context of the rest of the episode. Sobble thought that it was going to immediately evolve into an Inteleon, but when it evolves into a Drizzile, it gets really depressed. And the rest of the episode is basically it sulking around, being upset at the fact that it's depressed, and Go and Ash and the rest of his Pokemon trying to find him. When they do eventually find him in a cave, Go tries to tell him, hey, snap out of it, and pulls him out of the cave, only for Drizzile to run away. Go is obviously hurt by that, and they do find out that when certain Pokemon evolve, their personalities can change, and that seemed to happen with Sobble to Drizzile, similar to how it happened with Scorbunny to Rabu. In this case, however, it ran away, and Go can't really figure out why. That is until he thinks about his own childhood. When he was a kid, he didn't really know how to make friends or want to be friends with people, and his teachers would keep questioning him why, and he really wouldn't know how to answer, and he realizes this is what must be happening to Drizzile. So he goes to the same place that he used to go as a kid and finds Drizzile there. He talks about his experiences as a child and talks about the fact that he's going to give Drizzile space, and whenever Drizzile's ready to come back to Go, he'll be there ready. They go home, and the next day when they check the cave again, Drizzile's in his cave. The lesson in this episode being that sometimes if you want to help people, it's best to just kind of let them be. Sometimes they need that alone time, seclusion time, in order to continue with their feelings, and both Go and Drizzile realize this at the end of the episode. I know this review is short, and there's a couple of reasons for it, but really, this is one of those episodes that's just fantastic to watch, and not really fantastic to review because, like I said, there isn't a lot of dialogue happening. I love this episode, and honestly, it's one of the better Go episodes I can think of. It takes a scenario and really gives it a realistic depiction, and for that, I give a round of applause to Pokemon. This is a fantastic episode that I feel like everyone needs to watch, so if you haven't already, check it out. Another reason this episode is cut so short is that I am supremely busy, and I am going to be for the next couple of weeks. I really hope that I'm able to make an episode next week, but it looks less and less likely. So for the next couple of weeks, I might not have an episode ready. So for the next few weeks, even the good episodes, I might not have a review. If that's the case, sorry about that. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 63 of the Journeys anime titled Challenge, the Pokemon Marine Obstacle Course. And just like last week, I am out of my setup, so this is just going to be a quick and dirty review, no fancy edits. Let's go. There's really two main plots in this episode. Number one, Chloe trying to figure out if Eevee wants to be a Vaporeon. And in order to do so, she goes to a winner of the Marine Athletic race that has a Vaporeon. And the second part is Dracovish finally making his return. In this episode, Ash's Dracovish also learns Fish's Rend, which is pretty awesome. And the way it learns it is so Dracovish too. It just kind of learns the move because Ash needs a stronger move than Water Gun, and it just happens to know it. That's pretty awesome, and it showed a lot of personality in this episode. It's your typical James Carnivine or Victory Bell type Pokemon towards Ash, but this one's really powerful. And for Chloe, it doesn't get her any closer to evolving her Eevee, but it does put her and Eevee in the same page, as now Eevee is also willing to explore all of these different evolutions before wanting to make a decision and commit to something. This was not a bad episode at all. It basically had everything you wanted. Even a training montage with the intro song playing in the background, which is something we don't really get to see that often, so it's always cool to see. I'm not going to go through the episode chronologically because really the most important bit is at the end, as our heroes are fighting a Huntail, and that's where Ash's Dracovish learns Fish's Rend, trying to save Chloe, Eevee, and Dugong, who are inside of a cave, and Eevee learns Hydro Pump using Copycat following Vaporeon. The rest of the episode is really just filler or setup that leads to all that. It's not a bad episode by any means, it's actually pretty good, but I just think the episode gets to the point pretty late in the episode rather than starting from the beginning. But other than that, it's a pretty good episode that I'd recommend, even if you don't like Chloe's Eevee, for Ash's Dracovish showing so much personality. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 64 of the Journeys anime titled The Detested Absol just dropped, and in this episode, Ash and Go have a request from Hodges. The hot springs that his family runs is no longer getting any water, and the locals are convinced that it's because an Absol just came nearby. But not everyone is convinced, and Ash and Go to Hoenn to investigate. Will they find the real reason? Let's find out. So the episode begins with them telling Cerise about the situation. They're going to help Hodges, who lives in Lawbridge Town, and the water from the springs dried up there recently. The locals think it's an Absol, and they want to go hunt it, and specifically leading this charge is Hodges' grandfather, uncle, I don't know, the subs and the summary is different, whatever, it doesn't matter. But Ash and Go want to investigate first because, as the Pokédex said, it's usually a Pokemon that comes to warn of disaster, but people just misinterpret that. The spring water comes from a mountain, so our heroes try to go there, but their path is first initially blocked by Absol, who cuts down trees by using Slash, and forces our heroes to take another direction. That actually works out for the better though, as they come across the pipes that's taking the water to the springs and follow it, and they found a mountain where it's completely frozen over. Go tries to investigate using a Trapinch, but eventually a Glalie comes up and they retreat because they don't want to fight it. Mainly because they want to investigate if there's a bunch of Glalie here and why is this place frozen over. Turns out there is a bunch of Glalie as well as a Snorunt who are freezing the area because they're trying to help the Snorunt grow up, because as the Pokédex said, Snorunt and Glalie need really cold environments to thrive. Go is about to capture them and stop the issue when all of a sudden Absol shows up again and stops him. Go wants to believe Absol, so he calls Hodges and asks him if the tablet, and there was a tablet earlier in the episode that talked about this prophecy where the springs dried up when an Absol came. He tells him to check it again and see if there's any other information, and Hodges goes out and turns out there's also the frozen mountain with the Glalie and the volcano exploding. So Go determines that what must be happening is that because of the cold of the ice and the pressure of the volcano, there's about to be an eruption soon, and they need to stop that. So Ash and Go head to the top of the mountain and they find the place where it's about to erupt and it's blocked by a giant boulder. So they need to get rid of the boulder to release the steam. They're trying their hardest, they use Pikachu and they use Cinderace, but it's just not breaking, and then all of a sudden Absol shows up and it starts attacking the rock as well, so it looks like the Absol is also trying to do the same thing. They attack it and they attack it and it's cracking, but it looks like it's about to get too close when Absol jumps in and tackles the giant boulder and has it explode. But as he's doing that, steam explodes and it almost engulfs Absol, who's saved by Go, who throws a Pokeball to capture him in midair before he gets vaporized. Sheesh, that was a close call. Anyways, Go's willing to release it after thanking it from saving the town from disaster, but Absol decides to stay with Go. The episode ends with our heroes in the hot spring and Hodge's uncle apologizing to the Glalie and Absol by dumping himself with really cold water. They also said the town will take care of all the Glalie in the snow rut so that they don't have to live in the mountain. This plot is similar to the one old Absol episode from Advanced Generation if you watch that. Basically, it's the same premise. Absol is always thought of as a disaster bringer when it's more of a disaster warner. This time it's slightly different though, as the episode is more focused on Go trying to figure everything out rather than the Absol. The Absol only makes an appearance a couple of times in this episode. The episode is really about prejudice and judging things before you know the full story, and in that way, it's a solid moral for this episode. And it's also fun to see Go still use some of his older Pokemon like Trapinch, even though he already has a Flygon. It's also good to see old characters make a return, and in this case Hodges, and see where they live and how they live. It reminds you that these trainers that we see in episodes are really just people living their lives, so. And on top of that, this is a pretty neat way for Go to capture a Pokemon without just straight up capturing it for no reason. I think everything works out well, and overall, this is a pretty solid episode. If you want, check it out.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 65 of the Journey's anime titled Dragon Battle. Ash vs Iris just dropped, and in this episode, it's Champion Ash versus Champion Iris. I am so hyped. Let's go. Ash gets a letter from Iris from the Nova region, challenging to a battle. He's close to getting to the Hyper class or the Ultra class, and she's in the Super class right now, battling to get there as well. Our heroes get to the Unova region, and Go of course wants to capture Pokemon. He captures Pampor and Pansear, but can't find Pansage, when he spots what looks like a Pansage in the tree and throws a Pokeball at it. Turns out it's Iris. This is a nice callback to how Ash originally met Iris in the Best Wishes series, so that was a nice bit. Except this time, she's a lot nicer to Go than she was to Ash originally. Anyways, Ash is in Opelucid, and that's when he meets Drayden. Drayden's there with his Axew. They chat for a bit before Ash goes into the gym for his battle against Iris. When they spot her, she's in her Black and White 2 champion outfit. But they don't know what the outfit is, so they're shocked to find out that she is, yes, indeed, the champion of the Unova region. A couple of things. So, first of all, I am so glad that they made Iris champion. I think that's one of the best things that Black and White did so well, and in this case, now Iris being Unova champion, that's awesome in the anime as well. The only thing I was disappointed by was that we didn't really get to hear her champion theme, which I think is amazing. I ranked it number 3 on my best champion themes list if you want to click on the iCard and check that video out. Anyways, Ash, Go, and Iris talk for a bit. Well, really just Ash and Iris kind of bicker back and forth, calling back to their travel days when Iris would always say, "Ash, you're such a kid." Anyways, they are about to set up the battle when Ash throws out his Dragonite, and Dragonite is super happy to meet Iris, and in case you forgot, Iris can read the minds of dragon Pokemon, or she can talk to them. That's one of the things she learned as a Dragon Master in training, and it comes in handy in this episode as well. The match begins, and it's originally Dragonite versus Dragonite. Ash's Dragonite is intimidated because Iris's Dragonite looks crazy, and because of that, it gets the first couple of strikes in with Dragon Rush and Thunder Punch. Eventually, Ash counters back with Hurricane, and Iris tries to use Ice Beam, but Ash blows the Hurricane into the roof, which causes a bit of an awkward moment, but that's instrumental to the rest of the episode as well. Also, can I just say, Iris's Dragonite has some incredibly varied move. No wonder she became champion. Ice Beam, Thunder Punch. I know her Dragonite already had that moveset even in Black and White, but I forgot because it's been so long, so it was pretty awesome to see.
Anyways, Iris's Dragonite uses another Dragon Rush, so Ash's Dragonite is really hurt, and Ash realizes he needs to back out from this battle because it's not a good matchup. So he recalls Dragonite and brings out his Dracovish. Dracovish is interesting. It's unlike any Pokemon that Iris has probably ever faced, and it's a dragon type that she doesn't know much about, yet she finds cute. This is pretty similar to the gag about Misty finding even the ugliest water Pokemon, including Tentacle, cute. In this case it's Iris, but it's funny because even though it doesn't look like much, Dracovish seems like Ash's up close and personal threat because he's able to grab Dragonite in its mouth and freeze it with Ice Beam, immediately KOing him. Both the combination of Fishious Rend and Ice Beam, and that is just incredible. And so to counter that Dracovish, she brings out her ace, Iris's Haxorus. It evolved from Axew, which is amazing, and now it's a Haxorus. And because Iris has seen how much of a up-close threat that Dracovish can be, she uses Dragon Pulse and Psycho Cutter from a distance to get rid of it. The gamer in me wants to yell at her for teaching it Dragon Pulse because it's a physical attacker, but in this case, Haxorus needs a far-range move, so I agree with her actually giving it Dragon Pulse. Maybe she could have given it something else, but I think Dragon Pulse is probably the best distance move it can learn. Ash has to bring out his Dragonite, who's hurt from the previous battle, but this Dragonite is super tough. It eats a clanging scales from Haxorus, and Haxorus, by the way, is able to get rid of the confusion caused by it by just banging his head. This is actually similar to Gladion's Lycanroc biting itself to get rid of confusion from Outrage. Ash's Dragonite is raring to go and is screaming when Iris talks to it by using her hand, and she tells it, "Hey, relax, have fun with the battle," and that gets Dragonite loose as Ash is using Hurricane, and he's just building up Hurricane to use on himself as kind of a counter shield, this to block Psycho Cut. Then Ash's Dragonite keeps building up and building up and building up the Hurricane, and Iris has her Haxorus use Dragon Pulse, which ends up being a mistake because Ash's Dragonite continues to take it in the Hurricane, spin it and spin it and spin it, send it in the atmosphere, and turn that Hurricane into Draco Meteor. I replayed that thing like 3 or 4 times. I was so amazed when this moment happened. I'm so glad Ash's creativity is still a massive factor in his battle powers, because I was really worried that his team just being a bunch of powerhouses, he would lose that, but I'm glad he hasn't. And Draco Meteor is what takes out Haxorus in one hit. That was an incredible battle. Ash's rank jumps up to 99, and Iris and Ash promise to face each other in the future as they're both training to become stronger. This episode is fantastic. I don't know what else you can say. I know people are complaining that Ash shouldn't have won against Iris because she's champion, but Ash is also champion. I feel like people forget that, and Ash has always been better than Iris. He's beaten her in the past quite a few times, and if both of them have gotten stronger in the same rate, Ash is still better than her. I don't mind that at all. Like I said earlier, Iris being champion is amazing. Drayden also being a massive part of this episode really helped. And Go really didn't do much in this episode, but you know what? He didn't need to do anything. His job in this episode was just there to watch. I don't know who did the animations for this episode, but it looked fantastic, especially the hand movement. I don't know who always does those, but those always look great. And they even used a original soundtrack from like a movie or an old series. I'm pretty sure it was a movie, but they used it in this battle, which was great. Overall, I really enjoyed this episode, and if you haven't already, definitely check it out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 66 of the Journeys anime titled Flabebe's White Flower just dropped, and in this episode, Go's white flower Flabebe has lost a petal and can't fly, so Go goes back to Kalos to try to help it. Will Go be able to help this Flabebe? Let's find out. As our heroes are just watering some flowers in Cerise Laboratory, Go's Flabebe, who are racing, start evolving. It's 4 of his Flabebes though, not 5, because his white flower Flabebe is not in the mix. When he does find it, it's struggling to fly, and Go finds out pretty quickly that it's lost its petal. So they decide that in order to find its flower back, they're gonna need to go back to Kalos, so they all leave. They search in Kalos for the first 2 days, and even though they look all over for it, they can't really find it. During this time, Flabebe keeps wanting to go for walks at night. The first night, literally wanting to go for a walk, and the second night, him and go for a walk after Go catches it, trying to get used to flying without a pedal. This is such a sad scene, oh my god. Luckily, there is a bit of payoff to this portion of the episode because something important happens at night later in the episode. The third day, however, as they're looking, they get a call from Cerise, who they asked for help earlier in the episode, and he informs them that he knows someone who knows about Flabebe's white flowers. So they go over to her house. It's a lady who has a florist. The florist takes an interest in Go's Flabebe because particularly that florist, when it was a Flabebe, also lost its flower. The florist goes outside and shows Flabebe grassy terrain and it growing its own flowers. And the lady tells them that Flabebe's white flowers have recently been spotted in mountains nearby. So they use the bus to go over there, and at first all they find is pink flowers. Both Grookey and Flabebe look at it, but since it's a pink flower, that can't be it, so they keep searching. They keep searching, they can't find anything, and it's nighttime, and finally, Flabebe pulls Go back to go to that pink flower. Turns out that when moonlight hits that flower, it blooms white. Go's Flabebe finally picks a flower it wants and is able to fly again, when all of a sudden they see another Flabebe, this time a small baby Flabebe, picking its own white flower for the first time. The garden where the flower is now though is really small, and now with 2 Flabebes picking the flowers, there's only 1 flower left. Earlier in the episode we found out that Flabebe flowers are really hard to grow. So Go's Flabebe, remembering how florists use grassy terrain to make its own flower, tries to use grassy terrain. It tries and it eventually evolves into a Floette. Once it evolves, it successfully uses grassy terrain and raises another 2 flowers that have yet to bloom. It looks at the flower, and earlier in the episode, when Go was looking at Florges' Pokedex, it talked about how Florges and Floette tend to and protect the flower gardens that they made. So Go knows that he has to let this white flower Floette go because it also wants to protect the garden it made now. The episode ends with Go crying, Grookey crying, Floette crying, me crying, as everyone says goodbye to Floette as it drifts off to protect its flower garden. This episode had a real bye-bye Butterfree feel to it. Similar to Ash, Go helps his Pokemon with something that it needs to do, and at the end, he lets it go for the betterment of the Pokemon and its species. And like I said at the end of last episode, this episode might surprise me, and it really did. This episode ended up being a lot better than I thought it would be just by looking at the trailer. This and subsequent episodes like this always show how much Go has grown as a trainer from the beginning of the series, as this time he's the one that takes the initiative to go to Kalos from the beginning of the episode. And really, if Ash and Pikachu weren't contractually obligated to be in every episode, I feel like this could have been a solo Go episode. The one thing I will say though is that even though I compared it to Bye Bye Butterfree, the big distinction between that episode and this is that Caterpie was the first ever Pokemon that Ash caught. So even though Butterfree didn't do a lot in the series proper before its release, that still felt like it had sentimental value. The release in here feels a bit cheap because it's a Pokemon he caught in his first go around to Kalos. I think that was the Karina episode. And then we've seen it in the background a couple of times here and there, but besides that, you don't really see it that often. So while the release is done well in the episode itself, the release, while being sad, really holds no meaning because there's no real build up to it, which is unfortunate. But besides that, honestly, if you were thinking of skipping this episode, go ahead and check it out, even just the ending to this episode, because I think they did a fantastic job in another release episode. Nicely done, Pokemon.
I was out of town today and I had to drive all the way to another city, and it was 4 hours there, 4 hours to come back. And in the middle of that, I somehow caught a bad cold, so if my voice sounds terrible right now, that's why.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 67 of the Journeys anime titled Pikachu the Suspect just dropped, and in this episode, Officer Jenny visits Cerise Laboratories after there's been a wave of electricity thief incidents throughout Vermilion City. When they come to check all the electric type Pokemon in the lab to see if the culprit is there, they arrest Pikachu for the crime and take it in for questioning. Will Ash be able to clear Pikachu's name and find the true culprit? Let's find out. I have actually a pretty big problem with this episode, and it's the fact that it's 100% grade A filler. Why would I say that? Okay. The episode begins, Jenny comes to Cerise Laboratory, and the detective on this case of the electrical thief is Detective Decker. First of all, I'm not sure what the pun or joke in his name is supposed to be, because usually there is some, and usually someone on Twitter will figure it out and write it, but I couldn't find anything, so if I'm missing something, let me know in the comments. But he's supposed to be your clueless detective comedy relief character. And in this case, he has a sketch from what a bunch of witnesses said they saw, and the sketch looks like a Pikachu. So when he has all of the electrical Pokemon in Cerise Laboratory line up, he arrests Pikachu. He's like, oh, that's it. There's no questioning it. That's my police instincts, right? Ash tries to defend Pikachu, but you know, he's one of those detectives, so he takes Pikachu to the police laboratory. And I will give this episode credit. So I didn't know about this, so shout out Dogasu Backpack for talking about this on Twitter, but in Japanese police dramas, there's apparently this trope where a detective will coax a suspect into confessing their crimes by giving them a pork cutlet bowl and talking about their mothers. And the Pokemon animes apparently used this in the past too. So that's what the scene of Pikachu, when he offers Pikachu the food eating, that's what it's supposed to be. But regardless, nothing happens here. Pikachu then feels electricity going off somewhere, so when they open the door, he runs off to the nearest house that had its electricity stolen, right? And since Pikachu was in the police station when this happened, Pikachu has an alibi, so he's no longer a suspect. That plot point is already finished. So logically, that would mean the second plot point is, well, if it's not Pikachu, who is it? And spoiler alert, it's actually not even Morpeko. It's Team Rocket, who thought that Morpeko wanted electricity because it's been eating all his food, and they're like, hey, it's electrical Pokemon, it eats electricity, which makes no sense. And then it turns out at the end of the episode, it doesn't eat electricity, so the entire episode was a waste of time. And that's my biggest problem with this episode. The plot that the entire premise is set up on ends up being, oh, well, it didn't matter, so let's just end it. And that's how the episode ends. This felt like one of those classic Pokemon filler episodes where the episode was there just to fill time to return back to the status quo. And you know what? That wouldn't even be bad if done properly, but, and this is the second big problem with this episode, is that half of this episode inside of this filler episode is filler. So Ash and Go, now that Pikachu is cleared, want to be a police officer and help the case, right? And they dress up as a police officer, and in their heads, they think they're like movie stars. They're catching criminals and, you know, they're catching suspects. But it turns out the day-to-day life of a police officer is a lot more mundane. And you know what? That's actually pretty funny. I actually appreciate them showing that. But just because I appreciate something doesn't mean I liked it, because Ash and Go being police officers and doing mundane job is another like 4-minute filler that ends with nothing except Ash and Go maybe realizing that Officer Jenny's job is a lot harder than they thought, I guess? Again, waste of time. And then strike 3 in this episode. So they're chasing this electrical thief down, but they just can't catch it in time. They always get there late. So they decide, you know what? Let's have Pikachu discharge some electricity at a house so that way the thief comes to them and then they could catch it, right? They go to Cerise's house, they have Pikachu run electricity, it's blaring all of the electricity in the house, and the electrical thief, who like I said with Team Rocket, come out. They steal the electricity and they get caught since Jenny and them are right there. And this is important. Jessie actually gets cuffed here by Jenny, like legit cuffed for being thieves. And Meowth just breaks it, which, what is Meowth's claw made of? Vibranium? How did he just shatter metal like that? That cuffing of Jessie and then Meowth shattering it and running away made me realize, hey, these guys aren't just joke criminals. They committed a legit felony here by breaking cuffs and running away recklessly in a car. That's a legit crime, and in my head I'm like, hold on, that is not cool. Then at the end, they give up, right? They get surrounded, they find out that Morpeko doesn't want to need electricity, they give the electricity back to Pikachu, and when they're surrounded by police, Ash just has Pikachu use Thunderbolt and they go blasting off, and no one ever says a word to Ash. No one says, hey Ash, you just stopped us from finishing an investigation that we've been going on the hunt for months. Instead, the episode ends with Pikachu getting all the credit, which he should, but that means that the entire conflict didn't matter. If the police don't care that Team Rocket, the thieves of the electricity, got away, then why should we? I don't know, it's just so weird. If I sound annoyed at this episode, it's just because I realized at the end of the episode that this episode was literally a waste of time. And the funny part is, I actually enjoyed watching the episode itself. Like, watching the episode, it was fun to watch the episode. But once my brain realized, like, hey, this is just all filler, my brain just became annoyed all of a sudden. It's not like anything important or anything of substance happened. Go didn't even catch a single Pokemon, so you can't even say, oh, that was at least a success here. I don't know, this is one of those episodes where I'd recommend just go and skip it. It's just not worth watching. I didn't think this episode would be as controversial as it seems to be on the Twitter sphere. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, episode 68 of the Journeys anime titled Rivals for Go, The Road to Mew just dropped, and in this episode, our heroes return to Oak's lab for an errand, only for some returns and some revelations to be made. What happens? Well, let's just find out. I want to do a quick recap of the episode first before I talk about my thoughts on this episode, because I think it's important to set up why it seems to be so controversial. The episode begins with our heroes at Oak's laboratory because Go has to deliver some papers from Cerise to Oak. This then leads to Oak asking Go about his goals, and when Go says his goal is to capture Mew, Oak tells him about Project Mew, a project that's being designed right now to try to capture and study Mew. He invites Go, but Go says no. Then after that, Ash returns to where all of his Pokemon are, well, not all of them, almost all of them are, and they have a bit of a reunion before Oak tells him that Ash's Infernape has been missing the last couple of days, and while he and Tracy tried to find it, they couldn't find it, so our heroes go looking for Infernape. While searching for Infernape, our heroes stumble upon an Onix, and when Go tries to capture it and it fails, it almost attacks him, but luckily they are saved by none other than Gary. Ash and Gary have a bit of a reunion before Ash introduces Go to Gary. Gary antagonizes Go similar to how he used to antagonize Ash, before Gary tells them that the reason he's here back in Kanto is because he's trying to look for Moltres, and that his research has led him to the fact that it's probably nearby in a valley. Ash is also trying to look for Infernape, and Gary thinks that maybe it's nearby, so they go together and Go comes along. They reach the valley, and for a little bit they discuss how Gary figured out that Moltres would be nearby, and why Infernape could also be nearby, and it turns out he's right, Infernape is nearby. There's a small reunion before Moltres appears, and our heroes have a battle with Moltres. It goes about as well as you'd think a battle with a legendary would, which is surprisingly good, and at the end, Moltres leaves, and while doing that, it drops one of its feathers, which Gary collects, and later we find out that Gary's also participating in Project Mew, and getting the Moltres feather was one of his tasks to be invited to the team. Gary antagonizes Go a little bit more, and Go ends up saying that he will join the Project Mew team. So there's a couple of dynamics at play here. First of all, Go and Gary. Gary is used here as a plot device to get Go to join Project Mew, but I'm more surprised about Go here. When did Go not want to work on a team anymore? I thought all of his development so far, learning to work together with Ash, learning to work together with Chloe, I thought all of that was leading to the fact that he can work with people. So why all of a sudden does he say he can't work with people? That seems to make no sense. But even disregarding that, while I was editing this, I just realized I wanted to talk a bit more about this Go excuse that he can't work with a team, because it irked me more than I thought. What do you mean he can't work in a team? The last episode, he was working fine with Officer Jenny. A couple episodes before that, he was working fine with the electrical handy woman. After the first couple of episodes, Go has never had an issue working together with people there. What type of excuse is that? That is super lazy writing. And that's really weird because the episode here is written by Shoji Yonemura, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, who has written some of the better episodes in the series. So I don't understand why they use such a lazy way of making Go say no. Couldn't he have just said something to the effect of, oh, I don't think I'm ready yet, or oh, I want to do something my own way, rather than having him just say, I can't work with the team? That seems like such a bizarre way to get Go to say no. Come on. Anyways, back to the original recording. I think the reason people are so mixed on this episode is how this episode is structured. There really seems to be a lack of structure in this episode, because in this episode, we go from learning about Project Mew, to Ash's Pokemon returning, to looking for Ash's Infernape, to helping Gary look for Moltres, to a battle that turns out not to really be about Infernape at all, but rather back to Project Mew. This bouncing around from plot point to plot point really makes the pacing of this episode weird. I'm not saying the pacing is bad or anything, but it's just strange and you really notice the hard lines between the different plots. However, the one through line here seems to be Project Mew, and this episode is really not about Gary, it's not really about Infernape, it's not even about Moltres. It's about establishing what Project Mew is and Go getting interested enough to participate in it. But that through line's not established very well, so you don't really find out what the episode is really about until the end. At first, you think maybe it's a return episode, but then it turns out to be Ash's Infernape is missing, so maybe it's a rescue episode. But no, they find his Infernape pretty quickly, so maybe it's a battle episode, battle with Moltres. But no, it's not really even a battle episode, it's more about the aftermath of the battle, where Gary gets the Flame of Moltres. See what I mean? It jumps from plot point to plot point, and it doesn't really do it in a very smooth transition, so this episode feels very jarring in that way. However, does that mean it's bad? No, I don't think so at all, actually. Project Mew is established well enough so you have a decent idea of what it is, but it's still mysterious enough that you want to learn more. The return is also done well enough where we get some continuity and some story in the form of flashbacks, but it's not too much where you don't know what's going on. They give you enough information so that if you've not watched the previous series, or you're someone new in the series, you can follow along pretty easily. That's a good thing. You don't just want to placate to your hardcore audiences by having deep cuts. You just want to give them enough information so that they can follow along easily, and this episode does that really well. Also, another controversy of this episode is that Infernape is seemingly nerfed, but like I said, this episode's not really about Infernape. Sure, Infernape is a plot device to move the story along, but the story is really about Gary and Project Mew, and so Infernape not being the focus of the story doesn't really bother me all that much. It's the same reason why Torkoal not being in the reunion doesn't bother me either. It's not about him. I think the issue is, like I said, the episode sets you up in so many different ways that for a long time you think maybe this episode is about Infernape. That's the biggest issue with the episode. If it had handled the structure of the plot a little bit better, it wouldn't feel like that. If Gary had laid out his plans that he needed to get the Moltres feather in order to take part in Project Mew, and that was the catalyst to the story, that would feel a lot more organic and you wouldn't think that this episode is about Infernape, because now you know that it's more about Gary trying to get a feather from Moltres. But as it is, it's pretty clunky, but it's not bad by any means either. Also, I'm pretty sure this is the first episode where the show acknowledges Ash releasing his Pidgeot and never going back for it, because when Go spots a Pidgeot, Ash is all depressed. I thought that was fantastic. So overall, I actually like this episode quite a bit. It sets up a future story, it sets up a future rivalry potentially, because we know that Gary's most likely returning for Project Mew, and it sets up Go as a character that's going to be focused on moving forward. I have no problem with that, and if that doesn't bother you, then I think you really enjoyed this episode.